which is saying, just like a coin was coming to Truma, he's Chayiv, he's Yishamayim. So sort of a coin who's an Abel does the Avodah. You should also be Chayiv, he's Yishamayim. I'm going to Rabba, the name of Kilo Truma. Now I have under this. I'm kind of so to say, yes, like again, by a coin is coming with Truma, which is called Truma. But again, the key is coming coin with Truma is just like by Truma is Misli Shemayim, so too again, owning should also be Misli Shemayim, which might say once. The exhibit thing, the flow comes. First, the transition for a coin to be the other is exclusive. It's inferred. The fact that the king double is not allowed to use the has to serve tells us that a regular coin can't serve this. So it's not explicit. It's inferred. So this is something that is going up in the instance. And there's a principle called Dana Habam and Cloud. What's the principle? Anything that is learned out of the inference itself cannot be part of the theory. So logically, it's saying is, yours you have to show you two explicit concepts, and you can go to the if one of those concepts is not explicit about it, or not by inference, you cannot use it for the zero shell. You just think, okay, Yoshik next. I don't know if I can just get older say that he is a violation of Allah. And the lava on the American Homer Club, the Pasuk says, the ball of Bakar Hashem was kept in the house of Allah, La'amod in the Sharis. The Pasuk says that Hashem chose the Kohen to go ahead and serve. Hashem chose the Kohen from amongst all of the tribes, La'amod to stand and serve. What do you see from here? La'amid the Bakar to the Lord of Yishma. It's after all the sacrifices of the temple one point during the Avodah, next. What happens if a blemish coin does the Avodah? Rabbi Oren, so Rabbi says, the come say last part, it's a lot, that's another word. Nighttime, what's Rabbi's logic? What he said about moon, the blemish coin does the Avodah, he's fighting, so what's his logic? Say, Ach ala parochas, lo yavo. The pasuk says, again, if the coin has a moon, you should not come to the parochas. And the rest of the pasuk is, the Lord Yichalel has mitzdoshim, again, here's the Hashem. You should not say expression of Hillel. Hillel, so the Gemara says, Yalif off, Hillel, Hillel, Truma, you can hear Shabbat from Balmon to Truma. Just like if there's mana, like the reason, just like Truma. If you have a connection with Truma, it's kind of Shemayim, so Balmon does the Avodah, he's also kind of so. That's what he's watching. See, Shabbat, Hillel, from Truma to Balmon. Hillel, yes, but remember it also says Hillel by Nosa. Nosa is a huge price. He's able to shove a between Balmon and Nosa. It's just like Nosa is a huge price. So too Balmon is a huge price. When it says Mala, I love the price, I've kind of price. It's kind of a Truma Havlin. It's more sense than I call for Truma than Nosa. So it's Tzuma Good, it's Tzuma Good. Because remember again, the time denominator between Truma and Balmon is in both cases is able to disqualify color. I found one way in some cases, Truma is hardly coming. It makes more sense to learn out physical qualifications from physical disqualifications. Adrabo, we know to have a little bit. We know to why. Kodesh, Yim, Single, and again, has a lot of coming out. Number one, they're both Kodesh. Number two, again, also can place inside of crush. And furthermore, again, it says, when Ozar, Ella, Yitame, Ella, Yitame, Shishimish, Ella, Yitame, Ella, Yitame, Shishimish, Sil Hagov, Sil Hagov, Kodesh, Yim, Adrabo. You know some of the shipping Kodesh, Yim, Pigo, and Ozar. So nice again, we should be different. Learn out from Mozart rather than from Ella, Yitame, Shishimish, rather again, instead of that, we're going to learn how we're going to learn how, ultimately, again, from coming to going to his coming because the apple again, this is more like that. Yeah, it's just more and standard as well. So the Gemara says, only coming to his Sulago, which the Gemara says, Kodesh, name Gigovenos, we call this Gigovenos. Okay, so this is Rabbi Mata. Rabbi Mata ultimately organized again, different ways of learning out, different possibilities of learning it out, but the Lisa results in a few things. But not one. Okay, so remember, try to figure out the Baumum does the Avoda. What is Avoda? That means that's a few. So, again, a couple of different possibilities to it. Rabbanon, Bo, the love of Baumum. Rabbanon says the Pasuk says, Bo. Because it says it's not just that the point does the Avoda. It says ultimately, again, this individual, this height, and so but not a Baumum. Okay, that's the logic. That's the logic. So, you know that. This is the middle. What about this? Also, if I come my focus again, my focus is not sorry. Point about move does the Avoda. So I wrote for a nice again. What this is I'll just tell you. That I'm not concentrating. Point about move does the Avoda. It is not from the place of this time. Rather again, is the last. Okay, next. This is the middle. What I teach is functional media. So what's the status here? Rabbi who the Nisa, Rabbi says there's a few Nisa that comes only to us for life. My time is Rabbi. What's Rabbi's logic? Why does Rabbi say the ultimate intention of people is Nisa? So Rabbi, oh, Gamar Chet seems to be true. The Shava of faith is just faith. Ultimately, by the people, it says faith by Shuma, Nam Havan, the makes it just like by Shuma. You're going to say all the pieces of Shuma are storing this coming just like by Shuma, there's a few reason. I mean, after we saw so to over here, by this video, intentional video, the reason I Rabban on the other say no. Say no, Rabban Amr Krok, bold for lower means. Rabban say again, once again, when is there, and where is there? Listen to this, right? So I think it is ultimately again, before you go to head come on, but the nice and not is once again, I'm not asking like that. My boss, that's the English one. I'm not talking about this. I'm not asking like this. Person is not easy to find incredible. All right, so let's get back to the Zar Shishim Benisha. Remember again, it was like this was Shabbos is that night. So this is the end of the holiday days. Zar Shishim is Benisha. Non-point intention, right? Serving this is the people of the Connect, the common obligation. It says Connect condition, and the common say three subdivision. Either way, not good, but all right. So again, my focus is to look at the kind of, looking for a moment. Never that's our colleague Dumas. The Nema Alon, our colleague, our five condition, Nomos, so what's this? Not all the way, so it's not right, so the close to this. The one that says, that's our colleague Dumas. So this is talking about the non-point of the above. Then the mark of the second. What's the second? So our colleague of Mishkan Hashem Nomos, in Kambu Bikroa. So again, this is actually talking about this Torah. But again, in any event, Mark quotes another passage, and it says, whoever comes close to the Mishkan Hashem, Jumps will die. Malach Haron, just like by the second passage, it's talking about Yiddish, and it actually points out over here, Malach Haron, Rashi is very fucking close to this. Malach Haron, Yiddish, and the Messiah that comes to Yiddish, remember again, this is why the 50 followers of Torah who killed so soon. Alright, so we were to release the Shema. Interestingly enough, the Shema is making a clear show. It says by nine calls he does the Avodah Namos, Bazara Karik Yumas, and it says by Adas Korak, Kolakari Hakore of Mishkan Hashem Yomus. They were also slaughtered. They were not fighting the Avodah. So they were killed. Mala Haran, just like by Korah, he did Shemayim. He was so that after the Shemayim, so to over here, it means he is. And therefore, I think this will be Shmos Naya, that if a non-calling does the Avodah, this is I have a keyboard of this. Ne'amar Kan Bazara Karik Yumas. The Ne'amar Lahamon, the Hagavi Hagu, also they have a normal humus. What's the issue? He makes a very different thing. It says by the Navi that they avoid humus, and it says by the Navi. This is the false prophet. False prophet. These are individuals who try to go ahead and get bodies of worship of others. The prophet says you must fight it as well. Therefore, what? Just like by the Navi, false prophet. After the skilo, just like the false prophet is killed with skilo, so too the Zar, who does the others, also killed with skilo. But Yochanan ben Yehuda, when Yochanan ben Yehuda says, no, Mal Halal B'Chemes, After Yochanan ben Yehuda disagrees. In other words, this is true for the Yehuda about the death of the false prophet. When the Yehuda says skilo, the Yochanan ben Yehuda holds it's canon. But either way, what we're going through is we're going to Shabbat, between false prophet, or right between the Navi, between false prophet, and the non-claiming testament. So again, according to the Akiva, it's going to result in the punishment of Siva, and according to the Yochanan, it's going to result in the punishment of Siva. So he works in Chayim. I'm asking this to give us a show already. So first of all, the first methodology is between Rabbi Shmuel and Rabbi Akiva, right? Rabbi Shmuel is making the Shava of Hazar Kari Timas, and he's comparing it to the followers of Korah. Just like the followers of Korah from Yisrael Shemayim, so too again, the Zar, the non-claiming does the others also from Yisrael Shemayim. Rabbi Akiva disagrees. Rabbi Akiva compares the Zar to the false prophet. Just like the false prophet is killed with Skila, so the Zar is killed with Skila. Essentially, no matter what's the focus, when I come to the majority of Skila, what's the first 5 line on the bottom? They got to be Torah. Rabbi Akiva says that done in Yumas mean Yumas. Getting done in Yumas mean Yumas. Oh, Akiva says like this. Never if you make it to the Shabbat, let's look right. How do you make it to the Shabbat? With 2 identical words. So the word is Yumas. It says Yumas by Zar, and it says Yumas by the false prophet. By Adas Korah, by the followers of Korah, the Russian of the Pasuk is Yumas, not Yumas. So it's given to the word. Shmuel says, running Egel and running Egel is nothing. So Shmuel says, no, it's not remember again, the only false prophet gets any kind of legitimacy is if someone is putting himself in the gathered apples of the guy. Therefore, the Shmuel will say, better for ordinary people from ordinary people. Zar, from the Torah, should not learn to Zar from the Navi, which is the Akiva, given Shevir in the Pategil. Akiva says, well, maybe the Navi wants to kind of but once he's not trying to reach idolatry, you know that there's no more take a safety and a touchdown. Like this. So it's almost as if it's right you might as well know. I feel like the people of now, so now we understand we have a fundamental difference. Ultimately, between the short and now, but the false prophet itself is not focused. The yoke says, so what's going on there? The Gemara says, what's the not focus? The Gemara says, why don't you open up Rabbi? And it's a put the tradition of Rabbi. There are the not focus is the not focus. The yoke not to be shimon and Rabbi. What's the not focus? That's the sign of Navi Shivia Skilo. The Navi tries to do the portion of idolatry and the skill is Skilo. So I think it's a good kind of that you keep over them. How about record? Akiva also says see this and Akiva's whole the lovely practice is like ultimately is killed by Skila. They have Rabbi Akiva's on record in the Mishnah saying that it's a key of command. Straight to it, not even going to get this is not only for Akiva says two different canons. One canon is that Rabbi Akiva holds that the false prophet is high Skila, and one of them said that Rabbi Akiva holds that it's high Nikkanen. Now, we see that the Shimon Rabbi Akiva Rice that I found about the Rabbi Akiva. Our Mishnah reflects the view of Rabbi Shimon and Rabbi Akiva, and the Rice reflects the Rabbanon's view of Rabbi Akiva. So let's say, Allah Kalamaysa, highway pass. This last case over here, last case, the Ghana pass case like the Kapali. There is a sound on the head because the apple of a lot of my sauce is highly what's like hydrogen a lot of people in our swapping, nice and tough. What's like now we begin on the base, without on the base, without on the base, what's like new mission up. They were making up. Okay, so now we are really doing this on a really hard action. Through the distance, through the various resources. Now the mission has a still on it now. These are the individuals who get counted. Now, what's already the scope class training mission a little bit. Scope class training mission a little bit. Well, neck, eyelid, hands, and also the strength.
Look who the fuck it is. Well, I wasn't expecting you for another, like... No, baby, I'm slinging dick like it's going out of style. What's good in your neck of the woods, son? Who the fuck knows? Whatever time I fucking close my eyes. But I was just awaiting you to respond to my screenshot that Stop the Presses. It seems like William and Erica are still together, and that Casey Rocket hasn't left the show permanently. So they just removed Casey Rocket from the beginning, and Erica didn't want to be on the show anymore. Yeah, he said he had an inside connection to the personal situation, and then somebody said, okay, can you like elaborate? And he's like, no, I can't elaborate any further. So I take that to be absolute law of what the relationship status is of William. How you living, pal? All right. Oh, okay. Well, thank you for the heads up. All right. What you're normally up like super late, like 5 in the morning. You mean your hours will be more regulated? Okay. I find that hard to believe because the last time you were here, we were up to like 7. All right. So you ready to hear how Zoot did on Monday? He said he recorded like half of it, and I didn't ask him for it, but he said he recorded it, and he first came out and said, Zoot, if you watch this in the future, I'm just relaying what you told me. I know it's your news, but you're not here right now, and you wouldn't even fucking tell him anyway. So here's how it went down. He said he bombed, and I was like, oh, really? I mean, I was not happy to hear that. And he's like, well, no, I did okay, but like, so the jokes that he told, the first one was, the guy is obsessed with the same, like, 2 subjects, autism and porn. Like, those are the 2 things that literally motivate this person. And I tell him that to his face, so I don't feel like I'm backstabbing him by saying that. So, well, I told him that too. No, he did though, but he just didn't tell it correctly. So, I've been helping him work on the wording, and I don't know if he'll use it or not, but I turned that into a funny fucking joke. Okay, so then the second joke that he made was about Bonnie Blue. The third joke he made was about Stormy Daniels, which like is a dated joke. It's like 10 years old news. And then the last joke, I don't know if he told or not. But okay, so I'm going to now tell you his jokes. Because he doesn't, it would be one thing if he came in here very proudly and he'd be like, hey, you guys ready to hear my jokes? And we'd be like, yeah, great. But he doesn't tell us his jokes. So I am now going to tell you his jokes And I actually, before I went to bed last night, I was like, or yesterday, whatever, it was like midday. Um, I was thinking about how if I could make these jokes funny, and I think I did. He doesn't love them, but it's like a tough thing to deal with. Like, this is strange material. Okay, so here's the first one. I was reading the news recently, and I saw that President Trump had announced that there are no documented cases of Amish contracting autism. Coincidentally, there were no Amish at my most recent gangbang, which is just such a fucking slap you in the face line. It's pretty funny. Now, he didn't say it that way. He didn't use like the word coincidentally, but I think that's a key word in there to twist it. Okay, the second joke that he had, he did. I'll tell you what it was, but this isn't. And I don't know if I heard this somewhere else, but I think I might have this kind of joke, but it's with a Zoot take on it. So I don't know if you all heard that famed porn star Bonnie Blue recently made headlines for having sex with over 1,000 men in 24 hours. I don't know if you've seen the video, but Bonnie Blue, some guys might argue that she's a 10. But some of those guys, they were butt ugly. I'm going to tell you this. I've heard of holes in one, but I've never heard of 1,000 ones in a hole. That's a fucking funny joke. Why? Because it's like the guy. Well, it's Zoot's joke, but Zoot didn't tell it correctly. So that's like my take on having to make a Bonnie Blue joke. So Zoot's version of it was, I saw the Bonnie Blue documentary, and there weren't any Amish people in it. That was his joke. It's like, dude, you just told an Amish joke. And now you're gonna tell another Amish joke? Like, Zoot is very like one track mind, but that wasn't even like a real joke. And he said it didn't come off well. But the third joke he told did not make sense. It was, wouldn't it be funny if autism was an STI, which is like a sexually transmitted infection? I don't know. We call them STDs in the United States. What do you call them? Okay, no one knows what STI is, but so I'm going to choose STD. So wouldn't it be funny if autism could be contracted like an STD? Or no, actually, that's the last joke. He said something like, I saw my doctor recently, and I contracted autism through an STD, but that's okay because I had sex with somebody and then it went away, and then I had sex with another person and came back, and I had sex with another person and went away. I had sex with another person and came back, and I had sex with Stormy Daniels and it went away. And he was like, nobody laughed at that joke, but they didn't know who Stormy Daniels was. And I'm like, even if they did, that doesn't make sense. It's not like people think of Stormy Daniels as being like the cure to autism. What kind of joke is that? So and then the last joke that he had, and so we just threw that joke out because that didn't really make sense. And then the last joke he had was, I don't know if he said it, this is so it's his ideas and my wording, basically, to make it more like a joke. Because he doesn't have a very good economy of words. He just creates too many words or stumbles over them, and he can shorten these into briefer jokes to hit punchlines. which he hates my humor. Apparently, he even told me we kind of got into a little bit of spat. I'll explain that in a second. So his last joke is, wouldn't it be interesting if you could contract autism like an STD? That means the next time that you're with a partner, you could either found a $1 billion AI startup, you could become a CEO of a space company, or you could memorize all of the Pokemon. Now, these are his jokes, but I'm just putting the words in them. But there's something there. It's not like they're the worst jokes in the well. They were the worst jokes, but we worked on them. He doesn't like using my suggestions. He wants to do it his way, and that's fine. But it's like his version gets no laughs. So he did say that somebody came up to him after and said if he did well the next time that he goes up, that maybe he could get a paid gig, which is a huge. I was like, oh, dude, that's amazing. He's like, yeah, but he's like, maybe, and we'll see. Now, the three. So I told him, dude, just do the 3 jokes that we've worked on, or like together, whatever, just with the wording that I've used, and you'll get some. Like those are 3 jokes that make sense. Like his big thing is a lot of his jokes just don't make sense. Like the Stormy Daniels one, where he's having sex with a bunch of people back and forth, and then Stormy Daniels is like a cure to autism. It just didn't make sense. Or his joke about there were no Amish people in the Bonnie Blue documentary. That's a funny joke, but not when you just told an Amish joke. Yo, what's going on? Whippy Dry, are you 18? Whippy Dry. Whippy Dry. Whippy Dry. Can you hear me? Whippy Dry, you have 10 seconds to tell me how old you are. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2. All right, I can already tell you're too young. Come back when you're 18, big dog. So I just banned him. So if you're like, why? Well, you'll notice like I get a lot more kids in here. Not purposefully. They just I've done this thing where anyone who messages me in Discord, I don't care what it is, I will send them my Discord link. Just to get more people in here, which has worked very well. I got like 100 people in here, which to get 100 people to stay in your Discord is incredibly difficult. So we were at 2,000 people like 2 weeks ago. We overcame that, and we're at 2,100 right now. So I got like 100 people in here in like 2 weeks or something using this strategy, but a lot of them are kids. So whenever they come in to talk, I say, "How old are you?" And if they aren't 18 or they don't answer that they're 18. What'd you say?
Where do you share your Discord link?
So they sent me a direct message. Can you hear me? Yeah.
What?
Yeah, can you hear me?
Yeah.
Yeah. So I'm in a bunch of different Discords just with my camera on, or some of them I don't even have the camera on. And they send me a message for whatever reason. They might send me a Discord link to a server, or they might ask me to trade on Roblox or some stupid shit, or they're just saying hi. Anyone who sends me a message, I just send them my Discord link to come in here. And if they're 18, then they can stay. But if they're not, then I kick them out. And I kick them out quickly. And so, like, basically, the thing is with Discord, if you just go out and send people a bunch of links without having them have messaged you, you'll get banned very quickly. So, but there's kind of a loophole that you can send messages to people who already sent you a message and you don't get banned. So it's kind of like something that I've been doing just to really increase numbers. It's not like I mean, I get like some people who are like, uh, I don't know. I had somebody like somebody's been in here quite a lot from Iraq. I think you talked to them. They're 21. Um, but anyway, um, it allowed me to get like 100 extra people in here in 2 weeks. So uh, the only thing is, I just have to be really upfront with anyone who comes in new. How old are you? And if they're not 18, I kick them out. And if they don't answer, I do a 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, and then I kick them out. And I don't really care. I don't want people in this VC if they're not 18. The other parts of my server, none of them are really adult, so to speak. They're not, there's like no nudity, there's nothing wrong. So I don't really care if anybody else is in the other parts of the Discord, but I just don't want to talk with them. I don't want to have any connection to them. So so ideally, this is what I would do. In order to join the whole server, I would make it that you have to be 18. However, if I do that, you're not going to be able to join my server from an iOS device. For some reason, iOS does not allow Discord servers that are 18 and over if the whole thing is 18 and over. So I want people to be able to join my server from an iOS device or an Android device, like a normal person. So the caveat is that they have to be 18 to join this voice call. So anyway, there's that. Zoot and I had a little tip, nothing major, but again, Zoot, you'll see this in the future. This is all recorded, and this is just how I feel. Zoot is obsessed with mental illnesses, and he has been diagnosed with some mental illnesses that I don't think he has. I think he went to a doctor, and the doctor didn't really necessarily know, or just wanted to give him something to give him medication. Okay, fine. But he does have one that I do think he has, and that I think causes him to obsess over other ones, which is Tourette's syndrome. And he's the one who told us that he had that. But if you really get to it wears on him. Like, he cannot just be quiet in a conversation. He has to say something. He gets these tics. And, he's had them since he was 5 years old. And I told him, like, they cause you issues with your social interactions. And he'll be like, well, yeah, when I was 5 years old, that somebody was walking a dog, and I saw the dog and I barked in, like, kindergarten or whatever. And the teacher turned around and blamed a little girl for the bark. And all the other kids knew that I'm the one who barked, but I just kept quiet. And like, that could have caused that little girl a lot of heartache. I mean, and he was like laughing about it, and it's like, it's not really funny. You have to understand that, like, your actions have consequences for others. And not just that, what you think is sometimes not like funny or people understand, they're just not going to understand. Like, if you say the N-word, and then you say, well, I have Tourette's. That's okay, but that's not necessarily going to make people not think that you aren't a racist individual. There are issues that arise. Like, he said, like, one time he was on a date with a really hot girl and he just gave her the finger. Like, that's not normal behavior. And I feel for the guy. So I've been advocating for him to go forget all the other mental health things that they say that he has, autism and ADHD, all this other stuff, whatever. Go get the thing that you originally told us that you have, treat it. And so he said that he would, and he said he had a doctor's appointment, and then he lied about it. And I would just say straight up, Zoot, you told me that you had an appointment last Wednesday at 2:30, and you lied. And then when I confronted you on it, you just left. And he just keeps leaving the call whenever I confront him on it, which I understand. Look, I'm not his family. I don't control what he does, but I am his friend, and I am gonna tell him that like most people will not be as forgiving as I am, or anyone in my position where they would understand this mental illness that you have, or whatever you want to call it. If it's not a mental illness, what this behavioral trait, whatever it's called in today's psychology, uh, and that they make medications to help people like this, and that it's in your best interest to go see your doctor and get treated for it. And he's like, well, I don't want to take these medications. And I'm like, you took other behavioral medications recently that your doctor gave you. So why are you against taking this? So I um, didn't want to put too much more pressure on him, though. It is something like when we'll play a game and he'll just, his,
He doesn't like, let's say, the full stream talk about it.
that's exactly right. But yet he took
I gotta walk my dog and take her out to shit.
Well, just tell your dog to hold on. Give me 5 more minutes. Your dog can wait 5 minutes. So,
No, I'll be back. I have to take her out.
what the fuck, Yellow? What is this bullshit?
I'll be back.
How long? Give me a fucking timetable. All right, 10 Zoot minutes or 10 real person minutes?
I'm only tired if I actually cause bodily harm. It wasn't the case of slam, and there's no subsequent violent from that, and I love when else we had death. So unless the that's the case, electrification level, so that whatever you get hedges between Nefesh Behema or Maki other what was the notion? Right, Maki Nefesh. Second and 15 here, we got 9 minutes. Maki other Maki Behema. Right, so what in our argument juxtaposes injury and animal injury in person. So what does that juxtaposition teach you? This is very understand that. Also, this is fascinating. I'm sorry. So therefore, what is the headish? Maki behema, maki atam. So what is the juxtaposition of injury in a person, injury in an animal? What is that? The first thing Gemara says is the sign of the and the teaching the ruling of the what's the ruling of the we actually had this before. But Kamal, live for hiding yourself, shows you more. I'm not going to look around. So most of the times, it's the skill of you know the concept of community. I love every single time it's capitalized. Financial. But then this knowledge is, even if it was something to show them, if it's the kind of that can had you done it to lose you exempt from financial liability, even if you do it to showcase, you're exempt from it. Okay, and they were running out from that language. You might have said, that's fine, but I need to remind you this thing from this. That's fine if you can make this deal. Element less than kind of this deal, occasionally. But if you don't hold up the kind of this deal, or go say, maybe reject that concept, then kind of the culture from monetary compensation is when you are liable to that penalty. But if you did something to show you not liable to that, you are liable to reject that reward in what you do in Headbush. Not somewhere it says, listen, remember again, just understand. We're just trying to figure out whether we have a positive justification injuring the person injuring the Headbush. So what do I need then? To which we must do this. Now, not get the able to look up on the just like what happens if I have 5 minutes to do and I end up injuring It's like the animal things, trying to live, there's no life. If I end up trying to help someone, I'm not liable for that. That's a disturbance. You know, so incredible. Then, this is this case. Then, now she got this dumb law. Let's say again, let's say right we have a father, we have a father's house. Now he's complete what you remember again, the first night of home is so big. So now this father wants to help his father. What do you just say? Son injures his father. Right? That's right. Miami to choose some class on free, and then hopefully the Jefferson will do something. The opposite. Actually, this allows us to do this. The master says yes, it is permitted. Why? You have to go again, see another year. Alright, the thing about him that says the juxtaposition, so it says not the other not the juxtaposition, teach us what? Not knocking him into the floor, just like if you injured animal, the person trying to help the person to do it, not the other, you're a floor. So if you injure someone, the person trying to heal them, you are cut to well. So the one saying, interesting, both of these opinions are agreed. They mean that a son is committed to trying to blood that in his father, the injuries from the shelter, so therefore is going to be helped. This argument, just so you know, we'll do this more on this is a fascinating. Let's say again, the son is probably more or again, the son, a child is a nurse and wants to be on part. Or just even not a nurse, a child is caring for a parent, right, and wants to go ahead has blood sugar, is a child allowed to do these things on a parent, knowing that essentially you're doing a quote-unquote injury parent. The injury is almost a flaw, is a child allowed to do it. Now, both of the opinions mentioned this in yes, just a child. First opinion says, of course it's permitted. You have to second opinion is up in the comparison to not the other. Listen to this. I must have Rav, the Mishnah is Rav would not allow his son to use was an injury. Marriage Ravina, or Shabbat was ready, the Mikvah of Asa, marriage is Ravina, would not allow his son to live in the open of a boil. Why not? The Mahavile, by the Shigi Gassis, he would do it, that's the Shalom. Do it because he wanted to last the boil, really good wine. Because the son, because the injury to the which is fascinating. They would not allow their children to help them to be excluded from lives in the oil because it's concerning that it wasn't a rule. Listen, 1 second. That's the concern. That's the concern. That someone may end up injuring someone and first trying to help them get infections within the sun. And no one else should be able to go to lives in the oil. Someone else should also not be permitted to pick up the swing to lives in the oil. Which we must no, no, no. Acher, Shigagasla. No, should be back. There's someone else. Right? Someone else trying to get this with the son, if he does it, is actually going to go to peace. So once they say, you still there is this fascinating tension. So on one hand, and the Gemara asks, is your son allowed for the sanction, quote unquote, injured his father for the purpose of killing him? First two opinions, yes, you have to look at Petrus between but yet again, we see Rav not allowing the son to take out his sister, and Margaret not allowing the son to rise the boy. So again, we're gonna stop over this in the table tomorrow. But fundamental shaila is what does this mean? How do you reconcile that? Is it that the Imam is showing that even if the son is trying to help, that Allah for the night said that the son is not allowed to do anything to a parent, which could potentially result in injury to the parent, or would they just be more masculine on themselves? is there a distinction between where it's only the son is available to do it versus other people to do it? So that America shall come into that. But to take away, but just to point out the whole understand, we have solidified the first line between you and me, then clearly if a son, a child, does strike their parent and causes physical injury, then Allah Kalamaiso,
That's looking like Miami.
and we see one person on Wednesday.
Miami might win a couple in a row. They play the Panthers next week. If they wake up, yes. They play the Panthers, Chargers, Browns, Falcons. Wow. Miami is going to roll. They'll probably see the Chargers.
Morning is this close stuff. Fascinating issue. Mishnah says that if you have a coin, he does get hold of the state before you the young Kohanim would take him out and essentially beat him up, beat him to death. Beat him to death. Concept or an application of not any holding. So you know for this part, one year after about 2 years, going to shoot the come up, highly misleading, I don't think highly misleading. What if a coin does get home? What the original statement? I'm like, what the hell? Is it highly misleading? I'm not highly misleading. What is the hell? I'm going to so again, remember this is out of about you ask me some questions. And I think this response is remember which one? Going to shoot the come up. Calling it the original statement. Any of my son will be also based. The other companies won't bring it. This understand. Other times won't bring it. It's another what they do. Ela pure fake Una will still also put Lazaro. Young Kohanim take this coin to be about the state to be outside of the courtyard. Who posts them in smoke will be this one. They go back up. So what do you see here? These are right from the Kaidi Shemaim. The Shafi, the Lik will be Shemaim. And again, if Allah for nice.
Jets are going to the end zone here. Come on, get set up for the boys. Play action pads.
Killed at the hands of heaven, and we go along. And we go along. Let it go to why do they give people like this? Because this guy is going to be that. You must tell them, you know, kind of rather than must see that the whole many side story of the Miami get along. It's not how you after the verse says, we believe that one of the hundred is just such a thing for a manufacturing. Well, he says, we're going to make a nice thing. So it must be. It is not high in something terrible and merciful. But not so again, we just want to try this and that. It's something that empire they don't give a fuck. It's highly complex when you after certain birth parties. You put them in the key box, you put them in the cell. You put them in the cell, and ultimately I get feeding them. A little bit of bread with water and barley, you're nice. So I got the case. You bring it back to days before nothing. So here's the case of where I can be 12% of the person is butter, and yet you still get the law of friends. Whereas if you're not trying to divide it, remember, I'm going to give you, I'm going to show this, the Malchus shall peace us as we none, the Gabriel heart to come. So, how we find that case, what case of Malchus? This is a person who committed multiple parts, I should say, and finally the same heart, the same heart of multiple parts. That's how they like it. I go, Johnny Rakiso. What about the guy who steals the sharks of service? So again, I'm going to so again, see this as an example. If the guy who steals the sharks, And yet again, you killed the guy cannot even it's really simple. And even in the case if someone is technically 10, 5, 12, like 8, we will still go like 12, we'll still go ahead and kill him. No, I'm not into the Kishari Saspinal, de la misa, o el pueblo de Laos, que son las what about the guy who curses with swords?
Yo,
Remember, also, I'm not invoking motion. There's an example. It isn't.
yo, how are you?
You still kill this guy, right? I can't make you kill this guy. But you're safe.
How are you? How old are you? Yo, can you hear me? You have 10 seconds to tell me how old you are. Can't hear me. Yo, how old are you? Yo. And what year were you born? I'm 39 because I don't want anybody who's under 18 in here. And what year were you born? Oh, okay. All right. How are you? I'm well. How'd you find out about me, Dempy? Very well. Do you mind if I tell you about myself? Excellent. I'm Rabbi Rothschild. I stream my life 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, 365 days a year for world peace. I have been doing so since the pandemic. We've seen the death of a queen, the birth of AI, the corn. Go ahead, Dampy. Were you saying something? Oh. Okay, very well. Well, I'm always here if you ever need anybody to talk to. I'm here to be a positive person, have an optimistic view on the future, and just to give people hope. How does that sound to you? Okay, excellent. What do you like to do? What are your hobbies? Okay, aside from being on Discord, what do you like to do? Okay, do you like to play video games? Okay, you like to watch people play. Do you ever stream? Okay, very well. Do you play any sports? Go ahead. That's correct. I mean, most of the. I think I've been judged for many things. Do I get judged for being 39, just like any other 39-year-old, but not overly harsh? I do my best to ensure everybody who's at least in this VC is at least 18 years old. But there are people in here who are older than I am, so who are in here regularly. So I get people of all ages, but I just want to make sure that there aren't any kids in here. Does that answer your Yeah, I mean, that's fine. I mean, it's not like I do anything bad, but I just don't want to necessarily talk with them. Well, I mean, we play games. I'm live streaming on YouTube, and I create robots, and I sing karaoke. I do a lot of things. Does that answer? Wiped me? Wait, what did you say? Oh, yeah, I get some people who do, but I'm not into that. Yeah, it comes with the territory. I mean, just being online a lot. Yeah, I mean, my streams are going the whole day. I mean, I go outside and stuff, and like I do have like time to myself, but I keep my streams going 24 hours. No, I'm basically retired. I'm a certified project management professional, but so I live off my savings. I've launched apps on the App Store and Google Play that have done quite well. Um, and if I ever need to, I can work projects freelance. But uh, I mean, I make a little bit of money from streaming and endorsements, but nothing, nothing crazy big. Does that answer your question, Dampy? Well, it's a place where you can connect with me 24 hours a day if you ever need anything. I mean, I just sleep in here with the camera on, and I leave podcasts going so people have content, and like I get a lot of people in here at night. Go ahead, Dampy. What'd you say? No, 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 I'm a single person. Yeah, I'd like to have children in the future, but I've dedicated my life to basically live streaming it to hopefully maybe uh, be able to connect with a lot of people to help push for peace in the world, but really um, to do like a really interesting scientific experiment, which is to document a human life 24 hours a day. One more time, Dampy. Do I think I'm a mastermind doing this? Can you repeat that, Dampy? Yeah, a lot of people think so. They think it's really cool that you can like literally go back to any moment of any day of the last 4 years and see what I was doing, and then not only that, but what was going on in the world. Go ahead. Great question. I'm live on 22 different YouTube streams. I'm live on Twitch. I'm live on Rumble. I'm live on Twitter. I'm live on a bunch of different things. So I'm multi-stream, and then I've got like 33 different devices going at any given. And I have like 33 different devices going at any given time. Does that answer your question? Excellent. Do you have any other questions? Go ahead. I mean, I'm basically the only moderator. I do have some other people, but like I let people basically say whatever they want. So go ahead. Yeah, I mean, like people don't really get too out of line that I need like extreme moderation. Generally, people are adults, so I don't have to worry about people acting too immaturely, and I give people a warning if they're not acting correctly. And some people like to just troll me, which is fine, but generally people are very well behaved.
You have like 22 different devices, like 22 different laptops and iPhones.
Well, actually, I have 33 different of those. I'm live on 22 different simultaneous YouTube channels. If you look up in the upper left corner of this Discord, you will see a red circle that says 24/7 YouTube streams. Put that link into Google or into your browser, and you'll see all my live streams. You'll be able to hear yourself on YouTube. It's quite something. You've never seen somebody with so many different live streams simultaneously. It's pretty unprecedented.
We have it.
What'd you say, my friend?
We have it.
Yeah, exactly. So you can watch my life in 360 degrees, and I have redundant streams in case any of the streams go down. And just I think people will be able to study me in the future as a basically like an AI model.
So you want to be an AI model.
Well, I think I have a good uh, option for AI because AI needs data and needs consistent data on humans to be able to study them. And I go ahead, Stampy.
I'll be right back.
What'd you say, my friend?
I will be right back.
Okay, come back whenever you can.
Quarterbacks and picks for the Jets.
Teams are constantly between whenever they we are pushing close, someone went ahead. So this is again based on that possible interpretation of the possible. Also, so I'm not going to or a history, similar is the catcher's process. So again, we got just of our basic on the question. The point is that we still get this data picture. It's the higher research line for the research questions. I thought as the from the future. Now the future is responding to the future said the answer is obvious. No, the answer must be no. So for example, for myself, I'm sorry. The answer must be yes. Because the mission said that the phone does get hold of the state of tomorrow, and if I look for myself, here take Uno allowed to take it out. You do that. Now, from the Shushi's perspective, the only way that that would be permitted is if such a person is highly distributionary. But again, if you're taking Uno, you can almost act as a Shukash on the beach. But there's not high distributionary. And at the end of the day, how can you kill someone who becomes part of the factors? Which not ignore all of these cases where, no, you know cases like that, where someone technically will not be liable in a technical, legalistic basis, but yet we still see that they could be liable to a death penalty. Okay, or I should say, at least liable to the death, liable to death at the hands of the criminal. Okay, the murder is like this. The murder is insert. The murder is a Here we go. Fascinating case. Coyote Aboro Aposis, Amorea Camino Camino Suicide. Yote, this is talking about different aspects of poverty. So the person goes ahead. The person goes ahead. We'll see exactly what this case is. Pouring oil on the Bolo, ultimately is mixing the flour with the Bolo process. Certainly not always will be baked off and crushed. So the act of crushing the process, morea, adding salt. Native is graving the mincha. Magish, bringing the mincha close, bringing mincha close. So what's the halacha? Now the second shulchan, or one who puts the lechem hafan on the actual shulchan itself, or on meikidas haneros, or one who arranges the oil of the menorah. The hakomes, or one who takes the roots and uses and one who takes the flower and carves it off the menorah. Now the kabel drumming buckets, or one that goes ahead and hangs the kabel who receives the blood which covers the hand that has been offered. If you do these things ultimately, Hamdan Bachuts, Potter, the in Chayov and other. One is Potter, and ultimately, again, not Chayov. What is Potter? So let's take a look at the one. Also, which I have here, is that the person performs three of these adulterous outside of the Israel. So again, so the person, so that's the case. When oil on the mix the meat, broke up the pieces, add salt on it, whip the meat, what the meat clothes, arrange the head on the shulchan, or arrange the legs of the meat, to the mitzvah, receive sacrificial blood. If you did any of these things outside the mikdash, you are possible. You are possible. This is very interesting. Remember, again, it's this concept of shkuti puts. What shkuti puts? You're not allowed to check the southern outside of the mikdash. You're not immersing the leader. So apparently, it only applies to certain types of sacrifices. Certain it doesn't apply to others. That's the Rashi. Mutter. Last Rashi on the days of these being two reductions of mutter. So Chayiv is our shulchan. The only thing with Chayiv is of course the shkita. Slaughtering of sacrifice. Tzib, Asher Yishkat, Malach, Tzib, Asher Ya'ala, Ola, Zorek, Yisrabi, Mikdash, Shadat, Kohani, Yesh Afra, Boda, Imit, Basa. This is what it is. Rashi has like this. Any sacrificial rite that has another sacrificial rite that follows after it, you're not kind of doing that process. Essentially, the other thing that I think is actually this including sacrificial rites. So, for example, that would be slaughtering an animal, like sprinkling of water. These are the final rites, final actions, so we have a corresponding follow-up. Because that you do that, so let's speak up, you are fine. Okay, so let's say you are staying high, you're in high of nothing, have a physical, so you're not high, nobody has high. What should service? So, what, for example, let's say a coin give you one of these animals, all these things. So, if you're not going to get outside, you're not going to be high. Remember, so again, if any of these things were done,
Yo, how are you? What up, Chefin?
Interestingly enough, what we can see from these things, that if you were to do that touch, if you were to go ahead and just cover the third hand and burn it outside of this, if it would be done, it would be not here. Yeah, all the I have issues now, you might have not this. So again, so now you might have to working ahead and also burn it on the otherwise, the only times that there wasn't the come off, ultimately against the but if it's mixed in, there would be what you see. Again, sometimes but if the poet does not Poland does have all the status of law, basically highly recent version and yes. Which the rest I love Lisa, don't see the goes ahead and offers up a common lesson to Lisa. Well, that's hard.
Get ready, Pedro. We're going to kick it right to you, Pedro. We're going to put 7 guys on this side. All right. Nice catch by Aaron.
Hadi de Keenan come back to the Unisaurus, him and his role in the Kaiba on his leisure. So we sure you remember. Zooming all of these things together. So I'm telling you now that the calling offers up a state of form only on the calling, only not in this case. So as I mean, if a non-calling does this, it's also only alive, like when people are sick, the Hazard calling Dumas, once it says exclusively, non-calling is exactly that this person is right, how can you sell a hundred? They're not treated the same. Not treated the same. And as well, you might just make some difference over here. As well, you don't say to people though. You as well, you don't say to people though, love Nani Rosh. You are supposed to interesting enough, which is perfect this, that ultimately again, Yosef, remember Yosef is pouring of the oil, love Nani. But also not the right Rashi. And it says, Yosef the Bola, I'm not here, like the Amu, this day, we are who people not in Yosef the Bola, Ama, people love, moment I wish it tomorrow. So apparently, again, by Yosef the Bola, I guess there's not even a love by tomorrow. Which was is that true? I saw the Yosef the Bola, so where we know that there's a love, to go ahead and pour the oil and mix it out for a couple of 160. Lomar, notion you promote your color. Plus, it says the only and do not where it says do not only do not okay, interesting. I don't think so. There's no political prohibition against the sun. It's coming before you but address on that. Basically, where is the cash off? Neighbor in Shibinisa, Bryce says over here. These are the people who are hiding. Esau, coming, Shishinish. Okay, it's supposed to coming noise coming, ultimately again it does get all this hiding Esau, again, Shabbat. Which Gemara says, so let's say, now look when I saw here's the that I'm up when I say 20 he's kind of Esau. Now, by the way, if you take that approach, so this again makes sense why we so it doesn't believe, right? Like Jesus said, when he brings the physical, what is patient? There's no physical liability of what can they do. You take, what Sion also puts the Hajara, they take it out of the page. Now, what's the license to do so? Because since this calling is high, it means sedation, therefore, I'm not when I saw the other part taken out, essentially, I suppose I'm also love the education. When it comes to doing sacrificial services outside, especially growing. Only a few students service that there's nothing that follows after and Shkita, there are services that follow after Shkita itself as a self doesn't follow. It's interesting that some just as an aside, what is going to be for Shkita for us, I always have a voice. Come up. Okay, so now we're going to go back and use the rest of the path today. Go back and dissect the rights which was just the English so probably people that Lisa, again, this kind of thing. Yeah. And then we see Lisa, right? So the English movie. So now all for that channel. Person goes in, what's the channel? Cowboy. Person goes in, everyone type Lisa, you get actually says over here, actually says, the whole person. Now, pretty much this is not anyway. So again, first thing you're going to do, you're going to go ahead. Number one, both of us are recording Sunday. Sumo which is okay, so Sunday also this says she's not like not going to discussion. Ultimately, again, how many she's I'm calling this Kane because yeah, also what's that club for the British everyone getting right supporting authorized of course, but once they're in the seats, these are the 15 seconds here, it's highly fully on every day. If somebody goes to the it still requires hair and sunset work because you have all dog, or work because you have all dog high institution. Next, this is what Jets cannot catch a break. Next, the person has one up. Kawhi is not I cover your cover on I told you to just get that backdoor touchdown. You said that. The church guy. Beautiful. Shout out Tommy, shout out Amir, Frank Cassidy. Studienjahren, der Worte an die Influence, right? Ladies and gentlemen, that's a wrap. Thank you very much. Although only Yoshi, there's no right? In other words, I love not spoiler. There's a lot. There's a lot. But these are years out. Actually, for example, here it's that's what this is part of the match. So this is not a match for Sinuba, but the audience is serious. I think we should see if you show. The part of the people who the mafia about them. So this is things that they see. It's like those we never had. Uncircumcised color. Remember, you had a situation today, you know, it's supposed to feel you. So we know that again, it's really that's his point. That's what we've always done. It's fun. It's like we see over now, like any of these people we are not already yeah, basically, that's exciting. Purpose. Went ahead and took this probably give everyone who's representation trying to come say no fast. Also, this was now that's our now let's number one, both as a pedal. First person to use CBD Shine lineup. First guy who's first guy who uses CBD Shine lineup. Untied groups. No, where exactly do I know that? Zomers won't be Schumann about services. You're not even Oblast, I have a Chauvinist, how do I know that someone who's cut out of his family, son, Shamani, gets saved like Kalubu as culturally himself, Asher Yalu Hashem. So literally it says, do not profane the consecrated items of the Israel that will be raised to Hashem. Future tense. You must not seek literal apostle. So it's talking about produce and is going to have price. What's the definition of produce that is going to have price? Commit Mokado. And so it says over here, do not go ahead and commit. Do not go ahead and commit. That's often when you must beloved, well, actually, tongues is kind of capital. Beloved, Philo, make it zero shalom. It says Philo by Tadal, and it says Philo profane by Shema. The Shema is Mishmartim Lo Yisrael, okay? We said here, Hallelujah. So this is Philo by Shema. It says Philo by Tadal, and we say, Mala, Havanda Misa, just like when someone is not allowed to eat Shuma, other it's a sad. And not going to eat Shuma while it's coming. They're putting that. So Zero Shabbat Philo teach us that if you eat Tadal, it's also miscegenation. I immerse once I can hold up the name of people who will be no side. Why don't you make it so? No sir. No sir. It's a second issue. Leftover past why don't you say so much of also no sir. Why don't you consider Shabbat? Probably Mala wonder Christ, no son is punished by justice. You can sacrifice past. No Christ. Why don't you say right? No son. So to it. This Christ was present. Probably Shuma already. But it makes more sense to learn how to Hebel from Shuma than Hebel from Yosef. Why? Because in Shuma, food sellers, number one, Shuma doesn't apply to food sellers. Right? Shuma doesn't apply to food sellers. Hebel doesn't apply to food sellers. Next, Putra, both of these cases, there is a way to remedy, there's a way to remedy scouts. Right? Rashi says it here, Rashi says it's like a Shuma with food seller. Similarly, that Shuma, Zechuma, both the England with start, but also not the Mivar, we shot Petra about. Remember, in the home of technically speaking. Those are when you are allowed to personal when you are no such apply anything. יש חקר מסולו, זה יש חקר מסולו בהפרש, זה יש חקר מסולו בפאגו. What we do about those are in חקר מסולו. Second distinction, or second commonality is cultural. No, I remember, Tadal can be permitted how, such as Shuma. Shuma ultimately is permitted to authority. No sar can never be permitted. Once it's no sar, it remains prohibited. Furthermore, for Rabin, both Rosh of the Hilo by Tedal and by Shuma is in plural, but by no certain singular. And Rabin, Pickle, I'm sorry, Shuma Putzlar, Putzra, Rabin, Pickles, Pickle, take over those. First off, both the five people is inside. So both had the plural both apply to both do again. Tedal and Shuma. People who know neither people nor no son apply to about what therefore again the rest of the only similarities that exist between instruments and adult, and therefore it makes more sense to compare between Shava between Kedal and Truma than between Kedal and Yosef. Which was one side. Look, I'm not wrong. The Yosef was no son also should be also shaking muscle, shaking muscle. No certain name suit on my remember the both no certain cattle is a suit something like itself is inherently invalid. Right? So again, no certain inherently invalid. Cattle inherently invalid. Muscle a good idea. I'll do it to myself. Since you just need to know Truma, like remember we were talking about Truma itself is inherently right? So the Gemara says, therefore, yes, why not compare Teva to Musar? Because Teva and Musar have this commonality. So although ultimately, again, both of them are inherently balanced, inherently complex. Which is furthermore, in what furthermore again, in less of the book, neither can be remedied. Right? You can't remedy both sides. Well, you can't remedy Teva Truma, right? Because Truma comes out at the point it's coming, it's not up to the gate. So ultimately, again, you can go through this one very easily. So, not just this here, not just this one here. First, say that. You know, say that kind of in Truma. Okay, Truma is no kind of in. Okay, so the rest is what you were thinking of the business. You need to understand that all the comparisons that take the title as Truma. You have plenty of comparisons. Title and also as well. Which the rest is kind of right, but more similarities between title and love than there are between title and gross. Therefore, you need to show a dual symbol to gravitate between title and true love. Therefore, again, that would be just like Tula is easy, right? So, again, the consumption of title will also be usage, right? And that's like no source of difference. Ravina says, kilogram and kilogram. The reason we both have the luxury of fuel, fame, and flow. Where do you go that one is coming? I said that it's on the list. How is it goes there? Coming point, he's able to shoot up, he's able to shoot up. Where do you go that? I'm sure United when it comes to hold on. So where's the all that calling this comment? Hold on. How do we know that I'm off on myself? She was recently. How do I know that? I'm calling. It's too much to go. That I'm off on myself. Yeah. Said, show us which one. So this is our goal. Plus, it says, it'll be a yard my body police officer will not carry will not bear police. Over in ultimately again it's the person over and that person with the Lazar or Lazar management for something to be police officer so that's why he trains is only
Yo, how old are you? But you have to be 18 to be in here.
What do you see here? Always so again, if I walk on ice, I want to see that coming point to consume too much hold on is highly so remember, so our list we're just going for a list of right? So we are assembling our different all these categories ultimately as a solution. But that's what I think. That's not now it's only the look is highly useful Judge was local. God Jesus is the next thing. That's when he gets helpless. I'm going to go to Hannah. I see that. They will not do so. Except the whole side of your Hakodesh. And you have to I just no nine the verse again, when the pasuk, the reason of the pasuk before says, "Shamas Mishmati, V'lo Yisrael Hate Yibnesu." So Esau juxtaposed to Azar and Jewish. Why would you say therefore that Azar and Jewish is not allowed? Which the Gemara says, yes, that is correct. Rashi says, "Yibnesu bo, Yibnesu Azar." right? So the pasuk begins over there with a discussion like this. People, and then it says, "Osar v'yochav kodesh." So it doesn't go directly to custom of the explanation and it says, "The sign of the shoes really high." Okay, what's this is the Hebrew so these are the people who are coming from so Zara Okama Sakuma, not only Suma, because the kids was in the not only shoes really high so which was another of this side, likewise, bringing up again and bringing up additional you know, basically, to go and so bring me this raya. Not to the blood, the man says, blood, I'm not going to call. That's hello, a lot of people get to argue. Okay, once again, happens to be in this list, a lot of the medicine would have that sound, a lot this kind of situations. Okay, there it is, right? The punishment situation. The punishment situation. Holders, right? Those guys has that holding his head. When you're here, other year, yes, it's an exact situation. The name of the situation is this song. I will all the homes coming. We have all this in the song. Sit, I got an hour down. The last really question is, well, you have to do is shame what she. Okay. So again, first you come before you sign up, I said, number 117 is right before. The name of why not get this here? Shove a remember your website. Lava, I want to buy some consumption of those these points. What do we say? It says by no side, and it says by going with how many does this. Just like in those things. So if you just go because that one, come on, this is my place. Stop it off. The Shuma Hallelujah. Listen to the house. From a case. From a case. Unless it's a king. Look. Let's see. It's hanging up both cases of Shuma. As well as Tuma. Have to do a good shot. From a both those things. Mikvah. Because they go to both have a plural washing. Understand like both of them are doing each one have to admit hopefully you're going to be involved if you do a blush up also both people Agrabo, you know something that's so fast. Let's learn how to point it does have all the text from Nosa after the same Kodesh Nim Ego Nosa. Nosa and all of these mothers Kodesh. How many Shishish Kodesh, Kodesh, remember again, all of these things, right? Both of them deal with both of them deal with the inside, right? Or inside the Kodesh. And both are sometimes no sun. Where it says, you will be nothing, you will be nothing inside. You will be nothing, you will be nothing. Once again, comes to the yeah, that's funny. These things they gotta put in the contract. So too, the point is coming because the owner is also highly insufficient. And it still requires night. He does this kind of the avodah, It's high to be 70. It's like you might know it. Where do you know this? Besides that, it's my goal. It's a first white line. You know this. Breve, pero oh, this is point is it's full no. You went to the mission by game, but it's still tries to still something like that. How do I know this? I told that he's conscious. You know, you know, like those should be you know, where the little plus it says he's punished to your God, not perfect. You must I don't know that it's Chinese tradition. Truma, Mala, London Misa, that's like my Truma. I'm so to again for 20 minutes. Hold on. What's that crazy? What's the gut? What's his bill again? This casting charge. And the Cohen has to wear the records out to go. That's what the that's what the whole thing. And still does the whole this kind of piece of even Shaman. Says you know it, so maybe we know the strong. I'm not the other, I'm not the other. The multi-range speaks of another Shaman. This Hagar to hold some act. Plus it says, you shall put the belt. You shall gird them with the belt. I just have a belt, one of them. You might should be dead, I am. You know some, whether clothing, when their clothing is upon them, then their kahuna is upon them. So right? Because the Lord, we have to be teaching the rest of us. The rest of us is the contractor also happens. Right? You should put a belt around them. I wrote you for them. The Harash on the bows, put the hands on them. The sun for them, you know, the focus on them. And the kahuna will be there for the last statues. When is the kahuna there? Anywhere the if they're not wearing the clothing, and a lot of places things like living understanding, and if a clothing does get broken enough, the dog is then the off the lace up and the fussing. Again, it's hiding solution. So how would we say this? As a clothing, clothing does get broken enough to protect his bodies, is equivalent of non-clothing as the non-clothing does get broken as a solution. So to a clothing who does get broken because of proper vessels and proper articles of clothing, it's kind of resell the mark. So if I'm about to judge cheese, remember what myself, if a non-clothing does get older, it's that Hula only vests upon Kohen when it's ready to vest. I was like, such a fascinating idea. But it wasn't Hula is never again. What do you have to do? How well you can. If you're not going to not well, it's a coin with well, it's not a coin with you need to run on your one man, when it is hands. On the other hand, you need to keep running in order to go ahead and do something. This really you should simplify those. You shall and ultimately again is every single year, every single Jew. So you don't have to do anything. You want to do, and you can put it into each type. If you're Jewish, that's beautiful. It's a foundation, it's a fantastic foundation. The next step, I like what fits on what garments do you want to do? That represents it takes from the world of the outside and doing things part of your life. Clothes and this and that. Those are very much tied up to the spiritual level, like the blood. But the actions I do, what's the blood? What am I going to wear? And if you don't have the blood, you don't have blood. All your rest is where you need to show. If all you have is where you need to sorry, make a spiritual baby. Baby comes into this world. Yeah, baby's holy. It's beautiful, fantastic. You can do absolutely nothing. So how's the baby? Because every single baby has a need to show. But life, successful living is all about what clothing are you going to wear? What are your nice clothes? What are your good deeds? What are your accomplishments? What are your facades? What's your struggle? And every single thing that you do in life is another baggage, is another garment to keep on. Clothes matter. Clothes make us live. Listen, seriously, think about it. One easy example that is such specificity running this moving up and down. Such specificity. See, one level is about you and your parents. People are very taken back with you. And you want to come to the stop. But I think that puts this in the one thing. But it doesn't do that. What is your point? What is the what it means to be the spirit of growth oriented inspiration? What I see the point is you need to clothe. Right? It's no clothes. It's no clothing. Like you need to clothe on the street. This one on the street, right? You need a message shop is getting pizza just like everybody else. So what happens? You're gonna let them go first in line, right? Why? Because you have to respect them. I believe it's really good, but it's still clothing. It's still a toy. Even after that, it's still a toy. This is a neat identity of food. But you really only fully self-actualizes when you put something. Now listen, see things. I'm always conscious. I'm always conscious that I need to be against the version of me. What only is going to be done? Every day I just say, I'm going to pray. Today is going to be a jacket of tea. Like it's going to be a pair of pants of Hamilton. It's going to be a sweater of Heston. Every day you go is later, more, more, and more. Walking around clothing is still cold. But that's ultimately the truth. That open light this is what the state gets me. Now that the government, you're not accountable. But at least, now that the government, you can't something like the government, says the Gemara. Well, listen, guys. Next. So, what parts of life are buying milk? Phone does not go ahead and watch this. It does get all this kind of situation, right? Says, you know, where you know, it's not Sempre, vão lá para o Moe, e if it's money that I'm processing, I'm on Moe, they should go ahead and watch the ones, and they won't die. And you won't die. Okay, so it's pretty explicit. Watch your hand if you won't die. Don't watch your hand if you will die. One more piece, with two arrows, one side. Studia Yang, you see Yang check out. The point drink wine, and they get sold up. Chinese dish, like I said, you want to arrows. What about so again, the Yang is the same Yang check out the possible explicit. So it says do not drink wine on your house and beverage in your book. Two arrows. How do we know that a coin can't be a lot of forms? Said or shove where you go, a parable you shave. The Torah says on one hand, you can't go ahead and shave it, and the rest of your man's hair roll on. Sikasvei, the Yang will be so there's a juxtaposition between the wine and letting this hair grow. This is a lot of Shri Yang. Yes, and this hair grows to drinking wine. Not Shri Yang, but you saw just like drinking wine ultimately. You saw up the red grows. So to again, letting your hair grow.
Sound off in the comments is if
Why?
First, you want to mention R-E. Oh, yeah, that's
I'm people number one. That money or go to your head.
Listen, I've always told you that I'm not shop set. This is a pro shop. 50% of the spot is pro shop. Everything does is right. I've never heard of license. The other 50% is just haters. They state, write comments, and say, look at what you're looking at. This is a weird picture. Okay? He went with it. He said, meow, weird, meow.
I'm gonna go not where I want to keep my feet. I'm gonna go at the 12 points. I wash my hands. I'm ultimately, what am I gonna accomplish? I'm not just seeing what I want. I'm going to accomplish. So they get the point was the head by washing away this, washing away any personalities. You'll be successful in this role, do it for God. Do it for the team. Do it for the promise. Why? What is the most basic level? You read the single answer of things lines, I see that's not what's
It's just a great thing.
why is that why this is a one-on-one and denying some of our customers why we should go ahead and do it. I think that's you know it. Shot is the number it's important about it.
I know what you mean. But it was very fun.
There should be no experience.
Simulacrum. Thank you.
We need one. That's the nature of that. We saw the person who need one to get the edge off. Sometimes we need one to amplify or allow this to be seen. When you have such a good process,
It made me think I'm somebody that always asks why.
I don't need
And it's like, if you're somebody that always asks why, then it's you either end up a physicist or a business. Let me tell you something, lady. I try. You know, when you write them out in your head and you say them out, it's just I should have waited. I'm not laughing. My grades is off the charts today. I'm sorry. Is it not even attended the shop? So it's just my grades. Gotcha. You're willing to get this bit flat for a short term as a I corrected you. You said the names, right? Eric or Bert? Eric and Bert. You said my name.
But yeah, come on side, can't be there with you in
And
person.
I was like, it's neither, dude, but it's both. I'm kidding. Brett Weinstein or Eric Weinstein? I don't know which one is which, but I do not like both of them. Yeah, I don't think I like either one enough to know the difference.
We'll say good morning,
But
good morning.
I would be a fighting guess.
Is this close to talk? I'm sure it's at one side, I'm not going to say, but
You're looking for a person to hear. So if you have a podcast update, English man, it's like, it's not like a scientist or something. It's like, that's a nasty one. So like,
I also want to thank all of our sponsors. This podcast is baseball. See this in there, I'm shut.
Brett, I think, or Eric, I don't know. One of them was on the show. And I watched a lot of things.
We'll say that's another thing. About 14 minutes on the bottom of your box. The mission of the forward fascinating mission. This is every day. Once we are holding the ship, what's coming up. The young behind you take them out, get them out, get them to death. Get them to death. Times for an application, I'm not able to hold the board. So, we can learn this how when we are not up our food and lack of a food has the following share going to sheet tomorrow, how you need to be sure. I'm not in high use of the what if a phone does get on something this computer? So what's the problem? Is it high use of the issue? High use of the issue. What is the politically strong? So again, remember this is not about
It's probably safe. It's like,
going to choose how he did the other and I thought these also the other time other times
they sound like
I love people, you know, still also too much. Young Korean take this point is like also outside, right? But both of them is all over this. You know that? So what do you see there? These are right from hiding, the sharp piece, the loose bone, and again, it comes from us, the point that they are holding state of small. It's highly appreciated. We feel like the hand of heaven, and leave it alone. Leave it alone. Why do you hear this? Why do you hear this? This guy is something that. You know, some of them, you know, kind of, rather it must be that I'm not going to say, Cohen, because the appropriate state from us is not how you use this situation. After the version, you can use that one of action, but under the utility is just such a thing for a fraction. What if says you utter, and we're going to make a person tired, so it must be the last time you saw indication of incredible merciful, is that true? It just because Hashem says we water, we don't accept punishment from taking the Lord of our case. But now, Nisha, what Hashem is not necessarily so up. So again, it just says to Shabbos is that if somebody went ahead and violated prohibitions multiple times, and his height not is limited after a certain number of times, they put him in the cell. A cell that's smaller than this, you can't really care about. They put him in the cell, and ultimately again feed him. But I look at that with water and bargain, because one of my favorite, but I got there's a couple of days. He was really that crazy. Nothing. Nothing. So here's the case of where he's one of them said, utter, and then he's the law. Versus no, no, it's not divided. Because remember, I'm going to give you, I'm going to show you the Nautilus shall peace us Asinan, the Dabba Bad Kitabah. Oh, you need to find that case. What case of Nautilus is that this is a person who committed multiple acts of punishment. He violated the same parties, same parties of issue multiple times. Covering the basically against two persons, even as all these, this is a person who is really like that. And again, you know, I said, including the fact that he's or if you're so we just expect the process of I go rolling back this one, what about the case of the also Shabbos position, what about the kind of skills and shards. So again, I told you, it doesn't really control. I'm going to do it. Again, this is an example. If you bring the guy to the shards, rolling, by the way, we got to stay in the bar. You let the guy use the guy, I know I have what about the guy also, I'm not important. He's really important. Kill this guy. And I don't say, last big concert is so small, the next section is hard. And that's the thing, you find that too. And you feel like the people that's the big deal. I've bought us this. What about this? What about language? It does. If you get the again, maybe it's a lot. But when I saw another Pokemon, really just Pokemon. Anyway, remember, are you the actually grabs of Mars? That's yes, someone went ahead. Well, this is also or in Eastern, murder is not the most subject of our case. The point does we have all the this high subdivision, or not. So this was the question that I asked the Rishis. Now Rishis responded, Rishis said the answer is obviously no. But the answer must be no. So she said, look for myself. I'm sorry. The answer must be yes. Because Mishnah said that Hashem does get holy in spirit of tumult, then halach and myself, Kirche Kuna are allowed to take him out to keep death. Now, from the Shish's perspective, the only way that would be permitted is if such a person is highly recently Shamani. So then again, the Kirche Kuna would almost act as the Shish's death penalty. That is not highly recently Shamani. And at the end of the day, how can you kill someone who actually bodily happens? Which now we know into all of these cases where, no, you have cases like that, where someone technically would not be liable for legalistic
So when I say he's
reasons,
talking, that's
but
all.
yet we still see that they could be liable for that. Okay, well, I should say at least liable to death, liable to death in the hands of the minority. Okay, the Gemara goes like, the Gemara said, okay, the Gemara raised the question. Here we go. It's fascinating. And you would say, Bongel, Hoses, Hamovea, Hamina, Hamagis, and Saddles. Yosef. So this is talking about different aspects of life. So the person goes ahead.
That shit
The
came
person
out
goes
today.
ahead. We'll see exactly what this case is. Pouring oil on a mixture. Swallow, open up your hands, mixing the flour with the oil. Swallow, process, sweeten it up, with the big soft and crush. So the act of crushing is called process. Molea, adding salt. Native is waving in the front. Magic, bringing the miniature close. So what's the halacha? Now the side by side, or one puts the left hand on the actual shoulder itself, or a nature that's or one of the arrangements candles or the oil of the menorah. The hakometz, or one gets the meats, and the meats is the way one gets the flour from the top, the meat of the nose. Now the tabel dumbing the puts, or one who goes ahead and the tabel dumbing, and sees the blood and cover the has the offer. If you do these things also with your hand on the puts, potter, the entire one is potter, and ultimately again not counted. What is this one? So let's just take a look. Rashi says, before it's impasa over here, is if a person performs any of these components outside of this. So again, so if a person, so that's the case. Pour oil on a mincha, mix the mincha, broke up the pieces of mincha, added salt to the mincha, wait the mincha, brought the mincha close, arrange the bread on the shulchan, or arrange the lights of the menorah, to the mitzvah, receive sacrificial blood. If you did any of these things outside of this mikdash, rapat. Rapat. This is very interesting. This is the concept of shluchos. What shluchos? You're not allowed to shut the oven outside of this mikdash. That is very simple. They only have certain types of sacrifices because of the butter, not actually on the days when it's being butter. So kind of place of a short. The only thing you're finding people are forced to speak up. Slaughtering of sacrifices. Except Asher Mishpat, Malek, except Asher Ya'ala, Ola, and so יש אחרי עבודה, הנה לא כאן This is very good. Any sacrificial rite that has another sacrificial rite that follows after it, that kind of is doing that purpose. Essentially, the only thing that's hiding that is including sacrificial rites. So a good example of that would be slaughtering an animal, like sprinkling the blood. These are final rites, final actions that only have a corresponding follow-up. Because that's how you say English, you are part. Okay, so let's see. You must any kind of then have a paper. So you're not tight. What are you not tight? Let me show you that one for example. Let's say I'm showing you did any one of these affirmations outside of this, like before the oil on the lips, all these things. So if you're not calling it outside, you're not trying it. Remember, normally, it's Lisa, not so again, if any of these things were done, Allah Mishum, Allah was in a dying and also again Allah was the only department from the Abba, Connie would have to try to wash his hands and failure to produce results in life. Again, if people wash his hands and feet and any of these things that are done outside, there's no life. Okay, very interesting. Rashi points out over here, if you look at Rashi, לא משום זרוס, זר שעשה אף אחד מהם בפנים, אינו חייב ריסה. Zar, not going to get any of these things inside of his English, he would not be high rise. Same idea, but let me show you up. Calling coming to Shimish, the Zaros, the Shimish, the Tuma, the Katka. Same idea that again, there's no good Tuma, there's no good on the Fossa. It doesn't destroy. You might say this house. Mac there, Kai. And interestingly enough, what we call seeking is that if you were to be a Hakara, if you were to go ahead and take the carbon and put it on and burn it outside the house, that there would be fire. It would actually come here. The Hagi Avoda Kama, the Akarana Avoda, Higher Yishu Kama, and my higher Nagis. So again, so you have the much. So what is it? That if the Torah were to go ahead and offer up a covenant, burn it on the state in the state of Tumah, it would be fine. In other words, the only time that there wasn't a bit of Tumah, ultimately again is what was before us. But if it's name, there would be. So what is it? That is one time supposed to hope that if a Kohen does the actual state Tumah, this is the Esau. Now again, Tasha is talking about this right. That he's the answer to the original question that I asked the Rashid. So Kohen does the abundant state of Tumah. Is he trying to use the Shabbat? And he seems to be, or is that yes. Which the rest of I love Esau. Don't we see the word of the Kohen goes ahead and opens up a covenant with the first guy. Esau, love, that's hard. No, it's not as it's actually love. I must go sign Nami last year. So I'm going to say that the man fully does this. Also, only in violation of Allah. Rashi says over here, Elazar Nami. How did I clear on a maximum in results? Came on Nami below him, I on his record. You should have remembered. You do all of these things together. Telling me now that the Kohen offers up the state of Tumah only on only the love, not in so what does that mean? If a non-Kohen does this, it's also only the love, that he's a Maksiv, the Hazar HaKohen, who must tell us basically that non-Kohen is exactly this person, you're right, how can you sell a hobby themselves? You're not treated the same. You're not treated the same. In the clouds, you might just make some difference over here. In the clouds, the Yosef and Orel, well, the Yosef, the Borel, the Lab, and the Wolf. What's interesting enough is the first is that ultimately, again, Yosef, remember, Yosef is the point of the oil, Borel is the mixing of the oil. Lab, we also not the Lab, actually. Yosef, Borel, we become a macro, Lab, the almost like you know, who's the little Lab, and Yosef, Borel, I'm up, the little Lab, Robert, so apparently, again, by Yosef, yes, it's not even a Lab, which the rest is actually about time, you know. As well, the Yosef, Borel, the 90s. From where we know that there's allowed to go ahead and pouring oil and mixing it out to a combination of one of the things. Lomar, the notion you the loading of calorie. Plus it says you loading and do not just it says you like that's only you can have on. Okay, interesting. I think you are right, so there's no prohibition against something that's coming point you or this is what they're coming. It's not your dance of that, but the possibility is but that's not Mason writes the caption. The English and Esau, the race says over here. These are the people who are tied with Esau, Kameh, Shishimish. Okay, pretty explicit. Kameh who is Kameh, ultimately again it does get all this Kayin, Esau, Gay, Shammai. Which the Gemara says, Tiyuf. It's recognition. So it says, also a nice song.
Yeah, I think that's a good idea.
That Allah relates to the point that we have always seen. Well, he's kind of if you take that approach, so if you take that approach, then it makes sense why Mishnah says, what is your Jewish people? You have a kind of Venus so you can't bring them today. Mishnah said, they bring them today, but what's based on there's no based on liability over this, but what can I do? You take whoever sealed also puts the Azara, they can take it out and it will be now, what's the license to sell? Because this phone is high and use and therefore, I'm not what I saw. Other times taken out, essentially, pretty incredible things. I'll also point out that it's very interesting, another nugget of information, that the local license appears when it comes to doing sacrificial rites and services outside of this discussion. Let's put this thing over here. House my house over here. These guys only was called an abode only up to do this. Like that is service that there's nothing that follows after by shkita, there are services that follow after the shkita itself is a self-contained act. It doesn't have a follow the shkita. So interesting enough, so this just as an aside, what is going to tell you for shkita for us, a hold of a horse, what we call an hold of come up, hold of doesn't really have anything to follow. Okay, so now we're going to go back and give it to the rest of the staff today. Go back and dissect the recipes that just did. Google. Maybe the family people are trying to do so, and this kind of food today. Today, whenever we see Lisa, fine. Today, we see Lisa. Also, as a person goes in, the person goes in, never the kind of Lisa, Rashi says over here, Rashi says, so again, first things we're going to do, we're going to go ahead and mention this, and then we'll go back and we'll explain how we know each other. Number one, both of us are fellow. Number two, we're going to need to upload to your road. How you is coming, Truma, which is literally okay, so coming in Truma, which is hard, English man. Zar Shafaz Truma, and now Truma also, this is Shemai. Bizarre Shinish, bizarre, right? Hand point is certain this ultimately again Kamish. Oh, I'm calling this Kame because they are also Kai's Bosan is about for business. Never again, learn this point is part of myself beforehand, but once again, it seems to be the community. We need to doesn't get hold of this thing, ritual therapy. I was the contribution, it's full yoke. Moving on again, so many books and so that still requires head of sunset because they have all citing institution. Next, with this regard, before you have heard all of the military investments. Next, with this regard, is likely okay, this protects from law require and to look correct. Number one, size, but almost someone who may have had time to run the rock has not yet gone to the first like that goes to hold in this because is high that's okay. So the words is like Shalom Shalom black line. Remember in that box point so for here they go for the seed, take the basic and water and failure to listen, therefore India will go unwatched and is highly studied. Studia line, the India will go under the influence, this is one, and Kue Roche, Cohen allows his hand to go, how often I like this because one goes in with one face, I need stuff about Harel, Mahoney, the Yoshi, even in this Alabama. One face, Harel, or only discovered in three because we saw relative, one, definitely Harel is famous. Coin does get all this, or Yoshi. Now, often it's got a whole lot of standing up. Let's say the coin does get all this. All three of these things. Harel, only Yoshi, there's no these maybe try another one is here. I love Don's place. There's a lot. There's a lot. Now, interestingly enough, Rashi points out that this here is fascinating. He's such a piece of art. Rashi says, Shanisu Akam Matmas Nuga, if only Shishimish, if you Shishimish Yusha, the Khan is Gulu Gulu Roughly Avoda. So this is the revelation. This is what we had. An uncircumcised cult. Remember the having then no hemophilia. So we know that again, obviously genetic so for myself, let's say the coin had to be one is designed now again. Such a personality of the which is fun. It's like a spin up, but he's not allowed to do that. Any of these three people really are not allowed only Yoshi, not allowed to. So not getting to the Shemai, not again, will be allowed. Talmud, yes. What happens if a blemish is going on? What's not wrong? Rebbe or Rebbe Esau, the Chachamim only Nas Hara. Rebbe says, this is the Shemaim. Chachamim say, Allah, that's the okay, so again, we're saying all this thing on the basically, let's say somebody intentionally committed an act. Let's say someone acted on purpose. Went ahead and took his everyone reason trying. Some say no, but I allowed. Now also this was it's now that's all this. Now let's listen. Number one, both does a first person who you see the Shemayim lineup. First guy was the first guy who researched the Shemayim lineup is also supposed to know where exactly do I know? Don't much more Mishuma services. United Oprah's like about the so how do I know that someone needs to have all these kind of stuff? Shamayim. It's similar to Elu as Hakshavin and Yisrael. Asher Yahimu Rahashem. So literally it says, do not proclaim the consecrated idols of Israel that will be raised to Hashem. Future tense. You must seeking literal apostle of that. Tell us talking about produce that is going to have tithes. What's the definition of produce that is going to have tithes? From it, both that of the Torah says over here, do not go ahead and do not go ahead and start off with the rest of this Yom, well, actually, tell us this time, Yom, Philo, make it zero Shabbat. It says Philo by Tadal, and it says Philo profaned by Shuma. The Shama's Mishmar Kiblo Yisrael, okay? And it's a key of Hallelujah. So it says Philo by Shuma, it says Philo by Tadal, and it's saying Malach. You saw just like if someone got two children, whether it's sad, they're not going to or calling they're put to death. So here some Philo, teach us that it's Tadal. It's also submission. Incredible. I once I pulled up the name of the no son. Why don't you use no son? No son. It's a savage over past. Why don't you say a lush of also no son? Why don't you consider probably not that one, but it's not good place. No son to punish their brothers. No curries. So why don't we say that that is like no curries? So to it, countless curries, which the message knows. Probably it makes more sense to from than from those. Why? Between Truma, number one, Truma doesn't apply to Israel. Right? Truma doesn't apply to Israel. Hevel doesn't apply to Israel. What's wrong? Both of these cases, there's a way to remedy, the status. Right? Rashi says over here, Rashi says about 6 lines of Truma with Kutzla Arts. Similarly, that Truma, said Truma, also run the Mubar, who shot Sveta of no side cannot when you stuff like when it's heterocomplex, when you are allowed to use personal orders, when you allow to use personal orders, that is you offer one no circuit applying in the check of the pseudo, then you check the pseudo more than two about no start in it to be pseudo, second station. No, I remember. Tedal did commit how Shuma ultimately will tell him. No start can never be clear. Once it's no start, it remains clear. Furthermore, Paradic, both Rosh by Tedal and by Shuma is in total. So by no is singular. Paradic, people. Shuma Futzars, Kutra, Birabim, Halos, people, and those. Take a look at that. People with those. First of all, both apply to quotas inside. So both have the total both apply to quotas. Both should be Tedal and Shuma. people knows that. Nor people tell them truma. Neither people nor nosa apply to teva or truma. So therefore, again, the Gemara says these are all the similarities that exist between truma and teva. Therefore, it makes more sense to compare considering Shabbat between teva and truma than between teva and nosa. So the Gemara says, what's that? Hold up, Adrabah. Yosef, what's that? Nosa also shares many commonalities with teva. Also, shaking muscle, shaking muscle. Muscle, okay. Those are the colors they see in my remember both those such shadow is a sleeping itself is inherently without. Right? So again, no sun inherently without. I know inherently without well, plus a lot of good things you can do it too much like that. Since it's just being without Shuba, remember talking about Shuba itself is inherently times. When I say not that so the first difference yes, why not compare Kabbalah to Messiah? Because Kabbalah and also have this commonality. So although ultimately again both of them are inherently invalid or completely compromised. Furthermore, they will have but like furthermore again, they will have to be discussed. Neither can be remedied by the can't remedy those but Truma, like the case of Truma, like calling it Tane, like vegan. So ultimately, again, we go to the so Rashi says right here, for the same Rashi. You know, Elam Tarabim, okay, Truma, Yesh was Tarabim. Okay, so the rest is what the rest is making it sound like all the comparisons that exist between Tebel and Truma. There are plenty of comparisons Tebel and Yosef as well, which the Gemara is kind of confusion, right? But more similarities between Tebel and Truma than there are between Tebel and Yosef. Therefore, when they can control Shabbat, they will not make it between Tebel and Truma. Tebel and Truma, and Tebel and Yosef. Therefore, again, that would mean that just like Truma is consumption, right? So again, consumption of Tebel will also be resolution, right? Not like no searches into beautiful. You know, Medina says, you will not be killed without is the reason we prefer Tebel. Shuma, that's how it also says, because Tebel and Shuma both have the Russian plural, any, the also singular, and that's the what halakhic bridge. Alright, incredible. Gemara is like, Kohen Kamish, Kohen Nala, where do we go to the Kohen is coming? I said, again, the sun list. Kohen is coming, goes ahead and it's Shuma Jordan. So tell me, Kohen, he's making the Shuma, he's conditioned. Where do you go that? So the Shua, United Kohen Kamish, from where do we know that Kohen is coming? How do we know that's a lot of myself? Should we be solution? How do I know that it's coming from? It's too much of a lot of nice it's said show us Mishmartim or Issue Avon. Russell says again, guard my guardianship Mishmartim or Islam. You will not carry, you will not dare to decision. When it says hold it in ultimately again it's the first so right now so much more on the laser and I would like to show it's national so it's right it's very interesting much this work that is only a Kohen Tameh eats Shuma Tahora that is misbelief but if a Tameh Kohen is Shuma Tahora there's no misbelief it's Shne'emar Leisi Bo Yechanu we put to death what do you see there? Ahmed will say 80-50. Fact, solution to the use Shuma, which is only what's an example of Shuma is already Shuma which is already so again, if I look for myself when we speak about the man, consumption of Shuma, bring the that's a common point who consumes Shuma Tahora is prior to celebration. So remember, so our list, we're just going for a list, right? We are simply are giving things of all these categories ultimately in this edition. First, let's go like this. Zansha Pasha, Yani Holy Shuma, Iris, Send Yumara Amra, Zansha Pasha, Moto, Zara, gets Malchus. I'm going to Hana, Nasi, Ra, Lema Pisa, Sim Ozalo Yoha Kodesh, and you Hashem Hashem. Must says that no not collection. So what's this? So again, in the pasuk, this is the pasuk of course says Shamas Nishmati, although Yisrael are hate in Mesa. So Esau is juxtaposed to a sad Jew. Why does it say therefore that the sad Jew is not allowed? The verse says, let's see that. No, it's an interruption. This interruption actually says the Mesa bow will be closed out. The pasuk doesn't really flow, right? In other words, the pasuk begins also with especially not the Sibo, and then it says, so it doesn't go directly, that doesn't go directly into the substitution. The sound is extremely similar. Okay, was listening to the Lisa, these are people who are finding Lisa, Zara, Otala, Santuma, not only these Chula, years later, not only these Chula really fighting himself, which was no, Lisa, that was really up again, you know, like the to go and go bring this riot, confident God, versus God, kind of hello, not going to be going to argue. Okay, listen, it happens to be, and just listening to local listen, we ask that sound to love this kind of situation. Okay, let's go back. Anyway, Kamish Shimish, Kamish Shimish. Polish coming, those that are older than this, kindness. But I've been there, Joseph. Joseph is this exact century of the name of the musician. He should be so. How do we know? For calling this coming, if you get older, it's something like this kind of stuff. Sid, I've got an hour out on it. The last really quite shaking in this film, so when you have a look at the shame like shit. Okay. So the buzzer said, speak to our sons. They should be careful. You have to be careful. Touch them up in this film. They should not aim at trying to live in the right, so it's young, little this black. So you can Philo, I'm going to this song, I'm trying to this song. Just like legal consumption. It's easy to show my so to again, if the person is coming, the point is coming, does the hold on. I listen to shit. I said, once I say this thing was right before. The nail it, kill me, son. Why not just say, shut up, kill me, son. Remember your voice, Mother, I want Christ, I come to this. Such a nice Christ. So what do we say? It says, it says, by no side, and it says, by. Oh, he was coming, does the just like the most of his cards. So to this card, does that one? Come on, listen to my cards. Stop it off. From Shuma Y. Message book that is doing up both faces of the tumor, as well as the tumor. Have to do again with the body that needs control. Time, focus, mikvah, mikvah is the book is on it. Rabin, both having a plural motion of Midrash, coming mikvah rabin, coming to Shimish, coming to Upper Shuma. So both coin was coming to the Upper and a coin was coming to Shuma, State to the Upper. First of all, both of them, they are disqualifications. Apparently, it could be a person, Ushneyan Suri, like both of them are being the Ishlam Heter Mikvah, both to be remedied by Mikvah, the Zibula Blushtan, and they also both share Russian Tibble in the plural form. Adrabah, you know something, not so fast. Let's learn how Kohen does get over by Nosa after all. Other than Shekin, Kodesh, Nim, Kigo, Nosa. Nosa, and after all of these others, how much should be for us? Kodesh, which David here. Remember again, all of these things, right? Both of them deal with consecrated items, Kodesh. Mid, both of them deal with the inside, right, or occurring inside of the same Kodesh, and both are subject to people in Osana. Where it says, people do not think, people do not think, sorry, people do not think, people do not think. Once again, what's this? That really kind of carries the dangerous rather compared to things haven't seen much since again from a huge from a huge by a person so does the whole thing therefore again we will live there. I suggest as little things like the right according is coming right so too according is coming and all that is also trying to use incredible articles that's gonna throw your next in line throw your Western by day and it still requires night he does the if this kind does the hold on it's highly setting in says the command no where do you know this beside that is mind over there first white line and then for your should provide you from where oh there's a point is it's full you went to the mikvah by day but it's full these guys and think some goes out how do I know that this uphold is unfit I'm going to notion you do little bit Well, you have a little, plus it says, you punish me, and to your God, do not complain. And the Gemara says, what is this? Hash is fucking up. I don't need it. And you know, from a shishim, not from the Nazir. So remember again, if I believe this process, continue, and a Kohen who does the avodah of Tumah is kind, because we're already learning out the process. Today, you don't, hopefully, again, these are the that we do because we have this kind of tradition, or I should say, this kind. I don't know this kind of tradition. Know it. Filo, Mala, London Lisa, Africa. Just like I zoom off, so to again, according to the Bulldog, is also trying to use the incredible, what's the was his rebel. Yeah, like I said before, that's this passage is kind of conscious. It's out there. Right? The Kohen has to wear the neck piece out of the clothing. The piece, right? It doesn't get hold, it doesn't get hold, cut. And he still does get hold on. He's hired Lisa being Shammai. Says Rabbi Noah, where do we know this from? I'm Rabbi Abba, Rabbi Ochanan, and Mati Bishmi, and Mati Shimi, the Chayman to hold some happiness. Plus it says, you shall put the belt, so you don't need to put it. So third thing with a belt. I mean, one of the especially the Alayim to Nasam Alayim. When their clothing, is then their kahuna is a part. It wasn't such a fast. Right? Because it wasn't, after we should that's the husband. I got them for some time. They put a belt on them. I saw it, the Chukas and the will be there for the everlasting statutes. When did this in the universe? He went from if they're not wearing clothing, and I love when I speak this, I work with these guys. What I'm saying, they are calling does the abode, not the goddess, and I love when I say, the abode is us. Again, in this case, highly solution. Where it says, Babu Shah, because the Kohen is the Kohen who does the abode of the reckless garments, which is equivalent of a non-Kohen who does this. The non-Kohen does all this highly solution. So to a Kohen who does the abode of the proper vestments, the proper particles of clothing, is kind of Musa solution. On the map. So with the map, it's actually the non-Kohen does the abode is that Buddha only rests upon the Kohen when he's going to such a fascinating idea. Because on one hand, Buddha is unique. Remember again, what do you have to do to get out? How well you can. If you're not in, you're not in. Probably the point is probably not the point you could be able to talk about what it's doing. So on one hand, Buddha is unique. On the other hand, losers hate their life. Somebody who's very successful, they will say like, "Hey, I want to do it." This is the price of these things. There's the make Kedusha, and ultimately again there's so you make Kedusha every single day, every single what you have to do. Right? You don't have to do anything. You want a Jew, or you can put it into Yiddishkeit. If you're Jewish, you have Kedusha. And that's beautiful. And it's a foundation, a fantastic foundation. The next step are like what becomes, what garments do you want to wear? That represents something. Right? Takes from the world, everything's outside, you know, it moves part of it, right? You know, it's like clothes, you command, those are very much tied up in the personal. So on a spiritual level, like the clothing, are the actions I engage in, right? What the clothing, what am I going to wear? And if you don't have the clothing, if you don't have the clothing, all you're left with is your needs to do so. If all you have is your needs to do so, you're a sour, you're like a baby. Like a baby, a spiritual baby. Baby comes into this world, yeah, baby's hungry, it's beautiful, fantastic, but baby do absolutely nothing. So how's the baby born? Because every single baby has a need to do so. But life, successful living is all about what clothing are you going to wear? What are your nice utilities? What are your good deeds? What are your accomplishments? What are your excitement? What's your struggle? And every single thing that you do in life is another dress, is another garment that you put on. Clothes manage make clothes make us wear. Now listen, this is interesting. Think about it. One is an example. There is such specificity for our clothing. Such specificity. So one level is practice because people are very taken by accents. And we want people to come to these things. It's the point of all dressed up. But people are this is you know how we kind of like people don't do so that I don't know this is a good step for it. What do you think? Spirit of growth or spiritual? Alright, spirit of growth is no growth. No growth. Like you need to throw it on the streets. You come on the street, right? You need to have to shout this is getting from the city from everybody else. So what happens? You're gonna let him go first and run. Like why? Because you have to respect him. I respect what he's about it, but it's still growing. It's still doing. Even without the it's still growing. It's an innate identity to it. But it really only fully self-actualizes when he puts something. You know, it's the same thing for all of us. I'm always touched. I'm always touched with that idea. What is the most version of you? What color are you doing? I do every day like this. Like, what is it? Today is going to be a jacket or two. Like, it's going to be a pair of headbands that come to it. It's going to be a sweater of trust. Every little bit goal is to layer more and more and more. What goes out with all the things to that's what we're doing. Sure. That's what we're doing. Now it's the goddamn pneumatic noise. Without these, without the goddamn so a rock concert guy that I like is before he does not go ahead and watch this. Does the distribution right? So my window is coming on. Sit, go on the way. Give them some money for them. I said, on the way, you should go ahead and wash your hands and then won't die. And you won't die. Okay, so what's it? Wash your hands and feet, you won't die. Don't wash your hands and feet, you will die. One more piece. With two arrows. Sorry. Shooting guidance, guidance check out. The point of training, why is it? Yeah, so guidance issues. Two arrows. What about, so again, shooting guidance, it says guidance check out. It says, do not drink wine or any kind of beverage. Two arrows. How do we know that a coin can't be able to hold it? Say, shove where you got it. So cut up when you shove it. So this is on one hand, you can't go ahead and shave this thing, but you also can let his hair grow long. See, I say, Yagi no Yishi. So there's a juxtaposition between wine and letting his hair grow. This Ish Palua Rosh Hashanah compares letting his hair grow to drinking wine. Mashti Yagi Benisa, just like drinking wine, also Benisa, Ah, Palua Rosh. So to again, letting your head grow, giving your head with one hair goes to watch it. Why? But on a different level, what is it? So that's the serious thing. That one of the challenges is go to your head. You go to your head. Don't think there's a scope of ego. So what happens? Every day comes a question about what you want. Feet take you where you want to go. The hands represent how you accomplish it. The head says, what do you want me to do? I'm going to go now. I'm going to go at 12 o'clock. Wash my hands. I'm ultimately, what am I going to accomplish? I'm not kissing the guy. I want to accomplish it. The way that the point goes ahead is flush by washing away things. Washing away the you can be successful in this role. Do it for that. Do it for this. I do it for clouds. What happened? Why? One of the most basic level, you can see the rest of the cruise lines and the nicest of the game. That's not what's in the representative values. Wine is very important. This is my way. This is that wine. This is one-on-one. And behind some of the push, wine could go ahead and do it. Put them about maybe to go business and proximity to Charles. That's the most you know it's still needed. We need wine of different kinds of like that's the big like you sell a person you need wine to get off, sometimes you need wine to amplify or allow those things to simple. When you have something like that, closest like I don't need to
That's just one thing. Cheese, shout out
Oil, Seacon, for us also. We just know what all of this is. We think happiness comes like this because happiness comes from money. Happiness comes from possession. Happiness comes from this. Right, wasn't come over today. But yeah, if you want to try, can't be there with you. Listen. Good morning is this close. I'm not going to listen. But very much want to thank you. So I also want to thank all of our sponsors and sponsorships involved. You're listening, there's a chef.
Yo, how are you?
Listen, that so what's the halacha? Is it higher investigation? What is the halacha? So again, remember, this is the Akapaguna asking the success. And the success response is no, 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 it's not. Going to cheese to come up. How I did that also was the A alpha Hakon the being also in the other Hakon don't bring it. Other Hakon don't bring it. It's another what they do. Ela perfeita Bruno, se also push young Hakon is calling the India outside of the courtyard. Proposal is local business. Maybe you know that, but what is it? These are icons, ID Shine, the shot came from it, so it is Shine. And again, if all of them is the assumption that only does the about the state of the law is highly easily established. And you go wrong. And you go wrong. Why did you get why did you have this kind of thing that you do that? So it's alumni, you know, kind of rather it must be that the Okamalaisa Troy, because we are both the state of the law, is not higher in solution. After the Mercedes, we need to have one of actually, but on the Nicolay is there such a thing for a manufacturer. Well, he says the butter, and we're going to make a person high. So it must be. It is not high in solution. Incredible commercial. Is that true? As I said, the butter, we don't accept this from such a case. But now, Misha, what the Misha is not Misha, so again, it's just like Shabbos and that. If somebody went ahead and violated multiple times, and it's high mountain, so what they do after certain parties, they put him in the key box, they put him in the cell that's smaller, they can't sit down, they put him in the cell, and ultimately again feed him a little bit of bread with water and then bargain with guards. Whereas in the Bonaparte, Veronica Pino, there's a perfect case. If you were to bring the guy to Daisy, what would Daisy do? Nothing. Nothing. So here's the case of Veronica Park. You said the person is utter, and then he still take the law in their hands. And whereas, no, it's not even right. Remember, I'm going to give you, I'm going to accomplish the Northwest short pieces as none after back to talk. No, remember how we define that case. What case I'm on is that this is a person who committed multiple acts of cards, not to say, and violated the same cards prohibition multiple times. Cards is the execute person. Such a person is deserving of that. And then, like I said, it's really the fact that he's already I go, oh, don't even like this. So, what about the case? Yeah, also Shabbos is what about the guy who steals the sharks? So again, I'm hoping this doesn't really I'm going to do it. So again, so here's an example. If you bring the guy to bring the sharks, what would it be? We got to just go and move on. Yet again, we killed the guy. I know him. We killed the guy. So what do you see? And even in the case where someone is technically examined by a control or by Disney, we will still go by control. We'll still go ahead and kill him. No. I'm not using the insurance system. But I'm using where the phone will allow us to go last. Remember, in that case, it's different. And that unique structure that was Shabbos. I don't know how less I call saying. What about the guy who personally source? Remember again, also, I'm not talking about this. Here's an example. You bring him to court, the court won't do anything, yet you still kill this guy, right? I can't make you kill this guy. But Yosef, Yaakov posting is so small, the next section of Ari Hashem. That's the case. Remember, when we find that case, it has to be clear that sexual individuals actually personally that's how we deal with those things. I have all this like this. What about the case of all us like what about a man who's so again, remember, Midar is okay, maybe it's a lot. But when I saw, I know he called people. So here's an example. Part of the protocol makes sense. Anyway, which we want to say, no, remember, how you ended up kind of a Sunday, the actually Rav is right. Remember again, that's where remember again, he asked the question to Rav didn't the answer, that's how many continues, and therefore he has this idea that you don't kill someone who went ahead and ball. This is, again, based on the possibility. Also, so I love how much it is. Or a history, so now it's the most exciting of our basic point does the algorithm state of mutual war or not. So then this was the question that the Harvard asked the Rishis. Now Rishis responded, Rishis said, the answer is obviously no. Right here, the answer must be no. So he said, the local Nisa, I'm sorry. The answer must be yes. Because the Mishnah said that if a Kohen does get hold of the spirit of Tumah, then Halach and Mesa, Pirsei Kuna are allowed to take it out and do it to death. Now, from a Shish's perspective, the only way that that would be permitted is if such a person was tied in this Kedusha money. So then again, the Pirsei Kuna would almost act as the Shlukesh under Egypt's that penalty is not tied in this Kedusha money. And at the end of the day, how can you kill someone who had the which now is not all of his cases where, no, you have cases like that, where someone technically would not be liable if they go legalistic they yet can still see that they can be liable to death. Okay, well, I should say, I'm liable to death. I'm liable to death at the hands of the okay, the Gemara is like, the Gemara is like, instead, the Gemara is the question. Here we go. Fascinating case. And you would say, Havolo, Hoses, Amolea, Kamini, Magish, and the Sadis, Yote. So this is talking about different aspects of coverage. So the person goes ahead. He goes ahead. See exactly what this is. Pouring oil on an that's Yote. Bolo, he is mixing flour with oil. Bolo, Hoses, sweetening up on the big off and crushed. So the act of crushing the Hoses, Molea, adding salt. Native is great in the mincha. Magish, bringing the mincha close. So what's the halacha? The sacrifice of shofar, or one who puts the lechem on the actual shofar itself, or a liquid sandios, or one who arranges the oil of the menorah. The hakometz, or one takes the juice and the juices, and one takes the flour and the up, 3 little fingers. The cattle's done in booklets, or one who goes ahead and uses cattle's food. He sees the blood from the one is utter and all again not what is this talking about? So let's take a look at the last Rashi says before it's also after so we're talking about here the person performed any of these components outside of the so again, so the person, so that's the case. Pour oil on the meat, mix the meat, broke up the pieces of the meat, added salt to the meat, wait the meat, put the meat, arrange the bread on the shofar, or arrange the candles to the right hand of the rock, keep the meat up, receive the sacrificial blood, if you do any of these things outside of this mikdash, you are fucked. You are fucked. So this is very interesting because we have to remember the concept of shooting what should be puts. We have a check from the outside of this mikdash. We have a single here. Apparently, it only applies to certain kinds of sacrifices. So this can go from butter, that's actually on the days of this so I is a show. The only thing is slaughtering of sacrifices. Say, Asher Yishchak, Ma'alas, say, Asher Ya'ala, Ola, Zorich, Yistabim, Shav, Zakat, Kohani, Yesh, Akara, Boda, in it the Prakasa. This is very interesting. Any sacrificial rite that has another sacrificial rite that follows after it, you're not kind of doing that much. Essentially, the only thing you're kind of doing outside of this including sacrificial rites. So, an example of that would be shvita, slaughtering it out, like zrika, sprinkling the blood. These are final rites, final actions, and that corresponds to final actions. Because that would do that for the it's because you are okay, so you must any kind of nonsense, so you're not tired. Now, what do you have? What we should service? I want, for example, let's say a Kohen did any of these confirmation all these things. So the non-Kohen didn't outside, so we have to try you. Remember, normally, there's a single set, the non-Kohen does the So but again, any of these things were done backwards. And Allah Almighty is not see coin there, and you can see it. Because somebody can say, Allah Shema was good. Somebody coin that is passing pressure. A coin has to be about the wearing the requisite condition and precedence. Failure to do so then reflects the reality. But again, this doesn't apply to the list that we just mentioned before. The law is shown a lot was the dying for that right. And also, again, a lot of this only before coming out of blood, only would have to try to wash his hands. Failure to this results in like a deep culpability. Again, he didn't wash his hands and things any of these things that are done outside, there's no light. Okay, very good. So Rashi points out that here, if you look at Rashi, Romi Shemisoros, Sarsh Asa Achasman within Eno Chayiv Nisa. Zar, and I'm going to be anger at these things inside of Rush, he would not be Chayiv Nisa. Same idea, but Romi Shemisoros, only coming to Shemish, Zaros to Shemish to Tumah, Nechatka. Same idea, but again, there's no good Tumah, there's no good Godin, the Martin is or Makder Chaim. And interestingly enough, they did put something like this. But if you were to do that on Torah, if you were to go ahead and take the Torah and put it on, burn it outside the physical brush, like it would be done. It would be done. On Makder, Hadi Avodah Kama, Shein Achalea Avodah, Chayev Yishu Kama, we might Chayev Ma'isa. So that not much. So what is he doing? If a Kohen were to go ahead and also burn it on his bed. In other words, the only time that they wasn't to do it somehow, ultimately I guess is if it was before. But if it's within, they would be. So what do you see? Again, it comes from also that if a Kohen judge Cohen does the above the statement of law, this is how you need to be Shammai. Yes, which is what I love Esau, don't we see here the Cohen goes ahead and offers up a covenant with Esau. Well, that's hard. No, it's not exactly it's a lot. I must say, last, so they're going to say that the non-Cohen does this. Only violation of Allah. Rashi says over here, how did that figure I'm not going to eat the Taurus? Came and I'm going to go in Ivan on this record. So we sure we remember who did all of these things together. So you're telling me now that if a Cohen offers up and says, come on, only the love, not having so what does that mean? The non-Cohen does this, it's only the love, that can be considered the Hazar HaKohen. You must exclusively non-Cohen uses exactly this. It's important. Which was right, what did he say about this? You actually did the same. You actually did the same. In the cloud, you must say in the cloud, the Yotzei Kuboro, was in the cloud, the Yotzei Kuboro, Lab, Yami, and what's also interesting enough is the purpose that ultimately, again, Yotzei, the point of the oil, Bolo is the oil, Lab, Yami, but also not like Hilashi, where it says, Yotzei Kuboro, the common macro, not the album, it's so apparently again by Yotze I guess you can allow which was exactly what I know. I saw the Yotze where we know that there's a law to go ahead and only oil and mixing it out to a community of 160. Lomar, negotiate you for low yield power. Plus it says be only and do not where it says right, that's only in Drababa. Okay, interesting. Apparently, Torah itself, there's no prohibition against someone who's coming or you know, because against the Drababa. But because I'm not, basically, like the Kasha, getting rid of Esau, the Bryce says over here, these are the people who are Esau coming, listen, coming this coming, ultimately you're going to does that all this time. Esau again, which Mar says, So let's say Sarah on myself, you're yeah, a lot of license person, one does get well, he's kind of doing something. Now, by the way, if you take that approach, so if you take that approach, then it makes sense why this is approach you should not do that on the video something. So you can't take it reason, right? Like you said, but it is reasonable. What is reasonable? There's no reason like earlier. What you do, you take one of them, see it also, Sarah, you take it out, you take it out. Now, what's the license for yourself? Because he's calling this guy a situation. I mean, therefore, I'm also what I saw, trying to freak me out, essentially. I was supposed to also, for example, something like the government information that a lot of my peers that when they come to sacrificial rights and service outside of this discussion, especially growth here. My passion over here is that it's only spoken about all the time. Only service that there's nothing that follows after Shkita, there are services that go after the Shkita itself is a self-contained that's not the follow the Shkita. So interesting enough, so we get this as an aside, one is only kind for Shkita for us. I hold up a horse, we call it a hold up. Come up, a hold up that doesn't really have anything to follow right now. Okay, so listen, so now we're going to go back and do the rest of the back today. Go back and dissect the rights of the just as in the Rubo, the English is so, probably people are kind of Lisa, and again, this kind of today. So today, whenever we see Lisa means Lisa is Shaman. Right? So the English would be so. Also, as I tell, the person goes in and wants to have a problem with the person goes in, never the type Lisa, English man. Rashi says over here, Rashi says, how pleasant. Now, who must listen to so again, let's say you're going to do. You're going to go ahead in the next meeting, and then we'll go back and we'll explain how we go through this. Number one, hope pleasant. Number two, calling Hamisha Upward to one vote. Calling is Hame means Shuma, which is ritually pure. Okay, so Hame means Shuma, which is Tamar. These are Shakas and not including Shuma also means Shamayim. These guys Zar, right? Not going to certain reasons. Ultimately, again, coming and calling them coming because they have also tiny here was about previous. They're going to get this point place before but once again, this is the point that they hold this Silence solution. Não justamente usam foi a representação do gosto do mais sunset because they hold up highly next this we got how is not very all of the inventory for one investments. Next we'll put a camera and how it is back someone who may have had not yet bought the person like that doesn't get hold of this because he's trying to so the words like that. Shalom, that's not dying black light. Remember, they're not looking at the first thing you're playing to this morning. Also, this one person this morning, go to see it, able to see the basic failure to do so. Therefore, you have unwashed these highly celebration. Studium diet, you have over on the right things that you use right? There's mine, Suri Roche, going around to spiritual health. How often I like when goes in with one here, I use about RL, only, the Yoshi, and use RL. Now, what we use that both that standing up let's say the coin does get all this, all three of these things. RL, owning real estate, there's no distribution, right? Not the one is there. I love God's part. There's a lot. There's a lot. You know, actually, it's fascinating. Şerisi anlatmak mısıyla onun şişimiz, şişimiz büyüşüyor. Hadi kurup kitabı bulmak yapıyor. Şişimiz de Remember the academy institutions today, no, there's material. So we know that again. Let's say the coin, like you said, distribution. I'm going to say a lot, fascinating. Okay, so again, we'll see all this going on in the world. This is the let's say somebody intentionally committed an act. Even though this is what we see all the time. Let's say someone actively, purposely went ahead and took his discovery. Let me whoever is using it, right? Come and say, no, that's how it's around. How also this was it's now that's our movie. Now let's dissect this. Number one, both as a pedal. First person in this situation line lineup. First guy in this deviation lineup is untied group. So once you know where exactly do I know that? Number one, United because I have a study, so how do I know that if someone needs to have all these tiny sons and shiny, if siblings have a little as touching themselves, I share your remove on a chef. So literally it says, do not pretend unsecurity items yourself that will be raised slash you must not seeking literal hustle. Tell us talking about produce that is going to have tried what's the definition of produce that is going to have tried to submit? Botado. You notice it over here, do not go ahead and handle it. Do not go ahead and it. You drop that out, so you must know it. Well, I think how does describe Philo make it clear. It says Philo by Go, and it says Philo profane by Shema. The Shambas which my people used to okay? And this is here, hallelujah. It says Philo by Shema. It says Philo by Tabal, and you say, Mala, under yourself, just like if someone got allowed to be true, whether it's a sound, and I'm going to come up all the calls coming they're put to death. So Zir Shabbat Philo, interested in the pedal, it's also resetting Shemaim. Incredible. I the rest of the ones I can hold up to neighbors to no sir. Why don't you make it no sir? No sir. Sacrificial leftover has to be why don't you say a lot of also by those why not make it zero shows? Probably not run the place, I'm not the place. Now no start is punished by choice. You can check the past. No cards. So why don't you say the generous right no size cards? So to it. And countless cards with measured notes. Dabra Mishuma already so it makes more sense to run out Pebble from Truma than Pebble from Ghost. Why? Between Truma, Tutsalar. Number one, Truma doesn't apply to Tutsalar. So, right, Truma doesn't apply to Tutsalar. Pebble doesn't apply to Tutsalar. Nice. Putra, both of these cases, there is a way to remedy. There's a way to remedy status. Like Rashi says over here, Rashi says, you got 6 lines of Truma with Tutsalar. Similar to Truma, the same Truma, let's go. But in like this, no same like the Libar, who shot Hekrabah. Remember, you have the full no star, when no star stars, when you have the box, when you are around these personal altars, what is exactly when you're around these personal altars, which you often anywhere, which means no star can apply anywhere. וישתת בייסורו, זה ישתת בייסורו בהפרש, וזה ישתת בייסורו ככה, ומות ותשומה, אבל no start, אין יתר בייסורו. Second distinction, right? Second commonality is butcher. You know, right? Remember, so Tevel can be committed to how it's Shuma ultimately is committed to a Kohen. No start can never be committed. Once it's no start, it means prohibited. Furthermore, Barabid, both Rosh and Shuma by Tevel and by Shuma is in plural, by no certain singular. Okay, Barabid, people, Shuma Putzart, Putra, Barabid, Halos, people, Vinosa. Take a look at that. Take a look at that. So first of all, both apply to positions, right? So both has plural Russian. Both apply to positions. Both do again. Tevel and Shuma. And people Vinosa. Just ignore people become a little bit Shuma. Neither people nor Nosar apply to Tevel or Shuma. Therefore, again, the Gemara says these are all the similarities that exist between Shuma and Tevel. And therefore, it makes no sense to compare when you consider Shava between Tevel and Truma than between Tevel and Yosef. Hold up, I'm not wrong. Yosef, one second. Yosef also shares many similarities with Tevel. Also, chicken muscle, puzzle, look at that. Yosef is called Shneim Psul Hamayim. Remember, both Yosef and Tevel is a Psul Hamayim. Itself, the iron itself, is inherently invalid, right? So again, no start inherently invalid. Havel inherently invalid. Not just about Truma, plus a lot of good food to see on Truma cycle. Since interestingly enough, Truma, because remember again we're talking about Truma itself is inherently permitted, right? But when I say not going to fill it, so the worst therefore suggests why not compare Tevel to Nosar, because Tevel and Nosar have this commonality. So ultimately, again, both of them are inherently invalid or inherently compromised. Furthermore, Amo Heather, furthermore, again, Amo Heather is well, neither can be remedied by the enhanced remedy Nosar, you can't remedy Tevel. Truma, like the case of someone like opponents coming, like he did. So ultimately, again, we can go through the things. So Rashi says over here, for the same Rashi. You know, say them caravan, Rabba. Somebody Truma Gish was caravan. Okay? So the message is what the message of it is. You're making it sound like all the comparisons that exist between Tevel and Truma. Okay, Tevel and this as well. The message coming right, but there are more similarities between Tevel and Truma than there are between Tevel and Yosef. Therefore, making the same shovel plural Truma would not make it between Tevel and Truma. Tevel and Truma and Tevel and Yosef. Therefore, again, that would mean that just like Truma is Yisrael, right? So to again, the consumption of Tevel will also be Yisrael, right? Not like Yosef. Ravina says, you will grab and feel grab. The usual reason is for Tevel. Truma, that kind of Yosef, right? So Tevel and Truma both have the Russian Truma, profane, and the plural. As opposed to Yosef, which has the singular, and that seems to be a more telling halach bridge between those two concepts. Alright, incredible. So the Gemara goes back to Kohen Kamisha, where do you go to the Kohen's stomach? Right, so again, you saw the list. Kohen's stomach goes ahead and eats Shuma Torah. So Tomei Kori, we speak of Shuma, we speak of Shuma. Where do you know that? The Amr Shua, united point Shua, from where do you know that Kohen's stomach will eat Shuma Torah? How do we know that Allah of myself should be used? How do I know that the Kohen eats Shuma Torah? That Allah of myself, this idea say, show us Mishmatim, or Yisi Allah. Plus it says, it will be again, guard my body, or Yisa, you will not carry or not bear any sin. It says, hold it in to nail ultimately, again, this refers to Torah, not to Sunnah to make. Lezer, United States, which are going to make Lisa, so what's his name? It's very interesting. Mark this one here is only a Kohen Kamei, it's Shuma Torah, that is this condition. But if a coming point is Shuma Torah, there's only this condition. No, this Shene'emar Leisubo, here comes the death. What do you see here? Omega was like in fact, musician Truma, which is already what's an example of Truma which is already that's Truma which is already so again, if I love Lisa when you speak about the consumption of Truma can bring you to that's coming point who consumes Truma Torah is higher Lisa edition. So remember, so our list, we're just going for a list, right? But we are assembling our different things as forms in this category. Ultimately, we're going to use the which. Good, let's go back to this. Desire shop process. 9.8 Truma, I use the Desire shop process. So now the kitchen's doing enough, so of the 9.8 Truma, gets an office. I'm going to have to لما ما يصير سيف القول زعلوا يوم كودش ومي هالشيء process says that we know not the process. So again, and the interesting of the process before says Shamas Well, Yisrael hate who makes so Yisrael to Azar. So why did you say here for the Azar which the Gemara says if Sika equals out? Well, right? In other words, the process begins with the expression of the symbol, and then it says Azar, but you don't have to. So it doesn't flow directly, it doesn't flow directly, different approximation the sound of the strings being higher. Okay? So what's missing is the catch up. These are the people who are trying to do so. Let's have two up. It's two up. Because if you create something like that, it's still really high. So, which means no, it's Lisa, not nice. So you're bringing up again, you're bringing up additional. You know, nice to go and you're bringing this right. Contradict right? Contradict right. Kind of who you call. That is a tunnel, and that's it's argued. Okay, the most thing happens to be, this listening, not on the most of the asking that sound to love this high isolation. Okay, yeah, that is right. Anyway, Kamish Shimish, so Kamish Shimish. Almost those that have a phone to this why we need a fear, but I don't need a this is exactly the United Commission should be so highly all the phone is coming. Yeah, all the listening is highly so. See, I don't know how to go on all the last really question in this now, but when you try to do a stream question. Okay. So what's the argument? Not so to again, the person who's coming, opponent's coming, does get hold on. I need to be I said, what's that? See what you had before. The daily, kill. Why not get to see each other? Now that I love Christ, I can't it's such a because what is it? It says people outside, and it says people by. Oh, yes, yes, like you know, so it's like you just don't like that. But come on, this is like stop though. The Shuma Habib, four states to learn how Shuma case from Shuma. Why? Because it's something good. Because interesting enough, all the cases of Shuma. As well as Shuma have to do again with the body of the individual. Any other things rush, because we go to the all the full of the mushroom of the coming to upper Truma. So Coin was coming to the and Coin was coming because Truma came to the other. First of all, both of them were disqualifications. If you don't think the so ושניהם סירים, like both of them are amazing, based on content of these amazing. If you do a Russia, also both people Abraham, you know something, not so fast. Let's learn how the point does get over like also after game, Kodesh, Min, Kigos, Kudosa. Nossa, and all of these other things, Kodesh, how much Swedish pasta you could know Kodesh, which they became. Remember again, all of these things, right? Both of them deal with casting that Kodesh. Both of them deal with the inside, right? Or the inside of this Kodesh. And both are separate technically. When Osar, which says, you will do nothing, you will do nothing, sorry, you will do nothing, you will do nothing. Once again, what's the system? For it here, that really ends up
Yo, what's going on, Mustafa? Hey, the pimp. How was work?
Therefore, here we will link it. I suggest as little things of the right one is coming from Spanish right? So too, a point is coming because the Ebola is also carrying it's incredible. Tvoj oczyszczujesz, next in line. Tvoj but it still requires nightfall. He does this kind does the Ebola, it's high
Right, very well. Did you hear back from any of the places where you applied?
How do I know that this is denying? I'm going to make a notion you to your God, do not think. You might have said, no, it's
Well, that's great. So first, so good. I'm about to take a nap in a little bit. Is this your friend here?
Yeah, his name is Safe.
What up, Safe? How you living, dog?
Or I should say, it's high. I don't know.
It's not Khadija's
Does he speak English? Okay, he says no. I know, he just said no. Okay, very well. So you heard back from some of these jobs. How many did you apply for yesterday? No, you know exactly how many. Come on. Okay, well then today you've got to do 15. There you go. Focus on it. Keep me updated. I'm here for you. Tell Saf to do the same. He could be your roommate in the United States.
Yeah.
All right, well, tell him what to do. Tell him what to do to get a translation job. And then you guys could live together in the United States. Oh, okay, yeah, so then he's not going to do that. Okay, that's cool. Well, you get to applying. You got to apply to 15 today. Oh, yeah, you'll get to that. You'll get to that. But do 15 today. So hit it.
Right when you get all this kind of solution, right? So to avoid the proper investment, proper program is kind of something common up. Remember, myself, as not hold on, only that's great ways such a fascinating again. What is I love every single thing. You don't have to worry if you're born a Jew or Jewish guy, you're Jewish, and that's beautiful. It's a foundation, a fantastic foundation. The next step, like what you got, what garments do you want to wear? That represents something. From the world of the outside, from the part of it, right? You know, it's and clothes are very much about people's spiritual, like the gut, like the actions I need to accomplish. What the gut, what am I going to wear? And if you don't have the gut, you don't have the gut, if all your record is your need to if all you have is your need to you're sad, you're like a baby. Like a baby, spiritual baby. Baby comes in, so yeah, baby told me it's beautiful, fantastic, but baby, you actually do nothing. So how's the baby moving? Every single hit has a need to life, successful living is all about what clothing are you going to wear? What are your nice clothes? What are your routines? What are your accomplishments? What are your consulting? What's your stuff? And every single thing that you do in life is another dagger, is another garment that you put on. Clothes, lavish, make. Clothes make us live. Listen, this is interesting. Think about it. One is an example. There's such specificity regarding the clothing. Such specificity. So, one level is cut down because people are very people like this. And one people it's kind of all that stuff. Like, people are beautiful. But those are not what it means to do is growth and I want to see the clothing. You need to right? No clothing. No clothing. Right? You need the clothing on the street. You need to on the street, right? You need a message shop which is getting like everybody else. So what happens? You let it go first and last, right? Why?
Yeah, but I can tell you have terrible influences. Who is letting you on the internet? Who is letting this person on the internet?
But he really only fully self-actualizes.
Who are your parents?
Your mom. I'm always conscious.
Then we'd be siblings, son. Just letting these people on the internet.
This is a very good point by Johnny's fan, the idea that you're a millionaire, you bought a mansion,
Like it's gonna be a pair of pants that come home. It's gonna be a sweater of
not okay with that, crazy and 7 children. But it's still the same deal.
more.
You got a harem.
Walking around broken people.
Yeah, it just seems to work out. That's a good. I would
Are you fucking serious?
I'd almost offer Shane a place to stay in Los Angeles. Yeah. So I don't even know what this is.
Now it's just like a genetic code. At least now that the blood in your skin is the blood in well, rock hunting down your
Let me talk to you for a second. We still take a break.
Wash your hands, and then you won't die. And you won't die. Yeah, it's pretty explicit. Wash your hands with meat, you won't die. Don't wash your hands with meat, you will die. One more, please. Fueros. I'm sorry. Shtia yain, it says yain shake out. The point is right, why did you get that? Rough. I just visual. It says fueros. What about, so again, Shtia yain, it says yain shake out. Plus it is explicit. So it says, do not drink wine or intoxicating beverages. Fueros. How do we know that 20 can't Sid or Sham Boyigale, Upera Boyisham. The Torah says on one hand, you can't go ahead and say this, but the rest of your hand is carried. Roll along, Sid Basrei, Yayin Mogush. So there's a juxtaposition between wine and letting his hair grow. This issue, Rosh Shtia Yayin, compares letting his hair grow to drinking water. Not Shtia Yayin, but you saw just like drinking wine, ultimately, you saw after Rosh. So again, letting the hair grow, when you have all this long hair, that's looks like that. So what's the fun thing? Why?
Is there an airplane flies over? I is there how they're trained?
On people level, what is it? So that's the same thing. That one of your challenges is very easy. Some go to your head. Go to your head. Ultimately, the start is ego. So what happens is everything you take you where you want. The parents how we go. Then it says, funny what you do is I'm going to go not where I want to go. I'm going to go for 12 months. Wash my hands. I'm ultimately, what am I going to accomplish? I'm not just seeing what I want, I'm going to accomplish what the rate and point was ahead. By washing away wash the pictures. When you get that slowly slow, why take it? What's the most basic level? You could even turn the rest of the things on as a nice and stuff else. Why is very much this one? Because it turns one on one, and the 90 something about that. Why don't you go and do that? I know it's shot. What am I about to do? Such close proximity to the heart. Your joy should emanate from one place to another. That's close to this question. There should be no external meaning to feel about joy. Tremendous idea. You need wine to different things in life. That's the nature of it. Like you saw before, sometimes you need wine to take the edge off. Sometimes we need wine to amplify or allow the skills of something to come out. When you have such profound closer structures, how do we
Even though I just saw this in that video, can you imagine? Because he's 10 bucks. I have employees, I understand. If one of them came in and I phrase something, look at it. It's hilarious. You know, everyone would just saying that would be enough to be like, I get fired. Laughing at the neck brace. No, man, I took the moratorium off Reddit. Well, that's not true. I read it, so I see shops. I haven't seen much saving slot. Okay. Yeah, I haven't seen anything good. It's been 2 weeks without change. I know, it feels weird. We're getting used to it.
I was just about it today. But yeah, coming on site, can't be doing listen.
Alright, so this was posted by New Time. It's called Every Homeless Company for this exact reaction. Posted by New Time with Joanna's Instagram. Embarrassing is especially glad to not be in LA anymore. It's not wanting to be here. Let me tell you, this is the way. This is what do you think? Like, does she care a lot about live scooters? What is her? She's so she here. It's one of those things that's like yeah, they're bagging now. They're in Texas. And they, this is part of the package: cowboy boots, what else? Country music. Yeah, so you have to take it for selling. She's clear with right. So what is it? It was the Jordan collector. You posted a picture, but it had negatives. Absolutely not. I've been here absolutely right, and on top of that, stack that over. His audience is like, I mean, the entire audience wasn't it like probably your audience is teenagers, and we all think that what's going on? What's going on? Rock so I think Khaled is Khaled is driving his dead solo podcast. I just wonder if he has the courage to pull the plug. Check it out. But like, yeah, like that is kind of sad. This podcast was here at Einstein, that's just the Joe Rogan guy. And they've got all these books behind him. I wonder if he's read them. Those Khaled books, he makes them.
Yankee is the person says sorcery should curse the one who gave the first sorcery power. So a person curses the with the sorcery. One of the things about Martin, Yankee is the role ultimately is supposed to be sorcery is going at a person. This is what we doubt. Therefore, again, he's supposed to be with sorcery. Okay? Listen, this is not going to be the whole about the horror. One of the catches are not I'm not talking about so I'm going to self. I'm going to so that when the fight with self is self but it's actually put together with the Russian drugs. So they other Family that kind of was a complicated. So it needed to both what happens is what happens let's say the Windows element. Windows element. And so the person chooses that so what is this punishment under skills? So I forgot how so I tried to do that some problems. One thing you do not is for even not to be solution. If you don't share the ball pass fail to you. Supposed to be the possibility says against when you don't step against stop engaged in the boundary. Recent period of time, so I would have page Kodesh as love the ball basketball and the border of so that so this is the finish so you think of Hana so the thing is complication so as that what happens to the Jewish no one can so again no one's up to the goes back to what that makes it I'm away. How can you tell you? So if I don't hold about I said, oh, so I think actually about the money. That's actually again that's race. This like there's a genocide going on right now. And to not have a parent being able to the Israeli army is not something that you should take time to think about because you started off this interview with us talking about your faith. I think that's exactly what I'm this is the first son will not be so there's a little bit translated. So it comes up and the ability that his son will not be amongst those who are weak, like those who are great in the Talmud. And go with the verse. So I can talk about the ultimately, there is one of those. And let's say that well, let's go on. Like, coming with is a Torah. So you have no friends and not each week of that. Son will not be again, son will not be so it's a son. first of all, number one, assassinate the no person should become tough. Given the opportunity, we will do a lot of unfortunately, the other reason is the sun will not
Yo, fuck you. No one wants to talk to you anymore.
people around. This is irrelevant. So he knows about the topography. It doesn't know about the given numbers. There are certain things that fundamentally are immorality. So not this like it's not for like a liar that's a niece or like something else. Remember again, this is kind of important now. But if the Canonic doesn't get the person to go that, there's no follow-up. There's no follow-up. You get the thing is world. If I do this, I can become profit. I can be a point. But if I do this, I can if I am wrapped up in immorality, manifest by other having relations with this part of the living, my definition of those that impact my ability to rage and desire. Plus, written on the skull, nothing. Those for old nothings. This will happen to you, and nothing. I see the one of the incredible things. The kilos of the trader, after who lost his so the great fast is very skull. The skull over here is fantastic side. For the city remain, those for that the skull crazy. So this and something now. So what do you do? Cover up. There is what very skull. The other, no. Cover up very skull is that Amar, I will show you realize this must be skull. You are struggling to learn skull how much this I'm going to show you. You're said, you're going to be very like just like nobody puts the time to carry your so your body is going to be thrown by the sun. That's very but nevertheless, grandfather of the greatest. Welcome, a lot of on because you know what? It's not right. Tens of people, all this stuff, and they can. As he deserves some level of fucking so what is grandfather are very creative. So Shanti Kappa goes there, this six drop. So when I that, you guys get there. It's in something that put in the mind. Shabbos. Okay? Aside this, Chazi say, Chazi say. So what happens? So the grandfather, right, came up, his wife came home. And she saw, look, there's a skull in silk in a box. Okay. So she decided to put it in the shoes. So she said, other day, I think this is such a nice thing. This must be the skull of your husband's first wife. I mean, again, it's not necessarily marriage. Like, his grandfather did his marriage before. The neighbor says to the father, this must be the skull of his first wife. The Lord commands you, like, and what happens is, clearly, the husband cannot forget about his first wife. So what did the wife do? Shakarta with the Lula, skull, threw it into the oven, and it was he also, when the grandfather physically back, I'm not able to see the real souls, but all that. And now I understand the real so, the one who loved the name, who loved the very normal. The Jews, again, very open to the skull was they should have personal right? But, so the Jews were the personal right. They were personal right. They were they made difference in the all right, this is how you manage to match job. The manufacturer, this is not the woman, is decided because of match job. Four things. Four things. And by the way, what's the match job? We'll see in this moment. So match job is you know it is without again, remember, the Jews have to have a very sure that the Jewish men are not going to be around in the United States. So they tend to use the pocket. We can open up the word, try about simple things, number two, shishkach. Jews are not using shishkach. Number three, gimel, goyah, is a gimel that is animation and ultimately our species magic carried ultimately its idolatry. Okay, that's what I call it, not God. God, but rather it's not God. Again, you do on the ship of Royals, so he takes out each of each guy in shoulder. Why do you on the ship pieces, less moves. Because the consumer doesn't like it on marriage. We're more a little bit together than I can say. Instead, it makes more sense to put it down. So, let's just say this way. Shiny about that number. Almost not marriage. So, my son still having and we still having not marriage. Rookie stuff. How about the local what's now? Now it's being that kid, I'm not myself. Thank you, the Jewish man in the act, he's committed to go ahead. Murder says, I believe, murder says, I'm going to piss off. How about you? Somebody comes to ask this, well, he knows. He does not have to instruct him. So Rashi says over here, knowing about him what the base chastise, and you couple, he will remember our family as let's say again, let's say you guys having a relationship with Jesus, right? And now what happens is she was they show up in days, it's days. Ruben is having days. Can I kill him? I'm not saying this is not his question. Actually, for example, the first thing to learn from the boat is motivated by the whole sense of religious how it's going to be because remember again, the person who gets the exact carries out he's not just excited for these cultures, but these this is how almost in the scene. Remember, we always tell people when somebody comes to me and asks, says, should I do this? Tell them no, don't do it. This is unique halacha. If someone asks of your organization and says, you're not liable. Right? But the nice thing will never be trusted someone to actually do this. So Gemara says, Gemara, over that matter, above the law, in the law. Somebody asked, like, should we come from this? And you think I'm chatting with the princess, and I'm a Hanoi. So can I do it? No, no, you don't have to do it. But law, not only that, I was really hard, but this was, yeah, like, I was ready for this moment. How do you know this? Well, one of the kinds of things, obviously, we just have to understand it. So we're getting silly, was a hard position, had a relationship with the husband, and he was engaged actually in public life. It didn't us kill sin. It didn't us kill the handcuff, it kills them both. That's this is the story that is life is husband, a boil, a man is a boil, which is I know it's talking about. So much just to show you what a dangerous thing this whole thing is. So finish Zimri behind the thing. That's never got off. Let's say Pinchas killed Zimri after Zimri had already finished the act. Let's say Zimri finished his husband. And then Pinchas killed him. Pinchas was the one who was watching. Pinchas never got off. Yeah, but Zimri behind the thing. So Zimri never got off. So you know that furthermore, but Pinchas is trying to come from Zimri. Zimri comes around and goes, Pinchas, Zimri will not be tired. Why not? Pinchas has been given a road. So it just seems more fascinating. Even though the Lord says that Hanoi is allowed to kill someone who is having relations with Paramis, but again, it's not part of the legal system. It's Allah was saying to the point that Hanoi has the bit of a road. So if the Jewish man defends himself and kills the Hanoi, he's terrible. So had Zimri turned around and killed Pinchas, Zimri would have been incredible. You might have liked it. They don't know what you're saying, so. How much should we show it? When did all of this happen? Balak, the king of Moab, went ahead and hired Bilam to kill him. Bilam was unable to successfully kill him. So what's the deal? Bilam says to Balak, listen, lure the Jewish men into Moab. I think perfect immorality would be a killing spree. Obviously, all the priests were like, man, so what happens? So Moab, essentially, the Moabite people, they raised the Jewish men into Moab. Tried to be felt as this lowest one ship. So what? There are Moshe Shopkins. All of Ship of Shoshim is Zimri and son. So the tribe of Shimon came in trouble with Zimri. Oh, no, ain't going to be in the first Sa'at, you're Shoshem. She said to Zimri, Zimri, you're sentencing us to death because we're doing immorality. You're just sitting there doing nothing. You're sitting there being quiet. About us and what you should do. How much is not going to ever please? Zimri had 24,000 people. Now hold up, it's anyone over the it says, hello, Hashmili, revelation. So Zimri wanted to make a spectacle. So because they have something to have relations with me. I'm wrong. Low Pascal. I'm a low Pascal. First of all, Zimri is back in our princess. I'm a princess. My father said I could only have relations with Amrullah, I'm Nasi I'm a tribal prince. The local, not only that, I'm a great emotion. I'm a second-born son, second-born child. Emotions are third-born child. So you see, I'm even greater than the leader of the Jewish people. So what does it do? Puffs up in Melissa, so Zimri Here is our Amro Ben Amro, you are still on the surface. Moshe, tell me, is this moving Moshe or that's Israel who allowed you to marry the daughter of this so he says to Moshe, tell me, is this woman Mutter or Usher to me? By the way, before you say Usher, which now you're going to say, who allowed you to marry Zipporah? Who allowed you to marry the daughter of Israel? Incredible. It says, he's further than Allah. Moshe Rabbeinu, Yamam Kiyam so go through not the same. So I would consider both in as a follows. See, American has been a lot. Has been a lot of saw. I asked to do a Margaret of what is because I see over a lot of nice in this kind of so I think people has really I don't know. I think I think about little bit in the brother of my grandfather. He was the son of a mother, the grandson of Aaron. Most of you was the father of my brother of my father's father. The captain by the Hannibal during the declaration. And he taught us, once again, he taught us in the kingdom of Sinai, Apollos Akusis, in Nothing Talking About. Once he taught us a halach, literally, a halach on the motion of Sinai. The kingdom of Sinai, he taught us about the halach. It's a man that he sees in the woman, you're allowed to share. Again, we're all about things like that. So we ask everything else. On the level of this is right. He says, train up in Yarko, the one who reads the letter, even though they haven't had in other words, who us. We don't want to learn the halacha, so therefore, again, you're the one who should carry out this. Shmuel says, no, it's something different. Shmuel talk about the school of the intermediate. Shmuel says, literally translated, there is no wisdom, there is no understanding, there is no concept. Neged Hashem, opposite Hashem. What does that mean? Makom shenichtu Hashem, David called him to us. So according to this approach, what happened to as follows. You trust the accounts after so much things happen. You trust the accounts. You trust acting without consulting. And you also, you can't act. Someone can't act without consulting. You can't just act without consulting. Because money is still you cannot work without in the school of Hashem, you act to so the Gemara says, I'm going to if you stop, I'm going to listen. Rabbi Shem, Malach positions the because saw that Malach is coming to his morality, Malach was just destroying his community. Now, you can talk about Ego, that's a point of my passion. I'm not even going to that. Conversion of the sleep. I know a lot of you are not visualized, but where the lights don't go up or because when you feel like Hashem, you'll have the but you have to be careful. You can't come up here. That case is because we got up like this between two of them. It doesn't get you 50 in 2 seconds. It's a base nitrogen side. You do not bring it to base nitrogen. Actually, that's the design based on nitrogen. So this is very interesting. So, by the way, this is the thing about it. What's the logic not to be this is where we go and prolong life. Weapons go ahead and there's a lot of things that are separate. Very good. So what did you consider? Cut out, let's get something else here. Now, you must understand that what is happening, right? You do not want to go out with shivering. So let's shoot up. We need to go. Let's speak of it. We're going to put it in this one. So what I know what we do. But my mission, let's say 3 days with my house. 82 days. Now, so the and he means like a shaft of the spirit to walk. This are all come out. David should be he goes to the area where she all right, here comes my senior to shift to he's not going to be shot. I should shake it really in any older than he says like this, shit it. So why should shaded lady use that? Not from shaded lady. Why should we enjoy life any less than wow. Right? We must honor. Nichalo, Ashul Hasil Sraka. Like, he has been ever up in us this year. He doesn't be scared to satisfy his own needs as well. None of it. Living us, living us, you push it and set up. I live, we have to in that the hobbies the people. I'm submitting more issues of really six miracles. Number one, effort. Shahiro is really the social looking. Support us once. Literally, Jimmy is having a vision. One was a plot. I thought seeing this stuff. Yeah, but Shahiro went down a little deeper. You should find out. Like, especially that's what she did is a social that's actually my mom. Yes, he is a righteous I smell it. I hate the six of these when it says, I am okay by house. One has been by your color. You know, I'm going to look at his color. Hello, and his color. Little bit again that impulse is church reference problem. Yet the review person has to be people. Two people, two big leaders, everyone else being held responsible. So picture of what they're trying to do. I love the one. That's funny. Disrespectful. I'm a line to equal. Annoying, then annoying. He is the son of annoying, the son of another country. Lima, then Nation. He is one of the he's on the roots on that. Son of one who is that's what happened. Out of the African out of the Torah stuff, this is a super that's the reason. Come on, man. Next, what did he also change it up? What are you even doing? How are you out? And probably can read to excuse other trespasses. A lot of people have understand what it is. That's what motivated me. Has such incredible atlas. God asked for this treatment of Jews. The Bible says, I'll take it. I'll take it. Leave him alone. He is a kanoi This sort of a kind of just like living with the shoes is what they did for the dignity of the system. Just like Aaron did what he did for the dignity of himself. So I know because of him what he did for the dignity of Paris, when you stick up for the dignity of another Jew, when you are there for another Jew, when you want to put yourself on the line for another Jew. What else is that? The other tribes began disparaging him. He said that who is actually he said of more unlike was the bubble. But all our message should be started this time so his mother was from Israel. So this national symbol here, national symbol. Israel, Allah Azza Pinchas, not happening without this. So Pinchas' mother was one of the daughters of the family of Israel. He tried to start this guy. So look at this guy. His grandfather was a priest for Abu Israel. And this guy, the grandfather, what's supposed to be trying to bring? So the pastor comes in with the then a lot of about it's true. There's also the grandson of Aaron. Where's the purple motion? Actually, motion. It's not just motion. They know the day to remember. He loves the busy shalom. Shem is big us. So Shem says the motion will go and extend this covenant. This covenant of peace of shalom. Ne'emar, Lachem, and more. Therefore, don't tell Pinchas. Enemy is most. Enemy is also less. See, I get Pinchas. It's quite fascinating. There's also gets these Trump is still there. He's your act, right? Your act, you're treating people from slow. You should be a follow. In fact, that's what you need to stand up and do that. That is Zanzibar was saying, oh, Zanzibar was saying, remember how Zimri did not just have one activation. He had a lot of activities. 400, right now, we must have 420 activities. Actually, that's like the base of the cells. Okay, so currently, again, the new high school, the husband was filled with Shadows base. Tell you, you'll say, Kevin shall not have. Again, where's the teaching of it? If that's a creature, that's what I the city and the husband
That's where it kind of feels like right on the streets,
what you
not a
do
chance
as
for
well
them
as multiple
is
times up the range.
you know what I mean? That
Morality all around. Look, husband, in fact, great ladies and business who run towards the league. Still annoying. Fast solution. Allow me to why this is what the idea is like for Number wir post the husband was so much father post allow these people to be destroyed or by me. Post shuffle also on them. Let them be smart to think herself. How is she going to end well? She was going to think herself for the destruction of times. How you got me? They honey with her money, she the none. Literally, if you look between the reeds, and the reeds in the swamp, Rashi says, "There's honey overnight, fucking if you look in the security places, that's where you'll find she the night. And there's lots of books.
Yeah, I mean, it looks better than
One I just I look for the security place between the reeds. I buy body top of the country. I buy enough something. What is she doing over there between the reeds? What is she doing? She's doing prostitutes out here. She is so immoral. I'm gonna be open. I'm interested in what they were, yeah, sorry. I'm interested in 5 grades. Zimri, and Solo, Sholo, and Agnanis, Shmuel, Ben Zimri, Ashanasa, somebody asks, then Salu, Ashanisti, Abonos, Sholo, and ultimately again, then Saul actually says over here, is the God has this will be sample Russian Islam because she married the Israel Mas, because iniquities of Islam is spoken. So it's not good. Shaul, Ashadisha, Ashbadi. He really let himself out. Then Agnanis, Ashasa, Maisi. Go back to Agnanis, actions like that. Mashro, what was actually played, Shmuel Ben Zerisha. Incredible. Also, his name was actually Shmuel Ben Zerisha. What's that? This book got something actual name was impossible. It's in it. Right? Ultimately, again, Gemara says, right, the city was in the scripture.
if I had a studio like that, obviously it would look
Really
like
was
shopping,
if I had a
studio
we just ran his name by Canada. Those are people that by the way, like the name itself is so cool. Shumi L, is like Shumi Shem is
it is weird that it looks so big.
someone so
It looks
good
good.
and dropped to the
It's just
depths.
weird. Like, especially
What's
where
the
it is.
best thing that's happened to see over,
That doesn't feel good.
which is not how really
Really?
yeah. It's one of the last
They should. They should.
I'm probably asking for the most.
That's what you need.
So one might think about the most. One
That's what you need. Anything after the fact doesn't really sound like too much. They haven't dedicated so much like something like coffee in Boston.
so you have to understand everything you do to Austin.
You got a spot? Switch back in. It's a fucking 9-hour shift. Just like you're not
Enough bad small decisions. Sitting up in that moment, somebody would take the same steps. usually go from Julia Benson Shaddai to Sydney. There's a whole bunch of other things that happen. But we're sucking at the same. We're sucking at the failure. And that's why I get really like constant sense of vigilance. I'm about to do something. What is it going to do? Where is it going to go? Garrett doesn't even constant awareness, constant vigilance. Okay, it's not going to protect you from existence because we all make mistakes. But at least if I'm always aware of what direction I'm going, put myself on like that, seek myself. Like it was like, oh, wow, okay, that was someone for today. Tremendous stuff. See everyone.
He's got an acting career, and then they tried to get him, and then he watches this. God damn it, dude, where's Mark? I'm I should text him. I'm curious to hear what he thinks about this. Texas, he's really some great thoughts on it. He's watching that's going to conditions for them. It's so hot. Yeah, but I'm looking some Thank you, doctor.
I'm a color of the process.
I can see being like, put much effort into it. And also, but also your boss saying that is kind of weird too, because wouldn't you be like, it's your bias?
So again, we had this threshold because of this stuff. When you don't do shots, services. You know, over that's conscious and that's paper. So again, it's also that's the we can find somewhere that's still that's Yes. That's the first thing. First thing goes in and first thing is probably next. Next. I'm going to say from the First says sorcery should curse anyone. Curse sorcery is power. It's right in front of you. So a person curses the Bolo with the sorcery. I want to be able to have a mark on me. Not able to see well, ultimately, because sorcery goes in the curse against and what you doubt therefore again, this with sorcery. But then what's that? This is not going to be the ball about so of course what I mean catches our attention. Not is I'm not talking about something itself. Now, I'm not just talking about itself. But it's actually but they put them Finally, that happened. So it's a complication. So it is sometimes low quality but what happens is what happens is let's say we're not selling you will sell it we're not selling and so the person is teaching how to do this is so what is this punishment under those circumstances? Pushing down is not for that. That's how much so God says, I find you enough time with I saw the following Only you love even nas chwilę odwróciła powietrza Shema Shema Ball Bas El the possibility says against the window of health engaged in the foundation which is the story in Lion the things Kodesh that's love Ball Bas El which is again the order of so this is the tree. Hello. So you see, this is the first question. Someone asked you out. What happens for Jewish men and nobody's calling you. Yeah. So again, no one's talking to them now. Actually, so if Kahana told oh, there's something like actually lovely but not remember what's so apparently again must have but you don't know what's that. So I'm going to go from little even less Ona bez zachował wszystko na myśli. Chwila i długo pogasz myśli. Because you have to think. something like that. Zoom, Zoom. This is the first ultimate result for our Korea college. Also, again, so for now, people here are acting last week, the ball basketball, and which was really good with the daughter of my family, yeah, this refers to June request elections on that's what it means by elections with the daughter of the family. Elections put on this woman, see Hashem was in secret words. Yahweh's Hashem Ish Asher Yasser Er Kahula Yaakov Magish Mikra Hashem Tzedakos. So this is the one. So what's the purpose of doing that? The uncoupled, the Jews, right? This translation, not lo yeh lo ken b'chachamim ba'olam son will not be counted. So again, it's literally translated. So chacham revelation for this non-Jewish and you literally again, his son will not be amongst those who are wicked, like those who are right, in it on the him, and no one will be first. So I think punishment for uncoupled revelation for non-Jewish ultimately it's what I said from there was one more line coming to it was a poet so yellow pen magic sun will not be those again sun will not be the cover those are sun is kind of number one assassination the other reason for this sun will not be people around this is irrelevant to sun. Those are about the there's a series of fundamental moralities. So man goes ahead and wants to read up on more competition. Like, it's not more like a rival that's punishable by least or remember again, this is canonic Pokemon. But if the canonic doesn't get the person to go back, there's no follow-up. There's no follow-up. You get to think world. If I do this, I can be a pro. If I do this, if I am actually up in immorality, it manifests by having a relationship other than my definition is going to impact my I'm going to keep out of I'm going to keep out of the to say plus all dogs also showing those one of the things I saw was shows this will happen too, and another thing. Zikidot to be prayed on. Ashter Abu Blossom to Shakir to have Shakir. So, bread from the father, Zikidot is really the grandfather. Very prayed on, and skull. And the skull ultimately again was cast to the sun and used but the city union, Zeus followed that house. Now the skull was being praised. Zeus this and something else. Now, they didn't realize that this was the skull of the king. So what did they do? Cover up various other things. Got to be true. Very skull. Bahadar Shuffle. Cover up Bahadar Knuckles. Very skull is that kind of ground. And again, they got that. Okay. Amar High Google wants to show you I realize this must be the skull of the CK who has stolen the skull of the Hashmate and the Sharing Shabbat. Rabbi said, Rabbi said, you are going to be buried like a man. Just like nobody takes the time to bury a man, it's not thrown by the side, so to your body is going to be thrown by the side, not buried. But nevertheless, grandfather Rabbi prays, well, the last four are the best years. Nevertheless, you know what? It's not right. So young deserves, all this stuff. And they still can. And as a kid, he deserves some level of fun. So what happens? What is this? The grandfather father is raising this. So Shakti Kakamishinari goes stay this sift up. So we're going to be back to the US again, Jerry. Put it in the box. Okay. I say this. Kazise. So what happened? So the grandfather, right? The skull is sealed in a box. Okay. So she decided to put it in her bag. I'm going to use this shoe. So she said, she was talking to him, we were talking, okay, I think this is like the nice, this must be the skull of your husband's first wife. I don't think again, it's not just married, right? Grandfather was married before. The neighbor says to the contemporary, this must be the skull of his first wife. The Lord commands you, like, and what happens? And clearly, the husband cannot forget about his first wife. So what did the wife do? Shagar to the Tanura, the skull, threw it into the oven, and it was he also, when the grandfather figured it had, Homer ended the city with Zeus for all that. And now I understand the meaning of skull. Zeus is going to be up there, you won't be buried no more. Until then, the skull wasn't served. That's just the name for that. Destino Shakashmalai does it. So the Destino Shakashmalai, that's not kind of Destino Shakashmalai, they made their Destino Shakashmalai. Hold on, this is how you should not go. This is an English woman. He is founded because of Nash God. Four things. Four things. Now, by the way, what's Nash God? We'll see in this book. So Nash God is this anointed is Buddha, and this is interesting. Also, Buddha like again, remember, the days that I was like very unsure that Jewish men would not have any religions from life, morality, marriage, all these things. So they taught these relationships. He said, Jewish parents do not do religion. Guy about Sukkot, number two, Shivcha, or like Jewish relationship. Number three, Gimel, Goya, which is either religion or non-religion. And ultimately, she's married, ultimately it's adultery. Just so that it's Nashgas, I'm sure all you say. It's not Nashga, rather it's Nashgas. Again, he agrees on the first degree, he is Shita of Goya, Sona. He takes out Ish, married to the Sona. Why do you say so? I'm sure Ish was less than it's not even Kusi, but that's not marriage. They're more, never not in relationships. Therefore, it makes sense to put Ish instead, which makes more sense to put it so. The first thing you say, Shani Bada on the okay, like you should have a form of concentration, but the mindset is still how to use the and it's still how to not get relationship, not have a relationship, but married uses his issues. We'll this stuff. How about the rock and roll? I'm supposed to say now. Now, still be here. This is very Guys, other things in this. Not do it. Guys, I want to think very the point. The Mishnah says that it, another self, is the tags is the Jewish man in the act, he's completely go ahead and Gemara says, either way, Gemara says, I'm not this dog, I'm both of them. Somebody comes to ask this Shiloh, not actually so Rashi says over here, annoying about liberal debate, Shasnas, Mitkabo, Ibor, Shloema, Elul, Hanani, Asmo. So let's say again, let's say Uday is having a mixed basis, right? And now what happens? Shit. It shows that the base, Uday is based. Can I kill him? I'm not crazy. Basically, there's not instruction. Rashi points out that because the blood is just acting motivated by the own sense of religious how we can change we don't discuss it. Someone comes to me and asks, he says, should I do this? Tell him, no, don't do this. Don't do it. This is unique halacha. If someone acts of their own volition, says like criteria, you're not liable for it. Right? But the nice thing is will never construct someone to not do this. So the Gemara says, somebody asks, like somebody comes to me, like somebody comes to me, you can not with the police, not a family. Can I do it? No, do not do it. First of all, not only that, I was saying, yes. Siri was a tribal princess had no interest in her husband engaged actually in public action and thus killed Siri. Thus killed the man because he kills them both. This is the story that describes his life as Hagoel, Aramis, Hagoel, this is another this shows you what it did to see this whole thing. She pierced me never got what it did us, killed Siri, after Siri and other finished the happens. I was saying Siri was a husband. And then Pinchas killed him. Pinchas was the one of much. Pinchas never got us. Now, Siri turned around and told Pinchas, Siri will not be valued. Why not? Because just seems fascinating. You know, Aloha says, Hanoi is allowed to kill someone who's having relations with Aramis. But again, it's not part of the legal system. It's not like what we've seen to the point, therefore, that Hanoi has to be a below. So if the Jewish man defends himself and kills Hanoi, it's but incredible. Right? Siri turned around and told us Cindy was trying. Incredible. Umar was like, I don't know what show is. How much sugar for sure is what do you call this? Balak, the king of Moab, went ahead and hired Bilam. Bilam was hired for success. So what is Bilam? Bilam says, Balak, your Jewish men, essentially the more like so the fact that you came to get trouble with Zimri. Although, they going to be the most that the Yoshib Joseph. So he said, Zimri, you're sentencing us to death because we're engaged in morality. You're just sitting here doing nothing. You're sitting here being quiet. About us and what is Zimri do? How much is half an hour for himself? Zimri gathered 21,000 people. Gathered 21,000 people. Bahala thinks that Chazmi, and he went over to the he says, Amrlo, Hashmili, revelations of God. Right? So Zimri wanted like to make a spectacle. Chazmi, something to be revelations of me. Amrlo, Basmela, Amrlo, Basmela, So she said, listen, first of all, God and I'm a princess. I'm a princess. My father said I could only have relations with, the Melech. Okay. Amrullah, who knows? Amrullah, who knows? I'm Nasi. I'm also I'm a tribal prince below another, right? I'm a tribal member. I'm even greater than Moshe. Also, I'm the second one son, second one child, and Moshe is a third one child. So you see, I'm even greater than the leader of the Jewish people. So what does he do? Of something in his son, he's in the by the hair. The year it's a lot. Amro Ben Amro. So a seal of Moshe, tell me, is this something so he says to Moshe, tell me, is this Mutter or Usher to me? By the way, when you say Usher, you can say, who allowed you tonight to Torah? Who allowed you tonight to go to Israel? Incredible. He says, this other than a Hamon. Moshe Rabbeinu, Yamon, Yamon, just treat us Yamon, so go and do it. What's the first one I'm back? You just go straight down that main Moshe Rabbeinu is I asked the Gemara now, what did Pinchas say? Amar Lo Ma'aseh Yisra Halom. Although Ahi Abi Abba, little dear the brother of my grandfather. Pinchas was the son of a grandson of Aaron. So Moshe Rabbeinu was so father of my father's father. So after my time, we definitely have Sinai. He taught us. Moshe Rabbeinu taught us. When you came down from our Sinai, Apollos, Kusis, Kinyoim, Hokipo. Moshe, he taught us a halach, literally, a halach of Moshe and Sinai. He came down from our Sinai, he taught us to properly halach. If a man doesn't see that he's not a good woman, you're allowed to. Look, see, yeah, we're all talking. Yeah, under the one is right. He said, train up Yarto, and one of the letter, you will have the time. You should be us. And therefore, again, you're the one who should carry out. Shmuel over Shmuel says, no, it's only different. Shmuel over Shmuel, and Chakma, and Shmuel, and Yitzhak, and Yasha. Shmuel says, if us something different. Literally translated, there's no wisdom, there's no understanding, there's no counsel, negative action. What is that? From what which needs to do Hashem, aid and hope in power. So according to this verse, Matthew reads as follows. Because what's happening. So much is not the law. Because of me now. Because actually we have this social. And you also you can't act. Only you can't act without this social. You can't act without this social. Because when it is clear, you do not worry about this. And it's still Hashem, you act, this is so the Gemara says, so the Gemara says, the Yitzchak, Amr Lazar, Rabbi Chef, Malach, Yishkis Ba'ar, because so Malach is coming. Because when it's a full Hashem, so I me toca, y no hay que hacerlo. not have a spear with him. Where was Pinchas? Pinchas was doing his rubbish. The mice that you see from there, which do not bring weapons into this into this establishment. Sorry, you do not bring it into this establishment. You can't say the person who plays Zion, the base American. And this is really very interesting. So, by the way, this is the thing about morphological happening in weapons. Because where we go to promote wicked weapons, go ahead and show you like there's a lot of this thing. Very good. So what did he got up, let this kind of speak. Now, Pinchas understood that he was out, right? Not going to go out of shit. Now, so it took the spirit in this book, and he used like the shaft of the spirit as a walking stick. We should only come out. David should be able to shake on social media. He goes to the area where she is. Amar, here come my senior, she shifts us. Maybe God will be so shit. Why should Shaken Lazy be any older than she? He says, Shimon, you guys have a right to leave the way out. Very well, just the around. So why should Shaken Lady be that? I'm from Shaken Lady. Why should you enjoy life any less than wow? Right? Amr, Nichalo, Afulas Straka. Right, look at this. Everyone because this here. He's here to satisfy his own needs. Well, none of it. Nichnas, Nichnas, the king of Kushin as I know. He said, let him in. Because that's what in that even the holiest of people are committing relations with God. Really over this impossible things. 6 months number one. That part. Shahayro is in the first book. So this works. So literally, Zimri is having relations with God. One would have thought Zimri is his interest. Takes it. One would have thought that Zimri was that Shahayro down the road. Should find out. Like, especially in the that part, it is a good social issue. It was a social issue. One is the and certainly pierced the field. Again, the whole sexual other than that, so when you speak in the room, that question about Malak is here. Malak that kept everybody else. Well, a couple of them able to get you comfortable. He is a righteous indication of first one, about smaller, I know this is when it says, I am of people by power. One was it says, people stood by power. Interesting enough, I remember also, this Pavel, right? As you see, it's Ella, by Pavel. So literally again, that Pinchas was judging the Kodesh Baruch Hu. He had kindness, and he had like rebuke person had two people, two green beers, and everyone else being held responsible. So picture Malach that shines in the so Malach one that's funny. I'm like, Hanoi, then Hanoi. He is the son of Hanoi, the son of another country. The ultimate king is the shape of the son of the whole, right? Remember again, after he was
I'm sure we can ask for help. I know
Prophet
that
says,
Janae,
I know you, the
I
son of
feel
a
like
man.
not really
Raise your
sure
favor,
exactly what
then
we're
raise your
I mean,
favor. He is going to go ahead and
talks about the
literally,
room in
he
power
is going to
serve
remove,
festival.
he is going to
And
remove Stefan Rad, the
it's just
son
kind of
of
like
one
that.
who removed Stefan Rad. So that's what he's out.
You know what I mean?
Not only after that, not even
It's
before after
one
stop,
of them
I agree
that's kind of
with
awesome.
this.
Did you hear?
Because it's a whole person amazing police. That's what they always from here to that movie. Everything is that movie. And probably to me, it's an excuse for the trespasses. You see that we are included by a lot of literally acting in the fixed meaning facts on the like pushing down.
Yeah, dude, that's true.
You can't just be on the fence. You can't just become a host. Well, as you know, but understand how you do it. Because it's clear that what he sees in open that's what motivates him. That's what motivates him to come up with stuff. And when you do it, it has such incredible outbursts. God asked for the mistreatment of Jews, the Bible says, I'll take it. I'll take it. Leave him alone. He was a Kanoi, the son of a Kanoi, just like Levi and Shimon did what they did for the dignity of their sister. Just like Aaron did what he did for the dignity of his also. I know because he's doing what he's doing for the dignity of God's own. You speak up for the dignity of another Jew. When you are there for another Jew, when you're willing to put yourself on the line for another Jew. Focus is that. So he wants to see what the other tribes began to start drinking his household. He said, he's actually getting probably more of my brothers from public. But all of us in the shade of Israel, he started this up and started drinking. So Pinchas's mother was from Israel. Some Israel. Rashi says over here, Rashi says, Adi Imon Israel, the Amazah Adi Pinchas, Malkach Mikinos Israel. So Pinchas's mother was one of the daughters of the family of Israel. Tribe started Pinchas. Look at this guy. His grandfather was a priest for Abu Israel. And this guy, the grandson of a priest of Abu Israel, had what's that particular tribe of priests? So the consequence of Pinchas, and then it was that Aaron. He's also the grandson of Aaron. Lives the front of Moshe. How came Moshe? The prophet says Moshe. They know literally again, remember, he knows the reason Hashem is Pinchas, the covenant of peace. And Hashem says to Moshe Rabbeinu, go and extend this covenant. This covenant of peace and shalom to Shneimar, Lachem, and more. Therefore, go tell Pinchas, even Moses, the covenant of peace. It's quite fascinating. I don't know what the kids yeah. You'll have this kind of you'll have this show in your act. Your act, right? Your act which you get the strong smell should be a kapara. The fact that these customers need to stand up and do that. That is this or maybe the front my mistake. Sargent was named, oh, I quase que somos. Sargent was named, another output, what is this? Versus Calvin Harris and the other all apparently, Zimri, they not just have one after they have a lot of that. 400 by Calvin Harris, and the other 400 and 100 Actually, it was like the dates of these levels. Okay, so apparently, yeah, somebody actually brought out the Isaac Kalugam Leonai. Because he was filled with Sarah scenes so much that she became like a kind of Moshe's case. Kaya Yosef, Heather Shoma Amos. Again, where the teaching about scriptural, humanity was so relentless. The sin and cousin appears to foundation very much more radical they themselves must engage in acts morality multiple times throughout the day. It's morality all around. Pronunciations. Not cousin Shema. In fact, the English is Shvila noise. Bas Shema. Lamani Shema. Why do they call it? Peace love the idea. She liked her father. Remember again, father told her and the Jewish people. Generations of tribes. Number cause each under the idea, close the husband was so much father, close allow this people to be destroyed from or by me. As he says over there. Close the shuffle also on the let them be slaughtered. She would begin showing them one as well. She was going to use herself for the destruction of sons. She is being cunning on money. She will not. Look between the reeds. The reeds in the swamp. Rashi says, being cunning over the right. If you look in the second places, that's where you'll find she will not. So if you want to find Shri, now you look for the secluded place between the my Bible, my Bible, got some. What is she doing there between the meat? What is she doing there? She prostitutes out of there. She was so immoral. She was issues yes, she was 5 years travel Zimri, who had Solo, Sholo, and Aknanis, El, and Zimri, why is it possible? Ashnas and things like the somebody acts then Saul, Al-Shabisti, Aholos, Shom, Shpakto. And ultimately, again, then Saul actually says over here, is the God she is to be sapu Russell because she married and as well as what the iniquities of his family is spoken. For example, Saul, Al-Shabisti, Aholos, himself out. Then Aknanis, Al-Shabasa, nice. Open account is like actions like non-like Umashlo, what was actually his name, Shmuel ben Zerusha. Incredible. Although his name was actually Shmuel ben Zerusha. What's that? This was got something really think about it, right? His actual name wasn't Husky. It's Zimri. Right? Ultimately, again, Gemara says, right, the city was a descriptive name. Multiple acts of morality. It really was extremely outraged because most of the assassination again, he did not see our shit. He just read his name by Canada. Those that you can credit, by the way, the name itself is so good. Shuli El means like Shuli El. It says peace. The spiritual is hungry. We have to respond. In other words, trying to make my life constant to my chance that I show what do you all want to do? I want to show them how to. And as a result, Suri Shaka shows my life. Shows my life. So much. Show me how I make a show that shows well. I was a life of harmony and constant. Suri Shaka shed wisdom my life. See something somewhere so old that we can again drop the rest. I also say this is a lesson you can see over which is what how truly a person is. It's one of the facts that says, I'm happy to ask you how you use so one that can be one moment everything you do, every action, decision, enough that at small decisions, sits me up to that moment where I have to make a really dramatic decision and suddenly again I descend to the depths. I don't usually go from fully obviously shut down to sitting just there's a whole bunch of other things that happen in the world. That's why I can really like a constant sense of vigilance. I'm about to do something. What is it going to do? Where is it going to go? What can we gather? It's constant awareness, constant vigilance. Again, it's not going to prevent you from making mistakes. I'm always aware what direction I'm going. Put myself on like that. Seek myself. Like it was like, wow, okay, scratch myself. I want to today. Tremendous that. Everyone, an incredible day. Look forward to seeing everyone. Culture and short.
This was all by design. That was me. Yeah, right. Give me those. I want that.
We understand that this is human, right? Obviously, we can't identify who really is because we're able to identify them. Then Allah Almighty in these problems. Shiloh, who are the actors? Who is the who is this group? So he may not be sharing Shakira. They can know that we're talking about them. We don't get to just regular habit people. But it's a family to do so. So Ruben is essentially the he's going ahead and he's bringing in other people who are just cheating, just innocent people. And literally, you don't know who's a that's what you will see. So of course, you kind of come in and say, I'm somebody's pocket. So what are you going to do? What are your options over here? The options are to either put everyone to death or put no one to death. So obviously, in that scenario, we're going to put no one to death. You see, but how do you know the leader of those people? Otherwise, the actually comes to that scenario of where one person is like that, everyone else is which is why you can have a Ranger say that professional products and everyone together, so you have everything you need to get the job done. Call 1-800-RANGER, like Ranger.com, or just stop by. Ranger, for the ones who get it done. And doesn't make any sense. So what is the case? What is the case of Hosea Shenis Ali? What is the case of murder who gets mixed into the whole other people? What is that? And still the already about on the show. However, the exception of my zero, Shenis Ali below she my zero. Okay, so here's the case. This is Ruben. It's Ruben is in who's upset, murder, or some of these men that this judgment was not solidified. Not solidified. Now, what does that mean? Let's just say, what's the students? So, basically, how they were going to rule about the they believe that they were going to find out what they think in that, just allow to actually see the verdict itself. That's what I mean. Such things like when we saw this, when we are in the same time. All of these, the occasion is very condensed. What you put it in that same day. When we already got here to sleep on it. So we don't usually have a case where it's still that person is going to be but there's things that are like this case, and it gets mixed up in a group of other people's voice. She's understand and she didn't so you didn't something to die.
all that shit on the Patreon. We watch just a person.
Other members, was solidified. The problem is what we don't know. So what do we do in this case here? So that other sector is when you hear so other
we are switching to this job. They went on the June two times a month. Lives on Wednesdays probably at 7 p.m. second and fourth installment. Right between our other show. They're switching to Tuesdays. But anyways, that's not what it is. Look at we fucking switching up because last week we recorded to the show. You got injected right after we finished. Yeah, that is bullshit. So behind, and it's great, like the big story, we missed it. We're all excited the last episode. Oh, I know you're going to talk about the baseball. No, we wouldn't. You missed it. It's like, it's a very timely thing. It's true. You got to stay on it with the team calls. Nobody's part of the team. But that's not why they're here, Gerardo. We're here to watch them as a show. Yeah,
already has a hard investigation. You didn't get that part of life.
To start the timer, let it cheap clip. So we're going to try to understand the only reason you're in this situation is gets ejected gunslinger forward.
But you don't take the voice. I really say no. You should not allow that. One simple reason. What do we know about this guy? What do we know about them? They're all killers. Like all murderers. So we are not good. On the other hand, we can't actually execute the law. So remember, even you get, right? We do not have this verdict against them. That's a technicality. They think they didn't get a chance to get a verdict according to Ruben. But when So if that happens in a very cool. So in this sense, you already have that tempo of emotions. So when you withdraw to the sleep, so you can withdraw the family down below, give it rest. So he says this. So let everybody go through the stages there because they know this. First off, constant oscillate people. If I don't promise what you do, you go ahead and you put them into essentially incarcerate them, feed them barley and their stomach squeeze. Children custody. So they say, so this is the first presentation in this month that we have made, and therefore it turns out to be turned out that Halacha Mesa, what it was done to is the ability to pass the verdict in this country. So the Rabbana says because you can't pass the verdict, therefore again you have either essentially close to not guilty, because you have a not guilty party mixed in with a whole bunch of guilty parties, and you don't know the truth, there's great expectation acceleration of that. But he just says absolutely not. I understand you're very controversial. I got it. Got it. But at the same time, they're all murderers. They're all murderers. So when you do it, kill them back and by keeping them being over and shooting them down. Okay, so that's the situation. They're sorry, trying to say no. But ultimately, I want to put it to you. So the second says, you don't care who it is. Exactly talking about emotions is deliberate, right? And that makes clear the whole public everyone. Everyone will agree that he's going to be popular. Everyone will be popular. Why? This is last statue, the Jews, only the Gentiles, the movement, English Harari was just beginning to show that horrible specific. So the Lord says that is simply not true. Right? And the Lord says, what can I say? Everybody agrees that the third cannot be called coincidence. Like, and the logic starts with, like that initially was also in Halacha, is you know, one of two states. You either highest or you're partner. And you remember it's many places, right? There's a higher below you. There's no other place in the world you're going higher. And there's also like this. The last state you're now in, like the initially says what? You're partner. It's your fault. If we're talking about a person, a human is getting mixed in with the whole background. And really it doesn't have to be like this. Everyone else has to be like this. It goes without saying that everyone will agree that of course the cover will be first because you can't execute the cover when you know that there's a part of the state there. It's like everyone says, Halacha, what's the key here? Halacha, the Shoshana movement, you know? So this Ari Bishra, like there is a movement fascinating. And it all says, the case of here, nothing to do with people, nothing to do with people. So what do we have here? Oxen, it's against ultimately again of actions. I love for myself, you have an ox, so let me measure it. So the glory ox, like the sun ox, the glory ox, the ox was going to be death. The final sack was never delivered. So what happens? It gets mixed in with other stuff. She was like, okay, so that's the halacha. Then the ox, like, then the other oxen, and like, oxen, nothing, right in that mixed in. There you go. Rabbi Sabbath, Rabbi says, Misas Byron, Misas Hashar. The Rabbi says, was it two people that the judgment of the ox affected the judgment of the owner. Or you know, usually what? When it comes to this, the Bana, they'll come to the Psulim. Rabbi will say like this, and also the Psulim, because the Psulim itself contains the judgment of the ox with the judgment of the side of the owner. And therefore, the Halacha is going to look like this. In the same way, that the owner cannot have the commandment in extension, so the shar cannot have the commandment in extension. Therefore, the shar that doesn't have this commandment gets mixed in with the rest of the group that did have a commandment. You have an innocent shar mixed in with a group of guilty shars. There's only one option, which is what? Is what? You go ahead and exonerate the entire group. Exonerate the group. Okay? So the Gemara says, so the Gemara says that's the Rabbanon. They come to a social Rabbanon. No one could do it. That's right. But in the summer, Osin, you realize that you're like that. Just a lot of the ones that they don't know. This was the time of your life. You don't know the fact that a lot of the ones is a technicality over there. That's what you're trying to do. Doesn't change the fact that all of them are exactly. And then what they have to do is to learn to show that it's possible. And they say, so under what's this? Under the Rabbi and this what is out to interpretation. Rabbi say the halacha, this is a opinion of person. Is about to be, is about to have delivered, it's got to win the race, it's about the point for the got delivered. You got you need to get a whole other group of people to go. You don't know who's there are one race day. You don't even think that you're going to start showing. You really don't have to mind. Let's go get it right here. Back to the still considered to be like the biggest party. So the biggest person considered to be the members. There's only one choice you can do. Boss is like this guy's cursing and yelling at me. Come on. Come on. I understand you can't actively do something anyway. I told my son, you have a group of members. They're going to go to pass the group. I mean, yes, she's can find let this comments explode. Let this go. It's not a person. It's not a person. Because if it was a person, everyone would be that one. Rather, it's the case of Shard. And we give it Shard that he's going to but some of that, obviously, the talk about that one, but 88. Who else is everyone can tell me I love. I'm not going to say, how about Malak that they did? So this is the basis. So therefore, I love it. Because whatever it is, think about that. The Yossi says, how about Malak? How about Malak? Like, even if I got Malak, I love that. Chacoalhando o Chico Rossi, lançado como faz música e trabalha. Rápida e intermédia, conhecida na música hip hop, but all of our physiological and some of the natural specific patterns, especially when it comes to support for the I love what I saw. Even at the beginning of the everybody is going to be present. Listen to this famous messages also. Think to yourself, well, why wouldn't you say when Avakala, what's listen, so obviously, the logic is that when there's any identity that's really comes to capital gains, there's no choice but to have it.
I was just afraid.
You might be able to just make the opposite says, I'm coming back to the front. You know, yourself, you sort of reason like that.
I felt bad so that I didn't stand up for the guys. Like, I want to study it. He's built like this baseball field.
So everything. That was good. And he was a real producer also in people. Whereas it's the actual but I mean, it's polish it instead of like if you have a cow that kills someone, the one thing is to do first. You must do when you love God, love them. As you first deliver the offspring is Muslim. The offspring is Muslim. Yes, you know what you like, well, that's it. But if you only do first after you like this, and the offspring is the other, is highly valued. Let's say for the offspring of the child, let's say for the offspring of the let's say the offspring of the child gets this thing, this fucking size, that real bastard, and can equal things together. Constant, constant, and that is when we get all of these sucking cows, like never struggle by them, whether it's in the way, the blue constant, the submission, the shows like not and stones. Omar, the maximum with my young dog, Rwanda, that's what I can say. Tomorrow said, if you have a choice of one, do first, see as possible, do first with that. Before you know, there should be the opportunity. The Africa, the Africa, that was that like this. There was something like a big word for something that I think was that means that it's outdoor. Now, that's the citizens of the United States. US covered up on flat and a us hustle. He but not to get never says, but if you have a cow, pregnant with cow of word, both the cow and its offspring are going to be us. Why? Because we feel that fetus has been participating in the act of word, in which case the fetus has the status of the mother. So the black and your cause are serving it's about dog here, so you can live a pregnant cow. The pregnant cow is silent. So what's the about her? Both the cow and its offspring are us. And what's the hustle that has a freedom of how we can combine it, right? Why? Because we keep both the mother and the fetus as having the same silence. So if you can that's what you see here. You see here that these pieces there that are kind of pregnant. The fetus shares the status of the mother. So the mother born, so the fetus has the status of the born cow as well. If the mother is sodomized, so ultimately then the fetus has the status of being sodomized as well. Therefore, it can be offered up as sperma. So yes, yeah, you know, the picture saying everything is depending on did the cow deliver before or after the desired being? But in reality, this is not after the desired being. Because we are saying, Eva, actually, Nigma, Ina, Ibra, you know, love them as I don't know, just like this. If before the desired being was passed, the mother became pregnant, and those very offspring were caused. Pregnancy happens after the pregnancy happens. So the mother born, then the person is like this. If the mother became pregnant and she birthed before the birth, whatever it was delayed, like it was delayed, then Allah Ta'ala said the offspring is Muslim. It is Sharik marriage, but Allah Ta'ala said the offspring. Sorry, it is Sharik marriage is of the Allah, but if after the birth occurs, then the child becomes pregnant and gives birth, blood the also, ultimately the offspring is also. So the Imam says, okay, let's analyze this a bit more. How do you come about numbers? Let's say like this. Let's talk about this. You have this piece of cow, right? That was convicted of yours, right? Okay, that matter again. A cow that is sodomized. So that's what you matter with the kids. Either way, the mother is the cow, right? The mother has to change the status. So now we're saying like this. This is the question. We're saying this. The mother is supposed to born this. Right? The mother had born the cow. Now we're saying this is solid. If after glory, the mother became pregnant and gave birth before the further, so then the offspring is Muslim. If the mother became pregnant and she became pregnant after the birth, or even became pregnant before the birth, and birth after the birth, then the offspring ultimately are going to be awesome. So the mother says, no, let's analyze this, right? In order for this mother to give birth, what has to happen? What has to happen? How these things work. Well, let's get a little bit right? And obviously, in order for the mother, right, in order for the mother to become pregnant, in order for the mother to become pregnant, so Allah said then, there has to be fast. So the next thing now, the assumption over here is that the father is an innocent party, which means that in this child, there's two forces. There's a mother who's guilty, and there's a father who's innocent. So now luckily we call this Zet story. Two forces creating one child. So let's say stuff, this is interesting. So now you might operate under the assumption that what? That the status of the child is automatically determined by who? By the mother. But there's a problem also. Like there's a problem. And the father's status is only mother. So the mother this whole thing makes sense to everything that says Zed Goren also. Right? And when you have two forces, you have to go forward these cousins, right? The two forces. A mother cause, a father cause. The mother cause is guilty. The father cause is innocent. Sometimes this is one of the view that says that as long as one of the court cases are working, as long as one of these contributing forces, right? If one of the contributing forces ultimately again is culpable and liable that that liability is passed down to the offspring, then this whole thing makes sense. Whole thing makes sense. When other things will say, hello, when I'm going to say that only water, like there is another school of thought. Another school of thought ultimately is like when you have two contributing forces, one of them is innocent and one of them is guilty, one of them is guilty, that a lot of the lens of them offspring, not bears the guilt of the guilty contributing force, what it really says. Okay, actually, regularly, right? That she says, the heart كشنوك ولا أحد مرتين لكن يمكن بالجامعة لا شعر من السفر الضاد بأكل الاسم الجامعي ليش اليابان. So again, if you want so this whole thing makes sense if you don't have like going awesome. But if you don't set going what then the most will actually be optimal coming down from the answer. Which is what I'm gonna do that is ready to he says emo if actually use my Ibra Yoga Roga it actually use my Ibra which use my Yoga Roga Asa Uber Yoga let's rephrase it. And also, if the verdict has not yet been passed, like some right one, actually, give up yoga. So if the verdict has not been passed yet, and the mother becomes pregnant and births, the offspring is going to be birthed. And listen, and this is in line with the idea, very simple idea, that when such liability occurs, or when this culpability is set in, it's only when after pregnant. After pregnant, since you know the mother only committed the act before. So the timeline is like this. The mother birth, then the give birth, all before the pregnant, and all the offspring is absolutely no problem. On the other hand, the actual usually but let's say again, right, pregnant, pregnant, birth, naturally start off as father us. And that's his ultimately getting offspring is going to be awesome. I know what about sex that always possible term. Two bars, yeah, that's what is never so therefore, again, the mother is telling you when the man is that the right thing falls from the highest of the which is first of all, number one, in a case, but let's just look at some statistics. In a case where I love the that's the mistake, right? So that we have all. Like, I don't say, so then you might be low, that's a state, other people from station, you might be. So what are you doing next? Like, so let's say you guys accused of murder. I think he was doing a really silly way. The patient didn't get the ability to really concentrate on his son. He gets instigated with the whole type of after the murders. So what's the thing about that's not supposed to be concentrated. I'm not concentrated. I used to say that. But you can't concentrate on it. And therefore, again, Even if that camera is exaggerated camera. Exaggerated camera. So that's what we end up asking really like really like that. Yeah, well, okay, fine. So in that case, let's go back here. So okay, so let's kind of use was. Let's say so in part one of the visual, you have someone maybe very really what you have, mixing with the rest of the camera footage. Let's distinguish the ones as follows. So let's say you have a group of guilty parties, all mixed in together. The difference is they have different backgrounds. So we don't know who's supposed to get which background. So what's called a first of all, what we do, we administer the most lenient death penalties to the entire family. Die, what was our problem? What was our problem? In the focus, we just consider to be a more common or a more lenient form of death. Okay, so yours is this happens. You know, it's a shmanda, which is super is. You still better cover, when you should better cover. Let's say, here's what's fascinating about this. Essentially, what this is, no one is experiencing this, right? So everybody is different things. Or right, get the experience each other. But yet they have different resources. Everyone is principle that you have seen somebody, right? Using the most brilliant form of death. So what's interesting about this is problem. In order to better what you need hasra. The hasra usually is depending on the death in which you're going to execute first. How do you put someone on lesser death penalty and you're getting infinite stuff like that? This is two of us going to be sold, which is Mr. Better Cover and Mr. Better Cover. Hasra for something more cover, more what you do, by definition, what it is something more big works. So once you receive Hasra for cover death penalty, and automatically make it rewarding for the rest of death penalty, I was really often asking them, what is this here? Because the issue of spouse, interesting, the community here is where you take it, marriage the person's spouse. They said even if you do this, you're going to be liable to the death penalty. But if you say you death interesting because the high time of initial technical review Samuel Michel had in his Sabbatella in the recent also elevated durable technologies to every kind of resource. And for every death penalty before and actually plays out the real technical value plus and actually check every resource. It's the notion of Hasra that one of the sacrifices has already received. This is that one inside other worship of Sarah. Really accepting the entire everyone else needs Hasra. A nation does not require Hasra. Where because Allah says you destroy the fourth pack of nations. So interestingly enough, everyone else, Sharpay is the missing also kind of number one, you can only do the creation of 22. That's number one. Number two, getting big, you also need since the Hasra. And I love the Hasra. Also, this is again, this is 101. So you said someone, the one that has to be done in the everything has to be asked well. Like I said, what things that I said. You just have to say, if you do this, you are liable to be executed by nature. They don't have to say what type of execution, but they just have to say something. You can say, no, but you don't know. I feel you the Asian research. Not true. Not enough to say what type of resuscitation you think it's going to be liable. So what's the so what's the matter? This is I kind of like that. This is a focus. Some of our focus is the Hasra. So common sense, everything you have to say is even if you do this, you're liable to death penalty. But you can say, no, it's not going to be good for so you know, it says, kind of common sense in the process. So kind of common sense in the process. Now, what's interestingly enough, what happens in the process? People don't have to get the process. What happens? Who's the process? This is the guy who is publicly violating Shabbos. That was said, I remember what happened to the Bushers.
If I was
They
in
put
that
him in
studio,
jail,
I'd be like,
but
it's
they
got
did
your
not
name.
know what the song was going to be. They knew that he was going to be put to death. Exactly what? They didn't know which one, which means
If
that
one more person shows
when
up
you
late,
put
I'm
things
slamming
in
that
a
dick in the door,
straw,
guys.
what has to do?
If I don't
It
get the
has to be
dinner
a
I
straw. They
want
can't
this
come with
week,
a straw.
I'm
So that,
slamming that
they're not
dick
going to
right
say,
in
we
that
got
door.
coach,
If I walk
coach,
around scared to Diet
stop
Coke, I'm
doing
slamming
what
right
this
back right in that
is.
door.
If you don't do this, you're going to be
Got it.
dead.
It's on.
But clearly,
I
what
know.
didn't
I'll be
they say?
fine.
What didn't they say?
Your boy
What
doesn't
point
get
was that?
very
Why
catty.
didn't they say it?
Yeah.
They didn't know. So sometimes, what do you see from there? You see them with a proper straw does not require much information of particular matter of that kind. All it requires is an explanation of that kind. On the other hand, when you go and you just said, no, the coaches were left sides. Nothing about the coaches. Nothing of that. Like, okay, they're not going to wrap the coaches. Why? Coaches wasn't accepted. A lot of Chinese, there was notes in that cloud. Notes in that cloud, but a lot of comments again, literally because they did not know what to do. Like the first time this happened, but this is not the norm. The norm is when Asian group has struck for a death penalty, a local relation will have to say explicitly which death penalty will lie against. Motions is an exception to the rule. Incredible, incredible. Yeah, let's go back there. That was the by the way, a local relation. A local relation. That's very fascinating. That Astra is not suspect. Like you just do not have to say we're going to do this, we're going to do stuff like straight I don't know what just if you do this, you're going to be liable to do suspect. Incredible. Let's go back there. And it's very good stopping. So it's really good. So then of course after you establish that principle, that by definition, Astra was cover from what you said, by definition is too much from what cover from what you said. After that, then the problem just really that was so again, which form of me says more, or which form of me says more. Okay, so that particular element of this, so we must say this topic. So you said, let's go to the topic. Massing estimates, we learned that we learned today, and the step is this topic. So we have a group of people who are highly certified, which yet extend to people highly interested. So let's say now, the assumption you might work with like this, the Russian art, the sweating in the color means the majority of people in this group are high skilled, and a minority of people who are high skilled get mixed in with each other. That's the case. So what happens, however, the Shimon says, yes, we need to ski ball. That's what we do. The Shimon says they should be judged with ski ball. Why? Why? Because of a skila and sweeper, so sweeper is more hammer, skila is more cow, and whenever you have a mixture of people having these, what you always minister, the more cow, the more power. However, we got Abo, Indonesia. So we got, so we just have to talk about this. Father, do not, don't ask me that way. Like, not to do it that way. For that one reason. My reason is to come up. Why do you have to even get into a case? Ultimately, again, that's straight from because it's more color. There's a simple reason. Like, okay, everybody's coming in. So watch that. Basically, two solutions. You have a minority of disruption who get mixed in with a majority of disruption. Like, the minority of people carry sweeper get mixed in with the majority of people who are carrying sweeper. So the shipping says everyone agrees that you give them sweeper why because skill is more powerful sweeper. Contrary to shipping some of you guys, don't say that. Don't say that. You don't even have to get into all of this. It's simple. Why should the cover get skill? Why should they get skill? Why? Well, because the majority of the people are scholars. That's why they should get skill. Every aspect, how should we frame this? And it's never been instructed. So the better way to frame it is a minority of the scholars get mixed in with the majority of the scholars. Right? So the minority of the people are high skill. Get mixed in with the majority of the people are high skill. And sure, the Shimon says, this now looks like a bit of a skill out. Just wait the coming out. And Shimon says, the group gets the majority of the skill out. Right? Even a what? Even if it is coming up in minorities, but for the group to be judged as skill out because skill out, you know how very straight up. You have the okay. You have the 8 of says that from the say, not saying father is his brother. It's not saying again, father is his brother is his brother. He says, Allah, Omer, Avo, Mikra, Kasim, Mashal, and Kafu. That is something says, his father, father, there's a pasuk. There's a pasuk in the Surah, and this is how the pasuk is. In other words, the son gives information, and ultimately, again, he ultimately understands what it is that he is in fact doing. So it says that that is the way, again, that is codified in Shulchan. Again, remember, the son sees the father doing something wrong. The son is obligated to point it out. But we have to be this on his but a son is obligated to point it out with incredible sensitivity, not in any way saying what the father is doing, but rather sharing information with the father, sharing information with the father, and ultimately the father gets understanding of his own volition, so what he is doing may be respected. What's that? We're going to end up with something very important. Look at the end. Look at the end. Look at the end. I do not say, I will come and I will perfect in line with declaration. This is tremendous. You know, if you're not down, if you're not down today, you're not doing, but we see ourselves. You know, you never give us this is saying. Right? Maybe the benefit is like, there's a website, 60 other software. And we know this every single week. We are exactly where we need to be. On the website, wake up and start circle down. So give us tremendous physical health and far from one thing. A lot of times, like, you see things good, you're going to run, and you know what? This is never going to work out. It's never going to be okay. So let's say, if you can make it where you need to make it to, as possible as well. So you do it every single week. A lot of us have a conversation, especially at the top of the party. It's going to also always get us exactly where we need to be. Choreograph the event exactly how we need to choreograph. At some point, at some time, all the pieces drop and everything comes together. What's that? I gotta give it a chance to It looks like good morning. Good morning. Let us begin by thanking all of our sponsors for this ministry today. Our annual commentary price for Tafshin Hey 5785. Close to the stock of our Israel. We're dedicating all the streamer commercials this year as is Chris from Soros Tavos for Am Yisrael. Our commentary sponsors for the month of Adar, Habad and Tova, Terry and Steve Zinn, in loving memory of Terry's father, Dr. Harry Khan, Svi Hirsch Ben Yosef HaKohen, Ziv Levin, and Bernie families in memory of Mr. William Ziv Zev Shmuel Ben Yisrael Zechron Levrach. That will be sponsored for today. Adam Plonka, in memory of Moshe Ben Amram. Moshe Rabbeinu. His yard site is today on Zion Adar. Such a beautiful dedication and close by Hashem. We have the ability, opportunity, and privilege to be able to learn the beautiful Torah Kedosha each and every day. Look at the merit of our time for all the Nisham Slav Aliyah, families in the Chama, all of those who need refuah should have together to call the Holy Yisrael. The control of America shall bring the rest of our hostages home. And may our holy soldiers be successful with all Naaseh Yidei. With that, let us begin with a beautiful daf ahead of us today. Today's daf is daf 80. We are picking up at the Mishnah on Ayurveda. Sorry, I got you tomorrow. On Ayurveda, it is 79b. So just to orient ourselves a little bit. So the Mishnah spoke about a very interesting case. The Mishnah spoke about a Rotseach, a murderer, who got mixed up with other people. So quite literally again, the group got mixed together, and apparently we don't know who is who. So the Tanakhama said, "Gula P'turim." Everyone is Potter. Everyone is Potter. Comes on Rabbi Yehuda says, "No, what do we do? Konsim Osim people. We go ahead and we bring them over to an enclosure, a closed space, especially for us out, feed them barley, and allow their stomachs to explode. Essentially, kill them passively. Kill them passively." To which the Gemara asks a very simple question. Manachir, by the way, what exactly is it? We understand that this group is right. Obviously, we can't identify who it is because we're able to identify it. Then, halacha l'maisa, we wouldn't have this problem. But the shiloh here is, who are the Achirim? Reuben's getting mixed into a group. Who is this group? So, Ilay Ma'achir and Shelim, So Pshita, if you tell me that we're talking about that Reuben gets mixed into the regular other people, and if that was the case, then Reuben is a Rotzah, he's going ahead and he's getting mixed in with the group of other people who are just sharing, just innocent people. And literally, we don't know who's Reuben, who's the rest of the innocent people. So of course, it kind of makes sense that everybody's potter. Because what are you going to do? What are your options over here? The options are to either put everyone to death or put no one to death. So obviously, that's now we're going to put no one to death. The Sue, the holding of the Udah, closing us, furthermore, let's analyze this. We're actually talking about a scenario of where one person is going to say everyone else is an innocent person. It's like if you're going to say that under those circumstances, you're going to put everyone together in a group or you put everyone together in, like in a jail cell or whatever it is, incarcerate everyone together and just feed them body until their stomachs explode, knowing that the majority of people in this group are innocent, doesn't make any sense. So what is the case? What is the case of Rotzea Shenis Ali Kafir? What is the case of the murderer who gets mixed in with a whole other group of people? What is that case? It says, already about this one. Although the Rotzea Shalom Martino, Shenis Ali promotes him Ahidim Shinid Martino. Okay, so here's the case. The case is Reuben, right? Reuben is an individual who is Rotzea, a murderer, and Shalom Martino. Shalom Martino means that his judgment was not solidified. Not solidified. Now, what does that mean? I should say, wasn't concluded. So basically knew how they were going to rule about this particular case. Basically knew that they were going to find him guilty, but basically did not get around to actually issuing the verdict itself. Right? That's another section. So what's the halakha? You couldn't adjudicate and condemn that same day. Remember what we got? You have to sleep on it. It's clear that Izzy is going to be victim. Izzy is going to be victim, but they didn't get around to issuing judgment yet. And what happens? He escapes. He escapes, and he gets mixed up in a group of other individuals. So Ruben himself is the guy whose judgment was not yet solidified. He gets mixed into a group of other murderers whose judgment was solidified. The problem, of course, is that what? We don't know if we do. So what do we do in this case? So watch this. Rabbanon Sati means when we do also other Rabbanon, but if we don't do. So the Rabbanon hold cannot go ahead and has to finalize the verdict on someone unless, of course, they are present in front of the case. In other words, or essentially, say it differently, you can't pass a verdict in abstention. Abstention, because the defendant is not there, therefore, Payson is unable to go ahead and pass the verdict. So because you're unable to pass the verdict, you kill your other option. What do? As well as butter. In other words, you can't execute. Remember, number one, you don't number two, we don't know who Reuben is in the context of the group. So what are we supposed to do? Now again, so we know everyone in this group, by the way, crazy part is, everyone in this group is murdered. Everyone in this group is murdered, right? So everyone else besides Reuben already has a verdict cast against them. Reuben didn't yet have to finalize the verdict. He can't pass the verdict in abstention. So the problem is, we're stuck. We're stuck. So therefore, the Tanakh says the only thing to do in this situation is allow everyone to go free. The Gemara says, Rabbi Yehuda, Turning Kami Namiva, Kevin Grotsky. And Yehuda says, no. You cannot allow everyone to go free. For one simple reason. What do we know about this Chagam? What do we know about them? They're all killers. They're all murderers. So we are not free. On the other hand, we can't actively execute them. Why not? Now listen now, remember, according to the Yehuda, even Reuven, right? Who did not have his verdict passed against him. That's a technicality. Right? Basically didn't get a chance to pronounce the verdict in front of Reuven. But the nice, it's not like there's a suffix about his status. Because you know how basically it's going to rule. So Reuven says you literally have a chevra of murderers. So what are you going to do? You're going to let them go free. So Reuven got me now, he goes, David Restream. So Reuven said this. to let everybody go free. You can't do that because the murderers choke off Colson also the people. Therefore, local nice what do you do? You go ahead and you put them into an enclosure, or essentially you incarcerate them, feed them barley, and their stomachs will explode. So kill them passively. Kill them passively. So it's like, so this is the first interpretation of the Mishnah, Rabbi Avo, and therefore it turns out, it really turns out that Halacha L'Maisa, what it comes down to is the inability to pass a verdict in extension. So the Rabbanan said because he can't pass the verdict, therefore again you have even essentially who's quote unquote not guilty, not guilty, because you have a not guilty party mixed in with a whole bunch of guilty parties and we don't know who's who, there's no choice but to exonerate the Chevra. Rabbi Yehuda says absolutely not. I understand you can't pass the verdict. I got it. But at the same time, they're all murderers. What do? Kill them passively by keeping them in the enclosure and feeding them barley. Okay, that's first interpretation. Rish Lakish says no. But Adam declared Amalok would be the two. So Rish Lakish says that can't be the case. If we're actually talking about a person who's a murderer, right? And got mixed in with the whole other Israel, everyone will agree that he's going to be partial. Everyone's going to be partial. Why? Look at the last fashion. All of the Ikachad, the Nidmartino, in the Farai was supposed to be going to be so Rabbi Avo says that is simply not true. Right? Rabbi Avo says like this. Halacha myself, everyone agrees that his verdict cannot be passed in extension. Right? And the lack of a Gemar din, by definition, means also, in halacha, is either one of two states. You're either higher or you're partner. Right? You're either no fix or inflations, right? There's the power of only in the kitchen. There's no other place in life where therefore, again, and we've always said like this. The lack of a Gemara din, by definition, says what? Your partner. This means, therefore, if we're talking about a person, and Ruben is getting mixed in with the whole Febra, and Ruben doesn't have the Gemara din, everyone else has the Gemara din, it goes without saying that everyone will agree that, of course, the Febra is going to be better, because you can't execute the Febra when you know that there's an innocent party mixed in there. Okay, so therefore, you know, Halacha, what's the case over here? Halacha, the Shar Shalom Nikmar Diyot, Shemis Ari, the Shar Machirim, Shenikmar Diyot. Oh, fascinating. And it always says, the case over here has nothing to do with people. Instead, what does it have to do with? Oxen. It's the case ultimately again of oxen. I love for myself, you have an ox. Shalom is my deal. So as a glowing ox, right? Sure, not but as a glowing ox, the ox is going to keep them to death. The final psak was never delivered. And what happens? It gets mixed in with other shvarim. Shalik Martina. Okay, so that's the halacha. Condemned ox, right, are sick. Condemned ever oxen, and an ox that was naturally had its margin got mixed in. Here we go. Rabbanan says, Nisas Chayim, Nisas Hashar. Rabbanan was saying this, we've seen this before, that the judgment of the ox is reflective of the judgment of the owner. Namely what? They don't do the Shashra out of the Fana, they'll come to them too. Rabbanan will say like this, and also we see this because the passage itself equates the judgment of the ox with the judgment of the Baal of the owner, and therefore the halacha says will be like this. In the same way that the owner cannot have the Gemara in extension, so to the shark cannot have the Gemara in extension. Therefore, if a shark that doesn't have its Gemara that's mixed in with the rest of the group that did have a Gemara you have an innocent shark mixed in with a group of guilty shvarim, and there's only one option, which is what? To go ahead and exonerate the entire group. Exonerate the group. Okay? So the Gemara says, that's the Rabbana. Last line. But either Sabar, Colson also the Judah says no, that can't be the case. Because Halacha L'may said again, they're all guilty. The fact that Halacha L'may is a technicality, though, because Sharm didn't have his demand. Doesn't change the fact that are in fact guilty. Therefore, again, you can't kill them actively, but you can kill them passively. So we'll say it's a fundamental focus. Fundamental between Rabbi Avon and Rish Lakish about how to interpret the Mishnah. Rabbi Avon saying that halacha l'maisa, this is including the person. Ruvain was about to have his verdict delivered. He got away from the nation somehow before his verdict got delivered. He got mixed in with a whole other group of convicted murderers. We don't know who is who. The Rabban will say, you can't convict the person in absentia. Ruvain doesn't have a demarcation. This doesn't have a demarcation. Effectively, halachically, he's still considered to be like an innocent party. So you have an innocent person mixed in with a group of murderers. There's only one choice to do with the group that he's watched. Exonerate everyone. Rabbi Yehuda says, come on. I understand you can't actively execute everyone. And for myself, you have a group of murderers. Therefore, kill them passively, bring you into the kippah, keep them barley, let their stomachs explode. They Lakish is this is not a person. This is not a person. Because if it was a person, everyone would agree to Rabbanah. Rather, it's the case of shard, and the din of shard like the din of Torah. Good. Sum it up. Rabbi says it's how close the cap of pay. 88. He helped me. I know the Tanya Allah. I'm Rabbi Yossi. Afidu Abba Chalafta B'nei. So this is this. Therefore, Rabbi says the two things make sense. Because remember again, it was a statement about the Mishnah. Rabbi Yossi says, even if Abba Chalafta was a great sign. Like even if Abba Chalafta was mixed into the group, the halacha would be the same. So what does this mean? We have Rashi. You have Tanya Allah. In the Rish Lakish in the Shmuel. Kamosik, Ihavi, Dainu Akirin, the Mastisim Delosim Kamar, the Iros section is Arid, the Hokar, or the Basof is Arid Kamar, Hazutan of a Vice Haki, the section is Aribak in Kulak Turin, Amr Yosakidu, Abba Falafta, Kulak Turin, Samaya Fidu Kamar. So it says, and listen to this. So the Gemara says, Rabbi Yossi says, even if the person who got mixed in was Abba Chalafta, now what Rabbi Yossi should be saying is like this. Rabbi Yossi says, imagine for a moment that the person who got mixed in the group is like Abba Chalafta. Abba Chalafta is a big sign. So we can say, even if the person, let's say, everybody was a murderer except for one person. People, we don't know who's who. Rabbi Yossi says, even if the person who got mixed in was Abba Chalafta, still the halacha applies. Now, what that seems to be saying is, he's saying himself, well, obviously, Abba Chalafta is not murderer. Nevertheless, Rabbi Yossi says this group dynamic still would apply even if Abba Chalafta was mixed in. So you must say, what does that mean? Who would that apply to? Amar Rava says, Chaki Kol, this is what it means to say. Shnaim Shayu Omdim, listen to this. The Yatza Chutz Mirinehem, Vahara. Sorry, the Yatza Chutz Mirinehem, Vahara, Shnei P'turim. All right, so once this Rabbi Yossi is referring to this. You have two people standing together, right? Even if someone was standing together. Now, from their collective space, someone shot an arrow. What don't we know? Who shot the arrow? Now, the arrow went and killed someone, but we don't know. Was it moving or was it shooting? Who shot the arrow? Now, we know with absolute certainty that the arrow emanated from the group, but I don't know who the arrow emanated from. Gemara says, both are going to be pater. Rabbi Yossi, because not Jose not the same as Rabbi Yossi. Afilu Abba Chalafta B'nei. Oh, Rabbi Yossi says even if one of the two guys was Abba Chalafta. In other words, I'm not a thought like this. If it's Reuben and Abba Chalafta, and from within the group someone shot an arrow, and the arrow went ahead and killed Shimon, but we don't know who it is. So be tempted to say, oh, it's for sure Reuben. It's for sure Reuben. Can't be Abba Chalafta. Like Abba Chalafta would never do such a thing. Nevertheless, even if one of the people is Abba Chalafta, ultimately both are pater. Both are pater. Since we do not know the definition, who went ahead and shot the arrow, therefore by definition we have no choice but to examine it. Now, let's say this is all part of the same motif, right? Because this is what Rabban is in the Mishnah. Whenever you have any level of ambiguity about the identity of the murderer, by definition, we're just always reticent to execute. And in general, Allah is reticent to execute anyone. Allah has come up when the identity of the murderer is somewhat ambiguous, we just can't carry through. Even in the case, two guys within Abba Chalafta is a Gadol Adar, they're standing together, an arrow shoots right from between them, kills Shimon. You'd be tempted to say logically, who's the killer? It's got to be Reuben and Abba Chalafta. Even in a case like that, we won't execute anyone because of identity ambiguity. To look at Josh in just a moment. Allah Amar Rava, Shalom Hook on the facing camera, if you go Shnayim Omdim, two people are standing right, and an arrow shot forth from between them, Then Yogin Isa Mehen Zarko, I don't know who shot it. Turin, sorry, Shnei Turin, both are Potter. Rabbi Yossi, Afilu Abba Chalaf Tereneir. Shakal Yodin Shu Chosid, Velo Zarku, from the Kaidin of the Idak Shu Hayt Hazako. ובהר בגלל ניגוד המודע, שהניגוד גם הקוראים שלו סליקיפה, לא עלה על הקוי אליו לקרוא את העניין בקצור נפשי ומסניס את אבי כחני, ושש נגמר דין התפוסס, so the point of the video is a lot more nice. Even Rabbi Yehuda would agree with things like this, right? Even Rabbi Yehuda would agree with things like this, that a lot more nice, everybody is going to be potter. We'll see that there's an interesting response also. You think to yourself, well, why wouldn't we say that if Abba Khalaf is there, Abba Khalaf is potter, right? What's the logic? So say so. Obviously, the logic is that when there's any identity ambiguity when it comes to a capital case, we have no choice but to pass everyone. But there's also something else that's interesting. You might hear the Mishnah Pirkei says, "Al kamin ba'atzmacha adil mosha." Do not believe in yourself in the day until the day that you die, because the person does believe in themselves. So a person should believe in himself. A person should believe in themselves each and every day. So isn't that how kamin ba'atzmacha adil mosha? Means what I say is a person should never think that they are incapable of performing any action. Sometimes like you see a particular idea and you're like, oh, well, I would do that, I would never do that. Don't say that. Because given the opportunity, people would perform almost any action. Baraya, if a Baruch has to prohibit it, it means that man has somewhere, somehow, a natural proclivity to do it. Right? If you didn't have a proclivity to do it, you would have to ask it. So there's this tremendous mistrust. Like even Abba Khalafta was one of the two guys. Even Abba Khalafta was not incapable of shooting the arrow and killing someone. It's tremendously so because sometimes we become a little bit too self-assured and a little bit too confident about things that we would quote unquote never do. And let's say in our own lives, I mean, if we look at our lives, I would imagine that I've done it myself. There are things that I have done that I thought I would never do. I thought I would never do. I thought they were beyond me. And so now, Baruch Hashem, I found the fullness. I dug deep. Right? And I found the ability to go ahead and do it. The nature of man is we find ourselves kind of trespassing lines that we never thought we would, but we do. And the more on guard we could be about ourselves, the more vigilant we are, and the more honest we are that the truth is given the opportunity, I would do almost anything and everything. The more real we are about ourselves, and the more vigilant, the more on guard, and the more we can protect ourselves about crossing those lines. Incredible yourself. One of the brothers like the Shurshim imagination, which I was trying to think. Now again, going back, circling back. So now we understand what Rabbi Yossi is referring, right? So Rabbi Yossi in the Gaisa, when he said even if Abba Halak is one of the two people, that's a very different case. That's talking about two people standing together, an arrow shoots forth from between them. The arrow goes and kills someone. So the Gemara says, even if one of the guys is mamish like a double adar, so you say, of course, what's the other guy? No. Because identity and ambiguity, and therefore both ultimately again will be potter. Now circle back. The Shurshim Bardino is already the Shar of Haven. If you have it at the start, and the shar ultimately again had its enlargement, and it got mixed with other shvarim. So the Gemara says, the shar machinim ma'alya. The shar machinim ma'alya means other innocent shvarim. So a shar that was condemned to death got mixed in with other innocent chevra. What's the halacha? So good also. Ultimately again, we'll stone all of them. So the Gemara says, that was saying that obviously this is by animals. Right? This is by animals. This is not by people. So we'll stone all of them. But the Buddha says, no, closer also people. The Buddha says, no, we're not going to actively kill them. Rather, what will we do? We'll go ahead and just passively kill them. We can borrow them in their own body. My animals don't feed them at all, and they'll die. I thought I about Buddha and Harash and Isa, the and that's true. That's true. Yeah. This is a reverse of what we were saying before. Sounds like, now what you are suggesting is, even according to Shita, whenever you have a case of a potential innocent party mixed into the group, you're never going to kill anyone. You're never going to kill anyone. You can't. So what's the case of Machnisim also with people? That's the case of a shard. So you have a shard ultimately again that killed someone. And it got mixed with a innocent shard. So the Buddha was so Tanakama says, kill everything. with everything. Rabbi says, no, Machnisi also. So the Gemara says, is that true? But I never said this. Harashem Yisrael, interesting case. Let's say you have a cow that killed someone, and afterwards it gave birth. Imagine when it might be a Yalda, if the cow gave birth before its verdict was delivered, the offspring is mutter. The offspring is mutter. So the Gemara says, in Mishnah Nigmar, Yalda, Vada Asa. But if it only gave birth after the Gemara, then the offspring is going to be Asa. This Ali Bachim. Let's say again the offspring of the cow. Let's say in the case of the offspring of the so let's say the offspring of the cow gets mixed in with other cows. And again, the group gets further mixed together. In that case, again, we put all of these sucking cows into a pen together, which step them back like those. Was there a tree owner? But being also the case. Second one said, Resolution says, no, go ahead with doing the basin, the basin, and the stone in the Homer Mag. Imagine that we can do the old blood on the tires. So let's go back for just a second. The Gemara said that if the cow that killed someone gave birth to his offspring, gave birth to his calf before the Gemara came, and ultimately the offspring is put in. The Afagab, the Abba, now it's interesting about that case is, in other words, if you're talking about that gave birth before the Gemara came, what does that mean? That means that it was pregnant at the time that the cow bore. Now, if that's the case, the Gemara says, Rava says that if you have a cow, pregnant cow that bore, both the cow and its offspring are going to be usher. Why? Because we view the fetus as being participatory in the act of boring. In which case, again, the fetus has the status of the mother. To which the Gemara said, similarly, Vlad Hanir Bas, Asr, Kibu Flada Hanir, assuming again, if you have a pregnant cow, and the pregnant cow is sodomized. So what's the halacha? Both the cow and its offspring are usher. But let's say usher like for carbonic purposes. Right? Why? Because we view both the mother and the fetus as having been sodomized. It's interesting enough. So what you see here, you see from here that in these cases where you have a cow that's pregnant, the fetus shares the status of the mother. So if the mother gored, then the fetus has the status of the goring cow as well. If the mother was sodomized, so ultimately again the fetus has the status of being sodomized as well. Therefore, it can't be offered up as a carbon. So yet Gemara makes a distinction. It sounds like everything is dependent on did the cow deliver before or after the Gemara came. But in reality, this is not about the Gemara came. This Gemara says, "Ema actually nigmar dina tibla yalda." Blood of mother. Right? It means it's like this. If before the Gemara was passed, the mother became pregnant and birth, then the offspring is mother, which indicates to us pregnancy happened after the event. After the event. The pregnancy happened, so the mother bore. Then the Gemara says like this. If the mother became pregnant and gave birth before the Gemara came, or before that really it was delayed, right? It was delayed, then halacha the offspring is mother. But if halacha l'maisa again, the offspring, sorry, but if after the verdict occurred, then the cow became pregnant and gave birth, vlada also, ultimately the offspring is also. So the nurse says, okay, let's analyze this a bit more. Let's talk about this just a second. So if you have this case over here of a cow, right, that was convicted of goring, right? Or for that matter, again, the cow that was sodomized. It doesn't really matter what the case is. Either way, the mother is impacted, right? The mother has a change of status. So now what we're saying is like this. This is the best thing. So same case. The mother, it's going to boring case. Right? The mother went ahead and bored another cow. So now we're saying is as follows. If after the act of boring, the mother became pregnant and gave birth before the verdict, so that the offspring is mother. If the mother became pregnant and she became pregnant and birth after the verdict, or even became pregnant before the verdict and birth after the verdict, then the offspring ultimately again is going to be awesome. So the Gemara says, no, let's analyze this, right? In order for this mother to give birth, what has to happen? I guess we should have a talk. How these things work. We'll schedule a different shit. Right? Like obviously, in order for the mother to become pregnant, so halacha Lamaisa again, there has to be a father. There has to be a father, right? So the now the assumption over here is that the father is an innocent party, which means that in this child, there's two forces. There's a mother who's guilty, and there's a father who's innocent. So in halacha we call this zet goren. Two forces creating one product. So let's say so this is interesting. So now you're automatically the Gemara is operating under the assumption that what? That the status of the child is automatically determined by who? By who? By the mother. But there's a father also. Right? There's a father. And the father's status is totally mutter. So the Gemara says this whole thing makes sense because we're doing that says Zegorein Osir. Right? You know you have two causes. You have both right? You have two causes. A mother cause, a father cause. The mother cause is guilty. The father cause is innocent. So again, if you go with the opinion that says that as long as one of the causes, as long as one of the garment contributing forces, right? Right. In order, right? If one of the contributing forces ultimately again is culpable, is liable, that that liability is passed down to the offspring, then this whole thing makes sense. Whole thing makes sense. It was other days was like, hello, the man number said going mutter, like a second. There is another school of thought. Another school of thought ultimately is why when you have two contributing forces, one of them is innocent, one of them is guilty, one of them is guilty, but a lot of the nature of the offspring, last of bears the guilt of the guilty contributing force, what is there to say? Guilty was Michael Riemer. Look at that. Michael Riemer. That says, the heart is no good after machine, lucky with the drama, Rosh Afri has suffered about the head of the Israel, Rosh Yabal. So I say, so again, if you also, this whole thing makes sense if you don't have Zegoren Passer. But if you don't have Zegoren Mutter, then Lamaisa, why should the offspring automatically be Passer? So which would be like, I'm like, it's very true. It says, if I'm sure need my Ibra Yoga, Rada Mutter. In actual need my Ibra, which need my Yoga, Rada Asser, Ubar Yarek. Versus you're right. Right, but listen, let's rephrase it. In actual unit, if the verdict has not yet been passed, like I'm right and what? Actual unit, if so if the verdict has not been passed yet, and the mother becomes pregnant and births, the offspring is going to be mother. And listen, now this is in line with the idea, a very simple idea, that when does liability occur, or when does culpability set in? Only when? After granted. After granted, since you know the mother already committed the act of glory. But again, you're not liable until this American. Say it halacha like so the timeline is like this. The mother court, then became pregnant, gave birth, all before the Martin, halacha like then the offspring is totally Muslim. Absolutely no problem. On the other hand, if I shalom Martin, Yidrach, and we should make Martin and Yalda, well, let's say again, glory, right, pregnant, Martin, birth, in that case, the halacha is Vlada Asa. In that case, ultimately, you're going to be offspring is going to be Asa. What about Zeb Goren of Mutter? Very different over here. Ubar, Yarachno. We'll say there's another piece. What's that piece? A fetus is considered to be an appendage of the mother. So therefore, again, if the mother is pregnant with the fetus, none of the Martin. And when the Martin is passed, so that Martin falls upon the entirety of the mother. The Uber is reckoned as really like a Yara feeling like a thigh, like a leg of the mother. Right? So the fetus is considered to be a leg of the mother. And therefore, Halach Lamaisa is going to be shared with the mother. Incredible. So we'll say, so there are a number of important halachas that come out of this, which is first of all, number one, in a case, so let's just go through this case very quickly. In a case where Allah said you have a murder, you got mixed in, right? Let's say, like a Roseach Shalom Nikmartino, you got mixed in with other people's Roseach Nikmartino. So it's like, so what do you do in that case? Right? So let's say Ruben was accused of murder. The Basin was going to rule in a certain way. The Basin didn't get the opportunity to literally ask him on his verdict. He gets mixed in with the whole type of actual murders. So what's the halacha? was that process. You cannot pass a verdict in extension. At least for now, that's how it has to be. Like you can't pass a verdict in extension. And therefore, again, the only thing you can do with that Hebra is exonerate all of them. Exonerate all of them. So that's indeed end up asking, we did really like that level. Okay, fine. So we'll say, so without the case, we'll be, let's go back to it. So we'll say, so the next part of the Mishnah was, let's say, so in part one of the Mishnah, you have someone who may be guilty, but his mind really wasn't passed, mixing with the rest of the Chazal guilty parties. The next case of the Mishnah was as follows. So let's say you have a group of guilty parties, all mixed in together. But the difference is they have different death penalties. And we don't know who's supposed to get which death penalty. So what's the halacha? It's very simple halacha. What do? You administer the most lenient death penalty to the entire chevra. Now, what is that problem? The machlokas, which is considered to be a more cover or more lenient from the death. Okay, so the Gemara says as follows. The Gemara says, Shmamino, if you see the lyrics, Muslim double cover. We'll say, here's what's fascinating about this. What's fascinating about this is no one is disagreeing with the principle, right? So if you have a group of conflicting murders, all right, get mixed in with each other, but yet they have different resources, different verdicts. Every one of these looking for the execute them all, right, using the most lenient form of death penalty. So what's the thing about this? In order to get what you need hasra. The hasra that is from the death in which you're going to execute the person. So how can you give someone a lovely death penalty and ultimately give them hasra for that death penalty? It's a very important result, which is musra davar chamar, musra davar tal. Hasra for something more chamar, more stringent. By definition, works to administer something more lenient. That's the way it works. So, in other words, once you receive hasra for a hammer death penalty, it automatically makes you warn for a lesser death penalty. What is the you know, the issue of stamp. Interesting enough, Yuria says maybe the case over here is where the agent warned the person's stamp. In other words, they said, if you do this, you're going to be liable to a death penalty. But what? They didn't say which death penalty. Interesting. You know, the high time of it, and this reflects the following. The sign of Ushar Tagin says the Torah in the Mitzvah also, Torah was like is for any hiding resource, right? For any death penalty in the Torah. And actually points out that we are actually writing to us and actually Ushar Tagin resource, which means is Shira Zarach Hasra, Rahmona Amar Rosak, or Rosak, so we have to see this. Like basis, that's the one who incites others to worship Avodah Zarah. He is the exception to the entire rule. Everyone else needs Hasra. A basis does not require Hasra. Whereas because halacha mice essentially we throw the book at the basis. So interestingly enough, everyone else, in the Nisim also other days. So number one, you can only adjudicate your case in the basis of 22. That's number one. Number two, the agent knows the English, the Hasra, and halacha mice Hasra. So we'll say this is again, this is Beis 101. You know, or I should say, these are Beis 101. Or if it's someone, number one, they have to be judged in Beis 23, Sanhedrin part 1. Number two, they have to be Hasra. And we'll say, the Ad, you should hire Jesus. That Tanakama holds. Furthermore, so what do we even have to say? People just have to say, Ruvain, if you do this, you are liable to be they don't have to say what type of visa is, but they just have to say visa. You can say no, but you don't American. Actually, you the Asia visa you can say natural. It's not enough just to say generically you're going to be put to death by days. In the guidance it says you actually have to articulate what type of visa is given it's going to be liable. So what's the point of contention? So we'll say, by the way, this is just want to point out, he's giving a hocus. Fundamental hocus nature of Hasra. Tanakama says all the even have to say, even if you do this, will be liable to death penalty. But Yudah says, no, they have to indicate which death penalty. So the Gemara says, Tanakama though, negotiates. So Tanakama learns stuff from negotiates. Now, let's say, interestingly enough, what happened to negotiates? We keep on references back to negotiates. What happened to him? Who's negotiates? This was the guy who was publicly violating Shabbos. I was saying, I remember again, what happened to negotiates? They put him in jail because they did not know what step. You saw your face now. They knew that he was going to be put to death. Or rather, what? They didn't know which death was, which means that what? When the Edom gave him a straw, what hasra did they give him? There has to be a straw. There's careful something about a straw. So what happens? They went up to him and said, Ruben, Koshesh, stop doing what you're ceasing to desist. If you don't do this, you're going to be put to death. But clearly, what didn't they say? What didn't they say? What type of death? Why didn't they say it? They didn't know it. So Tanakh says, what do you see from here? You see from here the proper hasra does not require the articulation of the particular manner of death penalty. All it requires is an articulation of death penalty. On the other hand, when Yudah said, no, the kosher shall rush Shaisa. Don't bring a right from the kosher. Don't bring a raya. Right? Let's say, do not bring a right from the kosher. Why? Kosher was an exception. A rush means it was Yotzim Rakbal. Yotzim Rakbal, that Allah makes again, literally because they did not know what to do with it. This was the first time this happened. But this is not the norm. The norm is when they didn't give Hasra for a death penalty, Allah said they have to say specifically which death penalty you're liable to. Koshesh is an exception to the incredible. But let's go back to it. That was by the way, Allah that's how he has to. That Hasra does not have to be Misa specific. Right? The witnesses do not have to say, you're going to do this, you're going to be subject to Skila, Strafa, Harada. They just need to be able to say, if you do this, you are going to be liable to Misa space. It's incredible. Let's go like that. And it's still a minute swapping. So let's remember again. So then, of course, after we establish that principle, that by definition, Hasra for a more common form of Misa, by definition, it converts to a more powerful form of Misa. After that, then the problem just is devils in the details. So again, which form of Misa is more common, which form of Misa is more common. Okay, so that condition had a much more test. So the Gemara says as follows. So Mishnah, let's come to the topic. Masnu Rabbi the Roy Parade, and it's dropping in its color. So let's say if you have a group of people who are Chayiv Sreika, you get mixed in with a group of people Chayiv Skira. As I say now, the assumption of the Gemara is working is like this. The Lashon of and the Srafin in this color means the majority of people in this group are Chayiv Skira, and a minority of people who are Chayiv Sreika get mixed in with each other. That's the case. So what happens? Rabbi Shimon says, Yadunu B'Skila, Shasrefa Kamura. Rabbi Shimon says they should be judged in Skila. Why? Because that it's Skila and Sreifa, so Sreifa is the more Kamar, Skila is the more Kal, and whenever you have extra people, Chayim says you always learn the more Kal, the Kal, On the Rabbi Huda, Abba, go to Nisra. So Huda says to his father, don't pass me that way. I don't have to be learned that way. For one reason. My day is the Sefer Kamura. Why do you have to even get into a case? Ultimately, again, that Sreifa is more common. There's a simple reason. Table plate, Reuben is culminating. So watch what happens over there. Basically, the case over here is we have a minority of Yisrafim who get mixed in with a majority of Yisrafim. Right? So a minority of people Chayiv Sreifa get mixed in with a majority of people who are Chayiv Skila. And the Shimon says everyone agrees that you give them Skila. Why? Because Skila is more Kala than Sreifa. Comes along Rabbi Shimon son of Yehuda and says, Abba, don't say that. Don't say that. You don't even have to get into all of this. It's simple. Why should the Chavra get Skila? Why should they get Skila? Why? It's Rove. Because the majority of the group the majority of the group are Niskolim. That's why they should get Skila. How should we frame this case? And it's covered in Niskolim. So the better way to frame it is a minority of Niskolim get mixed in with the majority of Nisrafim. So a minority of people are Skila. Get mixed with the majority of the open a high straight. And the Shimmy says this now makes more sense. The skila, shas sheifa kamura. The Shimmy says the group should be judged with skila, right? Even though what? Even if the Muslim are the minority, the group should be judged with skila because skila is more powerful than streifa. Yeah, okay. Yeah, you know, seifa from the from say that doing the streifa, shas skila kamura. The say that they should be judged with streifa because the Chachamim say that Sreifa is more powerful, the skill is more powerful. The paper plate, the Ruben is Rafi Nigru. It's even simpler. We're talking about a minority mixed into a majority of this stuff. It should be given Sreifa. Nothing to do with what's more powerful. What's more powerful? Because the role, which remembers is Hassan, Rabbanim, there's Hassan, Rabbanim, Rabbi Shimon. This is Rabbanim talking to Rabbi Shimon. Lidita, the Amid Sreifa Kamuro, the Gemara says, quite near the Shimon, you hold that Sreifa is more powerful. And we say, no, Skila is more powerful. Okay. So we'll say, so therefore again, let's not focus. Let's not focus right now. We'll see the Rambam next about the actual hierarchy. Once we get to the resource based in, we'll see the actual hierarchy of all of this. But we'll say interesting exchange. Now the Gemara ends off with something fascinating. The Gemara says, we'll say, you notice by the way, the exchange between son and father is very interesting, right? That we shouldn't say the halacha of Isa, skila, the group. Ultimately again of this roughing gets mixed in with the group of Niskalim. So the majority are skila, minority are shrifa. Rabbi Shimon says give the group skila. Why? Because shrifa is more common than skila. Rabbi Shimon, his son, said, Father, don't say that. That was his lashon. Father, don't say that. Don't say that because you're going to have to get into this. You just use road. So that's this. I'm going to make Shmuel Rabbi Yehuda. So now Shmuel says to Rabbi Yehuda, the son of Rabbi Shimon, Shimon, sharp one, which means Rabbi Yehuda, you're a very smart young man. Papa Pe Aleph, Lo Klima Le La'avucha. Why are you talking to your father that way? And that says we're going to see over here. So ultimately, again, Shmuel is taking Rabbi Yehuda's class and how Rabbi Yehuda spoke to his father. So let's say, if you remember, number one, generally say, if you see something, say something. If you see somebody say something, now it's never something possible to go ahead and discipline someone else's kids. Right? But the myself, sometimes if you see something egregious, it's important to point it out. And let's say that what I want to point out right here is interesting how Shmuel points it out. Do you notice how Shmuel gives Rabbi Yehuda Musar? He doesn't say what's coming out of you. He doesn't say us is funny, right? And give him a crash. Right? What does he say? Shimon, Shmuel, sorry, Yehuda, you're coming trouble. You're big on trouble. So sometimes that's the this is not by keeping instruction people, but it's by building it up. This is the Aaron Accord approach. Right? The Aaron Accord approach to Musar was not to say this from God. Right? Well, why would you? Aaron Accord approach was to go ahead and show someone how great they were. And when you show someone how great they were, and right, you get people to believe in themselves, then you come to understand that certain behaviors are in fact beneath them. So such a profound result over here. So Shmuel is very shocked by the way that Yehuda spoke to his father of Shimon. But how does he call the task? Not by demeaning the task to show, but by saying to him, Yehuda, Shimon, you are sharp, you are smart, you are coming you are great. So you need to know that you need to be better than this. You need to act as like this is a way to be. Sometimes in life we have to say things to people, and it's so tempting to kind of come out sharp and to cut them down. So the truth is also, if you've ever been on the receiving end of that, which I'm sure we all have, it usually doesn't work. No one is ever beaten down and says, oh, now that I've been beaten down and feel like 2 cents, now I'm really ready to become the best version of myself. Like generally, when people are beaten down, you know what happens? They stay down. When you build people up, right? You're great. You're fantastic. You're amazing. So let's talk about this thing that just occurred. Just something that you're coming at it from a level of, I believe in you. I think you're fantastic. And that's why you keep being better than this particular behavior. So what was the problem? What's the capital K Aleph? So the Gemara says, you can't really, so Shmuel says to Yehuda, you can't really speak this way to your father. Why not? The Gemara says, Yisanya, Harishaya Aviv over Aviv Torah. Let's say I see my father. If you my father, violating divrei Torah, violating Torah law. Lo yomer lo abba, abarta divrei Torah. Son should never say to a father, Father, you violated Torah precepts. Elo omer lo abba, kaf kasid Torah. Rather, a son should say, Father, it says like this in the Torah. Israel says, isn't that the same thing? So, honey, huh? Right, so the father's eating a cheeseburger. Father, it says in the Torah that one should eat a cheeseburger. Isn't that the same thing? Okay, so I'm not saying Father doesn't eat a cheeseburger. Instead, I'm saying again, Father doesn't eat a cheeseburger. He says, Ella, Omer, Lo, Abba, Dikra, Kasim, Batara, Kafu. Rather, a son should say to his father, Father, you know, there's a pasuk. There's a pasuk in the Torah, and this is how the pasuk is. So in other words, the son gives over information, and ultimately, again, through the conveyance of information, the father ultimately understands what it is that he is in fact doing wrong. So as I said, that is the way, again, and by the way, that is codified in Shulchan Aruch. That again, remember, if the son sees the father doing something wrong, the son is obligated to point that out. But a son is obligated to point it out with incredible sensitivity, not in any way saying what the father is doing is wrong, but rather sharing information with the father, and ultimately the father then understanding of his own volition that what he is doing may be ineffective. One side, just want to end off with something very important. Look where we ended. Look where we ended. Look where we ended, I'll say. At the Mishnah, Pei Aleph, Amud Aleph, perfect in line with that music. This is tremendous Mr. You know, in our doc journeys, there are days that we say to ourselves, we are never going to finish this in 7.5 years. Right? We're being a different cycle. The one side, same thing always happens. At the end of every single week, we are exactly where we need to be. On the one side, we're just busts of the dumb. Should give us tremendous music in how HaKadosh Baruch Hu runs the world this way. A lot of times, like we see things and you're wondering, you know what, this is never going to work out. It's never going to be okay. So let's say if we can make it where we need to make it to, as busts of the dumb, as human beings, at the end of every single week, Allah has kind of become the strength of our Bitachon and HaKadosh Baruch Hu. That the devotion will also always get us exactly where we need to be. Choreograph the event exactly how they need to be choreographed. At some point, at some time, all the pieces drop and everything comes together. Mosai, yes.
does have unique vibes too. I mean, their face is all crazy, and he seems like he just woke up. This is very funny. If I had another invite for a shop at this TikTok place, all these guys, call Wood, stay around on social media posts I don't know, Fred, he's working some things out. Yeah. He's called Chris. Should be like, this one's supposed by haphazard. He's talking about himself. It's called. Show. Oh no, but your kids have a bad game. He's fucking up his cylinder or something. You're like, you don't think everybody's like, you know, probably not be like, oh man, it's a different place. Yeah, but he's like, come on, take it, please. Dude, I need this for me. Some dads, they can be terrible. Oh, bro, they can be terrible. Oh, man. You know what I mean? It's just crazy how, and then the ref wanted to fight. I was like, this is crazy. I remember coming back here and I had to call timeout. I was like, everyone needs to chill. This is rap. Everyone chill the fuck out. Like, you're not helping the kids out. Yeah, I'll call the dad. Call the dads out there. Like, this one dad kept yelling at his son who's on our team. Throw the ball harder. I'm like, but you think he's not trying to throw harder? Right. Put more stress on him. Like, I'm just thinking. And then what did the guy say? He said, oh, you're right, man. 2 plays that are throw it hard. Guy fucking. There should be a Netflix doc on baseball. It's fucking wild. I know. Wow. What? Oh, really, dude? Going on the routine, though. Yeah, he's a big, chunky, slow kid. And he can pay it out, dude. Oh, in other words, he got work to get his big track, get his basket, he's getting all slower, so everyone's showing down. Like, you know, light his night, sometimes you go light his ass up. And the teachers looked at him. You'll say that from them. Oh, yeah. Baseball's no joke, huh? You know, light his ass up. Oh, yeah, get back to the court. You're kind of a baseball guy now. Oh, to the full court. They start like either making a documentary on baseball dads because of Shop. Yeah, this is how far this guy has gone to. Guys had a bitch of Shop and the baseball thing. And I heard like a little kid and he was crying and someone's like, what's wrong? And he's like, somebody ate my sunflower seeds and Shop has a bag of like eating because he's told me. The water tank was coming out of go away the water tank. You gotta want to see. Let's see. What do we got next, dude? There's a lot of chins this clip we can do. This is a promotion. Papa liked this quick thing posted by Large Arcula 6262. I think this is liked by Brendan Shaw. Of course. Dude, that's a great impression. You know where I can find these Asian bills. What's called? You know how many times I've got that out on these podcasts? I'm asking for Asian bills. Is there any locals in your area? This is posted by Silenced Outreach. Just a blue collar guy. I think it's an ad for direct SO gas. Yeah. For sure it's his Photoshop. I got bigger shoulders. Landing page. Yeah. This is he's trying to give it. I mean, isn't it kind of sketchy to like really want to give a truck away? Like you're paying sponsor money to sponsor posts on Instagram to give away a truck. Isn't that weird? That is weird. I don't know what the end game is or how he's making money out of this, but I'm sure there's some sort of scam. Right? I really think it's just for attention. He's like, I'm the guy that's giving away trucks. Maybe, you know? Yeah. I just don't get it. Anti-electric. Yeah. Don't make no sense. This one's posted by Joseph. It's fucking 2 inches. The after hours is going well. So, any guys is getting weighed. There's like a weight, probably a weight competition of some kind. We're not doing that. No. They're not bad guys. I mean, I'm already beating. You're losing a lot of weight. I'm almost dead. I should walk into the after hours and be like, yeah, 60 pounds. What you guys got? Hey, Nick, let me see those pecs. This one's posted by Papa's MMA show. Minimum Sky 2305. He doesn't really make an appearance all the time, but I do see that Coke, so I'm pretty excited about this. Hell yeah, dude. Look at that thing, dude. Delicious. It looks so much better than 3 grades. It is amazing. Yeah, Rain's the best drink, but Diet Coke is the second best. What do you not see? Oh, there's some shirt shop back here, but guess what? The Long West shirt shop. You know what I mean? Maybe I hope that's something because they're drinking so much that they got to drink much. You're right. Maybe when they drive home, they'll drink a shirt shot. Yeah, they drink a lot of Rain. Shirt shot. Back there. Sure. Exactly. Because you can get drunk on Rain. Take a shirt shot, you're good. I mean, you get euphoria. I mean, you know, you drink one of those things, you're good for the rest of the night. It's that good. It's all facts. Glass half full, kids. Let's keep it positive. I can come on here to absolutely destroy these best cards in the fight nights. And just everything I've been doing. I'm trying to be cool right now. Shevchenko for a while. The women's MMA right now is at such a low level. There's barely any strikes thrown in that entire thing. With Jose Aldo and Sabine. And this is what happens with champions. It happened with Leon is once the game plans out on how to beat you, all those guys can just mimic that to some certain degree and usually have success. We'll see what kind of success Monchev had. It's all to be predicated on can Monchev get him down and Monchev and get him down early. It's so funny for him to say I could be destroying these cards. I could destroy your podcast. Listen, when Karate Chop gets down to business with Leon, he's gonna fucking. He's gonna watch the tape, dude. Blankabev is gonna get Karate Chop down, and what's his name to be? Zanku Chicken. It's all over. It's all over. I'll tell you, Korean Edwards doesn't want to see it. Fucking Shevchenko. There's not a chance. It's that Valentine's gonna fucking let him walk away on skate. You know what I mean? Shit, you said Shevchenko ballet. That's so funny. It's in Russian. It's in Japanese. Shevchenko ballet. At first, that's Russian. Yeah, welcome to Brendan's MMA Hour. What is it called? The Brendan Show. Or, no, the Shop Show. The Shop Show, yes. Yeah, that's what we should start doing that, dude. Expert analysis predictions for next year, 2026 Papa. That's only the Shop Show left. He has been ghosted by everyone in Texas and LA in a desperate last plea for relevancy for the trip to do ayahuasca. Yeah, I mean, that's a good trip, yes. I don't think he would let go of his pride that much. Yeah, I don't see him doing it, but I think it's possible. Yeah, I think it's possible. During his trips, he sees his life through the eyes of a homeless cat. He becomes self-aware. When he gets home, he books out the Arlington and for one last show. He leans into it all, acknowledges all the lies and how ego driven to say, into ridiculous things. He spills the whole beans on the whole road universe and confirms things that we've all been saying for years. Didn't spell it right. The whole thing collapses. Lawsuits. Jail time, cancellation, they all go down for the degenerates they are. The Schwab Show, he actually renames it this. Because all he does really does really well, gets tons of big guests, and finally they feel like they can say what they want about moving in his word. Best dishes every day after day. Every day. Best dishes ever, day after day. The only comedians close to Joe that come out unscathed are Shingles, Mark Norman, Schwab's new success, and income allows him to buy the ship at discount price. It's basically $50,000 calls the club, Gringo Poppies, huge success. Chang's becomes the broken verse more than Schwab, and Papa does AMAs often. That is a crazy prediction that has a lot of interesting stuff in it. Yeah, I like that work. I would say like 2% is going to happen. Like it is going to be 2026. Yeah, that's still like 2% that's going to happen. I'm not sure Papa, and I'm being serious here, is capable of self-reflection or thinking about things in a way that's like critical reasoning. I don't think he has that. It'd be cool if he did. And obviously, a tell-all book would be hilarious, but he just doesn't have the faculties to do that, even if he wanted to. Part of the reason why he's stuck in this universe is because he doesn't know better, I think. I it's a wild assertion to say that he's going to turn his back on those friends. That the only friends he has left. I don't know if that's like it's like if that's a red pill blue pill situation where he's like, or what's the one that makes you see reality? Red pill. Whatever one that you can jump off buildings and shit. That's it'd be funny if Shab was in the Matrix and fucking Morpheus was like, you can take the blue pill and your life stays the same. You still have a podcast, your friends with Joe Rogan, blah, blah, blah. Or you take the red pill and you start to realize you're protected. And Shab looks at him straight in the eyes and he goes, I never learned how to take pills. So I can't take it out. Because he can't, you know how you learn that you can't drink your water. He tries to crush it up his throat. He's like, sorry, can I have like is there a child's version of this pill? Did I have that? And he's just like, never mind. No chance Shop takes either pill. He's too stupid for going through. I think Morpheus will keep him busy with just that task. Yeah, for sure. Yeah, not a chance any of this happens. He's too connected. And I feel like there is a world where there's enough magnetism towards like turning on everyone that he would do it. Like if you made a fixed amount of money, he would do it. Yeah, he has no principles really, so I'm sure if you offered him like $1 million, like a lot of money, he'd do a tell-all book about it. Yeah. For sure a book's gonna happen. He's gonna write a book. I hope so. So, and guess who's gonna buy it? This kid who has 2 thumbs is buying child pornography again. We've got 2 jokes that says all times. Talks of Black Boss is posted this on Papa doesn't drive his own cars for promos. So that's it. And it's I don't know the car, but yeah, I mean it looks like that's what he's doing for sure. I'll say this is probably the best ad I've seen. Drive Fast Little Guys. Yeah, that's weird. I don't say they can't be taken out. Just come here. Alright. There it is again. This one's posted by Joseph is 5'2". Brian says Texas is great for cars. And you're gonna acclimate to Texas so fast. Going for it. Well, look, you're not gonna look back. Yeah. That's what it says. You know, it's like 3 months a year ago. I can't believe I didn't do this every year. There's no. I feel like I am. There's cars. The car's not everybody. Yeah, like I made driver just speak. You're moving to the Mecca. This is that video when I was in Texas and we were all set to go to my friend Tim's house and have a little barbecue. And well, we had to turn around because the hail was hitting. No, it was hitting my car. Damn, it's the helicopter. I was in a helicopter. It's the helicopter. Because the hail was hitting. Helicopter. Oh. This is a CTE conversation. This is a conversation between C and T, and you can eat your way out. No, it was hitting my car. It was going to damage the car. It was hail in the summertime. I was like, you just say it without extending the words. I did it like 3 times. He was keeping us busy, and he just wanted you to know there was. Okay, let's say that was my context. I said, this is that one podcast, dude. Believe isn't a homeless cat still a beast of a guy posted by 773-202 Luna. Let's see, change it. Is this podcast in a lead story? Right? So it's like the breaker in a lead story. Yeah, it is. Yeah, CC. There should be a third C. Oh, yeah. That's weird. Unless it's GC. Maybe just fucked up by putting the C. It says community. That's pretty fresh. Is that there? I kind of yeah, we'll get that. We won't. Is that a group thing? He is shot for that. Just asking for that. And it says it's sad. Oh, yeah. There's a lot of cool how this is. Their body naturally rejects the shoppers. Oh yeah, yeah. They don't know, but they know. Yeah. After all that, there are levels to this shit. Right? It's all good. It's all good. They're like, guys, come on. This happened before. Just let's move it on, dude. As far as they go, beast number guy. How would you respond to that? Just take the force out. I ain't not a you, beast. You never met. Okay. I would. Yeah, take that as a negative. I call you a beast. Like, Malik is a beast of a guy. So, then we thinking too much. Yeah, let's just go. That's so funny, dude. That was great. That is funny. Oh, man. They should have 3 seasons there. They would understand. I think Malik, like, he maybe knows, but he's like doing the math in his head, explaining this is just too much. You don't. I love this shit, but I'm not sure how you come off if you explain this in real life to me. I never tried to. Yeah, I never. Yeah, you gotta be it. It's almost like someone's got to want to be in it, or you got to talk about the first little fight club is called Giraffe. You tell that to just someone in your life, and they're like, Reddit. Yeah. I don't even know. I tell people like bits that we can be on the podcast. You know what I mean? But I do not. Reddit shop does this thing. Does this thing. Yeah. I've done it before. I'm not proud. You know what I mean? Right? Never. Yeah. I'm gonna wear a T-shirt that explains it. Yeah, it's gonna be a lot of words. Not a lot of words. It's gonna be spelled correctly. I had to explain the fucking golden jackets. I'll tell you what, I want to throw those away. Tell you that right now, man. Yeah, the golden jackets, right when you walk into my fucking, just 2 golden hour jackets. Yeah, and a clipper jacket next to it. So when I'm like, I got a clipper jacket, this girl says, oh yeah, bring that golden jacket. That's not a clipper jacket. She didn't hear that much. She's like, oh, it's cool though. It looks cool. That jacket does not look cool. That's cool that she thinks it's cool. Yeah, that's great. She could have it. Maybe she should. It could be worth a lot of money someday. Yeah, because it's like a big. What do you think of a lot of money? Like $3 at the thrift store? I don't even think it's worth $3. Yeah, it's definitely like in the. Is there free racks at the thrift store? It's truly bad. Actually, you know what? I've gotten some. Yeah, I needed for some reason I needed flip flops for some skid and somebody wanted to shoot. And I was at the thrift store and I saw these flip flops. I picked them up and I went up to the front and I was like, "There's no price tag on this." And the lady looked at them and she's like, "That's because someone just left us here." And I was like, "I have them." And she was like, "Yeah." But I just took home someone's flip flops for a skid. Someone there. Boss. You leave the store, they come back, like, you guys find any flip flops anyway? Yeah, sorry that happened. I think what they did was they were like, oh, I don't need these flip flops. I like these shoes. Cool story, bro. I'm wearing these shoes out. Maybe they bought them. Maybe they stole them. Who knows? Shout out to Malik, dude. You're always welcome here. We don't think you're a great guy. We haven't met you. Yeah, you are a great guy, and I have not met you. Oh, no. You're a great guy. I don't give a fuck. Yeah, I would never call you a beast because I'd be saying it ironically. Yeah. I would never call you a beast of a guy because that's that's what they thought, right? I don't know what they thought. I think that they're just reacting off him because he probably knows that it's shot and he doesn't really want to talk about it. So when he's like, I don't know about that, they think, oh, okay, maybe there's something there. They're smart guys. They were just saying, great moment. Maybe he's like changing it up. In the moment, he's like, this is fine. Afterwards, they're like, that was a great show. They said you didn't know. And that's enough. They may also know that they're going to get views off of the shadow stuff. So that's maybe why he said it. It's impossible to know what's going on in this universe at any time. No one's ever honest. Everything's a lie. You don't believe anything anyone tells you in Cat's universe. Daddy. I hate saying daddy so much. This is my TDR1. I don't like this. The fish we found is a dentist. It's a fish. It's less gross than the fish. Dude, that is disgusting. Now that I know it's a fish, I can think of it. They're saying that this is pregnant. That's funny. Out of the lips, the lips look like pregnant. That's hilarious. I feel bad. Somebody fucked a feet. You know for a fact, only Brendan was out there. I'm not saying anything. The schwab. Did you catch anything today? I caught a schwab. 20-pounder. I fucked a schwab. I mean, caught a schwab. Wow. This is posted by Sorry Phone 1676. No caption needed. Sounds like the audio's terrible. There's lawyers that have to defend like Ted Bundy, or I don't know, he represents himself, but like Jeffrey Dahmer and shit like that. Why even have a lawyer? Well, you get a public defender. Some of them, some hire real guys. Yeah. Yeah, man, it's an interesting thing. I actually I have three friends who one of them had a love for it. Yeah, one of them was defending on gang news. And you get these kids who shot somebody across the street. He's going away for 40 years. He's 18, he's 17. Why is this guy suing it? I don't know why that's funny. I mean, they don't have a guest, so it's fine that there's no one on the couch, but just no one being on the couch is funny. I think there is somebody on the couch, but this guy is zooming in on his phone. Okay. He's 18, he's 17. Oh, there's a dog on the couch. Tyler, how do you do it? There's not much you can do there. I don't know why no caption. I think he's saying that he knows like people. No. Okay, whatever. What a caption, dude. Sorry, phone 1670. It's not caption needed. We're not that homeless. This is posted by Toxic Plasma. Says, did Papa take a little league line drive to the nose between the eyes? Okay. Hopefully not. It's like, I didn't know Shakespeare's posted on here. Way to go, Shakespeare. Never go full simple read act posted by Terps 03. It's a simple chat. That's random that here. This was posted by 1 Papa slowly stops dyeing his beard, but then starts regretting it. It's true. Very, not a guy. Honestly, I have no opinion on that. So I don't think I'd ever do that. I'm cool, I do. Yeah, I think that's when I'm 34 years old, got my ears grown in like a motherfucker, dude. Insane. Can't wait to be salt and pepper. Yeah, I already got some of that. Salt and pepper's good. Salt and pepper's good. I do like having red hair. And I have any hair, really. That's nice. Yeah, you got the cute guy. Exactly, dude. When I shave my fucking beard, I look like weird. Oh, have you done it? You don't look like Joe Rogan. I wish, dude. That's a fucking band right to you. Yeah. I'm gonna be a band, dude. It's a band. Posted by Peter Petrov Sky, dude. Godzilla Part 2, Part 3, Section 8. Should we watch this? Sure. It's 4 minutes old. I know this. No. Jesus fucking Christ. Geometric patterns may not have an understanding. There's a bunch of other shit that's around us all the time that's just not here, but we don't have access to it. And you do DMT, you go into that other place, hallucinogenic effect that's so profound that it literally is like a transcendent experience. It changes your life when they're in the rut, which is the twins they're mating and breeding and smashing heads together, right? Then you hear them scream at each other. They are definitely ready to know that. You gotta figure out how to hide it. Jesus Christ, what the? This is like very Aqua Teen Hunger Force Cartoon Network. I like the weirdness of it. I think if you showed this to somebody in your life again, this might lead to them being worried about you. It might lead to more kids therapy. Yeah, I think that would. The therapist would be like, all right, let's talk about this. Let's talk about shops. Terrible people. That's not us. Somebody else is telling him what to do. He doesn't like it. He didn't like it. Oh, yeah. Petrovsky's like a Led Zeppelin fan. Like he comes from that era of singing with a lot of his singing is sort of like that, like Renaissance fair almost. Like, you know what I mean? Was he medieval? Medieval, yes. He's a Viking. Viking. Oh, come on. That's a crazy detail. Wow. That computers. I don't know. That life becomes fiction, dude. Yeah, dude, that was stranger than nonfiction, dude. Facts. I mean, I've said it already in this podcast, there's no decision. Yeah. But you saw I was looking too. At least. Facts. All right, that's our show this week. See you later. Most people don't know that you can get a domain from Squarespace, not just a website. But you're not most people, because now you know you can get a domain from Squarespace. Something like velvetchords.com for your music studio, or camcords.com for your middle school band camp. Whatever your dream, Squarespace is how you make it happen, all under one roof. Get yours before it's gone with offer code Make It Real for 10% off your domain or website. Terms and conditions apply. Thanks for tuning in. As always, join the Patreon, join the Reddit, join the Discord. This week on Patreon, we watched Kill Tony, and it was different. They were on dead minutes. This show in June will be switching to 2 times. Hey, this show's making me go. Why is that? It was on Jesus Christ. Look, the shop sinks into me, and there's nothing I can do. I just let it take over. I can picture you being my best man. You know, listen, let's say Sandra. He's a great guy. Never met him. I'm so glad he got you found each other. Busy. I'd love to do that. I don't know if I can control it like this. You know, we always thought that Jara was a rain actor. You turned him into someone that I can proudly say is not blockbuster. I'm surprised that he's marrying a girl. I guess gay. That's maybe Miguel's part. Manuel's speech and he calls you gay. Yeah, none of you are right. Let me tell you something about Gerardo. I'll keep you busy. Your whole family just doesn't understand what's going on. That's no was I didn't know when he said that you're his girlfriend now. Oh, that's fucking nice. I'm doing this. Then a priest face. He sees my hand. You're just like, see exactly where's the ring? This wedding is about me. You're all fit. I'm done. That's not why you're here. You're here to watch Tim mess the shop. So start the timer. Let it check that. Alrighty, the first one we have is posted by A. Mark Wigsky. It's called Brendan Let's Fat. By the way, if you hear gunshots and shit around my apartment right now, you hear the sirens. Yeah, it's basically Chen's place. That's not what I'm saying. I live in the ghetto. Chen lives in the nice part of town. Oh, yeah. Brendan Let's Fat Kid get a hit off on him. Brendan Let's Fat Kid get a hit off on him. Because, I don't know why it's already started. Let's see. Back to you. Yeah, I got that. Let's see. Put him out the other day. Exactly. Why does it do this? This is annoying. Brendan needs to figure out their shit, dude. We got this show all figured out. Brendan doesn't have shit figured out, dude. Man, I muted again. How did I mute again? What the fuck, dude? I can't go up? That's exactly they're slow. Buddy, if this kid gets a hit off you, we're not pitching anymore. That's wild, man. Like, if this is a fat kid, slow fat kid gets hit off you, this isn't for you. That's a movement. What? It's challenge. Tighten the fuck up. That's what it's that. That's like an outlier, you know? That hit you can be ruthless. Yeah, I'm gonna try to use a little bit of it. You can take it off you. Oh, in other words, you got work to do. These big giant kids, man, speed's getting all slower, so it's really slowing down the pipe. The lightest lighting, all these things on to the lightest ass up. And the teachers will do it. You'll say that from the. Oh, yeah. I'm not taking it. I'm not following. I mean, excuse me, sir. You're right. But hey, Dad, he's not a dad. Yeah. They got he beat the air, and then Roy Nelson knocked him out pretty decisively.
Yeah, I would argue that fat people always win.
Yeah,
You talk shit about them because that's a part of his insecurities. He's always losing the fat people.
yep, that's probably the real reason. Yeah,
He's like, you cannot lose to fat people. And that's like a self-fulfilling prophecy to his kid. He's going to always lose to fat people.
yeah, yeah, true.
You know what they say about the tortoise and the hare, dude? The slowest one always gets the race done, right?
Slow but steady wins the race. Yes.
Trying to be here. This one's sponsored by Gunslinger 4, Coach Schwab, in parentheses, or in quotation, you think we're really going to see him? Or is this just some good selection? Is that him?
I can't tell. I think so. Because maybe the tattoo.
It looks like he's tight, too.
Yeah. Someone trying to deck him.
I'm throwing at his feet.
Oh, okay, good.
He can't scoop it up. He's trying to scoop up the bag here.
Right.
Of course, his glove is 100 crazy colors, too.
Is it?
Yeah, watch.
Oh, wow.
Blue on the mid area looks like it's blue and pinkish. It's like a general needle.
I don't know. It sounds like some weird, like, old instruction video music, maybe. This is kind of fascinating that we are watching him at baseball practice. I never thought in a million years that I would be doing a YouTube show where I am watching a famous man record himself at his son's baseball practice. That is strange. I can't get past that.
I never thought he'd be standing up. I think he's telling jokes. I thought he'd be sitting down and eating sunflower seeds.
I definitely. But where also, it would be cool if we could see where the cubby is. Or maybe it's just a practice field and the cubby's not there.
He's definitely saying, scoop up the bag. That's what I think of when I see
Definitely stepwater action.
He's calling a couple of the kids gay.
You're a dad and you see an MMA player get gay. And he's all the child were like, oh, I'm sorry, I didn't mean like gay, mean race. I mean, you shouldn't catch the ball.
Couple, you're gay. A lot of it. I mean, we give him flack for talking and walking strange in the Green Republic, but he's basically walking and doing the same mannerisms. You know what I mean? Right? You don't see like, oh. You know what I mean? Yeah. It's like, what was it? Walking back and forth. Yeah, I got the Johnson.
Yeah, he's definitely. I mean, I'll say this: he's taking it seriously, very seriously. The other guy seems really good at hitting the ball and the kids. He's got it down. Like this is, I would fuck this up. Yeah, he's a good coach.
I would hit foul balls at practice.
Yeah, man, I would strike out
as a coach.
You for sure can. Shop, honestly, I'm kind of impressed by this. Besides the weird kicking thing they did just there, everything else looks pretty good.
He looks pretty upset at somebody.
Yeah, he was mad, that kid. He was like not expecting it. That made he probably made him look bad, maybe.
He went to go internet the kid shop. He was like, this fucking kid. He's talking shit about kids. Or maybe he's talking shit about people, and they're all like, yeah, fuck that guy. Yeah, but he's talking about kids, really. This one guy threw a baseball at my head. What did you do, Sean? I let him go. I would have fucking killed him. He was tiny.
He has the kid. Do you have a gun? Hey, do you think, okay, look, devil's assistant, is Schaub's job necessary here? I don't really remember baseball practice. Was there a guy that would just throw it back? Yeah, there was, right?
instead of like you see them just the worst shirt of all time. I guess anytime you see hangers outside, it's kind of like a conflict. Sorry, inside. It's like the inside dog, the outside dog. Yeah, the inside or outside clothes. I mean, this again, when you or I move again, this is absolutely a possibility if we do like a yard sale. Or things that the worst thing is that drippy donut. I wanted to explain to him why. He loves donuts. I get that part. Why drip? What's up with that? I don't know. He probably learned some slang on work with me. You know, about drip. You get some thick boy drip. You know what I mean? That's what it is. That'd be cool if you got a donut when you bought a shirt. Like, that would make sense. Like, the first company to sell you an actual edible donut while you were purchasing merch. How do you get the donut? They got you at a yeah, it's the donut. Yeah, dude, come on. This one's posted by 7-digit. How to make your 9-year-old hate baseball. Oh my god, I gotta do this. The other day, you're not getting all you have kids. The big fat kid that's slow, boy. Buddy, if this kid gets a hit off you, we're not pitching anymore. That's where I'm at. And that's also why his attitude's that way. Part of it's on me. I go, if this fat kid, slow fat kid gets hit off you, this isn't for you. How much more therapy do you think you would have if you had a podcast with Brandon Shaw? Probably a lot. You have to talk about it afterwards. Like feeling of anger and resentment. Like how to deal with someone that your therapist is like, is he still not paying you? But you understand you pay me, right? There's a bit of the where are you getting laid to pay me? Your job is podcasting with a creep. See, till I paid in sponsorships. What? Me and Schwartz. Tighten the fuck up. That's why I was that. That's why I was that one day, you know? And it wasn't he saying, like, people take this way too seriously? Back to take it way too seriously. Yeah, he's got all the worst stereotypical dad things about sports. Check out the ruthless. Yeah, off the field, we're very nice to the kid, and I can hear it. Of course, Tino's. Yeah, he's a big, chunky, slow kid. And he gets a hit off you. Oh, in other words, you got work to do. He's big, chunky, his basket's getting all slower, so everybody's so identified. No, light his lighting. Oh, it's the signs of light his ass up. Teachers will do it. They'll say that from the. Oh, yeah. Oh, baseball's no joke, huh? No. Light his ass up. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah, you're pretty hardcore. You're kind of a baseball guy. Sometimes fat kids, especially in baseball, would be so good because they can hit the ball way farther. Stronger. Part of that fat is muscle. And I did tennis, and there's a fat kid that was the son of the tennis coach, and he was fat, but he was so good at tennis, he would never move. But when you play him, he would hit the ball so hard because he knows tennis that it would be like 40 love. And he get that. Oh fuck! If you can ever return it, he's fucked. But you can't because it's like coming at you 100 miles per hour. You're 10 years old. You're like, oh, he's a great fat kid. Yeah, I told my son. I can go there. I like how he said hardcore. You could. Yeah. Oh, baseball's no joke, huh? Light his ass up. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. You're pretty hardcore. Yeah, kind of zesty. A little zesty, but a little hardcore. Yeah, that's the right kind of baseball. Oh, to the phone call. And I want a psycho stuff. I'm telling you. You know, I didn't ask you. I just don't teenage Pete. How was that kid? 8, 9. See, I was trying to explain it to you, like, he's like, whatever, we're not this week, but we still have to hit outside now. Like, buddy, the games of practice are the bare minimum. Everyone's doing practicing games. It's the bare minimum. So whatever, let's say there's 10 million kids playing baseball. All of them are going to practice playing games. If you want to get to where the fuck you want to go, we're going to have to do way more than this. Yeah. You're not even remotely close. Right. Practice. Talk about practice. All these idiots practice. All
Good morning, and let us begin by thanking all of our sponsors for this morning here today. Our annual accountability sponsor with Takshim Hayim, Tosin Mishpach of Eretz Yisrael, dedicating all the Shrim and Drushos, Zichus, Soros, Tolos, and Yisrael. Accountability sponsors for the month of Adar, Haba Arim Tova, Stephen Tarizin, and Rabbi Nami of Harry's father, Dr. Harry Khan, Steve Hirsch, then Yosef HaKohen, on the occasion of his 12th yard site, the Ziv, Levin, and Berman families in memory of Mr. William Ziv, Zev Shmuel Ben Yisrael, Zichron Lebracha. And our Dachshund sponsors for today, Mel and Karen Ram, the evening Nishmas Mel's grandmother, Esther Bas Nachum, and Lebracha. We also have the night of our Dhamma, all of the Nishamas from Florida, the families in Hama, all of those who need refreshment, we have on the Karach, as well as all of our hostages, and our holy soldiers should be successful. The fall of Nazi. So we got let us begin today's battle in Ches 79. We are to have a Res Hashem on Ayin Ches on the base 78. We left off with Rabbi Nechemia, which is all right, pretty far up from that, but all right, that's fine. 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, 11 lines down from the top. Rabbi Nechemia, it's supposed to remember again, just kind of starting like point in the middle of something, which already results a bit. You know, I was talking about the concept of incarcerating someone because you don't know what to do with them. So remember again, what's the relevance? What's the relevance of that for us? The relevance of that for us is as follows. We're dealing with a case over here. We're living injures Shimon. And Shimon looks like he's going to die and hasn't died yet. So we need to hold on to Reuben until we figure out what ends up happening with Shimon. So we're trying to figure out, where do you find the car? What is the source for this concept? Ultimately, again, is that you hold on to someone or incarcerate someone until you know exactly what the outcome is, what you're going to do. So the Mercy Rabbi Nechemia, Yolet Megadif. So Rabbi Nechemia learns out this concept from Megadif. Megadif was the blasphemer, the person who first attacked the Shmarach who did Farhesia in public in the desert. The Lo Haviyada, Ibak Chalahu, Chavshua. Because again, Rabbi Nechemia says, Megadif is kind of an example. Why? Because the whole chapter in Megadif was no one knew what to do with him. So therefore, what did they do? They incarcerated him. They held him. They put him in a holding cell because Kilo Barash Mayasa, they did not know what to do with him. So coming to that's the Makar. Sometimes when you don't know what to do with someone, by definition, hold them, incarcerate them until you figure it out. So the Gemara says, "Rabban on Megadif Barash Shah Haisa." Rabban says, "No, you can't bring the right from Megadif." Because Megadif was an outlier. Hora Shah literally means, like a temporary allowance. But for our purposes, what it also means is it's an outlier. It's not a paradigm, it's an outlier. Why? This is very interesting. Keep this side note. Remember, you're going to say there were two instances of people who committed egregious acts in the desert. Actually, let me reframe that. There are multiple instances of people who committed egregious acts in the desert. There were two times where someone did something and Moshe did not know what to do with Israel. One of them was the Mekoshish. The first was Mechal Shabbos, violating the Shabbos with in public. And the second was the Mekladeh, was the person who blasted HaKadosh Baruch Hu. Listen to this. Uriah says as follows. Yodei Haya Moshe Rabbeinu, Shamekoshish B'Nisa. Moshe knew that the Mekoshish, the guy was Mechal Shabbos, Moshe knew that he was Chayiv Nisa, Shneimar, Mechalaleha Mos Humas. Because everyone knows that the punishment for Shabbos desecration is death. Hello. What did Moshe know? Moshe didn't know which death penalty should he get. Shneimar, Kilo Parash Maya Savo, Avalagadiv, Lo Nemar Bo Ella, Lo Nemar Bo, Ella Farsham Abiyashem, Shlo Haya Moshe Yodea, Bilhu Ben Nisakot Karkim La. But by Megadiv, Moshe had no idea what his punishment was. It's interesting. Now Moshe knew, obviously something has got to happen to this guy. He did something terribly egregious. What is his punishment? But Moshe had no idea. Therefore, they had to go ahead and incarcerate his punishment. Because Moshe had absolutely no idea what to do with the Megadiv, he cannot serve as a source for this concept of Hashua, of incarceration. So Bishlam would Rabbi Nechemia and then we say straight underneath. So what's this saying? Here's this interesting. So now going back for just a moment. So, we had this concept. of means that basically evaluates or evaluates. So remember, we saw this in the Mishnah, that I will see this in the next Mishnah as well, that halacha l'maisa, in order for someone to be viable, basically has to evaluate if the injury was strong enough to cause death, if the weapon used is capable of causing death. So the Gemara says, I understand why the Torah records two different contexts of injury. Chad, one case is the chaya. So what is talking about a case where a case originally says, so Ruben hit Shimon. So that is based in the evaluated situation. They evaluated that Shimon is going to die. Shimon is going to die. What happened? The chaya. Shimon lived. And what's the halacha in that case? The halacha is that Ruben goes free. The chad and dualimisa, the other case is where Ruben again injured Shimon. Shimon, Baruch Hashem, while Shimon looked like he was going to die. Then Baruch Hashem, he has a recovery, or I should say, a partial recovery. That in that case also Ruben goes free. Why do you need two of these evaluations? So it's talking about a case where literally again, Ruben injured Shimon. Shimon was going to die. David evaluated that he was going to die. Baruch Hashem, he recovered. And the halacha therefore is that Ruben goes free. The Chad, I'm doing the Chaim who makes. And what is talking about a case where Ruben injured Shimon, and then what happened? So basically said, okay, he injured him, but halacha the Mesa, he didn't injure him in a way that's threatening to his life. And then Shimon ends up dying. Even in that case, Ruben goes free as well. Right? Why does Ruben go free as well in that case? Because halacha the Mesa, at the end of the day, basically originally evaluated that Ruben did not do something that potentially caused Shimon's death. Rabbi Nechemia would say, I'm doing the Chaim, Ruben is still charged for that. No. Halacha l'maisa in the case where basically evaluated, they said Shimon's not going to die, right? And then he died. Of course, Ruben is going to go free. And there's no shaila over there. Why? Shari Yotza is based in Zakai. Because again, once David already went ahead and said that Shimon is not going to die as a result of these injuries, Ruben is stuck here already. Now again, maybe tied for damages. But Allah Almighty is not going to be brought back to David for any kind of injury. Okay, let's say first one line. Interesting case of here. Ruben injures Shimon, right? And what happens? They evaluated, and they said that Shimon is going to die of these injuries, or this is the type of injury that could bring about Shimon's death. And what happened? Shimon lived. What's the halacha? Kotrin also. Ultimately, Ruben is patur. Again, we'll have to see exactly what patur means. Patur, obviously, what does patur mean? It means patur from death penalty, right? The shaila is he going to be hiding damages? All right, we'll get to that. I'm doing myself. But conversely, let's say that Ruben injured Shimon, and then what happened? They evaluated and they said, okay, Shimon is going to die as a result of these injuries. And then what happened? And then Baruch Hashem, Shimon's condition improved. What's the halacha? Only also Omed Sheni the Lama. Very interesting. At that point, I will say, obviously, if Ruben injured Shimon and David says, okay, Shimon is going to die, there's no financial judgment against Ruben. Why not? Right? You can't be chayiv both Nisa and Momo. You can't be chayiv both penalty and monetary compensation. Now the this is very interesting. So Ruben injured Shimon. Bezdin says, okay, Shimon is going to die. So therefore, again, we're waiting for Shimon to die. They will execute Ruben. There is no monetary judgment against Ruben. In this case over here, interestingly enough, then Baruch Hashem, Shimon has a shtickler for Shimon. He has a little bit of improvement in his condition. In that case, the Raisa says, we bring Ruben back to Bezdin, Omdin also, Omed Sheni, Lamaman. Okay, Baruch Hashem, that Shimon's not going to die. No problem. Baruch Hashem will bring Ruben back to Bezdin for a second judgment to assess monetary damages. Good. So the Gemara says, the Acher came days. I'm sorry. The Acher came days. So let's say what happens afterwards again. So now this is an interesting case, right? So Ruben injured Shimon at first glance. So basically says Shimon going to die of his injuries. So obviously, we're going to wait till Shimon dies to execute Ruvain. Then Shimon's condition improves. So Allah, so what do? We bring Ruvain back to Basin for a second evaluation for monetary damages. Then what happens? Shimon becomes ill again, and his condition worsens, and he dies. So what's the halacha in this case? Halach achad omed ha'imsai diren Nehemiah. When Nehemiah says, okay, in this case over here, we're not going to put Ruvain to death because there's too much going on over here. So we'll go after the second evaluation, which is damages, and Ruvain will pay those damages to Shimon's heirs. The Chum say, Ein Omed After Omed. Chum say, no, we don't go ahead. We don't do valuations after valuations. That's too confusing. Tiny the another brisa. Am dua l'misa omdin osa l'chaim. So this is this rule. If Allah myself, we get into Shimon, and again, and Beis Din judge Ruvain that he's going to be put to death. And then what happens? Omdin osa l'chaim. If Shimon's condition improves, we change the evaluation. All right. L'chaim in omdin osa l'misa. But interestingly enough, if Ruvain enters Shimon, and Beis Din initially says Shimon's going to live, and then Shimon's condition worsens, we do not change the evaluation. In other words, essentially, what we're saying is like this. We'll change the evaluation when it benefits Ruvain, which is a line in general with the general motif that we are reticent to put people to death. That's what's happening over here. So therefore, if Ruvain enters Shimon and Beis Din says, oh, this Shimon is going to die, and if Shimon's condition improves, we'll change the evaluation from capital to monetary. On the other hand, if Ruvain enters Shimon and at first glance Beis Din says Shimon's going to survive, therefore this is a monetary case, not a capital case, and then Shimon's condition declines, we will not go ahead and switch the evaluation. What happens if we originally evaluated the situation and we said that, okay, Shimon's going to die, and then Baruch Hashem, Shimon's condition improves. So we'll go ahead and do another evaluation for monetary damages. And if halacha afterwards, Shimon's condition worsened and he died, so that halacha is mishali nezek tsar liyarshi. We'll go ahead and we'll make, so again in that case, since there was already a monetary judgment against Ruvain, we'll make Ruvain pay the damages to the inheritors. Ne'emasai mishali, just in general, by the way, when assessing damages, we'll say, especially in these kind of cases where there's an injury, maybe he's going to die, then he gets better. How do you evaluate the damages? Ultimately, from the time of the injury. So we don't, this is interesting, we don't assess damages, if let's say from the time that Shimon's condition improves, and we switch it from a capital case to a monetary case, rather we assess damages from the time of the injury itself. And ultimately, again, the Stam Mishnah follows Rabbi Nechemiah. Okay? So the way that I'm not asking is just in this case, this is actually an interesting case about changing the status of valuation. So the way that I'm not asking is going to read this. He says, "Hamakis chavera be'evan be'evan from Yosef omniosam. Magul lachayim no sechem shikar v'niftar tafidu chala hamuka v'niftar meismachas hamak harizepatos." So this is like this. Ruvain into Shimon. If Beis Din evaluates the condition and say, okay, you know what, Shimon's going to live. He's going to live, obviously we'll say, and obviously Beis Din is consulting doctors also, as they're not making their own decisions based on this. But Allah Beis Din says, Ruvain is going to live. Fine, so what do? They assess damages against Ruvain, and we're done. And even if the next day Shimon dies, and doctors determine Shimon died as a result of his injuries, that's it. There is no capital liability for Ruvain. Once the judgment has been done, that Allah said this is that Ruvain is high financially, the case is closed even if Shimon subsequently dies from his injuries. I feel good. It goes on. The Mamdul the Misa. Now, Allah if Ruvain enters Shimon, Beis Din assesses it and say, Shimon's going to die. So what do? We incarcerate Ruvain until Shimon dies. In Mace, we are in Hamakeh. The Hekel and his rapper of Fushlim of Allah Pushak Aragla Sharbi, Mishai Mak, in this case, so if Shimon dies, we'll put Ruvain to death. If Shimon experiences a refuah shalema, we'll get to this. What is actually something in yesterday's daf? What is the definition of refuah shalema? Definition: that Shimon walks on his own volition outside. Right? In that case, Ruvain is totally free. No sort of free. So that's how I'm asking. So again, I love when I say if based on necessities that Shimon is going to survive, we make this a monetary case, assess damages against Ruvain, and Ruvain goes on his way. Even if Shimon drops dead next day, and it's clear that it's a result of his injuries, the judgment is done. If, on the other hand, based on evaluated that Shimon is going to die as a result of his injury, we incarcerate Ruvain until the time of death of Shimon. Then we adjudicate this as a capital case. Unless, of course, Shimon has a reflection. The reflection is defined as walking on his own volition, of his own power, his own power. Outside, then we release Ruvain. Now, let's say that one piece. I don't know. I can't this little bit. Is how long, does this go on for? Right? In other words, what does this mean? That we the Rambam says we incarcerate Ruvain. How long do you incarcerate it for? Until one of two things happens. Until Shimon dies or he gets better. What sounds like interesting enough that if Shimon lingers as a result of his injuries, we keep Ruvain incarcerated as long as it takes to go ahead and be Mabar and clarify what this is. Okay, so we'll say, so that is the halacha, ultimately again by based on evaluations and assessments. Mishnah. This Kavi is a very interesting case. This Kavi interesting case. Ruvain intended to kill an animal, but he ended up killing a person. His intent was going hunting, right? He was going hunting, right? And what happened, right? Deer season, right? He decided he was going hunting, and he ended up killing a person. Okay? Or for that matter, again, he intended to kill an akum, but instead he killed a yid. He was going to kill a Nathal. Nathal in this context is a non-viable child, right? And he killed a regular viable person, right? But in all of these cases, Potter. We'll say in all these cases, it's Potter. Now, why? Because remember, again, in order to be high in order, there needs to be intentionality. And intentionality is defined in this first piece as if you have in mind to kill someone specific. But if again, I want to say in all of these cases, Ruvain did have in mind to kill someone specific, and then that mindset did not materialize. Therefore, he's going to be Potter. Next, this Kari Makosa Amasna, Alohayu Bakadela Hamis Amasna, Bahalkola Alibo, Bahaisa Kide Lahamisa Alibas. Ruvain goes over to Shimon. His intention is to hit Shimon on the leg. Right? Very hard. Again, but that type of injury leg would not have Shimon death. Ruvain did not aim his punch rolled very well. So what ends up happening? He ends up hitting Shimon on the heart. And when he hits him on the heart, Shimon dies. Shimon dies. So you're allowed to say, but the intentionality of the blow delivered, had it been delivered in the way that it was intended, would have caused injury, not death. But because the blow was not delivered in the way it was intended to be delivered, it causes death. So the Gemara says, what's the halacha? Pater. Ruvain's pater. Once again, you see in every chayim for capital cases, there has to be intentionality. Intentionality, you're going to see really means two things. Number one, intentionality for a particular person, and intentionality to deliver the blow in a certain way. Next, this guy like also Alibo. Ruvain intended to hit Shimon on his heart, top of buying test. But the truth is, and it was a hard enough blow that would have killed Shimon. But what happened? He ends up hitting Shimon on the leg instead, and this type of blow normally when delivered on the leg. This type of blow when delivered on the leg normally would not be a death blow. You don't have to have bad what happens to this. But nevertheless, Shimon got as a result of it. Potter. Because we'll say, now why is Ruvain Potter in this case? Because again, we'll say, what we begin to see is, in order to be chayiv in a capital case, the injury delivered has to be one that in normal circumstances is capable of causing the death of the individual. So in this case over here, this type of blow on the leg normally would not have been able to cause death. It did in this case, and therefore it is going to be Potter. Incredible. This carrying the hakos al hakodo to the high bagdil hamis. Right, hakodo v'hol lo ala katon. The high bagdil hamis is a katon. In this Potter, it's supposed to be similar to this over here. So Allah for the here. you intended to hit the adult level, and this type of blow would not normally kill a goggle. But instead you ended up hitting a child, and again this type of blow could kill a child and did kill a child. Once again, pattern. This kavin hakos is a katan. V'hayibak hamis is a katan. Listen to this case. Reuben intended to go out and deliver a blow on a child, and this type of blow would have caused the death of the child. What ended up happening? The whole Allah ala gadol, Reuben ends up hitting a gadol. Now, under normal circumstances, this type of blow would not kill the gadol. But in this case, in mace, killed the gadol, potter. Again, I both say same theme over and over. About this cat, so again, I both say, so what you see over here is this seems according to Mishnah. In order to be chayiv for killing someone, what do you need? Number one, intentionality of the victim, or intentionality as the identity of the victim. In order to be chayiv, in capital case, you have to kill the person you intended to kill. That's number one. And number two, the blow, or whatever it is, the mechanism of death has to be something that is capable of truly bringing about the death of the individual. Okay, next. But if Ruvain was going to injure Shimon. His intention was to injure him on the leg, and this type of injury is something that would have caused the death of Shimon. And what happened? And he did. He injured Shimon on the leg. And what happens? The whole Allah. I'm sorry. I said that wrong. Reuben was going to injure Reuben was going to injure Shimon on the leg. And the type of blow delivered would have normally brought about the death of Shimon. And what happened? But instead, Reuben delivered that same blow on the heart. And what? And Halamaisa again, killing Shimon. Why? Why? Because it was a death blow. Since, again, had the injury been delivered in the way it was intended, it would have caused the death of Shimon. Therefore, this is called a death blow. And even though it ends up on a different part of the body, and it results in the death, it is going to be higher. Very interesting. It's the same idea. Reuben intended to kill an adult, and he injured the adult, and the death blow was delivered in a way that it would have caused the death of an adult. And then he ended up going and killing the katan died. Ultimately, again, Reuben's going to be high. I will say that this is interesting. Okay, we'll have to see exactly what this means. But again, the Gemara says, Shimon says, Afiyim is having Larag Ezeh, Baharag Ezeh, Potter. And Shimon says, no, even if you had intention to kill A, but instead you killed B, ultimately you're going to be Potter. Okay, so let's analyze this. Says the Gemara. Rabbi Shimon idea. What is Rabbi Shimon going on? Is Rabbi Shimon going on the Reisha, or is he going on the Seifa? So the Gemara says, Ilema Aseifa. If you want to see that Rabbi Shimon is going on the last case, where Rabbi Shimon is placed in the Mishnah, the problem is it should say Rabbi Shimon Pota Mibayim. It should just say Rabbi Shimon Pota. That's it. You don't have to say this Kavi Marok is ever hard as that. Just say the Tanakama said that you intended to hit a katan. And the death blow delivered was strong enough to kill a katan. And instead you killed the gadol. Tanakama says you're chayiv. Then if Rabbi Shimon's arguing with that, it should just say Shimon Pota. So rather what? The Gemara says Ella Harisha. Rather Rabbi Shimon's living on the Reisha. What's the ratio? This is fascinating. The ratio was this carving larog is having the bar and Adam, like moving an intention to kill the behemah, but instead he killed a person, Lovin Baharag as he fell, or he killed an apple. And instead he killed a Jew, or then the father of Baharag is Ben Kiyam. He had intention to kill a non-viable baby, and instead he killed a viable baby. In all of these cases, Potter. Now, what can you infer from this? One is Kavi Marog is there, Baharag is there, Chayiv. Now, we'll say, interestingly enough, which you can infer according to Tanakama, which is indeed what the Tanakama says later on. The only reason why you're Potter in that case comes to Tanakama is because your action ended up resulting in death of an entity in a different category, right? You had intention to kill a behemoth, you killed an adam. You had intention to kill an akum, you killed a yehudi. You had intention to kill a nefel, you killed a ben chayam. Okay, so your intention did not materialize. But listen to this, but according to the Tanakama, if I intended to kill Reuven, but instead I killed Shimon, I'm chayiv. I'm chayiv. Because the Tanakama says the threshold for liability is intentionality to commit an act of murder, even if I end up killing a different person, as long as that person is quote unquote in the same category as my intended victim, I'm chayiv. I'm chayiv. And now comes on Rabbi Shimon. Rabbi Shimon says, no, you're not. Rabbi Shimon says, "Afilu nistari lara gezeh bahara gezeh pata." Rabbi Shimon says, no, that is not true. That is not true. In order to be chayiv for murder, three things have to occur. Number one, you have to deliver a blow that is capable of causing death, and your intended victim must be killed. But if you end up killing the wrong person, you cannot be tried for a capital crime. Now again, there's still other forms of liability, but the nice thing you can't be chayiv for murder. So also, so I just want to point out, this is a just so you understand, this is a raging machloket. So what's happening here. According to Tanakama, as long as you end up killing someone in the same category, you're going to be chayiv. You're going to be chayiv. Okay, if it's different categories, Adam behema, Akum Yehudi, Katan Gadol, Nefal Ben Kayama, two different categories. Okay, you're not going to be chayiv. You're going to be chayiv. But within the same category, even though again you end up killing the wrong person, you're going to be chayiv. Shimon says, no, that's not the way it works. In halacha, you're only chayiv for a premeditated act of murder with a death blow that is capable of causing death, and with the victim you intended to kill. Incredible. Raging machlokas. So Pshita, so the Gemara says it's obvious. Chayiv Reuven v'Shimon. Listen to this. If Reuven and Shimon are standing together, the Amar, Arla Reuven Kamakabno, Shimon lo Kamakabno, and what happens? Let's say again, Reuven and Shimon are standing together. They're floating, like a murderer. Murderer comes along and says, listen, guys, I'm going to kill one of you. I'm going to kill, right? I'm going to kill Reuven. And by the way, I only have kavanah for Reuven. Inini muchan mezuman, right? La'avar avera shechasel b'torah, right? And I only have in mind to Reuven. It's my kavanah to Reuven. And what happens? He ends up killing Shimon. I know Plutai. What's our case? That's my progress. Tanakama and Rabbi Shimon. According to the Tanakama, you'll be chayiv. According to Rabbi Shimon, you're not chayiv. You must listen to this. This is wild. What happens? What happens if the killer says, "Really, Shimon, guys, listen. Today, on my to-do list is to kill someone." I wasn't really specific as filming it, right? So it's maybe either one of you, and he ends up killing one of them. Mine. What is that look in that case? Or what would happen over here, where let's say again the murderer lacked specific intent or intended victim? What would happen there? Inami. The other possibility is what happens if the killer intended to kill the person on the left, because ultimately, again, he thought it was Ruvain, but it turned out to be Shimon. So interesting enough, in that case, he had Kavanah for that goof, for that body, but it turned out to be the wrong person. So what's that halacha? So Tashman said, Shimon Omer, I'd show the Plorian Miskabe. Shimon says, ultimately, one is only liable for death until literally the killer says, I have Kavanah to kill this particular person. My time to Shimon. It's one saying. So again, it turns out that according to Shimon, the only time you're going to be liable is when you have specific intent for a particular person, and that specific intent materializes. That's when you will be chayiv. So listen, by the way, my time to Shimon, what's Rabbi Shimon's logic? What's Rabbi Shimon's logic? So the Gemara says, I'm going to start the pasuk says, "Va'arav lo v'kama lo." The pasuk says literally again that he will lie in wait for him. Va'arav lo, right? Ultimately, like he plans, he schemes for him. Become Allah, and then he rises up again. So the Gemara says, "Achi is kavin lo." Ultimately, again until he goes ahead and has kavanah for him. So the Shimon says essentially the pasuk says that Allah Lamaisa, you're only going to be chayiv in the capital case until you have specific intent for the victim, and that specific intent materializes in exact accordance with, I should say, your actions materialize in exact accordance with your intent. Rabbanan Amir, right? Part was already in the book. So also, by the way, Rabbanan said that pasuk of all of love and come love, which was like that pasuk really seems to like really intentionality that you're only going to be chayiv excuse me, if you intentionally go ahead and murder someone, which again, you have specific kavanah for someone, and that kavanah materializes. So what did the Rabbanon use it for? The Rabbanon use it for different cases. It's prat, the Zorik Evel Ago. That comes to exclude a case, and I want to say, I come along, and there's a group of people standing, I throw a stone into a group of people, and the stone kills someone. So the Pasuk teaches me I'm not chayiv for that. Now, the answer I'm not chayiv, I'm not chayiv death. Like I have the penalty for that. You notice, by the way, what's that case? But that's it. Let's say, by the way, just like on a moral, ethical level, to case, right? I take a stone, I throw it into a group of people, the stone falls on someone and kills them. Kills them. The Rabbanon will say, I'm not chayiv for killing someone. Why? Now the verse, by the way, what's the case? What's the case? If you done it, even with the petition who saying that you saw me and people may be who say. So he's talking about a case of 9 kusim in 1 year. So okay, that makes sense. Why? Because again, there was a role of kusim, and therefore one would not be chayiv in a capital way for the death of a kusim. Inami pal the suffix in Pashas even if it's half and half. Even if it's half and half, ultimately again, it's a suffix around whether or not there's capital liability. And therefore, again, I'll be part of what's the petition Yisrael, the Kusi Echabinei. Wow. What's the case? The case ultimately again is where there were 9 Israel, there were 9 and 1 Kusi. One Kusi, but nevertheless I'm Potter. What's the shot? Navale Kusi Kavua. That was again because since the presence of the Kusi is established, therefore Allah Almighty is Kavua. Right? It's established. We have a principle called Kavua. Listen, again, this is the famous case of you find the Kisi fleet, right? And there are nine kosher, nine non-kosher stores, and 1 kosher in the reverse case as well. So what's the status of the Kisi? It depends where you find it. You find it in the public, you find it in the store. We have a concept called Kavua. Anything that is established within the group essentially switches the group dynamics and makes it 50-50. So even if you have 9 Jews and 1 Jew, that Jews is established in the group is considered to be like half and half. And now, when I say nevertheless, if I was still into that group and still kill someone, I am not liable for that. So Mishnah, I mean, this so again, so therefore, what we have over here is just to point out, we have left with this raging rate. I cannot really even underestimate the raging kite or the ragingness of this debate. Right? So again, I will say, literally again, I have in mind to kill Ruvain and then end up killing Shimon. What's my liability? According to Rabbanon, why? Because I had in mind to commit an act of murder, and I ended up murdering someone who is in the quote unquote same category as my intended victim. Therefore, I'm chayiv. According to Rabbi Shimon, I'm potter. I'm potter from death penalty. Chayiv and a lot of other bad stuff in life. But again, potter from death penalty. Why? Because according to Rabbi Shimon, in order to be chayiv for a death penalty, number one, there has to be a premeditated act. I decided to kill someone, and my intentions must materialize upon the intended purpose. Let's analyze more. So this Shlomo, that means coming out of is that one is a chayiv. So very Rabbanon will say that if I'm in mind to call it and the Shimon and chayiv, said if he not so anoshim, did not fully shahara. So the Pasuk says, because I told us like that if men are chayiv and they end up going ahead and shoving the pregnant woman, and she ends up miscarrying. If I remember Lazar, the mitzvah shel mitzvah kasim. I was talking about the men are fighting and they end up causing the death of the third person. Right? So he remains fighting the shooting. His intention is to kill shooting, but he ends up killing someone else. So therefore the Torah says, the same imason yeah. When I saw the nefesh, as nefesh, because it says he remains fighting the shooting, and he ends up killing someone else. Torah says when I saw the nefesh, as nefesh. Reuben is liable in capital sense, which means that even though Reuben had a right to kill A, he ends up killing B, he's going to be liable. Elder of Shimon, what does that Shimon do with that pasuk? Which the Gemara says, moment. But the Shimon says it doesn't mean capital. So what does it mean? It means monetary compensation. According to the Shimon, if he means fighting with Shimon with the intention, that's Shimon. He ends up killing someone else. So it's not capital liability, but rather what is there? Financial liability. Rabbi says in this case, over here, where the Torah is going to start the nefesh takas nefesh, which is talking about the case where Ruben's fighting with Shimon. Like Reuben ends up like falling onto her, pregnant woman. She ends up miscarrying. So the pasuk says, "When Asata nefesh katas nefesh," she will give one life for another life. Levi says that it was the monetary compensation for the loss of the pregnancy. So the Gemara says, listen to this. I told her, Nefesh Mamish, you say means money. Maybe it literally means a life for a life. Ne'emar Nesina Lamata, and Ne'emar Nesina on the days, Limalo. It says Nesina above and it says Nesina below. Malahalon Mamon, Afkan Mamon. So I'll say both contexts it means monetary compensation. Good. Amar Rava. So Rava says, I determined to be Chizkiya, Mafka Midibay, Rebbe, Mafka Midrabba. So just so you know, so first of all, we have our mafokis from the Shimon and the Sarakana. Right? So that is still sitting there about, again, I have intention to kill Ruvain, I end up killing Shimon. Is there liability? And Hama says yes, but Shimon says no. So just hold on to that. Just hold on to that. Narabo says the Gemara brought up that machokis, by the way, is really also better in how you go ahead and interpret that also, where two people are fighting, they end up bumping into a pregnant woman and she ends up miscarrying. So the pasuk says, "In a sak nefesh tachas nefesh." Now, if I don't understand, that means capital liability. Rabbi Shimon, based on Rabbi, says that means financial liability. Now, he must, by the way, there's another opinion. Rabbi, there's another opinion. How between the Bechizkiah, Mafka, the Rabbi, Mafka, the Rabbi. This opinion of the Bechizkiah is not like Rabbi, not like the Rabbi. Council, it's going to be Rashi. Rashi's in the second line from the top. But all the time, the Bechizkiah, Mafka, the Rabbi, Rabbanon. Rabbanon, Mechayim, the Yisa, and this Kami Lara gives Rabbi Harad Yitzhak. The Rabbi Mechayim, the Mama. The other time, the Bechizkiah, the Mechayim, the Mama, discussing this. Watch this. So there's essentially going to be this, right? So when I intend to kill Ruvain, but I end up killing Shimon, what's the halacha? So according to the Rabbanon, Chayiv Bisa, okay? According to Rebbe, which is also the view of Rebbe Shimon, I'm not Chayiv Bisa, but I am Chayiv what? Monetary compensation. Now there's a third opinion, when I have in mind to kill Ruvain, I end up killing Shimon, I'm not Chayiv Bisa, you're my Chayiv. I'm not Chayiv anything. I'm not Chayiv anything. That's right. So third opinion of you're not going to be chayiv anything. So the Gemara says, now where does that come from? How many bases? It's fascinating. Not your other makabeh. So we'll say, right? Torah speaks about again one who kills an animal, one who goes ahead and kills a person. The pasuk says, makabeh mishamena, will not your other prudence. This is very interesting. Torah equates, showing it not equates, but juxtaposes the death of an animal, the killing of an animal, the murder of an animal, the murder of a person. That's what it says. If I kill an animal, you shall know. I have to pay. And if I kill a person, you must put to death. Okay, so watch this. So what's when it comes to killing an animal? Halacha makes no distinction whether or not what, as a shogig or a basic. Also makes no distinction in this kavanah was kavanah. Whether they have kavanah, don't have kavanah. But they derech yiriz or derech aliyah. Makes the difference in kill. Whether I kill the animal going up or coming down. And in all cases, the poacher or the mamon, halachai or mamon. Or say if I kill an animal, makes no difference. Shogig makes no difference. What's halacha? I'm trying monetary compensation the owner of the animal. Watch this. What makes you focusing on here is this juxtaposition of the death of an animal to the death of a person to show that just like when it comes to the death of an animal, it doesn't make a difference how I killed the animal. What's that law? What's that law? I'm liable. I'm liable. So too, when I go ahead and I kill a person, I'm not liable. Those half-loaf being shogig when it there is no distinction about say whether I kill someone with shogig or I kill someone with the sentence or I kill a mason, right? Shogig or mason. Intentionality, lack of intentionality. Derech yirida, derech aliyah. Whether I kill a person going up or coming down. In all cases of murder, now the variable is sometimes you're chayiv death. You're killing someone with something else. But one thing is clear, which is, in all cases of murder, I'm never chayiv murder. So this is the basis of the shita. That anytime you kill a person, you are never chayiv financially. Now, whether or not you're liable to be put to death, that's going to depend on how the murder occurred. But one thing is clear, which is you're never chayiv mamon, and that's the juxtaposition. When you kill an animal, it doesn't matter how you kill the animal. One thing is clear, which is what? You're chayiv mamon. When you kill a person, one thing is clear, you're never chayiv. Whether you're chayiv misa or not, it's a different discussion, but never chayiv mamon. So the Gemara says, "My shem miskabel." Now, what does it mean to know that kavanah? Ilay b'shem miskabel klal and shogeg. So when you say, so listen, what does it mean in the case where it says I'm not miskabel? So if not miskabel means I didn't have kavanah to kill someone at all, that's called shogeg. That's called shogeg. Ela pshita shem miskabel lazeh ela lazeh. Rather than saying shogeg means I was not saying. And miskabel means I had intention to kill Ruben and I ended up killing Shimon. V'katani l'chayv moment el l'kochro moment. What do you see? Nevertheless, in that case, I'm not chayiv moment. V'hi bar katalu. My situation in Mifteh, one second. Obviously, if I'm chayiv a death penalty, then of course there's no need to attempt for monetary compensation. Why? Why do it not be made? Ella, lav shmanina, lav bar katalu, lav bar mamon. Rather, also what you see here, there's a case where I'm not liable to that penalty, and I'm also not chayiv a moment. What's that case? That case is where I had intention to go late, I end up killing straight. So I'm not chayiv from myself. Why? Because again, I didn't kill my intended victim, and I'm also not really chayiv from myself. So I was like, this might be the most exciting thing that has happened today so far. I just want to point out something amazing. So what we have over here are three different opinions. Three different opinions. Opinion number one, Tanakama. Tanakama says, I have intention to kill Ruvain, and killing me from Muzuma, Lara, this Ruvain, and I end up killing Shimon. What does Tanakama say? Tanakama, I'm liable. Chayiv Nisa. Why? Because ultimately, again, at the end of the day, you had intention to kill someone, and your intention materialized on someone in the same category. As long as you're in the same category, you're going to obviously, you have intention to kill an Amkum, and you kill Yehudi, you're not going to be chayiv. You have intention to kill the Himar. Regarding you kill an Adam, you're not going to be chayiv. Okay, but assuming your intention materializes in the same category, Allah Lamaisa, you are chayiv Nisa. Rabbi Shimon, I have intention to Ruvain. I ended up killing Shimon. What's the halacha? Potter. Now what it sounds like is Potter, but chayiv for monetary compensation, like Rabbi. Then third category comes the Chizkiah. You have intention to kill Ruvain and end up killing Shimon. What's the halacha? Potter Gamre. Not chayiv Nisa and not chayiv Mother. How do we paskin? Suspense decision. Right? How do we paskin? So listen to this. Right, but understand. Listen to this. Rambam, Hilchos Rotzeach, Perek Dalin Halacha Aleph. Here it is. I'm miskavim hara gezeh. I have intention to kill Ruvain, and I end up killing Shimon. Potter minisas bezdin, uminat tashlumin, uminat galas. How's like the Chizkiah? What's from everything? Now, again, on one side, I just want to be clear. It's bad, right? It's bad. And I'm saying, Klapi Shmaya, in the eyes of the 12, there's also going to be some level of liability. But halacha l'maisa is going to have intention to do Ruvain. I end up killing Shimon. I'm not chayiv death, right? No death penalty. Not chayiv tashlumin, and not even chayiv galas. Now, what's galas? What's galas? Remember, you can't wait to get to the second Makos. It's so exciting, right? But l'maisa, again, when does galas come about? Shogeg. So you can't call it a shogeg. You can't call it a shogeg because halacha l'maisa, again, it wasn't accidental. It wasn't intentionality over here, right? Not chayiv tashlumin because as the Chizkiah said, apparently in any case where there's bloodshed, it's not monetary compensation. And also, again, not hype because I like intentional. It's incredible. It goes on. Luficha, now by the way, the way that I'm illustrating this is Luficha, Hazorik Evel Lesov Edom Yisrael, Haroik Echme, Hakim Zafesi. So the Ram illustrates this in an interesting way. I throw a stone into a group of Jews. Right? So one second. And now, again, I know that when you throw a stone into a group of people, it's definitely possible it's going to cause death. And in fact, it causes the death of someone, I'm Potter. That's how you pass the side. Like Rav Shimon, but as modified by Tanat of the Chizkiah. So therefore, I will say again, you tend to kill A, you end up killing B, even if they're in the same category. Hunter from Nisa, Hunter from Tashlumin, That was absolutely riveting. All right, what's the Mishnah? Mishnah, let's go. We're catching up with this definitely world. And here's Hashem. The exception is Ari Bachir. This is an interesting case. A murderer gets mixed up with other murderers. So we'll say, which by the way, it happens. It happens, right? Sometimes based on the decisions you make, really dictates the chevra that you hang with. Right? It's just like the chevra that you associate with makes you the kind of person that you are. Sometimes the person you choose to become also dictates the chevra that you end up gravitating towards. Sorotseach shenis are bachir. How does that even happen? Right? A murderer gets mixed up with other murderers. So what's the halacha? So we'll have to see. Well, in all reality, so besides the Musar Haskell with it, that ultimately your actions will dictate, right? Your peer group influences your actions, and your actions often dictate your peer group. So say if a murderer gets mixed up with other murderers, so what's the halacha? I'm sorry, no. Really, the case of this, Akira means other people. So in other words, really kill someone, or really gets mixed up with other people. And what's not to see, checking the seers of this in the Mishnah. And it sounds like this, you don't know which one ruling is. Kulan Turin. Everybody. Okay, we'll see the dynamics of that. So these are really no. Konsin also keep up. We put them all will be again in jail cell. Now the commissioner doesn't spell out the rest, but the rest is we go ahead and feed them bottom until their stomachs explode. Okay. Certainly needs a smidge of clarification on that. All right, so we'll see. Let's say in general, you have people who are all condemned to death, but different deaths, different mitzvahs based in. And now, because they all got mixed up, we don't know who is subject to which penalty. I was going to imagine, they'll say, I'm the skila guy. You give me skila. The guy says, give me sreifa. So no one's coming forward and validating the information. So all we know is we have a group of people who are all subject to a death penalty. We don't know which death penalties. What's down the hook? We don't in the cover. We administer the most lenient death penalty to all of them. Essentially, most of our local cases, we're going to see you cannot give someone a more stringent death penalty than the one they are obligated to. So therefore, by definition, if we're not sure which death penalty, we give them the more cow one. Now, of course, there's going to be a little piece, as we know, there's a machlokas as to which misos based in which is considered to be more kal and what's more common. So, for example, Haniskelim and Israfim. Let's say the chevra. Some of the chevra is chayv skila, some of the chevra is chayv shvedi. You don't know who's who. So, what do? Rabbi Shimon already told him skila. Rabbi Shimon says we give them all skila. Right? Why? Shasreifa chamura. Because everyone knows sreifa is more common than skila. From this, they say no, you don't have a sreifa. It's the opposite. We give them sreifa. Why? Shaskila chamura. Because everyone knows that skila is more common than sreifa. Shimon says, it's not true. It's not true. Sreifa is clearly more common. How do you know that? Because if sreifa wasn't more common, then the Paskali who committed adultery would be singled out for sreifa. It's not true. Skila is more common. How do you know? Because the blasphemer and the person who worships idolatry gets skila. The Gemara says, what happens if they have a chevra? Some of them are subject to hereg, which is heading like sayif, and others are stagnation. Which one gets which is the more kal? The Rishon of sayif. The Rishon says sayif. The heading is the more lenient form of death penalty from the hereg. Comes the ultimate being charged. So listen, everyone agrees on the principle. What's the principle? That if you have a group of people on death row who get mixed up with each other, and we're not sure who's getting which death penalty. Not sure who's getting which death penalty. And what's the halacha? You can only administer the most lenient of death penalties. What's the problem? So there's a machlokas again in two categories between skila and sreifa, which is kal, which is chomer, and between chenek and hereg, which is kal and which is chomer. We'll say, incredible. We'll stop here for today. We are all caught up. Great job.
Let's see here. This is posted by Advanced Spinach 650. Imagine being this much of a pet watching wire. I feel like we've seen this. Yeah, this is all. It's all satisfaction. Good morning.
Good morning. We are thanking all of our sponsors for this morning's show today. Our annual Comic-Con sponsor for Caption Taylor 5785 Touch Papa. Again, the Polish and Russians this year, and the Swiss of the Stars Towers for all of Ireland's our Comic-Con sponsors for the month of August, Stephen Tarzin, and many other Terry's father, Dr. Harry Khan, Swedish, Ben Yossi Katon, and Zika Liquid, and Golden Foundation, many of Mr. London Zika, Zev, Shmuel, and Israel, Zika, and Yachov. What's we got? What has been the last ahead of us, Mir Hashem? Today that is Iron Fest 78. We are picking up on that Iron Zion Days. 70-70, about 15 lines down from the top. So you might say, I'm a rubber. What's this very interesting case right here? Well, it says as follows. Zara Trabacosa, the cover of a hardware fire, since in this case, literally translated, someone throws swallows usually defined as a rock. Someone throws a rock at a wall, and ultimately, again, it springs back and kills someone. One is tired. Okay, so what's the case there? So that was actually very interesting. To look at Rashi, Rashi is right across to the left. Large of the close-up. It is covered the high of his cabello. He has intention to kill his friends. Now, what the case is, so he got the close in the car. The Chazra and Koko Racholah, the Harbo Kayu, the Har, Nani Koko. So Rashi points out that the primary keys of intentionality will ultimately again be so legally slowing the flat edge of the wall, with the intention that the ricochets off the wall in order to go ahead and kill Shane. So such an act, that even though the stone is ricocheting off the wall, however, reminds it is considered to be the car from the wall, and therefore being going to be tired. So we might see the time to know. So the time, so again, we further define this to go Hebrew, and the second the cover. So we talk about here. This is what the things are going to go ahead and play again. The baseball. Shahar didn't use it. Now the sugar bubbles. If it doesn't eventually get tired himself. If it could unintentionally ultimately again goes. So what's the piece over there? Stick with the Rashi, one more Rashi. To learn English from Sahakim the Kaddish Shahar, this is so interesting. The given team of us, Lahakos Hakabla the cost of the car. It's coming for children, yet they to guard against the wall, thrown against the wall with immense force. It is the capture that they are having, the wall would go ahead and ricochet off the wall to go very far. The after the thrower would throw the ball, runs the other side. The runs. So the thrower would run to the wall. The Chavero indicates as a cover of Maka also. And won't be over here. The goal is to catch the ball, and throw it at the runner. Throw it at the runner. In your ball, you know, we deserve the ball. So, actually, you talk about the miscarriage of the miscarriage of the Khazara, so the Khazara, he's the miscarriage. So, what's the single goal? Not that ball. Is it like suicide? Is it like, no. Is it like suicide? Like, whatever, it's a kid. Yeah, whatever it is. You throw the ball, stop. Jay, none of you are correct. So again, so you're throwing the ball against the wall. Again, the idea is you throw the ball against the wall. I know you said you throw the ball against the wall, but the goal is you throw it as hard as you can, but you have to go as far back as you can. You throw it, have to get to the wall, someone catches the ball, and they throw it at you. If you get hit by the ball before you get to the wall, you're out. Yeah, that's it. So this is so yeah, here's a smidge of interest in this kid over here. And the thrower is trying to throw it hard to kill someone. So again, if he has that type of route, because remember, most like the idea, in order to be caught killing someone, there has to be a bit of suicide. It's called suicide, right? And that's the thing he plays with. And so, so again, it gives you functionality, and the thrower goes ahead and has in mind that he wants to not throw the ball to kill someone who gets it. Then this the mixture, the type, this is what's up. This is what it is the shoulder, but ultimately again it's goals. They're also not just what's the key to shoulder work? What's the key? The key to here is that it is secondary. What we call this, I want to call it a secondary force, because that we have a little bit, that we have a little bit, we just use that. But there's a secondary presence, right? It's not the fact that like the thrower, moving is throwing the ball to that direction of the movement. There's a wall. So that this is the interesting kind of idea is I would have thought that the presence of the wall essentially makes it that this is no longer the core of movement. Kamash Mawan, even with the wall, is still considered to be the core of movement. And therefore, again, if there's intentionality, moving will be tired as a runner. And it says, we shall be tired goals. Incredible. So we have the Shogun Gala, the Shogun Golden, Shika, Silence if we didn't go to the party of the kills shooting accidentally, that means we go to dollars. That's obvious. That's obvious. So the course is right. The music that you have up is the color. The thing is having a better to show the case. The thing is over here is in the music case. But if we didn't get it intentionally inverse the dollars, what's the finish right here? Malditina has stressed Sabeki, leading by the hundred. I would have thought that this is a case of what we call Hasras Sabek. What is it, Hasras Sabek? Rather than just that this was remember again, in order to be chayiv for a hasra, what do you have to do? You have to go ahead and warn someone with a certain level of definitiveness. Right? So that, but again, maybe in this case, over there, the ball not going to go back. The ball not going to go far enough. I'm not going to put this hasra as a suffix. How much more long that it is now? How much longer? How long will it when someone plays this game, they're going to go hard enough with the ball certainly ricochets back. And if Oklahoma pickens with the intention to kill someone, ultimately living will be highly valid. So this is very important for us. So remember again, what's our topic? Our topic over here is about who's hiding inside, right? Who's hiding Helen. And the example that we're giving is one of the kills in mind. Now, the answer is that the focus we on was with something, confining someone. If you can find someone which is direct Torah who are high, what you are doing is branching out a little bit, and even in a case where there is another intervening factor, it's still be considered your car. So in this case, for example, the other intervening factor is the wall. I have a thought that the presence of the wall makes it that it's no longer my car. Kamash Malone, you are still considered to be my car. Incredible. Okay, so 20 تقريبا بعد ما تقريبا يبقى إنه هم يساعدك بالقدر so again focus on this please شهري طول 4 hours قدر just 4 hours highest this is interesting so now we didn't say the ball against the wall so if we didn't throw the ball against the wall we're going to get intentionality means everything it is intention instigation and not the answer like this if he goes ahead and kills Shimon indirect on this of the wall, over here in the unity partner. Outside of Dalaramis is going to be higher. So what's the shot over here? So it's a little bit Rashi. Rashi is right across to the left. Rashi says, you know, the sound of the cutter. Shahari told Dalaramis to do it. And Haya Hamuka over the so and the Awashal also. There was interact with Dalaramis action myself, so the Hakasa Potter has solved the grace. So again, this is talking about the show. So if the nights are shooting the thing between Dalaramis and the wall, moving will be Potter. More than Dalaramis will be high. What's going on here? I'm going to be actually looking at what's the case. Even if you're kind of following, right? If at the end of the day, Ruben did not want the ball to go further than Dalaramis. He didn't want it to go further. Right? If he would put it even if the ball went less than Dalaramis and killed Shimon, ultimately Ruben should be fine. He had the wrong way, but again, if at the end of the day, if at the end of the day, Ruben did not want the ball to go farther at all, wanted to push the ball, I think it's important. Even if it wasn't Dalaramis, what the piece here, the says, I'm going to stand beside the camera, come on, very general when people play this game. Like, how the racing is what? He wants to throw the ball. What does the thrower want? What does the thrower want? The thrower wants the ball to ricochet back as far as possible. So therefore, you know, the Gemara suggests things like this. If the ball only goes less than Dalaramis, then that's again that is not the fulfillment of the desire of the thrower. And therefore, if something happens, ultimately again the thrower will be putter. If the ball, however, ricochets solid on his hamor, that is the manifestation of the intent of the thrower, and therefore halacha l'maisa he will be chayiv. Okay, now that's it. Now we get to the consequence, to which the Gemara says. Sorry. Good. Remember, because if you had Joshua, what's the top of all this? What's the figure of all this? The figure of all this is that when you builds a ball against the wall with intent, and that ball goes and kills Shimon, ultimately Reuben's height. Why? Because the act of throwing the ball against the wall and the ball ricocheting goes off the wall is considered to be Reuben's cause. Because also remember again, if we have one ball, you can only be chayiv for killing someone with what? If it's your force. That's what, for example, again, we'll see this more today. All of those other cases we have in the Restream. For example, right? I go ahead and I tie Reuben ties Shimon up at night, even though the sun's going to rise the next morning and kill Shimon. Because if he died, he's strong. Reuben's not chayiv. Why? Because the death force is not there. It's not his car. It's not his car. He incites the dog against Shimon. Not chayiv. It's not his car. The takeaway from all of this is throwing a ball against the wall. The ball ricocheting against the wall and killing Shimon is considered to be Reuben's car. Which the Gemara says, really? Is that really considered to be Reuben's car? After all, listen to this. There's a kasha, but it's the reason. And the kaddish in the Kiddush al-Yadol, or al-Hatzad, the Africa, the Yoga, the Shogas, puzzle. So it's a very interesting case here. How do you do it? Remember again, how do you do it? Concoction. You take the effort, you go ahead and you slaughter it, you go ahead and do ash. You go and mix that ash with spring water, fine. Right? You go ahead and afterwards, you take that, you mix it, then you sprinkle it. Now what's interesting enough to have is the ash has to be applied or has to be added with the color of the individual. Right? If the ash drops in by itself, it doesn't come in with the color of the individual, then the entire concoction is invalid. You don't get ash slowly on the kaddish. First of all, you can use one like the kaddish. Make out as the eighth the seniors in the Alamai, current kiddush, to the same sex group. For instance, now what happened in this case over here? In this case, right, the color has the ash. The ash goes ahead and falls out of his hand, and what happens? It hits a great container and falls into the water. Or for that matter, again, it falls on the side of the utensil with the water, and then falls in afterwards. What's the halacha? Puzzle. The concoction is puzzle. Why? Because apparently this is considered to be a lack of control. So what is it here? That when something comes out of your hand, hits something else, and then goes into the final destination, that's not your car. That's not your car. Therefore, using that logic, if you throws the ball against the wall, the ball ricochets against off the wall and kills Shimon, what should be the halacha? It also should not be his car. That shouldn't be his car. If you want to talk about Stephen, what's the case over here? The show says. You did actually upstairs over here. The show says, first right now, and the first right now, when you touch the car, if you will show now, Ellen, Atsi, the part of the show says, you got the show says. Show says, nine choices. So what's the case over here? You can imagine the case over here where the ash falls out of the hands of Reuben, falls onto the side of the tree, stops. Then, a moment later, slips in. Okay, that's a very different case. Because in that case, when the ash itself comes to rest, even just momentarily, on the side of the tree, then the color of Reuben ends, and then the rest of it trickles in afterwards. It's very different than that case. Why? In the book, there's no cessation of dynamic activity. The ball hits Reuben's hand, it hits the wall, and ricochets in the grip. So Reuben's car never stops. So it's a very interesting distinction. So even though there's an intervening wall, the fact that there's never a cessation of dynamic activity makes it my car. The moment that there's a cessation of dynamic activity, i.e. the ash sits on the side of the freeze for a moment, right? You can see it. But when it does, and then just like a second later slips in, that's no longer my car. That's no longer my car. That's a tremendous bit of head still in that also. You know, the whole composure of life. This is why perpetual growth and perpetual movement is always necessary. It's slow down a little bit. Because as long as I'm always going, it's my car. It's my car. And so even if it's going slow at times or faster than as long as I'm always going, I'm always moving, it's my initial car. The moment kind of stop for a moment, that's the moment when your car ends. The moment when your car ends, so stuff moves this way, stuff moves that way, but it's no longer your car. Incredible. So much like that. Yeah, says, good. Which was his touch mark, I love this. ما خودش خیلی رسمی على طرف Needle. Yeah, the needle is literally into it. You would have to get in contact with the mix, right? So that you want to go ahead and purify it. How do you purify it? You pour on the spring water from the water para adimo. Okay, so now what happened? My child is soon ala Paris, and he's ala. So what do you have? So he's in his own child, the tunnel needle, and it's sitting coming up to your dust. So now what happens? He's ala. You sprinkle the water to the para adimo on the needle. Something ala nefesh, something ala Paris, like the mitzvah has also puzzle. So they speak of the water. Now we're not sure again, did the water go on the needle, or perhaps the water hit the cleferis of the utensil and then splashed back on the needle. What's that about? Puzzle. Ultimately, it is puzzle. They're both saying that based on what we learned, that actually should work. Why? Because even if the water sprinkled, or excuse me, even if the water splashed back off the cleferis onto the needle, then should still be what? Or still be what? My car. No different than if I throw the ball against the wall and the ball goes and close shooting. That's the same idea. We have over here we see that it's possible to see over here that when it is an intervening factor, it's no longer control. To which the man says no. I'm not going to lie, you can figure out matzah, not mitzvah, which means splash back, but matzah. Matzah is what I say, but ultimately, again, but we're not sure if you're actually here. That's not much of music to have our puzzle. It's not music which means a splashing back. Ella, Russian would see it. So this is the case of here. The case over here is where we find Paula Aduma water underneath them. But we're not sure. We're not sure how it got there. Did it get there somehow because there are three possibilities. Possibility one is that the water landed directly on the needle, which we're good to go. Possibility two is that the water hit the cleferis and splashed back on the needle, which would also be okay, because that's coho. But then there's possibility three. What's possibility three? The water hit the cleferis and what? Trickled back onto the needle. That is these two attempts are going to hold that part of the
Okay, dope.
argument, both fell flat, they both failed, and therefore halakha l'maisa, what we thought originally, meaning that coco will work. In other words, that when you throw a ball against the wall, and that you can throw the ball against the wall with the intention to kill the shooting, and the ball ricochets off the wall and kills the shooting, halakha l'maisa, even will be high. Even if it's in the world, they still be considered to be coco. You've got to collect it. So, if not, but still similar cases, I mind the class in the cafe, the Ashbury, you pick the night up, listen to this. Reuben ties up his friend Shimon. And he goes ahead and afterwards releases, right, because it's like ties him up by a dam of water. And afterwards he pours a hole in the dam. He pours a hole in the dam, and the water comes and drowns Shimon. What's that about? So it was a year to do with height. He's on the city of Iowa to do it. What's the routine is before? Healing today is another expression for your koach. So this is considered the koach of how do you use confusion? If you only assuming that it's confusion means force, which means that there is an immediacy of and the whole in your hand, and one comes got some shoes right there. I like to call it shoes. Let's say, you know, like half a mile away from the ground. But we got to kill shooting. That's called secondary force, and therefore there will not be liability in that particular case. So this is very important. Okay. So let's look at Zarek Sornas, interesting case. Zarek Sornas, even throws a stone upward, listen to this, but all of it stuck. Now the stone does not come directly down. Instead, the stone kind of falls to the side a little bit. Lahaga, it kills Shimon. What's the halacha? Chayiv, Shimon is chayiv. Sorry, I mean, Reuben is chayiv. Reuben is chayiv. Now that's what I'm saying. Listen, what do you see in this case? Reuben is chayiv. Listen to this case. What's very funny. What is Reuben chayiv? Reuben is chayiv when the stone doesn't come down straight down. Reuben chayiv when the stone kind of comes by the arc. Outside. But if the stones come directly down, Reuben will not be chayiv. Now listen to this. You might say, the only reason I'm not actually that Papa my time now, what's the reason for that? You should have told Kobe. Because it's his car. But there's an interesting enough, the fact that the stone didn't come straight down. See, when the stone comes straight down, what is that called? That's the gravity. Gravity is not the car of Reuben. But when the stone comes down a little bit at an arc, right? At the angle it comes down, that's Reuben. That's what Reuben contributes. Reuben doesn't contribute to gravity. Reuben contributes to the movement of the stone to a different location. So there's nothing you should go home. You can't go somewhere else. That's interesting. They have up on my side. If Reuben's car, it's just going to go upward. So it's up high and pressing out at 70 days. You got to go home. Things on the south house. And if it's not his car, then often if you're not, she says, you know what, things like that. Keep on the app, and then get started. And all the other she says, fall right down. To which the human says, right, Ella, you're very interesting. Car, cockle shoe. So this is not the typical case of Coco. It's either of those things you might introduce a new category of car, cockle shoe. What is car, cockle shoe? Diminished car. Rashi says, when you have a car, cockle shoe. Diminished car, haga. So this is not like a strong car. And a sas car. העגלה, אבי שום שכרנו כה חוזר חזויתו, ואבן חוזר בארץ, אבל עדיין הולך זה סטרופו. So it's right. So you're looking at me. Your car, the iron continues on its way because of your car. So obviously this is a diminished car. Why? Because again, Ruben your head was to start up. Obviously Ruben's car was coming to an end because it's coming back down, but his car is still fed wide because it's not coming straight down, which would not be Ruben's car. They're operating just the gravity, but it's moving somewhere else. It's coming down somewhere else. So the fact that it's coming down a little bit on the angle, having arc, that's Ruben's car. But again, not a full blown car, but rather a car size. A little bit of a car. Okay, incredible. So let's say it turns out that way. This is that so fun. See that there are three categories of car. Right? There's what we call direct car, which is, living person out of the chin and chosen. Okay, or really motion down the other person. There's almost like we'll call it an indirect car, which is really throwing the ball against the wall with intention, but it just goes off and goes inside. And then there's what we call diminished car, right? So indirect, diminished. What's diminished car? Really throws it up with the intention that they come down over here. So again, when it comes down in the angle of the arc, that diminished car. Incredible. So what's interesting is here, because of the other macros, it really listen to this. So 10 people come along, and they literally not working stats. And you guys, one of the things great about Safa's baby is the Akars, the activity. So ultimately, whether they hit me at once, or they hit at once, or they do it one after the other, they're project. They're project. That we can make the same, and we really say like this. So again, when they go ahead and when they hold things together, when they live for one after the other, ultimately again it is possible. Because it's joint responsibility, you can't point the finger at what you should do individually. And you it depends. If they go ahead and do it together, Ed will be the main partner. But with Zach or Zach, one of the other, the last guy who gets moving, he's going to be tired. Why? Because one thing is clear. He's the one who actively hastened the death of Ruben. Was it Ruben? Because in Halacha, there's culpability for hastening death. Hastening death is tantamount to bloodshed itself. So therefore, the last guy who goes ahead and hits Ruben, he's going to be tired for going ahead and hitting him. He's going to extinguish him with the Akadashi. Both the Tanakama and the Israel Sira, that shouldn't say possible. This is fascinating. Ye'ish kiyake kol nefesh adam. This is fascinating. The pasuk is if a person, this is the Russian, the Russian man, kiyake kol nefesh adam. The rest of that kol, it seems to be a little bit extreme. If a person will kill the entirety of a nefesh. So what does that mean? So the Gemara says, Rabbi said, kol nefesh, I think the kol nefesh. You're going to be responsibility with what? If you took the entire life. In order for that to be responsibility, one person has to take the entire life. So in this case over here, you have 10 people involved. One person is not taking the entire life, therefore they can't be responsibility. But if you give them the same setup, kol nefesh, kol nefesh. When you say it's more like kol nefesh means any amount of nefesh. If you take any amount of nefesh, there's no sense. So it's fascinating. So the Rabbi, kol nefesh means only if you take a life in totality, but if you're only one of many, you're not tired. But you have to say that. Kol nefesh, even any amount of nefesh that you take, you are responsible for. Because Rabbi says, how come the Holy gets a trait? This is very interesting. How come the Holy gets a trait? Well, shoot, Rabbi says, let's talk about our traits over here. Everyone agrees. If you can't trait off, you're partner. If you can't trait off, you're partner. Now, again, who's a trait off? Now, if you look at actually different Romans, actually says over here, Hakomo is Mahol is a traitor, Kidon Nekam Akashet, or Akol Samor. What says traitor is someone who has some type of physical internal or some type of internal injury from which he will definitely die. Okay, those that we have to come up with different terms. Take a traitor. So that's an example is, his esophagus or his windpipe is cut. Or he has some type of hole in the brain, some type of fatal injury from which he's imminently going to die. So listen to this. So Rabbi says, everyone agrees if you can't trade for your partner, and let's say, why are you participating in trade for? Right? Because in Halacha, a trade is considered to be as if you're dead already. That's Halacha with a trade for. So if you kill a trade for, there's no liability for that. The ghost is B'Yusha married. The ghost is B'Yusha should hire. So let's say then you have a ghost is B'Yusha. Now what's a ghost is B'Yusha? What's a ghost is? A ghost is someone who is dying. But interestingly enough, ghost is doesn't have to be that someone has an internal injury. Ghost is not ghost. It's what typical use of ghost is B'Yusha, right? Someone is very old. They're just dying. These are also people just sometimes die of old age. So the person is dying. That's called the gnosis B'Yusha. Right? Remember, there's no one like the final term. Because often people kind of look gnosis and treifa together because they're both imminently dying. But very different reasons. Treifa has some type of internal injury which is 1000% fatal. The gnosis is just someone who's dying. There may or may not be someone that is dying because of the old age. There could be just some type of something else. But it should have been an internal injury. So if you go ahead and everyone agrees that if you kill a gnosis or higher, the one thing is why? Because a gnosis is considered to be fully alive in every way. A treifa is how actively considers to be dead. A gnosis is fully alive. That's why these are major topics in end-of-life issues. So if you go ahead and you make end-of-life decisions that actively accelerate the death of a gnosis, what could be liable for that? So the Bible says, but what was the other gnosis be the other? So what's the point of contention over here? Gnosis be the other. What's gnosis be the other? What he actually says over here. Kigozah, Shekala Gnosis, Machmas Hamachos, and Allah said, I will show you Shekha. So what's the gnosis be the other? It's someone again who let's say was injured, has an injury, but not a trade injury, but nevertheless is dying as a result of those injuries. So what is that person's status? So you might say, Marco Daniel and the trade ball, now Daniel and Goses. What if he says, the Goses be the Adam is like a trade ball? I want to know, Goses be the Adam is like a Goses be the Shamayim. So you go, Marco Daniel and the trade ball, what is it that Goses be the Adam? Is like a trade ball. My time of what's it? My time of when Daniel and the Goses be the Shamayim. Why does he not compare to Goses be the Shamayim? Goses be the Shamayim goes out of the Gesa. Does the Goses be the Shamayim goes out? Nothing happened to the Goses be the Shamayim. There's no traumatic event, there's no injury, no one did anything to the person. That's the definition of Goses. This high is actually nicer, but that goes into the other. Something happened to him, someone did something to him. The man can evaluate the goes to the Shemai, the one who compares a goes to the other, who goes to the Shemai, might come on the dominant Trefa. Why is he not compared to a Trefa? Trefa, Mechad is Simoni. How will Mechad be Simoni? Because a Trefa is something very specific. Trefa is someone who is injured in a single way. Something happened to this man, something happened to this individual. There's a very specific injury that has occurred, and that's why there is liability. How do you kind of carry that Jesus? It's in the kind of ultimate again. The couple verses is the person will go, you can have before. The person will go ahead and literally strike 11 members of them. You have the Amaki as Habio, the able to be the Habis, the Bo Akabel Liso, Shifai. So let's say, this is very interesting. You know, you know that it's shitty. It's shitty. But if you took it in that thing away, and then what happens? Right? And someone else comes along, let's say then comes along and gets shooting and kills him. But actually, if you're going to be his hive, and you're his partner, just man says, what's the position here? In the Hannes Pshita, obviously, it's like if Ruben delivers beyond a thing like what to shit, and Levi comes along, and then delivers a thing of what what's the next partner? What's the position here? So, she hides. Let's say delivers a fatal blow to Shimon, but Shimon didn't die, and the lady came on and delivers a fatal blow to Shimon. That's what? Lady's hide and Ruben is not. His opinion is this: Mustafa, probably you can say that. But there's a way that we can say, oh, he's going to believe them saying shit. It's Kol Nefesh. What's Kol Nefesh? In order to be high for taking a life, you have to perform the totality of the act. If you do not perform the totality of the act, ultimately you are not going to be high. Incredible. Because I'm about politics of shaking partner to this as before. If you can trade for your partner, so this is pretty amazing. A trade player is considered to be halachically dead. And therefore, if you go out and you kill him, there is no liability for that. You trade for Shabbat is in Chayim. Trade for your partner. Oh, I will say, watch this. What happens if a trade for kills someone? So if you kill a trade for, your partner's fine. What happens if a trade for kills someone? What happens? This is the best. If a trade for kills someone in the presence of Beijing, this is what you do that. If you didn't kill in the presence of Beijing, the trade for will be partner. That's the shot. This is this. If they do the like an entire sick, they do have to have a so that's what this is. If the trade for kills in the presence of Beijing, essentially, how can Beijing not act? How can they not act? They have to do something. Like they saw, they can saw, we didn't kill shit. We didn't get trade for. So he's dead. But how can they not act when they go ahead and they see someone very ahead doing something terrible? So I was on the other hand, she looked at the business. Part of the idea of the six chapter of it was like, what do you see from the six shrines? What do you see from this? When you see something wrong, you have to act. You have to act. Sometimes we see things that are wrong. When I see things that are wrong, I see someone doing something wrong, or I see something that is broken, or I see someone that needs help. And so when you see myself, you know, not my problem. Not my problem. If you see it, it is your problem. If you see it, you have to try to do something about it. You have to try that. In this case over here, David can see someone doing something terrible. Because a trade ball, he's a lot of good things, right? I got it. You still have to do something. You know what I'm saying? If you see something, do something. Not just say something. If you see something, Usually, if I tell you about Kodesh says that everything that we see in this world, how we only see because of Kodesh Baruch Hu wanted me to see it. If he wanted me to see it, it's because he wants me to do something about it. Now, it's true. I can't really fix every single problem, but I can somehow be involved in some way. If you see it, or if you hear it, it means that the Father wants you to do something about it. Anything you saw this God giving you the trait, okay, so God if he's a trait, you still have to try to do something incredible. But listen to this. Shalom and peace. And that's the only thing you didn't kill Shalom. So you didn't kill Shalom outside of Beis Din. So now what happened? They didn't do the trait, you didn't trait the Beis Din. So what's that about? But you know why it's popping? Listen to this. It's an English chapter of Halasima. Because it must remember again, we look for witnesses to be believed. You have that the ability to do the 8 years old. Now, what happens ultimately when you're 8 years old? You're reciprocal punishment. It's not going to look over there. Why? Because you're testifying about a man who's already dead. So because you're testifying about a dead man, therefore, again, your witnesses themselves are not subject to Hazama. For any testimony that is not subject to Hazama, by definition, is never believed. Fascinating. There's no kind of technicality. So when it's before you have Lazima, no Shema Equals. Rabbi says this. However, as a Shema, if one sodomizes a Shema, the sodomizer is Chayiv. Shema Shema, Rabbi is in Chayiv. But if a Shema himself sodomizes someone else, then what's that? He does it in the presence of Beis Din for the Chayiv, not in the presence of Beis Din. He's not the first one that was like, the Beis Din Chayiv, so that's on the Geracha. So the presence of Beis Din Chayiv, why? Because once again, was it everything cannot take action if they see something so terrible happen in their presence. Shalom and Beis Din Pater, but not in the presence of Beis Din Pater, a singular is Pater, the tree is Pater. Why? The idea that English Shepherd of Palazima, is also the same thing. Witnesses not going to be believed to testify believing. Why not? Because it's a test that is not subject to us. Why not? Why not? Because you're testifying about a dead man. So because it's about a dead man, therefore again, there's no Hazama possibility. I'm a policeman, not fighting. Imagine 1 second. Hustle up is serious. Why do we both the case are sodomizing, right? And the case of murder is the same soul. Case much as Hanyah. However, as I say this, you're right. The Jewish case of Erosa is actually one who sodomizes the Sheva. That's the Jewish area. You mentioned why it's too polite. Now, they obviously mentioned the Shanish and Israeli partner. I would have thought that sodomizing the Sheva is like sodomizing a corpse. Now, let's say, what's that law? When you sodomize a corpse, right? So you don't really know about that, right? I'm actually happy if you don't know, right? So, what is the halacha if you sodomize the corpse? Ultimately, potter. But not good, right. But the Mesa, there's no liability there. So I would have thought that sodomizing the sheva is like sodomizing a corpse. And therefore, again, halacha the Mesa, again, there's no fear, yeah? Kamashwa the Shim Hanahu, what is the Hanahu? Because you know that as much as the sheva is halacha, they can see it dead, effectively speaking, they're still considered to be relations with the Shim and therefore there is liability for that case. Allah says follows. The Jews should be the Sheba, but those who are in their life, so witnesses who testify about a Sheba, and when they make a result, are not put to death, which is what we just said before. And the Sheba was moved thereof. I was saying, listen to this. So witnesses who testify about a Sheba, and they are found out to be liars, are not put to death, because again, they're testifying about a death man. But witnesses who themselves are Shebas, like witnesses that themselves are Shebas, who testify, and they found to be liars, in these owners, can be put to death. The Rashi says, no, I think you did Sheba, show you in but these Shebir, the Suleiman say, no, even witnesses who say, what is these owners? Sorry, even witnesses who are Shebas, should not be able to be only. Why? Because listen to this. In order to be able to be Zolim, the witnesses who need to be Zolim themselves have to be Zolim. And just remember again, how do you become Hebrew Zolim? But witnesses show up, they testify about something. Then what happens? A second set of witnesses say, you cannot see it because you don't us at that time. Or in order for you to create a Zolim, the witnesses who make their Zolim, accept the opportunity to Zolim. But they say to the witnesses about witnesses that say was changing the Zolim law, because the witnesses that they're testifying about themselves are considered to have to be yet. So because the man siegen. The witnesses make there's only two lots and some days there's only. Therefore, in technicality, they can't be put to death. Okay, example, Rabbi said, short trade shark chai is this. What happens if Reuben has a shark, and Reuben's shark is a trefa? It's a trefa. Right? Ultimately, again, Reuben's trefa shark kills someone. What's the law? The shark shall often trefa shark content. But if the owner is a trefa, then ultimately, again, the owner is not liable. If the shark is a trefa, the owner is liable. If the owner is a trefa and the shark kills somebody's partner, which again, I must say makes sense because the owner is already after being dead. Mike, I know it's easy. I'm a girl. Hashar Misakel, the God Ba'alat Mimas. The Pasuk says, the shark will be stoned and also his owner will be put to death. Calling for the greater than the God Ba'alat Mimas, coming of Hashar Misakel. Calling for the coming of the God Ba'alat Mimas, coming of Hashar Misakel. So it's a combination. Wherever the owner can be put to death, that's when the shark will be executed. But if the owner can't be put to death, then the shark is not executed. Therefore, in this case, if the owner is a traitor, the owner can't be put to death. So because the owner can't be put to death, the shark can't be put to death. It actually says, no, I can do shark trade, but not me, shark potter. Even if the owner is doing fine, but the shark is a traitor, you also can't put the shark to death. Why not? Might I know? Even the buying in public trees, shark not be potter, because essentially what actually goes in like this, any case, where the owner himself will be potter, right? The shark will also be potter under similar circumstances. So since the owner would be potter if he is a traitor, so therefore, halach l'maisa, the owner will also be potter. Sorry. Since if the owner were a traitor would be potter, so if the shark is a traitor, the shark will also be potter. Okay, she's the one that tell it. So I'm not going to go. You should think you're going to leave it all that's not much to share from only the vehicle makish beside the not much potter. So that's what we're going to get in the Mishnah. What happened in the Mishnah? We have the interesting case of what happens if Reuben takes a snake. He holds the snake's mouth open and he takes the snake's fangs and he plunges it into Shimon's hand. So what's the halacha? So in that case, again, that we need to help that you're chayiv, and the Chachamim say that you're potter. Now, what's the logic the Gemara says? So that person like this, very confusing, we have to say as follows, that in the snake, the poison, the venom, is already on the tip of the fangs. It's already there. And therefore, essentially, when Reuben comes, Reuben is directly killing Shimon by inserting the fangs of the snake into Shimon's face. And therefore, again, not just the side, ultimately, again, Reuben is going to be chayiv, right? He's liable to death by the head, the Nachash potter. But ultimately, again, the Nachash is potter. No difference in the Nachash. Why? Because the Nachash is like a sword. Nachash doesn't do anything. Because the venom is just already right there, very present. It's very present. You come to the Muhammad, oh, that's Nachash Natsal Nachi. No, it's not true. A snake decides to produce its own venom. And therefore, even though Reuben is taking the teeth of the snake and plunging it into the hands of Shimon, it's the snake that's producing the venom, and therefore it's the snake that's killing Shimon, not Reuben. And therefore, again, halacha l'maisa. Therefore, the Gemara says, "Zara is not officially atzmo l'maki, but if not the skiva, b'makish potter." Therefore, halacha l'maisa, again, the snake is going to be executed, but ultimately, again, Reuben is technically potter. They'll say, by the way, the way that I'm passing is halacha l'maisa. Another passage ultimately like the company that we don't view the devil as being there on the tips of the fangs of the snake. And therefore, we view this case, even though he himself is taking the snake and putting it into the hands of Shimon, we view that as the snake killing Shimon, not Reuben. And therefore, technically speaking, the snake is liable, but Shimon is not. And therefore, Shimon will not be executed there on just on a technicality. Again, what's it? Obviously very bad. But when I said that's the halacha Mishnah. Hamak is Chavera. Being the Evan, being the Egro, Vamdur Misas. What's the interesting news over here? Reuben hits Shimon, right? Either with a stone or with his fist. And now what happens is like Shimon doesn't try to do it. But he's the assess. So he says, okay, Reuben is definitely delivered a death blow. In other words, he definitely injured him enough that he's going to die as a result of this injury. Okay? Then what happens? When they kill the Mashahada, well, after you have their fingers, it's the reason. Then what occurred? Then Shimon Bar Hashem had a step of recovery, then he got a little bit better, but then ultimately he succumbed to his wounds. So what's this? What's that one? So you see what they do in this case? So again, we get injured Shimon, and they can say, okay, this was an injury that definitely could result in death. Then what ends up happening? Like Shimon has a shtickle of Jewish label, right? But then ultimately he dies. So what's the halacha? Now what's the only thing he dies? He gets hit by a bus, right? You know, he died I literally just said as a result ultimately of these injuries. But again, in the middle there, it was just a little bit different floor. So what's the halacha? But the Yitzhak says, Chayiv. Kama says ultimately again, ruling to be Chayiv for Tony Shimon. But the Nehemiah went part of Shakal Davar. But the Nehemiah says, no, he's fucking why? But then doesn't use it. So good that what? So good that maybe Shimon's death wasn't solely the result of injury systems from the day, since he did have a little bit of a mix of the Shimon. Okay, so tell about as you don't show me the love of this Halak of course on the Shantok. So the Pasuk says, moving injures Shimon, and then what happens? Shimon goes ahead and gets back up. He walks outside Amish Shantok. And he says to Amish Shantok means of his own strength. So what's that about? 78, the Karma. As you're forgetting, Ruben does not have liabilities. He doesn't what? If he's on a bank fraud, shit, say my Halak for shit, is that hard? So it's like, why do you have to tell me that the Halak will answer Shimon recovered and everything's not killed? Isn't that obvious? If you leave for Shimon, if I get Shimon, Shimon burned out in his but then Bob Hashem, Shimon goes ahead and he's up on the boundary, he's walking in the marketplace of his own dimension. So Tony said, you can't execute him. How does it execute him? If Shimon's there walking around the marketplace, of course you don't execute him. What's going on? What's the end of the hello? Zef Shamdu Lisa, the head government Shahara, or the Akakar hit against the race shooting cutter. And then what's the word said, what's going to teach us as follows. The bigger condition, and basically said this was the kind of injury that could have caused Shimon's death. But then Shimon has a stick on the floor, and as a result of that, the floor, what happens? Boxing has a little bit of blood, and then afterwards, he succumbs to his injury that really is conscious. Really is conscious. Essentially, what it says, what the Bible is teaching me is, if after the injury, this is a stick on the floor, there's no other feeling, even if Shimon subsequently succumbs to his injuries, really is going to be conscious. You know, just high and not get like that today. So once they got the guy in the one thing that I want to do with this shot, the Rami Shekoshin also, he's actually what he teaches like this. I want to say, in any case of injury, right, when we injures Shimon, and now again, we're not sure what's going to happen. Shimon, the guy's going to recover. Basically, incarcerates leaders until we see what happens with Shimon. Right? So that's how we incarcerate leaders until we see what's going to happen with Shimon. But the Henyo, Happy Shimon, we need to have an incarceration. This was many times before. In the Jewish legal system, there is no concept of incarceration. There's no jail. There's no jail in the Jewish penal code. Why? Because Chazal was understood. Chazal understood a long time ago. Punishments are meant to be rehabilitated. That's the goal. Right? Either rehabilitate or they provide atonement. Either they allow you to come back and function a member of society, or ultimately you can't come back to society, or execute you, but the punishment atones for your sin. So in that light, locking someone up in a cell and keeping them for prolonged amounts of time has zero rehabilitative effect on a person. Like this is not a condition, no longer change anything within the time. That's why there's no concept of incarceration. The only time you find incarceration is when you don't know what to do with the person. So for example, the person gets Lydia, we didn't injure Shimon. If he was either a result of death or not, we gotta hold them, we gotta hold them until we figure out what to do. So you must say, Kenya, how do you show where the Kenya are not because of incarceration? The other thing, the coaching. So what's the case of the coaching? The coaching is the guy that will chop wood on Shabbos. Chop wood on Shabbos. He publicly desecrated Shabbos. So remember again, the Pasuk says that in Gula Bishmar, they incarcerated him. He learned about us like they didn't know how to do what to do with him. So they went down incarceration. Ravana did not win the negotiation. So I went Ravana also not have a negotiation. He went to negotiation back to Tomahu, and Moshe of Hapa Yoda Kamei Benai. No, the negotiation was different. The reason they incarcerated the negotiation is they knew that they were going to execute it. What didn't they know? What didn't they know? How to execute it. La Fuki Hai, the Lord of the Iba Samaru, Ila Basamaru. That's different than in this case, because in this case, we're really injured Shimon. We don't know what to do with Right? Because you're in the murder, if you're not in order, it's a different kind of incarceration. I'm going to say, we'll start over today. We're going to pick up again with this studio incarceration tomorrow, which is really quite interesting. Well, it's an excellent job. Excellent job. Just remember, sometimes it's not about where you end, but it's about where you begin. Right? So look at where we began, and let's say, and again, with one right, tremendous accomplishment. Respect, everyone. And let's have a great day, everyone. Respect, everyone.
He's not going to go. You know what I mean? On that thing. Oh my God. I don't think you realize how funny that is because they have a Halo board at the Clippers new arena, which is huge. It's literally like the biggest screen in all of arenas. How many Keller Rolls is that? It's one
All right, so we'll say good morning. Good morning. Let us begin. Begin by thanking all of our sponsors for this morning's show today. Our annual Torah sponsor for Touching Pay 5785 Kills Mishpacha. We're dedicating all the shurim and drushos this year in the schus of the Soros Tavos for all of Am Yisrael. Our Talmud Torah sponsors for the month of Adar, Stephen Terry Zim, in memory of Terry's father, Dr. Harry Khan, Zvi Hirsch, Ben Yosef HaKohen, and the Ziv Levin and Berman families in memory of Mr. William Ziv, Zev Shmuel Ben Yisrael, Zichron Lebracha. With that, let us begin with a lot ahead of us. Hashem. Today's daf is Ayin Ches 78. We are picking up on daf Ayin Zayin base 77, about 15 lines down from the top. So the Mercy says, Amarava. We'll see some very interesting things here. Goes as follows. Zarak Syarva Kosel, the Chazar La'achareh B'Har Dachayis. Listen to this case. Literally translated, someone throws, as we say, defined as a rock. Someone throws a rock at a wall, and ultimately, again, it springs back and kills someone. One is tied. So it's actually very interesting. If you look at Rashi, Rashi is right across to the left. Zarak Syarva Kosel. In his kavim laharuvis chavero, he has intention to kill his friend. Now, what he means is Zarak Syarva, the Hikabakos of the Klach, the Chazra Mikol Lachoreha, Bahar Gochayiv, Gaha Nami Kocho. Rashi points out that there are case of intentionality. Ultimately, again, so Reuben is throwing the rock at the wall with the intention that he ricochets off the wall in order to go ahead and kill Shimon. So such an act, again, even though the stone is ricocheting off the wall, Halacha L'maisa, this is considered to be the koch of Reuben, and therefore again it's going to be chayiv. So the Gemara says, turn it to so in Katzler, again, we further define this to go evil on the Sachakim B'Kadr. So what are we talking about over here? This is like the case of those who go ahead and play a game. Nobody play with the ball. Shahar Gobin, Narragan, the show game over. If you kill someone intentionally, they're chayiv. So if they kill unintentionally, ultimately, again, goes. So what's the feature, right? Take a look at Rashi, one more Rashi. We go to English and the Sachakim B'Kadr Shahar Gobin. This is so interesting. We're given Tinokos, Lahakos HaKadr B'Chos of the Koch. It was common for children, young people, to go ahead and take the ball, throw it against the wall with immense force. The ball would go ahead and ricochet off the wall and go very far. After the thrower would throw the ball, Rats, so the thrower would run to the wall. The Chavero always has a cover in macros. And what would the goal be over here? The goal would be that someone would catch the ball, and throw it at the runner. Throw it at the runner. In Yachol Chavero, who is running the ball, in the Taka, in this Chavish, this Chavero, the Chazara, Shalachorel, is within Hamit's height. So let's say, not touch ball. Isn't it like suicide? Isn't it like, what is it? No. Isn't it like suicide? Like, whatever. Whatever it is. You throw the ball. Okay, stop. Jane, none of you are correct. So again, so you're going ahead, you're throwing the ball against the wall. So again, the idea here is you throw the ball against the wall. You throw the ball against the wall. The goal is you throw it as hard as you can because you want the ball to go as far back as you can. You, the thrower, have to get to the wall. Someone catches the ball and they throw it at you. If you get hit by the ball before you get to the wall, you're out. You're out. That's it. So in this case over here, there's a smidge of a twist in this game over here, and the thrower is trying to throw it hard enough that he kills someone. So again, if he has that oh no, no. The idea, in order to be fired for killing someone, there has to be a suicide. Suicide. It's called suicide. Hey, that's the name of the game. Please do it. Hey, so not the best name of the game, but that's the name. Hey, so again, if there's intentionality and the thrower goes ahead and has his motor, so he wants the basketball, like throw the ball with enough force to kill someone. Lazy, he's what's that? He's a murderer. If it's Khashoggi, then ultimately again it's goes. Then also what's the issue here? What's the issue? The issue over here is that there is a secondary. What we'll call this, I want to call it a secondary force. That'll be a little bit dangerous to use that. But there is a secondary presence, right? It's not the shot that like this thrower, even is throwing the ball directly at Shimon and hitting him. There's a wall. So the interesting kind of idea over here is I would have thought that the presence of the wall essentially makes it that this is no longer the koach of Reuben. Kamash Maban, even with the wall, is still considered to be the koach of Reuben. Therefore, again, if there's intentionality, Reuben will be chayiv as a murderer, and if it's Shogi, will be chayiv as incredible. So the Immersion Shogi Golem, Shogi Golem, Shita. So obviously, if Ruben throws the ball hard enough and it kills Shimon accidentally, the Ruben's going to go to Golos. That's obvious. That's obvious. So the Gemara is right. The Mason in Harav is the Chiddush over here is not in the Shogi case. The Chiddush over here is in the Mason case. That if Ruben did it intentionally, he goes to Golos. What's the Chiddush over here? Malkema Hasras Suffolk. Me, my Dahadre. I'm going to thought that this is a case of what we call Hasras Suffolk. What does it mean, hasra is suffix? Then I'm going to look at this close. Remember again, in order to be fighting for a hasra, what do you have to do? You have to go ahead and word someone with a certain level of definitiveness. Right? But again, maybe in this case over here, the ball's not going to go back, the ball's not going to go far enough. I'm going to look at this hasra is suffix. How much for one that means that? How much for the halach if someone plays this game, they're going to throw hard enough with the ball so the ricochets back. And therefore, Allah said, if it's with the intention to kill someone, ultimately Ruben will be incredible. So we'll say, so this is very important for us. So remember again, what's our topic? Our topic over here is about who's hiding inside, right? Who's hiding inside. And the example that we gave is one who kills another. But yesterday's topic, we were focusing on was with Samson. Finding someone. You find someone who's go out and work. Now what the Gemara is doing is branching out a little bit, and even in a case where there is another intervening factor, it can still be considered your car. So in this case over here, for example, you have an intervening factor is the wall. However, I thought that the presence of the wall makes it that it's no longer incredible. Okay. So again, we're focused on this both ways. Shahardu post Arba Amos cover. What's the Arba Amos height? Interesting. So now Ruben swing the ball against the wall. So if Ruben throws the ball against the wall, and again remember intentionality is everything. If his intention is to kill Shimon, it's not the rest of like this. If he goes ahead and kills Shimon within Dalit Amos of the wall, ultimately again he's going to be caught. Outside of Dalit Amos, he's going to be fighting. So what's the shot over here? First, take a look at Rashi. Rashi again is right across to the left. Rashi is when you know it's actually the color. How we talk down on the street. And Haya Hamuka only so Arba Amos also. They will speak the last one down Amos Ashim and Sarsa of Hagasa Upper Azoric Mikos. So again, this is talking about the Shogi. Say if the nice so Shimon was standing between Dalar Amos the wall, Ruben will be covered. More than Dalar Amos the wall, Ruben will be tired. What's going on over there? Actually, if you come, what's the case? If the kind of coming, right? Because at the end of the day, Ruben did not want the ball to go further than Dalar Amos. He didn't want it to go further. right? He did Portugal. So even if the ball went less than Talamis and killed Shimon, ultimately the should be chayiv. Yes, the wrong way for it, but again, if at the end of the day, even did not want the ball to go farther at all, wanted to push the ball, I think it could happen. And even if it wasn't Talamis, what's the case here? Gemara says, Amar Ray, Stam Isach the Kedor, Kama Mina Nechola. In general, what people really speak, right? Halacha l'maaseh, the goal is what? The goal is to throw the ball. And what does the thrower want? What does the thrower want? The thrower wants the ball to ricochet back as far as possible. So therefore, your Gemara is suggesting it's like this. If the ball only goes less than Dalaramis, then that's again that is not the fulfillment of the desire of the thrower. And therefore, if something happens, ultimately again the thrower will be better. If the ball ever ricochets down at Thomas or more, that is a manifestation of the intent of the thrower, and therefore halacha l'maaseh he will be chayiv. Okay, now we get to the close of this, to which the Gemara says, Amalei, sorry, good. Remember, the Vihi Haikafno, Kolholu. Now, what's the chap of all this? What's the takeaway of all this? The takeaway of all this is that when Ruben throws a ball against the wall with intent, and that ball goes and kills Shimon, ultimately Ruben's chayiv. Why? Because the act of throwing the ball against the wall and the ball ricocheting goes off the wall is considered to be Ruben's koach. You want to remember again, if you have one rule, you can only be chayiv for killing someone, but if it's your force. That's like, for example, again, we'll see this more today. All of those other cases we had in the Mishnah. For example, right? I go ahead and I Ruben ties Shimon up at night, even though the sun's going to rise the next morning and kill Shimon because of the dog stroke. He's not chayiv. Why? Because the death force is not there. It's not his koach. It's not his koach. He incites the dog against Shimon. Not chayiv. It's not his koach. Taking from all of this is throwing a ball against the wall. The ball ricocheting against the wall and killing Shimon is considered to be Ruben's koach. Which the Gemara says, really? Is that really considered to be Ruben's koach? After all, there's a kasha. Very interesting piece here. And the kaddish thing of what Kiddush al Yado or al Hatzad, the Africa, no elbow shokas, puzzle. So it's a very interesting piece here. Paradigm. How do you create parad? Remember again, how do you take paradigm to concoction? You take what happened. You go ahead and you slaughter it. You burn it, you bring it out. You then mix that ash with spring water, with mining time. Right? You go ahead and afterwards, you take that, you mix it, then you sprinkle it. Now, what's interesting enough, the halacha is the ash has to be applied or has to be added with the torah of the individual. Right? If the ash drops in by itself, or it doesn't come in with the torah of the individual, then the entire concoction is invalid. You look at actually just a moment. On the Kaddish, first of all, we need why that's actually the Kaddish. Mechak us the Efer Yisinas Efer Alamayim, Kari Kiddush, Kisam Sexpert. So now what happened in this case over here? In this case, right, we'll call him Ruben, has the ash. The ash goes ahead and falls out of his hand. And what happens? It hits against his hand and falls into the water. Or for that matter, again, it falls on the side of the utensil with the water and then falls in afterwards. What's the halacha? Puzzle. The concoction is puzzle. Why? Because apparently this is considered to be a lack of kochot. So what do you see from here? That when something comes out of your hand, hits something else, and then goes into the final destination, that's not your koch. That's not your koch. Therefore, using that logic, if Ruben throws the ball against the ball goes off the wall and kills Shimon, what should be the halacha? That also should not be his koch. That shouldn't be his koch. Third, what's the case over here? The show says. Very good, actually, that shows over here. The show says. First white line, and the first white line. Lonitas in Clark, the thing is shown off. Ellen, Atsi, and Kaza, the Shasas. Show says, mine shows says. What's the case over here? You can imagine the case over here is where the ash falls out of the hands of the thing, falls onto the sides of the tree, stops. Then, a moment or two later, slips in. Okay, that's a very different case. Because in that case, when the ash itself comes to rest even just momentarily on the side of the tree, then the koach of Ruvain ends, and then the rest of it trickles in afterwards. The trend of the ball, which is why in the ball case there's no cessation of dynamic. The ball hits the hand, it hits the wall immediately, which is really good. So Ruvain's koach never stops. So it's a very interesting distinction. So even though there's an intervening wall, the fact that there's never a cessation of dynamic activity makes it my car. Makes it my car. The moment that there's a cessation of dynamic activity, i.e. the ash sits on the side of the utensil, just for a moment, right? You can see it, falls on the utensil, and then just like a second later, slips in. That's no longer my car. That's no longer my car. Also, a tremendous possibility in that also. The whole composure of life. This is why perpetual growth, perpetual movement is always necessary. It slows down a little bit. Because as long as I'm always going, it's my car. It's my car. And so even if it's a little slower at times, a little bit faster at times, but as long as I'm always growing, I'm always moving, it's my initial car. The moment kind of stop for a moment, that's the moment where your koach ends. The moment where your koach ends, some stuff moves this way, stuff moves that way, but it's no longer your koach. Incredible. Smart goes by there. There you go. Murray says, good. Which was Kashma, another case. Machot Shahayu Nishuna Halachar. It's a very interesting case. You have a needle. Yeah, the needle is literally in here. Let's say if you're in contact with a mix, right? So now you want to go ahead and purify it. How do you purify it? You pour on the sprinkler from the water of Hara Aduma. Okay. So now what happens? My Shahayu Nishuna Halachar. Hiza Allah. So what do you have? So interesting in this is I become a needle that is sitting on a earthenware vessel. So now what happens? The hizala, you sprinkle the waters of the paraduma on the needle. Safek ala mechat, hiza, safek ala karasiza, right? The mitzala hazah. So, puzzle, should I sprinkle the water? Now we're not sure again, did the water go on the needle, or perhaps the water hit the heresy, the utensil, and then splashed back on the needle. What's the halacha? Puzzle. Ultimately, again, it's possible. But also, based on what we learned, that actually should work. Why? Because even if the water sprinkled, or excuse me, even if the water splashed back off the cheres onto the needle, that should still be what? It still be what? My car. No different than if I throw the ball against the wall and the ball will be close to shooting. Right? It's the same idea. But yet over here you see that it's possible. See, sealed here that when there is an intervening factor, it's no longer pro. To which the Gemara says no. I'm going to put the right you say it out. Matzah, not mitzvah, not mitzvah, which means splash back, but matzah. Matzah means we're both saying that ultimately, again, what we're not sure if you're actually here. That's matzah is not lav lashon mitzu the habat taza. It's not mitzu, which means splashing back. Ella lashon mitzia. What's the case over here? The case over here is where we find hara and inner water on the needle. And what are we not sure of? We're not sure how it got there. Did it get there? Did it get there somehow because there are three possibilities. Possibility one is that the water landed directly on the needle, which we're good to go. Possibility two is that the water hit the kichares and splashed back on the needle, which would also be okay, because that's proposed. But then there's possibility three. What's possibility three? The water hit the kichares and what? Trickled back on the needle. That would be no. Therefore, both like these two attempted approaches, both by Paraduma, to kind of refuse the Gemara's argument, both fell flat. They both failed. And therefore, halacha l'maisa, what we thought originally, meaning that kocho will work. In other words, that we throw a ball against the wall, and not that we're going to throw the ball against the wall. And the ball reaches up the wall and kills the shooting. Halacha l'maisa, even will be higher. Even if it's wall, but it's still considered to be kocho. Incredible. As for like that. So, Itmar, Amra Papa, still similar cases. Haiman, the Katsi, the Kabre, the Ashkele, Bit Kitamayo, Ruvain ties up his friend Shimon. And he goes ahead and afterwards releases, right? Doesn't say ties him up by a dam of water. And then afterwards, he pours a hole in the ground. His friends, right? Pours a hole in the ground, and the water comes into Shimon. Let's have a hug. So the Gemara says, here, he gave him the time. These are considered to be the arrows of Reuben. Also, we've seen this before. Healing today is another expression for your koach. So this is considered to be the koach of Reuben, and therefore Reuben is chayiv for commission. First of all, second, how do you mean koach rishon? This is only assuming that it's koach rishon. Koach rishon means use of force, which means that there is an immediacy. So when Reuben goes ahead and makes the hole in the dam, the water comes gushing out immediately, and Shimon is right there. Shimon is right there. Okay, but let's say again, Reuben ties Shimon up. You are away half a mile away from the dam. But we know that over time, the dam water is going to come and kill Shimon. That's called secondary force, and therefore you will not be by moving this. So this is very important. Okay? Come on, Papa. Zarak Shalamas, Zarak Shalamama. Reuben throws a stone upward. But Holcomb is studied. Now the stone does not come directly down. Instead, the stone kind of falls to the side a little bit. Baharka. It kills Shimon. What's the halacha? Chayiv. Shimon is chayiv. Sorry, Reuben is chayiv. Reuben is chayiv. Now listen, that is very interesting. We'll say now, what do you see from this case? Reuben is chayiv. Listen to this case. We'll explain slowly. When is Reuben chayiv? Reuben is chayiv when the stone doesn't come down straight down. He's only chayiv when the stone kind of comes down we're like a little bit towards the side. But if the stone were to come directly down, Reuben would not be chayiv. Listen to this. You might say, "Oh, my brother, my time, no. What's the reason for that? We shouldn't have called because it's his koach. But we'll say, interestingly enough, the fact that the stone didn't come straight down. So when the stone comes straight down, what is that called? Let's put gravity. Gravity is not the koach of Reuben. But when the stone comes down and look at an arc, right, at an angle that comes down, that's Reuben. That's what Reuben is. Reuben doesn't contribute to gravity. Reuben contributes to the movement of the stone to a different location. So whereas my time you shoot the kohol. Koho tezel el. What's it? It's interesting. If halach l'maisa, if it's Reuben's koach, it should just continue to go upward and upward and upward. Which Ayin Chesed Dalach 78 day, the Ilav Koho, Tezel Zagas. And if it's not his koach, then ultimately Rashi says, Below Koho, Tezel Zagas, Tipom Yad Connect a little bit studying. And ultimately it should just fall right down. Which the Gemara is right. Ella is very interesting. Koach Kachush. So this is not a typical case of Koho. But Rabbi says, seems to be the Gemara is introducing a new category of Koach Kachush. What does koach? Kachush mean? Diminished koach. Rashi says over here, koach kachushu. Ina koach chazak. So this is not like a strong koach. Ela ksas koach. Yeshkan b'haydelo azla le'el mishum shekhala koach chozek hazrika va'evan chozeres la'aretz aval adayin holech zim mitzas koach. So it says, right, so real koach is when the item continues on its way because of the koach. So obviously this is a diminished koach. Why? Because again, Reuben is meant to throw it up. Obviously Reuben's koach is coming to an end because it's coming back down. But his koach is still felt wide because it's not coming straight down, which would not be Reuben's koach. But rather it would just be gravity, but it's moving somewhere else. It's coming down somewhere else. So the fact that it's coming down a little bit on that's Reuben's koach. But again, not a full-blown koach, but rather a koach sas. A little bit of a koach. Okay, incredible. So we'll say, it turns out, by the way, it should begin to see that so far. See that there's two categories of koach, right? There's what we would call direct koach, which is, Reuben throws an object that Shimon kills him, okay? Or Reuben holds Shimon down and water kills him. There's almost like a indirect koach, which is Reuben throwing the ball against the wall with intention that it ricochets off the Shimon. And then there's almost what we call diminished koach, right? So direct, indirect, diminished. What's diminished koach? Reuben throws it up with the intention that it's going to come down over here. So again, when it comes down at an angle at an arc, that's diminished koach. Incredible. So what's the interesting case here? He calls our macros, the races to this. So 10 people come along and they hit Reuben. They hit Reuben with macros, with staffs, and he dies. Now, whether they did this bingo basachas, bingo ze'achar, so ultimately, again, whether they hit him at once, or they hit him at once, or they hit him one after the other, they are patur. They are patur. Now, the Yehuda ben Beseira says like this. They, Rabbi Yehuda ben Beseira Omer, Ze'achar Chayiv, Ibnei Shekir Des Misaso. So again, so Parakama hold, the Allah for myself, whether they go ahead and whether they all hit together or they hit one after the other, ultimately they're going to be covered. It's this joint responsibility of the year. You can't point the finger at one particular individual. And we really say if they go ahead and do it together, ultimately they're going to be covered. But with that, I said one after the other, the last guy who sits away, he's going to be fired. Why? Because one thing is clear. He's the one who actively hastened the death of the Moses. In halacha, there is culpability for hastening death. Hastening death is tantamount to bloodshed itself. So therefore, the last guy who goes ahead and hits Ruvain, he's going to be chayiv for going ahead and hitting him. What are we offering? It's very interesting. Both the Tanakama and the Rida of Seira, Darshan the same passage. This is fascinating. Listen to this. The ish yake kol nefesh hagam. This is fascinating. So the passage is a person. Listen to the lashon, the Asian man. Yake kol nefesh hagam. Listen, that kol seems to be a little bit extreme. A person will kill the entirety of a nefesh. So what does that mean? So the Gemara says, Rabbanan Sabri, kol nefesh, adi kol nefesh. The only responsibility is what? If you took the entire life. In order for that to be responsibility, one person has to take the entire life. So in this case over here, where we have 10 people involved, one person is not taking the entire life, therefore they can't be responsibility. But the Yehuda ben Beseira Savar, kol nefesh, kol Yehuda. And the Beseira says, no, kol nefesh means any amount of nefesh. If you take any amount of nefesh, isn't that fascinating? So the Rabbanon, kol nefesh means if you take a life in totality, but if you're only one of many, you're not tired. And you can say it up, call nefesh, even any amount of nefesh that you take, you are responsible for. Incredible. Amar Rabba says, Akomodim b'horing gets a trait. This is very interesting. Akomodim b'horing gets a trait. Shupat. Rabba says, let's talk about our truth over here. Everyone agrees that if you kill a treifa, you're patur. You kill a treifa, you're patur. Now, again, who's a treifa? Now, if you look at Rashi just a moment, Rashi says over here, Hakomodim Mahorigas and Shrefa, don't Nakav Hakashet or Akomodim. We'll say Shrefa is someone who has some type of fatal internal or some type of internal injury from which he will definitely die. Okay, very, very clear when it comes up with different terms. That's what Shrefa. So Rashi's example is, his esophagus or his windpipe is cut. Or he has some type of hole in the brain, some type of fatal injury from which he's imminently going to die. So listen to this. So Rabbi says, everyone agrees if you kill a treifa, you're patur. And let's say, why are you patur to kill a treifa? Right? Because in halacha, a treifa is considered to be as if he's dead already. That's halacha with the treifa. Say for you kill a treifa, there's no liability for that. The goal says B'dei Shemayim, the goal says Shemayim, Shuchayim. So let's say then we have a ghosis B'dei. Now what's a ghosis B'dei? What's a ghosis? A ghosis is someone who is dying. But interestingly enough, ghosis doesn't have to be that someone has an internal injury. Ghosis, not ghosis. What's the typical case of ghosis B'dei? Someone who's very old, very ill, they're just dying. I don't say people just sometimes die of old age. So the person is dying. That's called the ghosis B'dei Shemayim. Right? Remember, that's why I want to define our terms. Because often people kind of club ghosis and treifa together because they're both imminently known. Very different reasons. Treifa has some type of internal injury which is 1000% fatal. The ghosis is just someone who's dying. There may or may not be some nerves, but there's not an injury, could just be old age, or could be just some type of illness, something else. But a treifa, again, is an internal injury. So if you go ahead and, everyone agrees, that if you kill a ghosis, you hide. The ghosis is very important. Why? Because a ghosis is considered to be alive. A treifa is halachically considered to be dead. A ghosis is fully alive. That's why these are major topics in end-of-life issues. So if you go ahead and you make end-of-life decisions that actively accelerate the death of ghosis, one will be liable. Gemara says, so what's the point of contention over here? Goseis b'di adam. What's goseis b'di adam? It's very interesting. Rashi says over here. He goes that shekarov lomos machmas hamakos elaloah so harishonim treifa. So we'll say goseis b'di adam is someone again who, let's say, was injured, has an injury, but not a treifa injury. But nevertheless is dying as a result of those injuries. So what is that person's status? So the person married the treifa or married the goseis. One opinion says goseis b'di adam is like a treifa, and one says no, goseis b'di adam is like a goseis b'di shemayim. So we go, what is this that goseis b'di adam is like a treifa? My time, what's the reason? My time of Ramadan is the goseis b'di shemayim. Why does he not compare it to goseis b'di shemayim? Goseis b'di shemayim goes avdei maisa. Because the goseis b'di shemayim goes like nothing happened to the goseis b'di shemayim. There's no traumatic event. There's no injury. No one did anything to the person. That's the definition of a goseis. Gemara says, "Hi, is avdei maisa." But that goseis b'di adam, something happened to him. Someone did something to him. The one who compares a goseis b'di adam to a goseis b'di shemayim might come along with treifa. Why is he not compared to a treifa? Treifa lechatchi simani. Ta lo lechatchi simani. We'll say treifa is something very specific. Treifa is someone who is injured in a fatal way. Something happened to this money. Something happened to this individual. There's a very specific injury that has occurred, and that's why again there's liability. Tiny drashes. Listen, the Tana ultimately again. We talk about drashes. V'ish kiyake kol nefesh adam. The person will go, as we put before. The person will go ahead and give him a strike. Another nefesh adam. Lahabi hamake es haviro. Ve'in bo kidei lahabis. Upo acha behemiso shuchai. So we'll say it's very interesting. Reuven goes ahead and hits Shimon. Reuven hits Shimon, but he hits him in a non-fatal way. And then what happens? Right? And someone else comes along. Let's say then Levi comes along and hits Shimon and kills him. But ultimately, again, Levi is chayiv. Reuven's pater. First the says, what's the tradition here? In Bokat Hamis Pshita, obviously, we'll say if Reuven delivers a non-fatal blow to Shimon, and Levi comes along and then delivers a fatal blow to Shimon, of course, Reuven's pater. What's the tradition here? What is it talking about? Very interesting. Let's say Reuven delivers a fatal blow to Shimon. And Shimon didn't die yet. And then Levi comes along and delivers another fatal blow to Shimon. That's what? Levi's chayiv and Reuven is not. His opinion is this: Ustama Kavimuta Ben Besera. Like you know, what does Kavimuta Ben Besera hold? It's very simple. Kavimuta Ben Besera Shita is Kol Nefesh. What's Kol Nefesh? In order to be chayiv for taking a life, you have to perform the totality of the act. If you do not perform the totality of the act of it, ultimately, again, you are not going to be chayiv. Incredible. Whereas Amarava, Horig is a treifa pattern, just like before. If you kill a treifa, your pattern. So I said, this is pretty amazing. A treifa is considered to be halachically dead. And therefore, if you go ahead and you kill him, there is not liability for that. Treifa shag with is a chayiv. Show if they is a pattern. Oh, we'll say, watch this. What happens if a treifa kills someone? See, if you kill a treifa, your pattern, fine. What happens if a treifa kills someone? What's that like? Versus it depends. If the treifa killed someone because it's a Beis Din reporting to death, if you didn't kill in the presence of Beis Din, the treifa will be pattern. What's the shot? Listen to this. If they Beis Din might have a chayiv percent, it would be Arkara Mikebecha. So also listen to this. If the treifa kills in the presence of Beis Din, essentially, how can Beis Din not act? How can they not act? They have to do something. Right? Beis Din saw Reuven kill Shimon. Reuven is a treifa. He's dead. He's dead. But how can Beis Din not act when they go ahead and they see someone going ahead and doing something terrible? On the other hand, Shalom Beis Din, Potter to have like 86 Shatting is about 20 blunt. What do you see from this? When you see something wrong, you have to act. You have to act. Sometimes we see things that are wrong. When I see things that are wrong, it could be I see someone doing something wrong, or I see something that is broken, or I see someone that needs help. Sometimes we see to ourselves, you know what, not my problem. Not my problem. If you see it, it is your problem. If you see it, you have to try to do something about it. You have to try to help. In this case over here, they can see someone doing something terrible. the guy's a treifa. He's halachically good as dead. I got it. Still have to do something. Then we'll say, if you see something, do something, not just say something. If you see something, do something. The Bashan Kodesh says that everything that we see in this world, that we only see it because Kodesh Baruch Hu wanted me to see it. And if he wanted me to see it, it's because he wants me to do something about it. Now it's true. I can't necessarily fix every single problem, but I can somehow be involved in some way. If you see it or if you hear it, it means that we probably want you to do something about it. You saw this guy really who the trade from shooting that into the trade cost. You still have to try to do something incredible. Now listen to this. Shalom if maybe. Well, let's say, Ruben kills Shimon. Ruben kills Shimon outside of Beis Din. So now what happens? They bring Ruben with trade cost. Ruben with trade to Beis Din. So what's the halacha? Ruben's going to be pater. But you know why he's pater? Listen to this. It's an Eidos Shatay Achalaz. Because of us, remember again, in order for witnesses to be believed, you have to have the ability to be able to. What happens ultimately again with Eidos? So you have to be reciprocal person. It's not going to work over here. Why? Because you're talking about a man who's already dead. So because you're testifying about a dead, therefore again the witnesses are not subject to our summer. Testimony that is subject to our summer by technicality. So you if one sodomizes a treifa, you're chayiv. The sodomizer is chayiv. Treifa shiraba b'fnei beis in chayiv, b'fnei beis in bater. But if a treifa himself sodomizes someone else, then what's the halacha? If he does it in the presence of Beis Din, he'll be chayiv. Not in the presence of Beis Din, he's bater. First of all, I'm going to say, if they Beis Din chayiv, it's sugata and mikveh. In the presence of Beis Din, he's going to be chayiv. Why? Because once again, I will say, how can Beis Din not take action if they see something so terrible happen in their presence? Shalom b'fnei beis in bater. And not in the presence of Beis Din, you're bater. I should say, Ruben's bater, the treifa's bater. Why? The having the Eidos Shatay Achalazima. There's also what same thing. Witnesses are not going to be believed to testify vis-a-vis Ruben. Why not? Because it's a testimony that is not subject to Azama. Why not? Why not? Because you're testifying about a dead man. So because you're testifying about a dead man, therefore again, there's no Azama possibility. Gemara says, 1 second. Hasulam is the same case. Why do you need both the case of sodomizing, right, and the case of murder? It's the same result. First murder says Hanuach. However, there's a treifa shrifa. You're right. The Kiddush case of everyone saying is actually one who sodomizes the treifa. That's the Kiddush of it. The Gemara says why? It's shrifa. Malgatima, the Havi command the Mishanish when you partner. I'm not a thought that sodomizing a treifa is like sodomizing a corpse. So I was saying, what's the halacha when you sodomize a corpse? Right? So if you don't know, it's okay, right? I'm actually happier you don't know, right? I'll say, so what is the halacha if you sodomize a corpse? Ultimately, potter. Potter, not good, right? But for myself, there's no liability. So I read a thought that sodomizing a trade is like sodomizing a corpse. And therefore, again, halacha l'maisa, again, there's no fear there. Kamashwal them shum hanohu, but it's the no. Don't you know that as much as trade is technically speaking, are still considered to be relations with a human being, and therefore again there's liability for that case. Rabbi says follows. Even she even shaytan, the ones who are in their so witnesses who testify about a shaytan and were then made into something are not put to death, is what we just said before. And the treifa shaytan was moved thereof. So witnesses who testify about a shaytan and then are found out to be liars are not put to death because again they're testifying about a dead man. But witnesses who themselves are treifas, right? Witnesses that themselves are treifas, who testify and are then found to be liars, can be put to death. Ravashi says no. I think either treifa shayfa in Aragim, but these she'iner b'zolame someone. No, even witnesses who are saying why sorry, even witnesses who are treifas cannot be made into Eidim Zolmin. Why? Listen to this. In order to be made into Eidim Zolmin, the witnesses who made you into Zolmin themselves have to be into Zolmin. But let's remember again, how do you become Eidim Zolmin? Right? Witnesses show up, you testify about something. Then what happens? A second set of witnesses say, you could not have seen that because you were with us at that time. Well, in order for witnesses to be able to Zolman, the witnesses who make them into Zolman also have to be able to make Zolman. But the Zolman witnesses about traitors came into Zolman. Why? Because the witnesses that were testifying about the Sabbath are dead. And because the Mazinim, the witnesses who make them into Zolman, cannot consolidate the Zolman, therefore, on a technicality, they can't be put to death. Okay, incredible. Rabbi says, short trait, shard chayim. Listen to this. What happens if Reuben has a shard? And Reuben's shard is a treifa. It's a treifa. Right? Ultimately, again, a Reuben's treifa shard kills someone. What's that halacha? It's chayiv. The shard shard and treifa shard pater. But if the owner is a treifa, then ultimately, again, the owner is not liable. If the shard is a treifa, the owner is liable. If the owner is a treifa, and the shard kills somebody's pater, which again, also makes sense because the owner is going to get. Nighttime was the reason. Amr has shard yisakel. The Pasuk says the shark will be stoned and also his owner will be put to death. So essentially it's a combination. Wherever the owner could be put to death, that's when the shark could be executed. But if the owner can't be put to death, then the shark is not executed. And therefore, in this case, if the owner is a treifa, the owner can't be put to death. So because the owner can't be put to death, the shark can't be put to death either. Rashi says, no, I can do shark treifa nami, shark cutter. Even if the owner is totally fine. But the shark is a treifa, you also can't put the shark to death. Why not? Nighttime. Even the even biting in public TV, shark nami cutter, because essentially Rashi is going to say like this. In case where the owner himself will be cutter, right, the shark would also be cutter under similar circumstances. So since the owner would be cutter if he is a treifa, so therefore halacha l'maisa, the owner will also be pater. Sorry, since if the owner were a treifa would be pater, so too if the shark is a treifa, the shark will also be pater. Okay, incredible. Shisa was like that. So I'm about to buy out. Kunzel der Liga Aras Nachash and Shina from Omi, the Vita Makish, the site Nachash pater. So also we're going back to Mishnah. What happened in Mishnah? We had an interesting case of what happens if Reuben takes a snake. He holds the snake's mouth open and he takes the snake's fangs and he plunges it into Shimon's hands. So what's the halacha? So in that case again, Rabbi Yehuda held that you're chayiv, and the Chacham said that you're pater. Now what's the logic? The Gemara says. So Rabbi says like this. First thing we have to say is as follows: that in a snake, the poison, the venom is already on the tip of the fangs. It's already there. And therefore, Allah essentially, when Reuben comes, Reuben is directly killing Shimon by inserting the fangs of the snake into Shimon's hands. And therefore, again, Makish B'Sayiv, ultimately, again, Reuben is going to be chayiv, right? Liable to death by beheading. The Nachash Pater. But ultimately, again, the Nachash is Pater. Don't get into the Nachash. Why? Because the Nachash is like a sword. The Nachash didn't do anything. Because the venom is just already right there, very present. You're according to the Chachamim, Aras Nachash no, it's not true. A snake decides to produce its own venom. And therefore, even though Reuben is taking the teeth of the snake and plunging it into the hands of Shimon, it's the snake that's producing the venom. And therefore, it's the snake that's killing Shimon, not Reuben. And therefore, again, halacha l'maisa. Therefore, the Gemara says, "The aras nachash miyatzmo u'maki lefichach nachash b'skila v'nachash pater." Therefore, halacha l'maisa, again, a snake is going to be executed, but ultimately, again, Reuben is technically pater. Yes, and by the way that Rambam Paski is halacha l'maisa, Rambam Paski is ultimately like the Chachamim, that we don't view the venom as being there on the tips of the fangs of the snake. And therefore, we view this case, even though Reuben himself is taking the snake and putting it into the hands of Shimon, we view that as the snake killing Shimon, not Shimon. And therefore, technically speaking, the snake is liable, but Shimon is not. And therefore, Shimon will not be executed again. Gets off on a technicality. You know, we'll say, obviously very bad, but Lamais again, that's the halacha. Mishnah. Hamakis Chavero, being the Evan, being the Egrov, Bamgul, and Mises. Reuben hits Shimon. He hits Shimon. Right? Either with a stone or with his fist. Now what happens? We'll say, Shimon doesn't die immediately. But Beis Din assesses, and Beis Din says, okay, Reuben definitely delivered a death blow. In other words, he definitely injured him enough that he's going to die as a result of this injury. Okay? Then what happens? The Hekel Menashahaya, with the Achimikan Hichbinilis, then what occurred? Then Shimon Baruch Hashem. Shimon Baruch Hashem had a shtickle recovery, right? He got back a little bit better, but then ultimately he succumbed to his wounds. So what's this? What's the loss? Is he in this case? So again, Ruvain injured Shimon, and Basin saw, okay, this was an injury that definitely could result in death. Then what ends up happening? Like Shimon has a shtickle with Shimon, right? But then ultimately he dies. So what's the halacha? Now, when we say he dies, he's not going to get hit, he gets hit by a bus, right? In other words, he died, and literally we see as a result, ultimately, again, of these injuries. But again, in the middle there, it was this little bit of a flaw. So let's have a hug. But Yud Gemara says, Chayiv. Chayiv Tanakama says, ultimately, again, Ruin is going to be Chayiv for killing Shimon. Rabbi Nechemia Omer Pater Shagalai Madavar. And Nechemia says, no, it's not why. Rabbi Madavar means there's a proof. So proof that what? So proof that maybe Shimon's death wasn't solely the result of the injury he sustained. Okay? Since he did have a little bit of this before Shimon. Okay, so that's another. It's not about as we Rabbi Nechemia, in Yaakov this halach b'chutz on Mishnah comes. So the pasuk says, Ruvain injures Shimon, and then what happens? Shimon goes ahead and gets back up. He walks outside Amish Anto. And the Gemara says that Amish Anto means of his own strength. So what's that? 78. And therefore again, Ruvain does not have liability. You know what? If he sell out a bank card, Shazem Harish for sure is so we'll say, why does the Torah have to tell me that if Halach when I say Shimon recovered, that Ruvain is not killed? Isn't that obvious? If really think of Shimon's very badly injured. But then Baruch Hashem, Shimon goes ahead and he's up and down, he's walking in the marketplace of his own volition. So Torah says, okay, we don't execute Ruvain. How do we don't execute? If Shimon's there walking around in the marketplace, of course we don't execute Ruvain. What's going on? We'll say, here we go. Elul, Zeh Shamgol Misa, the Hekdam Mashahaya, or the Achar Kar Hef Bid Meis Shuhu Pater. Rather, we'll say what the verse says, what's going to teach as follows. Then if we get into Shimon, Daisy says this was the kind of injury that could have caused Shimon's death, but then Shimon has a shtickle before, and as a result of that before, what happens? Baruch Shimon has a little bit of what, and then afterwards, he succumbs to his injury, that Ruvain is potter. The Ruvain is potter. Essentially, what the saying, what the pasuk is teaching me is that after the injury, there is a shtickle before, there's a little of a Shimon. Even if Shimon subsequently succumbs to his injuries, Ruvain is going to be potter. The Gemara says, Rabbanan, I've been knocking my gosh. So we'll say that's the kind of cover. What did the Rabbanan do with the Shashon? Rami, Shechoshin also. This is very interesting. No, what it's just like this. We'll say in any case of injury, right, removing injuries to Shimon. And now, again, we're not sure what's going to happen. Shimon, the guy's going to recover. Beis Din incarcerates Ruvain until we see what happens with Shimon. Right? So that's the halacha. We incarcerate Ruvain until we see what's going to happen with Shimon. But Nehemiah, Havi Shimon, where does that Nehemiah learn out incarceration? Which is, we learned this many times before. In the Jewish legal system, there is no concept of incarceration. There's no jail. There's no jail in the Jewish legal code. Why? Because Chazal understood a long time ago, punishments are meant to be rehabilitated. That's the goal. Right? Either rehabilitated or they provide atonement. Either they allow you to come back and punish a member of society, or ultimately, again, you can't come back to society, or execute you, the punishment atones for your sin. So, in that way, locking someone up in a cell and keeping them for prolonged amounts of time has zero rehabilitative effect on a person. Right? This is not a condition. That's why there's no concept of incarceration. The only time we find incarceration is when we don't know what to do with that person. So, for example, the person just over here, moving into Shimon, is the injury going to result in death or not? We got to hold them. We got to hold them until we figure out what to do. Where does Nehemiah learn out the concept of incarceration? No, in Makoshish. So once there was a case of Makoshish, right? Makoshish was the guy who gathered water, chopped wood on Shabbos. He publicly desecrated Shabbos. Remember again, the pasuk says, they incarcerated him. They didn't know what to do with him. So they learned that incarceration. Rabbanan did not from Makoshish. So I know Rabbanan also not from Makoshish. The Gemara says, Makoshish, no, Koshish was different. reason they incarcerated the Koshik is they knew that they were going to execute it. What didn't they know? What didn't they know? How to execute it. That's different than in this case. In this case, when Ruben injures Shimon, we don't know what to do with him. Right? Because Ruben the murderer, if Ruben not a murderer, it's a different kind of incarceration. I'm going to say, we'll stop over for today. We're going to pick up again with this study of incarceration tomorrow, which is really quite interesting. We'll say, excellent job. Excellent job. Just remember, sometimes it's not about where you end, but it's about where you began. Right, so look at where we began, and we'll say, and again, that light, tremendous accomplishment here. Go ahead, everyone. Let's have a great day, everyone. Go ahead, everyone. Off the wall.
That's the main reason people quit our shit is because they're like, I can't really wear something good. I'm not here. I come here to hate Rudy Check.
I played this in New York. No, I'm saying, I remember, it's close to anyone who's not suicide. Yeah, because the goal was to try to all that. And it really is just as hard fight together. First, there's no fight.
It's your host, Dan Hernandez.
Classic. That would be funny to the people that are coming. That would be good. Right?
He said Aaron Hernandez.
That's like some Dan Hernandez. I was like, who the fuck is Dan Hernandez? That was pretty good. Can you click, sir? I know it's for this one.
All right, you want to say good morning? Good morning. Begin by thanking all of our sponsors for this morning's great debate. Our annual Tommy Brothers sponsor. Annual Tommy Brothers sponsor for Patrick Taylor. The Texans Baba. We are two days from instructions this year. The schools of the sales centers behind this year. Our sponsors for the North Bahama. Our banks and Toba Counties, the Zings, Lucky Arena, and his father, like the Ivy Cards, Commercial Convention, yes, and Akori. Usually all is to our website and our books. The Zings and the Rings and Permanent Founders and Mary August to one music. Zings to the Stars on the Rapper. The Open America, and the only British office on the area. Families in the color. All of those who live in the shop, they will come colleagues when they have 12 American role. All of our hostages in our home soldiers be successful to call and not say. Also, we got to let us begin a lot to take care of Hashem. Einstein 77. We are picking up on Iron Level race to 76B. 12 of down from the top. It's a new beautiful deal today. However, the person wants his neighbors. Loves his neighbors. And the party is close. And his wife and begins his relatives close. The Hanoi says Das Asosa. And he marries his niece. He marries his sister's daughter. The Amaba ceremony, the shots don't go, and he learns money to one person at a time of the other is struggling. Allah Tashabana, as Zikra, La Shamiana. When you call out, how can you respond because harmful is to say, I really beautiful Yubala. Considering times that we went through life, we were wondering what exactly is like the recipe for success, right? But what do I want to know? I want to know that when I reach out to others, what I'm doing. And they want to know that when I need something, they will always show what I'm supposed to do. So, what kind of person do I need to be? What is it that I need to do in order to have responsibility? Responsiveness. Right? Responsiveness is not the responsibility, right? What is it that I need to do in order to make sure that I'm responsible to be there for me? So beautiful says, because I do these formulas. So it's the formula of success. Someone loves neighbors. What's neighbors? Which means what's interesting about your neighbors is although to a certain degree you can try to choose them, right? You can choose where you live. Once you go ahead and move somewhere, you definitely can't control who lives around you. But what's after that? What's after that? How does grow up? Someone who brings your relatives close. Certainly, you can choose your relatives. Maybe there's certain relatives you can choose. But a lot of relatives you don't choose. So what's the coming around here? Coming around here is a person who's able to get along with other people. A person who's able to go to close relationships. You get along with your neighbors. You get along with your relatives. You are an agreeable person. You are an agreeable person. By raising Basako, so it's the same idea. Now let's say now you actually contribute to this, you see things that come on board, but Khazals, almost like focus on marrying one niece, your sister, your brother, or even inside the actual marriage of the niece. If you think about it, it represents really relationships going from, I would say, further out to closer in. There's neighbors, relatives, and enemies. So if you notice in life that sometimes the most difficult, sometimes the most challenging relationships are the ones that are closest to you. Like those are the most challenging relationships. You have to think, of course you get along with your family. Like of course you get along with your spouse. Of course you get along. No, it's actually sometimes it's the people that are closest to you that you have the most difficult time forging a meaningful relationship with. So I could be the kind of person I go from outside the circle to inside the circle. Who to get along with my neighbors, who to get along with my relatives, who to get along again with my spouse, right? With Chazal are telling you guys, the system is if I can do that, if I can also, what does it take to build relationships in life? What does it take? Well, you don't have everything. And I quote this in many pages, okay, these are long answers, because it takes a lot of things. But I think on the most basic level, the primary thing it takes to build relationships in life is factualness. A willingness to yield. A willingness to yield. Like I'm not going to write, I've quoted this many times, but that's not what I'm after. Tony Rios Lacho. Tell me this. It's good to be Mabata. It's good to yield. It's good to yield. It's good not to always have to have everything you know. It's good to be able to know how to sometimes give it to the other because it's just not worth the fight when you think about it. In each and every one of these relationships, you need to be wrapped up. You want good living relations? You want good living relations? What do you need? What do you need? You need to try to read about it. Why? Because at some point in time, you need it. Trash out or the trash out your to your road, or perhaps they have a dog and the dog gets loose and finds itself, nestles itself in your backyard for months and months of time. It just could happen. Again, right? So the nice stuff, if you want to have relationships with your neighbors, that's it. If you want to have relationships with your family, you have to be about that. You want to have some bias with your life, you have to learn how to be about it. You have to learn how to yield. Otherwise, all of these relationships become unsustainable. And my sense, if you're the kind of person who can create relationships with others, that's what he says, I promise I'll have a relationship with you as well. I'm not going to take with you as well. How does that relationship manifest itself? That when you call out to me as Tikran, you call out to me, and I shall go ahead and listen to you. And of course, that last thing is because the way to do that on your case is the Hamada Seven on your Shas. So the way it's understood is you're lending money to an army at a time that the army is having difficulty. So this last leg, you just make something late. But it doesn't make sense. It's interesting because what does it mean an army who's struggling? By definition, if you're an army, then what? Then you're struggling. So maybe it means like this. Hamal that's an army doesn't mean that you lend money to a struggling army. What it means is you lend money to Shasta to come even when it's struggling. It's talking about the lender. It's talking about the lender. It's easy to be about tzedakah, and it's easy to be about it. It's all the same about it. What's tzedakah? Tzedakah is being dealing with your money. It's my money. It's my money. I worked for it. I worked very hard for it. I earned it. And why should I give it away? That's the only thing about that. You have to have emotional maturity and you have to have financial maturity. So I'm the kind of person who is financially without the financially giving, and I help another person out even when I'm having a difficult time. You know, as Hazal said, you're that kind of person. You're the doctor for people. You're the doctor emotionally. You're the doctor financially. You're giving. You're giving. His mom is if that's the kind of person you are for others, I promise I'll be there for you as well. Be incredibly devout. All right, let's go back here. Then I okay, so let's back to Shaifa. Also, that's Shaifa says over here, quoting, this is the Isha Sharika as Isha, the S-E-Y, similarly. So this is if a man marries a woman and her mother. So it's Ishias, right? She's sworn to also the S-Hen. So this is interesting. He'll be burned by fire, Shaifa. Also, him, the perpetrator, the S-Hen, plural. Now, one second, you have the Kashnis, the first time over here is once you marry to Rachel, right? Once you marry to Rachel, you can marry Rachel's mother. And if he does so, it's punishable by Sreifa. There wasn't who's punishable by Sreifa. It doesn't Rachel didn't do anything. Right? Rachel just married Reuben. The fact that Reuben goes to marry Rachel's mother, that's how Reuben and the mother. So why does it say that Reuben and Esther and them, plural, especially after the death, that can't be what it means. So the word says as follows. So I don't know, also as well, also as Ahmad may be a Shema, the following the meaning that Reuben is put to death with one of these women, i.e. the mother-in-law. But again, Kiva says, also Yeshua. And Kiva says, no, it means him and both of them. So what's going on over here? Not a head, so what exactly is it? What exactly is going to focus over here? I'm not buying much more, it's going to should be coming out. What's going to focus over here is how the guys in the puzzle. How so? But the Shema Saba, also the S-Hen, was it says, right, when you say that we go ahead and we put to death Reuben and then plural, also the S alphas with him. The reading is S hen doesn't mean both of them. S hen means alphas means contraction. One of them, one of the women. She keep the Russian money calling the alphas hero because of her being Greek. The word for one is hero. Same number, so S hen is one of them. The end come also, the Josh Asya, and it looks like this possibly is not and ultimately the mother-in-law is not that we give a Joshua. That we give him Saba also yes and for his family. Also yes stehen. So it means him and both of them. What do you mean both of them? The king come also help like Siba. And again, the Shmuel's going out the prohibition. Sorry, that we give it out the prohibition of the mother-in-law, but mother-in-law's mother, the mother-in-law's mother from this particular concept. Rabbi says, no, the other condition is something else. Chamosula Anthony Kidney. And I think this is what says, what is the size of the mother-in-law after the other wife? So again, Reuben is married to Rachel Pat. So obviously, Reuben is married to Rachel. So Reuben is married to Reuben's mother-in-law. Rachel's mother is married to him. What happened when Rachel dies? Does the mother-in-law prohibition still remain? So the Shmuel said, Chamosula Anthony Kidney. So the Shmuel says, yes. In fact, the mother-in-law prohibition remains even after they collect the point, and the relationship is punishable by death. Rabbi Akiva Saba is still up. Akiva the old is only listen. It's awesome, but it's not straight up. Okay, the most like that leads to a conclusion. I will assume you are the straight up. Says the Mishnah. They were already. You have to know that. Learn to already that one. Let's go from straight up to Herod. Herod never did his decapitation, but killing someone with sword. So they leave behind the Herod. These Herod people were put to death today. The other word for Herod is silent. Silent, but then classically it's called Herod decapitation with the sword. So these people who are killed with the sword, what? Number one, I would say somebody murdered someone else. Okay, legendary Daphos. Legendary Daphos is a city which worshipped that Moses. So I want to myself, I want to see a city which put to death. It's killed by silence. Let's say actually that's the heaven of the Bison. Or a murderer who killed someone, who killed his friend, with a a stone or wood fire. The colors along the circle line was an easy solution that made it very interesting. The colors also circle line means he holds his friend's head under the water. They say holds his friend's head under the water. Or it's a ball. Or he holds his friend in fire. I mean, not in friends, but you're saying so you always are hard. Was it that it always struck me that it was also that was a natural habit. But it is interesting that because all the Torah stuff also does this. That whenever somebody that shows you use for someone else, someone else. And so it's fascinating to see to do in general, like recognize that when one commits it every every always has like a twofold component to it. On the one, there's the academic, but there's also the lost opportunity for a mix-up. Like in the moment that I could have been doing that, that moment of doing everything, I could have been doing something positive at that very same moment. So there's like this duality of loss and which way everyone. It's true for person as well. Like for every person that I call, and for every enemy, it could have been a friend. It could have been a friend. So it's interesting to see that the Torah got good first. So you have movements, King Jimmy, putting his head under water. And then it calls him the Aiden, right? And then giving a peace, right? So there's that duality, there's that obvious, that part of mistreatment, but there's also the loss of perhaps what could have been a friendship. Okay, anyway, so holding the fire, ending up a lot of us with no videos, but it's now we'll see all of this. And Jimmy is unable to take his head out of the water, or he's unable to get out of the fire, and therefore he dies. Fire. Ultimately, everybody is going to be fired for this. That's an active bloodshed. Another case. Some forms of command are so called. The Yakada hospital. What happens if Ruben pushes Shimon into the water, or pushes Shimon into the fire? And ultimately, again, Shimon could have gotten up. Could have gotten up, but he didn't. He makes any guys. Potter, in this case, Ruben and Potter. So also, this is quite fascinating. Even though Ruben pushed Shimon into the water, even though Ruben pushed Shimon into the fire, since Shimon could have gotten up but failed to do so, Ruben is not liable. She supports a killer. If again, Ruben was having sights a dog to go ahead and bite Shimon, he decides to bite Shimon. Oh, she's going to tell us as I Nachash. Potter, oh, you have to Potter. Why? Because this is going to be a case of dilemma. This is causation. Because in this case over here, Ruben is extremely force, but he's not the direct damager. It's the dog that is damaging. It is the snake that is damaging. Even though again, Ruben growled it out. She should pause her Nachash. What happens if Ruben hit the snake? That is going to hold the snake's mouth open and put the snake's fangs into sugar. That is an interesting enough. It's the venom that kills Shimon, not Ruben. What's the halacha here? So he knows what Ruben is fighting, but he decides that in that case, that's direct law. And therefore Ruben is going to be fighting. But the Chachamim culture, come on the other hand, say that Ruben is going to be punished. I was not talk about any sukkah. Let's see the other shmuel. If we now don't know my yeah, without some, which is very interesting. That would be Rashi. It's actually the Gemara. Last short Lord in Rashi. Then I my yad. Imagine that the other yad of the three is yad. So let's say in the sukkahs we're talking about killing someone. The lesson of the pasuk is if Ruben kills Shimon the Evan Yad. Now, what that means is literally putting a stone in his hand. But what we really understand is that Yad means that you have the ability to kill someone with that Evan. With that Evan. In other words, our locals are going to see that in order to be reliable for going ahead and killing someone, I'm not going to let us off. I didn't let you kill the person, that's the capable of believing the death blow. It was like you were bringing the blow. If I go ahead and I think that pebble is on, you don't think it's a pebble, it's a little pebble. It throws it at Shimon. It does that Shimon. And somehow, and again, under any circumstances, what would happen if you threw a pebble at someone? Like, again, I think, under all the people that hit Shimon in the ground, and however it ended, and it dies, you can come and be fighting for that. Because what he did not really have the capacity and the ability to cause death. So that's why I told you he's lucky of Yad by Evan and by Eitz. So the Russian, why doesn't it use the same Russian of the anti-Bajan, but it's in Shabajan and Bajan? Because ultimately, again, Bajan is different. Bajan is different is that when it comes to English, when it comes to wood, so ultimately, again, so sorry, when it comes to iron, iron has a unique ability to go ahead and kill. And even in a very small shield. So you know, so let me override says, cover the ability for you shot of a higher honor. So we know the weapons, but Shaban's on these precaution that iron has the ability to kill even the smallest amount. If you got, therefore, if you got one dollar from shield, we're preparing for the shield. What's unique about iron? So actually points out over here, Shabbat is precaution is the third right on the bottom. I the Triva, Shatok, Nahat, the Dashat over the one. Then because iron is stabbed, so because iron is stabbed, therefore even the smallest amount of iron has the ability to cause death. Therefore, the term doesn't use the Russian of Yad. Yad means that what is the item used to kill someone has to have a shield in order to generate liability. When it comes to iron, because iron is so dangerous, however, when I say even without a shield, ultimately it's going to be liability. The Hanuyus, the guys in the West, but this is also in the West, this is also in the Hamacha. When I saw one went ahead and he was unfortunately not going to be free. Okay, the conversation was something like, it was an scenario in which I said, the food and was involved to swim under the water was liability to that. So the nurse was like this, the nurse was really sure everything said, how much more on, the same time was much more on. Both the religion is in the beginning and the right side, both teach us tremendous lessons. What are the lessons? Here we go. So the religion of this question, the first case mission teaches us a condition. The life in the darkfall, given the Yahallah loss in Shan, means Kayus. So it's the increased number one in this way, let's keep the word. Keep the one is what giving hope to Shimon's head under the water. And again, Shimon dies, even in sky. What's the Kiddush there? The Kiddush there is, how did she get into the water? I don't know. But we didn't put it there. But we didn't put it there. Right? So in other words, the Kiddush in the narration is, even though Shimon's already in the water, we didn't put it there. But Shimon comes, sorry, Shimon comes up, right? You didn't get into the water. Shimon in the water. Even comes along the whole Shimon's head under the water. He's liable to that. Even though even in that case there, safer of this approach, well, what's the condition safer? Apagav Yudafon, keeping the Apollos, which remains part of the condition of the safer is, remember what's happening in safer? Even pushed Shimon into the water. Let's see now again, and let's say Shimon dies. Shimon has the ability to get himself out of the water, but he didn't do so. Even though he was already in the water because Reuben pushed him there, Reuben will not be liable. Incredible. How much we learn is a highly electric liability for holding someone's head under the water, or for holding someone in the fire. In other words, but here, I didn't create these circumstances, right? Shimon may already be in the water, or Shimon may already even be in the fire. How do I know that if Reuben holds his head under the water, holds him in the fire, that Reuben is liable? Very true. There's no more stuff. Pasuk says, Obeyva. Or if Reuben treats Shimon animosity or hatred, so much of it, Obeyva he called. If he hits him with hatred or animosity, the Ravos is having something. So this goes ahead and includes the times that it wasn't what made something literally again constricting. Constricting. The something means holding someone in a place. In this case over here, holding Shimon's head under water, or holding Shimon in the fire. And this is a true scripture has to do this as well. It's interesting. How does the Torah define animosity? What's involved? It's something. There's another something means sometimes when you constrict a person, you constrict a person, you don't allow a person to move, you don't allow, I don't mean physically, but this is not physically. And sometimes, especially in relationships, we back people into corners. And they cannot be the people they need to be, or they cannot accomplish the thing they need to accomplish because someone is constricting them, is censoring. When you constrict a person, that's evil. It's animosity. It's animosity. so much of life, so much of relationships is allowing people to be who they need to be without trying to make them in our own image. In relationships, there's a natural desire, whether it's in parenting or whether it's in marriage, to make other people in your image. I need my kids to look like this, to be like this. I need my spouse to be like this. That's not what relationships are about. Relationships are not about making someone else in your image. Relationships are about forming and creating beautiful synergistic partnerships so that you can accomplish more as a collective than you can accomplish as an individual. And when you examine someone, when you constrict someone, you know what I'm saying? That's it. That's what I'm saying. Incredible. Oh, God. Story. There was a guy doing some other things in the television show himself. So Ruben had Shimmy's animal. And what did Ruben do? Ruben tied up Shimmy's animal so that it couldn't move and left it in the sun. And as a result, the animal died. Heat exposure. The animal died. So what's that about? Rabin Machayev, Rabin said that the guy was Potter. And before Ruben, but not Kabbalah said he was Potter. Okay, so what's going on here? Rabin Machayev, so this is a versus type. Why? Carbon comments. Well, not only say actual, also will show you easy when it comes to murder or accidental murder. It's not the same as an intentional one, but always collateral and extenuating circumstances is not the same thing as premeditated. Yes, high was of something. And so let's say, so we know that when it comes to murder, even though again, accidental killing is not the same thing as intentional. Always is not the same thing as bloodstone. You ever say, what's the halacha? If you keep a person, if you didn't keep Shimon's head under the water, what's the halacha? What's the halacha? He's chayiv. So again, Rabbi wants to suggest that Allah in this case over here, where you didn't tie up Shimon's animal, so Shimon's animal did not move out of the sun, and God is a result of the exposure, Ruben is going to be chayiv. So top of Einstein is seeking. Someone showed me amazing moments, Kilatzo. Everyone's saying, I remember when it comes to Niziki, when it comes to damages, now what the fuck about damages? It wasn't just not damages, accidental damages as intentional. Always is the same thing as Ratzon. Why? Why is that? What's kind of like the operating phrase? Like the operating concept of Niziki? Adam Muad Yomar. A person is always responsible for his actions. So the person, when it comes to damages, you say, oh, so it was an accident. Okay, I forgive you. They are. Right? Oh, it was always extenuating circumstances. I understand. They are. You're always responsible for damages. That's what you're covered, which is very interesting. So that when it comes to taking a life, so when there's a distinction between intentional and unintentional, always not get your chayiv for confining someone, right? If Ruben holds Shimon's hand in the water, he's going to be chayiv for that. So therefore, if Ruben ties Shimon's hand in the sun, and the animal dies, Ruben's going to be chayiv for that. Zachar says, no, it's partly why. Amrusha Shemai Kama Jadua Da'aba. Because why is it that ultimately Amrusha Shemai Allah is partly why is that? On the crack, most Makel, let's say so since the Pasuk says that the neighbor will be put to death. Let's say that the Chayav Lord is something, when Ezekiel is not Chayav Lord is something. So ultimately, the church is fascinating. The Rafa said it's like this. The Gilead Mitzamtzim is one that is brought up by Ezekiel, by damages. Sorry, excuse me. The idea Mitzamtzim is one that is brought up by bloodshed. It's brought up by Isaiah. Ultimately, again, the Gilead Mitzamtzim is not brought up by Ezekiel. Which is what I want to point out. Remember, we just learned out the notes as how do you know that you're tied from Mitzamtzim? How do you know that you're tied for confining someone in a situation which results in no death? So remember, he called the adult the Amos. Remember, that's talking about peace and murder. So Racha will say, the concept of the sunset is not brought down in the case of murder. It's not brought down in the case of Ezekiel, and therefore it doesn't apply. There's one says, this is really quite fascinating. Just understand that this fundamental point is over here. So according to Racha, the only time the time for damages is when you actively damage someone with your own car. But let's say in this case, where you don't take Shimon's animal, ties it up in the sun, and the animal can't move and the animal dies, But that has been said, don't fight that. That's not good. It's not good. And good, actually, I don't think that's a but there's no legal recourse that shouldn't cause political circumstances so fundamental progress. So again, for you to understand, the agreement makes sense in applying both by bloodshed as well as by Ezekiel. But APA, it only applies by bloodshed, doesn't apply by Ezekiel. Another example, I'll tell you this how we go along. So I love for myself. I love myself. The other constants like that, that we hold up with something is carried both by bloodshed and by Ezekiel. So therefore, again, the moving ties at the same time on the sun, the real channel was going to buy heat exposure, and without heat exposure, ultimately remains high. Now, we have a couple of other things here we have to qualify the rest of this now. But just understand, nugget number one is asking like what's not number one. I love nuggets so far. The nugget number whatever, don't be touching it, Medina. Nugget Medina, the one is coming from something, from confining someone or something, both by bloodshed by Isaiah, as well as by Ezekiel again, which is okay, let's go back to Amuraba. Cup settlements for that. Project. Very interesting. What happens if you don't tie to and she guys are starting to forever 5 years later, she mentions I know food, no water, no rest is not that food and she guys. So that decides that Ruben's potter. The rest of that what's what you said very strange cause. What's the line? But I can make it actually in the first short line. Cup cell is better. The Ishasha cup cell in the guy Hariga. The Arab Obama love the host the Pasha, the Akas man called Shah, the family that something in mind of what the heck is this. Essentially, that everybody has been done something, holding someone in place, and then dying as a result of how the force is high. That is only if the force, which brings it out down, is present at the beginning of the effect. So, for example, moving whole change out under water, right? So, moving to a higher wide, because the water, right, which is the vehicle of that, is right there present. And so, in the previous case, if you notice, right, moving high change animal up in the blazing sun. The sun is there. The sun is there. But in the case, let's say moving creates a reality for shooting, but there's no depth force that's present in that moment. The moving will not be tied. So, for example, moving tied shooting dies of starvation 5 days later. Okay, at the time that it was but at the time that it tied him up, again, there was no starvation. Right? There was no depth force. So because there was no depth force, therefore there is no technical knowledge of it. Also, obviously, when I select for this part, I'm separating from the trans mind upon moving to what he's done. We're talking about in a very technical, realistic framework, is reliability or not. Because you execute moving from what he did, yes, it's a very important principle. In order to be highly flexible in something, or confining someone, the depth force has to be present at the time the person was confined. If the depth force only comes later, there is no liability. Next, Hammurabah, another example. Hammurabah, Kaf Sabakama Unis, Sina Unis Chayiv. It's living tight shit up. And we tied him up in the blazing sun. Right? Or we tied him up in the freezing cold. Ultimately, we were mentioning guys, ultimately, again, so we didn't really hide. But on the other hand, so come up level, so single level, let's say, even times shooting up at night. And at night, it's fine, there's no sun. When the sun comes up the next morning, that time it gets to be red, shooting is giving back heat exposure, so you're going to talk to why, so I get why. Because at the time that we did type shooting up, there was no present depth force. So because of that, ultimately, again, moving is going to be Potter. So come a level, so sooner level, Potter, incredible. So you might say, Rami says, cups of reality. So this is very interesting. If we don't type shooting up in front of a line, Potter, that's fascinating. It's context, but let's say that why is that again? It's a little bit actually very cost. Comes off the other potter, you can only low higher couples, low higher left for the hands out on the other. Never say that has to be straight. But this is fascinating. Why? Because also, clinical tests have shown that your chances of survival with a lion whether you're bound or not bound are non-existent, right? Rubber says the chances of survival are no better if you're untied with a lion than if you're tied up with a lion. So therefore, it's interesting. So Rubber says if we didn't put and let's say the idea is you're going to see this that reminds I remember again with the wild animal we saw this in the Mishnah about Shusabas citing the dog. Those cases seem a lot more like drama, but drama like causation, because it's not even killing children, but otherwise it's the line of killing children. It's the fact that we're going to go ahead and type shit up, okay, it's chances of the video about how to be untied. So I love on one side, it's better. What happens then we're going to see the number of hospitals and things like that actually tied. But again, we'll see from the Rama says, because of Harry Potter, you're touching tied. So it's kind of interesting. If you're going to tie shitting up, institution, what are institution are naps. So this was the person could die as a result of prolonged nap state. There's something, some disease in there that left you action. So the next one's a left the idea over here. Because if you was untied, what could he do? But she points out you could shoot it away. Shoot away. The fact that he's tied up now, so the fact that he's tied up now, that ultimately results in death. So as Rashi says, even with meditation on the part, Rashi says, no, even with meditation, even with naps, he's still going to be proper. Why? How do you think that I'm because the gnats that he dies from are not the gnats that are present at the time that he's tied up. Once again, the death force is not present. How does he work with the gnats? This gnat comes, this gnat goes, right? So again, it causes it. It's the collective gnat that goes ahead and causes his death. But again, the death force is not present at the time that he's tied up. Incredible. So again, I'm not giving you the conversation before. You want to be fighting from the sunset. So you establish number one, you fight from the sunset, both by receiving or by Nisa, by Isaiah, as well as by receiving. You got to number two, you only fight from the sunset if the death force is present at the time that you tie up the individual. Incredible. So let's go back here. Says Kappa is very true. The message they took Shabbat, the barrel. You put the barrel over shame. Like, not put sugar over the barrel, right? But he went ahead and he put the barrel over shame. Actually says over here, actually at the cross, to the right, Kappa Divis, Divis Ba'abla. And all looking again, apparently the issue with going ahead and putting the barrel over someone is suffocate. Over time, it will suffocate. So it's called like Divis. It's called that nice or shouldn't sleep. And what does it do? It goes ahead and opens up a piece of the ceiling so that frigid cold air comes in while shivers and sleeping. And that's what it does. Rashi says that we are God. So he opens up the ceiling and cold air comes in. So ultimately, love us, so we're not over this. Never knows one says Chayi, one says Potter. That's what I'm going to the start of the Rabbi is not the Potter. So I said the conscious Rabbi is the one who says Potter, while the Rabbi says the Potter. The Rabbi, Kafso, it means Bilal Potter. Then the Rabbi said, Rabbi just said that if we ties Shimon up, and Shimon really dies of starvation, that really is Potter. Why? Because the death force wasn't present at the time of the practice in these cases as well. But really supports the really goes ahead and puts the battle of the Shimon again. Right now, he's air. Right now, he's air. But when he opens up the ceiling, right now, there's a draft. But the nice second, one can have the death force is not present. And therefore, again, you can part of this case as well. These ones are not necessarily to stand in the zero. Maybe not. Maybe this brand is actually zero. How so? How so? The Gemara says, I'm sorry, to say that zero is a potter. Maybe you have a zero version of potter. Why? What is the answer? Is the idea the fact that the big son is Shisha. If someone takes his friend, right? He takes his friend into a house with the mother, again, the fact that the big son is Shisha, Sabia sobre heaven or boundary of the left that's a house that is made airtight. So Ruben puts Shimon in an airtight home. The obvious struggle is, and then he goes ahead and he lights the candle, right? And Shimon lies, and Shimon lies rest alcohol. Ruben this is fascinating. Now, why is that? Why do you by lighting the candle, what does Ruben do? What does Ruben do? He's taking up all the oxygen, right? So because he's taking up all the oxygen, therefore he's responsible for the death of Shimon. You understand that with Shraga. And the reason his head is because he actively lit the candle, which in the first instance had not lit the candle, but it just put Shimon in an airtight hole. And I love that I see you not the guy, right? Why? Because the death force wasn't present at the time that he confined him. To which the man says, thank God that there's Shraga. The reason everything is hiding in the candle, how will ultimately Shraga love? If you not at the candle, you're not the guy. So people are really right for flexibility. To which the man says, not necessarily. Shasam, look like, no, it's not as if I'll tell you why. Hassan, in the case ultimately, again, in the case over here, the low struggle of us, is using airtight home. You say that most of it is the king of the candle goes ahead and somehow also tints the air. So kind of the actual act of going ahead and lighting the candle, had you not lit the candle, Shimon would have been just fine. And for some prolonged amount of time, but it would have been fine. But Maska happened to shine the other days. Haka, in the case over here, excuse me, of the battle, the battle is the Lord shall know Maska happened to shine. So it's interesting enough. Interestingly enough, the Gemara says some of the cases are not being forgotten. Hassan will not struggle with us, but we're not presenting the future air. We're not starting that time, but Hassan, here, the Lord struggle not in Maska with the Shakta. But over here, ultimately, you're going to be without the chair. Without the chair, the future air begins. So last Maska, to compare both cases. There wasn't an interestingly enough, the release Maska in this case over here. So, what comes out of here is not focus. Right, so Ruben puts the barrel on top of Shimon, or right, well, so Ruben puts the barrel on top of Shimon, or opens up the roof, right, then becomes cold. So what is the halacha? What is the halacha? It's not focus. Now, the only not focus is ultimately who says what. But it's clear that there is a fundamental focus as to whether or not, again, there is liability in this particular case. So it's like, in this case, we'll have to see exactly what happens. In this case, is a little bit different because on one hand, the death force is present, but the death force is not immediate. It's prolonged. In other words, at a certain point in time, Shimon will run out of air in the barrel, but right now he has enough. At a certain point in time, perhaps the cold will kill Shimon, but right now it's not an impact. So we'll see this case in Rent Hashem what we do with this case, because this is kind of a little bit of an in-between, where on one hand the death force is present, but the death force is not necessarily present in its entire full amount. So again, hold on to this case. We've got the Rambam in Rent Hashem put all of this together in a beautiful panoramic halakhic view for us. We'll just point out how incredibly striking this lashon over here is. Then kafa legigis, right? So what happens? So Ruben is putting Shimon a barrel at kafa. So right, the lashon was kafa legigis. Ruben goes ahead and puts a barrel over Shimon. This lashon is very reminiscent. It's very reminiscent. It's the same lashon that the Gemara in the second Shabbos uses for our seal. Right, that the Gemara says the beautiful Gemara, dramatic Gemara, who lifted up the mountain over us and once held it over us contagious like a barrel. So what's fascinating about a barrel? There's a good information here. Go to the inside of a barrel, you know. Unless it becomes over in front of you, apparently you can suffocate inside of a barrel. Inside of a barrel. The devotion of it is telling us something very important. Sometimes a person could feel like you're suffocating in your state. It can happen. The person feels overwhelmed, ultimately by the responsibilities, overwhelmed by the realities that sit upon our shoulders. But sometimes this Torah can ultimately feel overwhelming. It's almost as if I can respond to it validating that because someone says, oh, I'm almost like this, I know what I have to do, or I know what I should be doing. But the reality is, it feels very overwhelming for you. It feels very overwhelming, and it feels incredibly suffocating. And emotional is saying, I get it. I get it. I understand it. Yeah, at times it can be beautiful, at times it can be inspiring, and at times it can actually be suffocating. That's the end of the life. It's the end of the life. It's like, sometimes when someone is struggling with something, saying that there's a really phrase called toxic positivity. But what toxic positivity? Toxic positivity, and we all know people like this. When you're struggling with something, you go to them, what do they say? What do they say? It's going to be okay. It's going to be okay. You're going to be fine. And what's your offering a reaction to that person? I would be going to kill you, whatever it is, right? Like, be quiet. Be quiet. I know it's going to be okay. I know it's going to be okay. I got it. I've been around. I know I'm not going I'm going to be fine. But that's not what I want from you right now. Don't tell me it's going to be okay. You're sweet. It's going to be shut up. Like, I know. I understand. I got it, right? I got it. Sometimes what a person needs when they're going through a difficult time is just some empathy. It's just some validation. That's all. So I don't feel like that. It's not outside strong. I'll remain steady. I'll remain steady. But just validate what it is I'm going through. That's all. Just tell me anything. Just tell me. It must be really hard. And I'm so sorry for you looking for. There's something that I can do to help. Don't tell me it's going to be okay. I think it was like a guidance with me like that. Where do we learn this at? Where do we learn that toxic positivity is really toxic? And sometimes the best thing to do for someone is just, empathy and just be there for this first article. Comment how you do this. Because I got it. This kind of thing, this hitchhike thing, it's big. It's big. And I got it. Sometimes it can feel like it's suffocating. Okay, but you can do it, right? But you can do it. I got it. Just know, I'm not going to let you. Just know that at the end of the day, I'm the one because I'm the one who's holding the battle. It's not someone else holding the battle. I have been responsible for holding the battle. So because I'm holding the battle, we got this together. But I certainly understand that at times, your responsibilities may feel so overwhelming. That's what I think. Second, Duck Thunderball is very interesting. Duck Thunderball is one of our trees. Really pushes shit into a pit. Pushes into a pit, and what happens? But there was a ladder in the pit. So never again, just as they were talking over there. Now, interestingly enough, remember, a pig also has a head, right? A pig, we've seen this before, since like in our public comedies. That a pig has some type of like noxious fumes inside of it also. So clearly, the shitty things in the pig is still die. The good news is, there's a ladder. There's a ladder. But what happens? People have a silver. But what happens? Just like the common events. Even if there's just shitty into a pit, but the pit has a ladder. What happened? Now someone else came along. We brought out the silver. Someone else came along and removed the ladder. Okay. He cut the silver. Maybe even Newton himself came along and took out the ladder. Potter. Ultimately, Newton's Potter. Why is Newton Potter? But even if the Shajin, you're allowed to see. What I say, the top over here is, as long as at the time that Newton pushed shit, there was a ladder. There was a ladder. As long as it was there at the time of the pushing, then what? Remember again, this was not an act that could have caused the death of shit. So it's just to show, just to even though it's not dramatic, right? That's what we're really throwing shit at the end of the day, the ladder's there. We're going to push shit. The pushing is the ground to the point. Really takes out the ladder. Really still not being decided. Why? Because everything is determined by the moment of the pushing. Right? Because that was the act. And since at the moment that we didn't push shit, the ladder was present. Therefore, this was not an act that could have caused bloodshed. Because again, the most of the ladder was there. The ladder was there. Listen, obviously, again, we're talking about the fact that Ruben will not be technically liable. Obviously, Ruben's a bad guy. He's a bad guy, right? And things catch up with bad people. Rashi says, Rashi says, tell them to say that. Tell them if he also says that. But even if the Shaji let allow us, the Father of the field, we should see it from us as the beginning to together to help them. So it's expecting since at the time that we didn't push sugar, the ladder was there. Even Ruben himself didn't take the ladder out before sugar hit the ground. Ultimately, again, Ruben is under the title. Incredible. So it's family have a lot of guys. Similar to Zara, it's just the other. Really shot an arrow at Shimon had a shield. Shield. What happened that long is someone that actually shot the arrow, someone came and took the shield. After the root part of it up, or even if it himself took the shield, Potter, you really thought the light, even if you shot your way yourself, so you do that. For next year, remember, everything is determined at the moment that you shot the arrow. And at the moment that you shot the arrow, what was the materials? What was the materials? What was the materials? Shooting cannot be run by the arrow. So therefore, this act of shooting the arrow was not an act in which could cause bloodshed. Because it couldn't cause bloodshed, therefore the game was not going to be fighting. Even as again, let's say the other person fast, he shoots the arrow, and so happens is that he goes and grabs Shimon's shield. So now the arrow kills Shimon. When Jim Butler, it was at the time that he killed Shimon, the arrow could not have killed Shimon. Incredible. So let's see this how another case. Another case. Honorable, Zark case is this. Let's say we don't shot an arrow at Shimon. The Simon and the other. But it's okay. Because Shimon had the remedy for an arrow. Only for an arrow, I guess the arrow was going to pierce him. And the time which he had accepted everything he wanted the boundaries of the moon, and it would have just fine. Okay? But after this one, so after the arrow was shot, someone else came along and stole his medication. After the root got the medication, or even himself came and stole the medication. Potter ultimately didn't hear Potter why. But if you get shot away, you're always shot as Hama. Most of all the same thing. In order to be high in bloodshot, it has to be that at the time that you, at the time of the act, the death force was present. And at the time of the act, the death force was not present. So again, the ladder was in the pit, right? The shield was in the hands of Shimon. Shimon had the remedy for an arrow piercing. Even though it was subsequently removed after he was thrown into the pit, or after he released the arrow, or after he went ahead and then shot the arrow. And even if he would himself removed it, still going to be bucked around because at the time of the act was not capable of causing the death of Shimon. Incredible. All about you, but I just don't need someone to show. The truth is, even if, like, let's say Shimon didn't have the remedy in his hand, but the remedy was readily available to one to place, right? So therefore, again, even in that kind of case, it's clear that Reuben's act was not one which could have caused bloodshed. Then you're somebody like, what happens? I love it myself. At the time that Reuben shot the arrow, Shimon didn't have the medicinal remedy. But then after he shot the arrow, Shimon did have the medicinal remedy. What's that? On the outside of the Zakai. In that case, ultimately, yes, Reuben is not going to be Chayiv. So listen, interestingly enough, this is interesting because in this case, remember, at the time that Reuben shot the arrow, Shimon did not have the remedy. He didn't have the remedy. But see, Halacha saw he didn't get the remedy before Reuben was brought to the Torah. So the Halacha Reuben will not be Chayiv. I was going to stop it for today. There's much more again. We're just throwing out all of these cases right now. We're going to show tomorrow's dot. We'll really consolidate this into a comprehensive framework. Incredible, incredible tomorrow. Shkaya, everyone.
I'm just like these dudes. I'm like the guys. I'm like the girls. I'm just having fun like pros. So sometimes also I was doing single mom, just all bullshit. That was like my pattern. I was just like roasting the pattern every Tuesday, Thursday. And I got
all right, well, I'll say good morning. Good morning, Baruch incredible schus. To be able to continue in our journey of Sanhedrin, begin by thanking all of our sponsors for this morning share. To thank our annual Talmud Torah sponsor, for Tavshin Pei, the Tilsim Mishpacha. We are dedicating all the Shemini Trushes this year in the schus of the Saros Tovos for Am Yisrael. Our Talmud Torah sponsors for the month of Adar, Haba meaning Tova, Tarian Zin, loving memory of his father, Dr. Harry Khan, Zvi Herschel Ben Yosef Ahoy, on the occasion of his 12th yahrzeit, and the Ziv, Levin, and Berman families in memory of Mr. William Ziv, Zev Shmuel, and Yisrael Zevon the Racha, Belkan, and Merit of our Talmud Torah, all of the Shabbos Havariyah, the families in the Chalom, all of those who need our foolish Shabbat, the Kol Israel, may have 12 minutes to move home. All of our hostages, and may our holy soldiers be successful. The whole Maaseh Yudin. Once with that, let us continue to learn to pray Baruch Hashem. About today's daf is Ayin Zayin 77. We are picking up on Ayin Zayin on the days 76, 12 lines down from the top. Tanrabaran. Some really beautiful Gemara today. Tanrabaran. Ha'oy v'shchinav. Person who loves his neighbors. Loves his neighbors. Namakari v'skrobov. And he goes ahead and he brings his relatives close. The Hano says Bas Afosa. And he marries his niece. He marries his sister's daughter. Gamalda Saralani, Shastovko, and he lends money to a poor person at a time that the other is struggling. Allah Omer as Tikra Dashariana. When you call out, have these powerful words. Those powerful words. So I really unbelievable. So many times that you go through life and we're wondering what exactly is like the recipe for success, right? Well, what do I want more than anything? I want to know that when I reach out to my coach, right? I want to know that when I need something that he almost is going to be there. So what kind of person do I need to be? What is it that I need to do in order to have responsibility? Responsiveness. Right? Responsibility is not responsibility, right? What is it that I need to do in order to make sure that a Kodesh Baruch Hu is going to be there for me? So what's the formula for success? Someone who loves his neighbors, which means once you know what's interesting about your neighbors is although to a certain degree you can try to choose them, like you can choose where you live. Once you go ahead and move somewhere, you definitely can't control who lives around you. Right? What's after that? What's after that? Nukadi's Global. Someone who brings his relatives close. You certainly can't choose your relatives. Maybe there's certain relatives you can choose. But a lot of relatives you don't choose. What's the common denominator here? The common denominator is the person is able to get along with other people. The person is able to go to forge relationships. You get along with your neighbors. You get along with your relatives. You are an agreeable person. You are an agreeable person. Diagnosis is basafo, so it's the same idea. I was saying that actually the truth is this you see more about Chazal's almost like focused on marrying one piece. Leaving aside the actual marriage of a niece. The idea, if you think about it, it represents really relationships going from, I would say, further out to closer in. There's neighbors, relatives, and enemies. So if you notice in life that sometimes the most difficult, sometimes the most challenging relationships are the ones that are closest. Those are the most challenging relationships. You like to think, of course you get along with your family. Right? Of course you get along with your spouse. Of course you get along. No, that's actually sometimes the people that are closest to you you have the most difficult time working in meaningful relationship with you. So I could be the kind of person that would go right from outside the circle to inside the circle. Who could get along with my neighbors? Who could get along with my relatives? Who could get along again with my spouse? Right? With Hazal told me as sister of if I could do that, if I could ever say, what does it take? What does it take? I thought it was a many cases. There's no wrong answer to this, right? It's a lot of things. But I think on a most basic level, the primary need that it takes to go through relationships in life is willingness to yield. A willingness to yield. Rabbi Nachman writes, I've quoted this many times, but that's why Rabbi Nachman told Lihios Lachon. Told us it's good to be mevaker. It's good to yield. It's good to yield. It's good not to always have to have everything your way. It's good to be able to know how to sometimes give in to the other because it's just not worth the fight. And if you think about it, in each and every one of these relationships, you need to be mevaker. You want good neighborly relations? You want good neighborly relations? What do you need? You need to try to be mevaker. Why? Because at some point in time, your neighbor, whatever they're going to do, they're going to trash out, you're wrong. or perhaps they have a dog and the dog gets loose and finds itself, messes itself in your backyard for months and every time. It just could happen. It could happen, right? So myself, you want to have relationships with your neighbors, that's one. You want to have relationships with your family, you have to be mevakar. You want to have shalom bayis with your wife, you have to learn how to be mevakar. You have to learn how to yield. Otherwise, all of these relationships become unsustainable. And Gemara says, if you're the kind of person who can create relationships with others, the Torah says, I promise I'll have a relationship with you as well. I'll have a relationship with you as well. How does that relationship manifest itself? That when you call out to me as Tikra, you call out to me, and Hashem will go ahead and listen to you. And of course, that last one is the only. It was like it's interesting because the way to read that only case is the Hamalva Sela La'ani B'Shas Dochko. So the way it's understood is you're lending money to an ani at a time that an ani is having difficulty. So I was looking at this last night. Realized, but it doesn't make sense. It's interesting because what does it mean an ani is struggling? By definition, if you're an ani, then what? Then you're struggling. So maybe it means like this. Hamal as ani b'shas doesn't mean that you lend money to a struggling ani. What it means is you lend money to shas even when you're struggling. You're talking about the lender. You're talking about the lender. It's easy to be about tzedakah, and it's easy to be mevakar. There's all the simita of Atreus. What's tzedakah? What's tzedakah? Tzedakah is being yielding with your money. It's my money. It's my money. I worked for it. I worked very hard for it. I earned it. Why should I give it away? That's what it means to be mevakar. You have to have emotional struggles, and you have to have financial struggles. So if I'm the person who is financially mevakar, financially yielding, and I help another person out, when I'm Gemara says, Chazal say you're that kind of person. You're mevakar for people. You're mevakar emotionally. You're mevakar financially. You're yielding. You're giving. Which is if that's the kind of person you are for others, I promise I'll be there for you as well. Incredible. All right, let's go back there. No. Okay, so let's back to straight up. Also, there's except over here, quoting this is the Isha Shalika Isha Zimoni. So this is if a man marries a woman and her mother. So it's very slow to also that's hen. So this is interesting. They'll be burned by fire straight up. Also, him, the perpetrator, the as hen, plural. I will say, now the Pashtus, the first telling me over here is once you're married to Rachel, right? Once he was married to Rachel, he can't marry Rachel's mother. And if he does so, it's punishable by Sreifa. They will say, who's punishable by Sreifa? It doesn't Rachel didn't do anything, right? Rachel just married Ruvain legally. In fact, everything that he goes to marry Rachel's brother, that's how Ruvain and the mother. So why does it say that Ruvain and Esken and them, plural, both women are put to death? That can't be what it means. So the word says as follows. So I come up on Soviet Esken, or Soviet as Achos and Rabbi Shmuel. No, Rabbi Shmuel means that Ruvain is put to death with one of these women, i.e. the mother-in-law. And the Rabbi Kiva says, or Soviet Esken. Rabbi Kiva says, no. It means him and both of them. So it's not over there. What exactly is it? I'm not buying much more. What's the much more? This will be how to catch the apostle. Also, the Rishmal Sava, also the Eshen, for us it says, right, that you say that we go ahead and put the death moving, and then plural, also the Es Achasim. The reading is Eshen, doesn't mean both of them. Eshen means Achasim, one of them, or one of the women. She gave the mushroom the honey, holding the achas because apparently in Greek, the word for one is hina. Same up, so as in one of them. The ain chamo. So midrash asya, and I will say this pasuk is not it. And ultimately, again, the mother of his mother-in-law is learned that from a different drasha. And the kiva saba osobi as hen. What does that mean? Osobi as shtei. So it means him and both of them. What does it mean both of them? And again, Rabbi Shmuel is running out the prohibition. Sorry, Rabbi Akiva is running out the prohibition of mother-in-law, No. Mother-in-law's mother, thank you. Mother-in-law's mother from this particular pasuk. Rava says, no, the point of contention is something else. Mostly the Aham Machlokes Rava says, what is the status of the mother-in-law after the death of the wife? So again, Ruben's married to Rachel. So obviously, when Ruben's married to Rachel, so Ruben's mother-in-law, Rachel's mother is very interesting. What happens when Rachel dies? Like, does the mother-in-law probably still remain? And if the cross, the most often is the cross is yes. In fact, the mother-in-law probably remains even after death, like to the point that the relationship is punishable by death. Rabbi Akiva Savar Sribakar. Rabbi Arnold is only in Isser. You see, only in Isser. It's Asr, but it's not Sreifa. Okay, it looks like that brings to a conclusion our sugi on Sreifa Shkoyach. Says the Mishnah, until later. So we go from Sreifa to Herod. Herod, remember, again, is right? Killing someone with the sword. So the Ibu and the Herod. These are the people who are put to death. Remember, the other word for Herod is Saif. But again, classically is called Herod, decapitation with the sword. So these are the people who are killed with the sword. Right, number one, Halotzeach, someone who murders someone else. Okay, number two, Gan Shegari Dachas. Remember, Yeri Dachas is a city which worship Hevel Zara. So Halach myself, the city is put to death. It's killed by Saif. Rotzeach Shuika Esrei, the Evan Odebarzon, or a murderer who killed someone, killed his friend, with a stone or with iron. The Kalash Allah Yisov Hamayim. So these sugis are going to get very interesting. Now, Kalash also Yisov Hamayim means he holds his friend's head under the water. So he holds his friend's head under the water. Or he holds his friend in the fire. You have a friend. But again, you understand the point. So you know, all this other art, it always struck me that Asian also fellow doesn't have to be a father. But it is interesting that the Torah itself also does this. That whenever there should be other shores used for someone else, not him, someone else. Let's say it's fascinating to see, in general, like Rabbi Nachman writes that when one commits an Avera, every Avera always has like a twofold component to it. On one hand, there's the Avera, but there's also the lost opportunity for a mitzvah. Like in the moment that I could have been doing the moment that I was doing the Avera, I could have been doing something positive at that very same moment. So there's like this duality of loss. It's true for personally as well. Right? For every person that I harm and for every enemy, they could have been a friend. So it's interesting to see that the Torah got going first. See here, Ruben is holding his head under the water, and the Torah calls him Re'ehu. Didn't have so there's that duality. There's that terrible mistreatment, but there's also the loss of perhaps what could have been a friendship. Okay, anyway, so it pulls him into the fire. And listen, now we're going to see all of this. And Shimon is unable to take his head out of the water, or he's unable to get out of the fire. And therefore, he dies. Chayev, ultimately, and Reuben is going to be chayev for this. That's an act of bloodshed. Another case. What happens if Reuben pushes Shimon into the water, or pushes Shimon into the fire, and ultimately, again, Shimon could have gotten up. He could have gotten up, but he didn't. He makes and he dies. Potter. In those cases, we're going to have Potter. So we'll say this is quite fascinating. Even though Reuben pushed him into the water, and even though Reuben pushed him into the fire, since Shimon could have gotten up but failed to do so, Reuben is not liable. She sabats if again Reuben goes ahead and incites a dog to go ahead and bite Shimon, he incites him to bite Shimon. She's was as I know. Potter ultimately is Potter. Why? Because also this is going to be a case of drama. This is causation. Here, Reuben is creating a force, but he's not the direct damager. It's the dog that is damaging. It's the snake that is damaging. Even though again, Reuben riled it up. You should pause on Apash. What happens if Reuben took the snake? Right? Literally held the snake's mouth open and put the snake's fangs into Shimon. It was an interesting enough. It's the venom that kills Shimon, not Reuben. What's the halacha over here? So the Rosh Rabbi Yehuda Mechayev, and he decides, no, in that case, that's direct Torah, and therefore Reuben is going to be Chayev. the Chachamim kosher, the Chachamim on the other hand say that Ruvain is going to be potter. I just want to say a lot to talk about in this sukkah. Let's see the Gemara. Amar Shmuel. It named Marlo Ne'emra Yad, the Barzal. So this is very interesting. Rashi, first Rashi in the Gemara, last short line in Rashi. Lo Ne'emra Yad, Shemash Ne'emra Be'even Yad, but the tree eats Yad. So we'll say in the sukkahs where it talks about killing someone, the lashon of the pasuk is if Reuven kills Shimon Be'even Yad, Even Yad. Now, what that means is literally it could be a stone that he's holding in his hand. But what we really mean to understand is that Yad means that you have the ability to kill someone with that evan. With that evan. In other words, halacha we're going to see that in order to be liable for going ahead and killing someone, halacha l'maisa, the item that you kill the person with has to be capable of delivering a death blow. If it's actually on bringing a death, in other words, if I go ahead and I take a pet, Ruben takes a pebble, a little pebble, he throws it at Shimon, and somehow, and again, under normal circumstances, what would have happened if you threw a pebble at someone? Whatever, they get a ding, but it happened to be that it hit Shimon in a way, however it hit him and he dies, Ruben's not going to be fighting for that. Because what he did not really have the capacity and the ability to cause that. So that's why I told you use lashon of yad by Evan and by Eitz. So the Gemara says, why doesn't it use the same lashon of yad by Barzal? Very interesting. Barzal is precaution because ultimately again Barzal is different. Barzal is different. Yeah, when it comes to wood, so ultimately again, when it comes to iron has the unique ability to go ahead and kill. Even in a very small shear. So the Gemara says, so Rabbi Omer Rabbi says, so it was known before HaKadosh Baruch Hu, Shabar's name is Kefoshu, that iron has the ability to kill even the smallest amount. Therefore, the Fichach lo nitna Torah bo shear. Therefore, the Torah didn't give a shear. Listen, what's unique about iron? So Rashi points out over here, Shabar Zolim is compulsion with the third white line from the bottom. Id Kiva Shetov Egro Ma'at Veshet Obeligo. That because iron can stab. So because iron can stab, therefore even the smallest amount of iron has the ability to cause death. Therefore, the Torah doesn't keep the rest of it. Yad means the enemy to kill someone has to have a shield in order to generate liability. When it comes to iron, because iron is so dangerous, about when I say without a shield, ultimately again there's going to be liability. I knew the guys in this house, but this is all seen as what? This is all seen as about when myself, one went ahead and pierced an organ that could be fatal. Okay. The Kalvash was something like, listen, let's read this, and I remember the Mishnah said, if Reuben goes and holds a sheep under the water, there's liability for that. So the Gemara says like this, the Gemara says, Risha Abu Sekamash Malon, the Sefer Abu Sekamash Malon. Both the Risha and the Sefer, the beginning and the end of the Brisa, both teach us tremendous lessons, wonderful lessons. Here you go. So the Risha Abu Sekamash Malon, in the first case, the Mishnah teaches us, Afagav, the Lav Iudafo, Kevan de Yafal Lalos Mishan, Imes, Chayiv. So let's say in case number one of the Mishnah, what's case number one? Case number one is where Reuven holds Shimon's head under the water. And again, Shimon dies, Reuven is high. What's the chiddush there? The chiddush there is, how did Shimon get into the water? I don't know. Or Reuven didn't put him there, or Reuven didn't necessarily put him there. Right? So in other words, the chiddush in the Risha is, Shimon's already in the water, Reuven didn't put him there. But if Reuven comes up, right? Reuven didn't push him in the water. Shimon was in the water. Reuven comes along and holds Shimon's head under the water. There's liability for that, even though Reuven did not place him there. Sefer Abu Sekamash, what's the chiddush of the Sefer? Afagav the Dachmo, Kivan the Yafalalas Misham Umeis Pater. The chiddush of the Sefer is, remember what's happening in the Sefer? Reuven pushed Shimon into the water. Now again, and let's say Shimon dies. Shimon had the ability to get himself out of the water and didn't do so. Even though he was only in the water because Reuven pushed him there, Reuven will not be liable. Incredible. How much we know it? We'll say, how do we know that There's liability for holding someone's head under the water or for holding someone in the fire. In other words, here I didn't create these circumstances, right? Reuven and Shimon may already be in the water, or really Shimon may already even be in the fire. How do I know that if Reuven holds his head under the water or holds it in the fire, that Reuven is liable? It's very interesting. Over Shmuel, the Pasuk says, Obe'eva, Obe'eva. Or if Reuven treats Shimon and a Nasi, hatred, she must have Eva, Obe'eva Hiko. If he hits him with hatred and a Nasi. That goes the Summit Sons. So this goes ahead and this goes ahead and includes Mitzanse. What does Mitzanse mean? Literally again, restricted. Restricted. Mitzanse means holding someone in place. In this case over here, holding his head under water. Holding his head in the fire. First there's a tremendous what has to do with this as well. And it's interesting. How does the Torah define the Masim? What's involved? Mitzanse. What does Mitzanse mean? Sometimes when you restrict a person, you don't allow a person to move. You don't allow this is what this is. Sometimes, especially in relationships, you back people into corners. They cannot be the people they need to be, or they cannot accomplish the things they need to accomplish because someone is constricting them. There's simsul. When you constrict a person, that's evil. That's animosity. It's animosity. So much of life and so much of relationships is allowing people to be who they need to be without trying to make them feel powerful in relationships. There's a natural Yitzhahara. Whether it's in parenting or whether it's in marriage, to make other people in your image, right? I need my kids to look like this, to be like this. I need my spouse to be like this. That's what relationships are about. Relationships are not about making someone else in your image. Relationships are about forming them, creating beautiful things. What you can accomplish more as a collective than you can accomplish as an individual. And when you're mitzantzim someone, when you constrict someone, the Gemara says that's evil. That's animosity. Incredible. Hogava. Story. There was a guy, the mitzantzim other place, the Chabad B'Shem Shah Umesa. So Reuven had Shimon's animal, and what did Reuven do? Reuven tied up Shimon's animal so that it couldn't move and left it in the sun. And as a result, the animal died. He gets exposed, the animal died. So what's halacha? Ravina Mechayev. Ravina said that the guy was potter. I didn't call him Reuven. Rabbi Chabarab said he was potter. Okay, so what's going on here? Ravina Mechayev. So Ravina says, of course he's chayev. Why? When it comes to murder or an accidental murder, it's not the same as an intentional one. But only in extenuating circumstances is not the same thing as premeditated. Yet, so we know that when it comes to murder, right, even though again, accidental killing is not the same thing as intentional. Ones is not the same thing as rasal. Yet I will say, what's the halacha? If you keep a person, basically Reuben keeps Shimon's head under the water, what's the halacha? What's the halacha? He's chayiv. So to again, Ravina wants to suggest in halacha makes in this case over here that Reuben tied up Shimon's animals, that Shimon's animal cannot move out of the sun, and God is the result of the exposure. Reuben is going to be chayiv. So the top of Ayin Zayin, Nizikin, Sha'asam and Shogi Kumation, but only Spirasai. I will say that remember here when it comes to Nizikin, when it comes to damages. Now what's the talk about damages? We'll say it's just not damages. Accidental damage is the same thing as intentional. Ones is the same thing as Ratzon. Why? Why is that? Why is that? What's kind of like the operating not phrase, but the operating concept by Nizikin? Adam Muad Viola. A person is always responsible for his actions. So when it comes to damages, they say, "Oh, I'm so sorry, it was an accident." Okay, I forgive you. Yeah, right? Oh, it was only extenuating circumstances. I understand. Yeah, you're always responsible for damages. That's what this couple is very interesting. So when it comes to taking a life, so where there's a distinction between intentional, unintentional, ones and ratzon, yet you're hired for confining someone, right? If Reuben holds Shimon's head underwater, you can be hired for that. So therefore, again, if Reuben ties Shimon's animal in the sun and the animal dies, he's going to be hired for that. Bachar says, no, there's part of why. Why is it that ultimately the Mishar Shia, Barav is potter. Why is that? Amekra, most Dumas Amaker Lotseach. So what's it? The Pasuk says that the murderer will be put to death. Rotseach the Chayev Lon with something, the Nezikin Lo Chayev Lon with something. So ultimately, again, Rabbi Shar Shias is fascinating. Sorry. Rabbi Acham, Rabbi Chazak is like this. The thing of Mitzamtzim is one that is brought up by Nezikin, by damages. I'm sorry, excuse me. The idea of Mitzamtzim is one that is brought up by bloodshed. It's brought up by Rotseach. Ultimately, again, the din of Mitzamtzim is not brought up by Nezikin. Which was I want to point out. Remember, just point out, Merch asked, how do you know that you're high from Mitzamtzim? How do you know that you're high from confining someone in a situation that results in their death? So remember again, what did you have? Remember, says, Ope Eva, he called the adult, the Amos. Remember, learn that from Ope Eva. That's talking about murder. So the Acha will say, the concept of Mitzamtzim is not brought down in a case of murder. It's not brought down in a case of murder. And therefore it doesn't apply. Those both says this is really quite fascinating. You see, understand that this one make my focus over here. So according to Ravacha, the only time you're chayiv for damages is when you actively damage someone with your own torah. But if let's say here in this case, where Reuben takes Shimi's animal, ties it up in the sun, and the animal can't move and the animal dies, the Bach is going to say, you're not chayiv for that. That's not good. It's not good. Or you don't, obviously, that Bach doesn't condone it. But there's no legal recourse that Shimon has under those circumstances. So fundamental machlokes. So again, Ravina understands that the din of Mitzamtzim applies both by bloodshed as well as by Nezikin. Rav Acha, it only applies by bloodshed, doesn't apply by Nezikin. Incredible. Amar Rava, another example. I'll tell you this as we go along. So halacha my son. The Rambam Paschal is like Ravina, that we hold that Mitzamtzim is chayiv both by bloodshed and by Nezikin. So therefore, again, if Reuben ties up Shim's animal in the sun, and the animal's going to die from heat exposure, and the animal dies from heat exposure, ultimately Reuben's chayiv. Now, we have a couple of other pieces of it to qualify with the rest of the stuff. But just understand, nugget number one, asking like what's not number one, nugget number whatever, Pasuk Ravina. Pasuk Ravina, that one is chayiv from Mitzamtzim for confining someone or something, both by bloodshed, I don't say that, as well as by Nezikin damage. Okay, let's go back to Amarava. Very interesting. What happens if Reuben ties up Shimon, and Shimon dies of starvation? Whatever, 5 years later, Shimon's had no food, no water, have another person to start that food and water, and Shimon dies. So Rava says that Reuben is pater. Reuben is pater. Rava say now, why? Like, what sounds very strange. Let's take a look at Rashi. Rashi's in the first short line. Kavso Mizbarav. The Bishar Shatapso in Han Dar Haliga. Barav Balmeriva. Baholi the Pazak. La Akazman Kol Shah. But Dami is something the nine or the Hori Mizuma. Just listen to this. Essentially, Rabbi Paskin that with something holding someone in place and then dying as a result of being held in place is chayiv. That is only if the force which brings about death is present at the beginning of the effect. So, for example, Reuben holds Shimon's head underwater. Right? So Reuben is going to be chayiv. Why? Because the water, right, which is the vehicle of death, is right there. Right, similarly again, in the previous case, if you notice, right, Reuben tied Shimon's animal up and placed in the sun. The sun is there. The sun is there. But in the case where, let's say, Reuben creates a reality for Shimon, but there's no death force that's present in that moment, then Reuben will not be tied. So, for example, Reuben ties Shimon up, Shimon dies of starvation 5 days later. Okay, at the time that he's not, but at the time that he tied him up, again, there was no starvation. Like there was no death force. So because there was no death force, therefore there is no technical liability. Listen, obviously, the eyes that British I'm sure the Ribbon is not smiling at Reuben for what he's done. We're talking about a very technical, realistic framework. Is there liability or not? Is he executing for what he did? Was it's a very important principle. In order to be hired for something, for confining someone, the death force has to be present at the time the person was confined. If the death force only comes later, there is no liability. Next, Bamarava, another example. Bamarava, Kafsa Bechama Umes. Sino Umes Chai. If Ruben tied Shimon up, and he tied him up in the blazing sun, right? Or he tied him up in the freezing cold, ultimately then Ruben and then Shimon dies, Chai. Ultimately again, so Ruben is maybe Chai. But on the other hand, so Kama Lovo, so Tzina Lovo, let's say Ruben ties Shimon up at night. And at night, it's fine. There's no sun. When the sun comes up the next morning, by the time it gets to midday, Shimon's going to die of heat exposure. So Ruben's puzzled. Why? See my idea why? Because at the time that Ruben tied Shimon up, there was no present death force. So because of that, ultimately, again, Ruben is going to be putter. But Sof Kamalavo, Sof Tzina Lavo, putter. Incredible. So the Gemara says, Vamara, the Rabbi says, Kafsa with Neari. So this is very interesting. If Ruben tied Shimon up in front of a lion, putter. That's quite fascinating. Ruben is putter. So listen now, why is that? Go to Rashi. Rashi right across. Kafsa with Neari, putter. Di'inani lo haya kafos. Lo haya yakala hasa asal Neari. That was absolutely not asked this way. This is fascinating. Why? Because also, clinical tests have shown that your chances of survival with a lion, whether you're bound or not bound, are non-existent. Right? Rubba says your chances of survival are no better if you're untied with a lion than if you're tied up with a lion. So therefore, so Rubba says, right? If moving put, and I was saying the idea here is we're going to see this. That the mice, I remember again, the wild animal, we saw this in the Mishnah about Shisabas citing the dog. Those cases seem a lot more like drama, like causation, because it's not moving creation, or rather what is it? It's the lying creation. It's the fact that moving went ahead and tied Shimon up, okay, it's turns to be a window that have to do some time. So I welcome my son. This happens to be, we're going to see, but I'm not asking that things like that actually hide. But again, we'll see it from there. Rama says, because of the Harry Potter, sir, if they Yitushin hide. This is very interesting. If Ruben ties Shimon up with Yitushin, what are Yitushin? Yitushin are gnats. So I guess it was like this, it was time as a result of prolonged gnat sting. Yeah, there's something disease or whatever else reaction. So when I saw say, what's the idea here? Because if Ruben was untied, what could he do? Like I should point out, he could shoo it away. The fact that he's tied up now, so the fact that he's tied up now, that ultimately again results in his death. So as Rashi says, even with maybe Tushin, Rashi says no, even with Tushin, even with gnats, he's still going to be puzzled. Why? Honey as they honey us. Because the gnats that he dies from are not the gnats that are present at the time that he's tied up. Once again, the death force is not present. How does it work with the gnats? This gnat never comes, this gnat never goes. Right? So again, who causes it? It's the collective gnat never that goes ahead and causes his death. But again, the death force is not present at the time that he is tied up. Incredible. So we'll say, so again, nugget of information over here, saying this before. In order to be chayiv from the sun, so we established number one, you're chayiv from the sun, saying both by receiving as well by Nisa, by Roseh, as well as by receiving. Nugget number two, you're only chayiv from the sun, saying if the death force is present at the time that you are that you tied up the individual. Incredible. So let's go like that. Says the Gemara. It's Mari. Kafa love peace is very interesting. If let's say we put shit right into the barrel, and he put the barrel over Shimon, like not put Shimon over the barrel, right? But he went ahead and he put the barrel over Shimon. Rashi says over here, at the right across to the right, Kafa love peace, umes havla. And ultimately, again, apparently the shoe was going ahead and putting the barrel over someone is suffering. Over time, they will suffocate. So the Gemara is parallel to this, the parallel mazika or shouldn't sleeping. And what does Ruben do?
Texas
Ruben goes ahead and opens up a piece of the ceiling so that frigid cold air comes in while Shimon is sleeping and ultimately kills him. Rashi says over here, "V'hazeh Yoshem v'nichnas sham atzino, chad v'shukran." So he opens up the ceiling and cold air comes in. So ultimately again, Rabbi Zera, Chad Amar Chayiv, Chad Amar Pater. Machlokas, Rava and Rabbi Zera. One says Chayiv, one says Pater. What's going on here? This time the Rava who does Pater. So I say the Pashtos, Rava is the one who says Pater. Why? Because what did Rava say? Pater Rava, Kafso of Neis Berat Pater. Then we ever say Rava was one who just said that if Reuben ties Shimon up and Shimon later dies of starvation, that Reuben is Pater. Why? Because the death force wasn't present at the time of the time up. So again, the consciousness in this case as well. When Reuben goes ahead and puts the barrel of the Shimon again, right now there's air. Right now there's air. Or when he opens up the ceiling, right now there's a draft. But when Maisa again, one could make the argument that the death force is not present, and therefore it could be part in this case as well. Tushimar says not necessarily. This time is Rabbi Zeri. Maybe not. Maybe this price is actually Rabbi Zeri. How so? How so? Gemara says, I'm sorry. This time Rabbi Zeri, he Damar Pata. Maybe it's Rabbi Zeri won't take the Pata. Why? What Rabbi Zeri? Rabbi Zeri, listen to this. I mind the idea that Chavei the base and the Shisha. If someone takes his friend, right? He takes his friend into a house made of marble, and let's say that again, the Chavei to hear back to the base of the Shisha, Shesasum Bilo, so that he have or Bahana Yachalat says, a house that is made of marble can be made airtight. So Reuben puts Shimon in an airtight home. The Adlik Shraga remains, and then he goes ahead and he lights a candle, right? And Shimon dies. What's the halacha? Chayiv. Who's in the chayiv? Let's say this is fascinating. Now, why is that? Why is it chayiv? By lighting the candle, what does Reuben do? What is Reuben doing? He's taking up all the oxygen, right? So he's thinking about it. So because he's taking up all the oxygen, therefore he is responsible for the death of Shimon. Now the Gemara says, now the only reason he's chayiv is because he actively lit the candle. What you can infer from this is I did not lit the candle, but he just put Shimon in the airtight hole. And I say we not be chayiv, right? Why? Because the death force wasn't present at the time that he confined him. To which the Gemara says, time of the Abdik Shraga. The reason everything is chayiv is because of the candle. How no Abdik Shraga low? If he would not have lit the candle, he would not be chayiv. So it could very well be that our vice offensive view, Rabbi Zera, to which the Gemara says not necessarily. Amri, Shasam, I'm sorry, low upper. The Gemara says it's not necessarily chayiv. I'll tell you why. Hasam. In the case ultimately again, in the case over here, the low struggle of us still have one. In the case of the airtight hole, the issue of Yavosa is kind of the kindling of the candle goes ahead and somehow also takes the air. So apparently the actual act of going ahead and lighting the candle, had you not lit the candle, Shimon would have been just fine for some prolonged amount of time, and would have been fine. But Maskal Havla B'Shaiti on the days. In the case of here, the barrel, I'm sorry, the bias, low sugar, none of Maskal Havla B'Shaiti. So as I say, interestingly enough, so the man says, so the cases are not really comparable. Hasam below struggle of Maskal, but without the candle, the putrid air would not have started right time, but over here, below struggle, none of Maskal Havla B'Shaiti. But up here, ultimately, again, without the candle, the putrid air begins. So Lav Dafka, which is compared both cases. That wasn't interestingly enough, the way we pass in this case over here is we pass now. So the interest, what comes out of here is not focus. Right? So Reuben puts the barrel on top of Shimon, or right, Reuben puts the barrel on top of Shimon, or opens up the roof, that's when it becomes cold. So what is the halacha? What is the halacha? It's my focus. Now the only my focus is ultimately who says what. But it's clear that there is a fundamental focus as to whether or not, again, there is liability in this particular case. So let's say, so this case, we'll have to see exactly what happens. Because this case is a little bit different. Because on one hand, the death force is present, but the death force is not immediate. It's prolonged. In other words, at a certain point in time, Shimon will run out of air in the barrel, but right now he has enough. At a certain point in time, perhaps the cold will kill Shimon, but right now it's not his impact. So we'll see this case in Eretz Hashem, what we do with this case. Because this is kind of like a little bit of an in-between, where on one hand the death force is present, but the death force is not necessarily present in its entire full amount. So again, hold on to this case, we'll be back with the Rambam. We'll Hashem put all of this together in a beautiful panoramic halakhic view for us. We'll just point out how incredibly striking this luxury over here is. That Kafa range is right? So what happens? So Lilin is putting Shimon a barrel like the Lashon was Kafa Aleh Gis. Lilin goes ahead and puts a barrel over Shimon. This Lashon is very reminiscent, right? Why is it reminiscent? It's the same Lashon as the Gemara in Sefer Shabbos uses for our seal, right? That the Gemara says the beautiful Gemara, dramatic Gemara, which will lift it up the mountain over us and what? Held it over us Gis, like a barrel. What's fascinating about a barrel is good information to know. Don't put on the inside of the barrel. Why not? Because if it tips over in front of you, apparently you can suffocate inside of a barrel. Inside of a barrel. The Rebbe Shalom was telling us something about the sometimes a person can feel like they're suffocating in the inside. It can happen. It can happen that a person feels overwhelmed by this overwhelmed by the realities that sit upon us. Sometimes the easiest Torah can ultimately feel overwhelming. Almost as if I could describe it as validated that we both work in all moments where I know what I have to do or I know what I should be doing, but the reality is it feels very overwhelming. It feels very overwhelming and it feels incredibly suffocating. And the Rosh is saying, I get it. I understand it. Yeah, at times it can be beautiful, at times it can be inspiring, and at times it can actually be suffocating. That's the end of life. Sometimes when someone is struggling with something, let's say toxic positivity. What's toxic positivity? Toxic positivity, and we all know people like this, where when you're struggling with something, you go, what do they say? What do they say to you? It's going to be okay. It's going to be okay. So you're going to be fine. And what's your often your reaction to that person? I literally want to kill you with my own hands, right? Like, be quiet. Be quiet. I know it's going to be okay. I know it's going to be okay. I got it. I get around. I know I'm at the right. I'm going to be fine. But that's not what I want you to do. Don't tell me it's going to be okay. Shut up. Right? I know. I understand. I got it. Right? I got it. Sometimes what a person needs when they're going through a difficult time is just some empathy. It's just some validation. That's all. Don't tell. I know it's going to be okay. I know I'm strong. I'll remain standing. But just validate what it is I'm going through. That's all. Just tell me I understand. Just tell me it must be really hard. Or I'm so sorry that you're this particular. Or there's something that I can do to help. Don't tell me it's going to be okay. I think it was the practice over here is that we didn't learn that. We didn't learn that toxic positivity is truly toxic. And sometimes the best thing you do for someone is just build empathy and just be there for them. Cover how you do this. I got it. This Torah thing, this English type thing, it's big. It's big. And I got it. Sometimes it can feel like it's suffocating. That's it. No, but you can do it, right? But you'll be great. No. Just know, just know that at the end of the day, I'm going to, as Baruch says, I'm the one who's holding the battle. It's not someone else holding the battle. I, HaKadosh Baruch Hu, holding the battle. So because I'm holding the battle, we got this together. But I certainly understand that at times, your responsibility is going to feel profoundly overwhelming. All right, let's go like that. Says the Gemara. Amar Rava, Dak Folavar is a very interesting case. Dak Folavar, the Sulam Avar, listen to this. Reuben pushes Shimon into a pit. Pushes into a pit, and what happens? But there was a ladder in the pit. So remember again, just to see what's happening over here. Now, interestingly enough, remember, a pit also has a heaven, right? A pit, you've seen this before, it's like a Baba commentaries, right? That a pit has some type of like noxious fumes inside of it also. So clearly, in Shimon's case, in the pit, he's going to die. The good news is, there's a ladder. But what happens? what happens? Now, to just understand the timeline of events. Reuven pushes Shimon into a pit, but the pit has a ladder. What happened? Now someone else came along, someone else came along and removed the ladder. Okay. Afilu, who? Kadam Silva. Maybe even Reuven himself came along and took out the ladder. Potter. Ultimately, Reuven is Potter. Why is Reuven Potter? But even at the Shachim, Yachalalos. Listen, the fact over here is, as long as at the time that Reuven pushed Shimon, there was a ladder. There was a ladder. As long as it was there at the time of the pushing, then what? Remember again, this was not an act that could have caused the death of Shimon. So it says, just to show you, just to even illustrate the most dramatic way, imagine for a moment, Reuven standing with Shimon at the edge of the pit, the ladder is there. Reuven pushes Shimon. Before Shimon hits the ground of the pit, Reuven takes out the ladder. Reuven's still not going to be fine. Why? Because everything is determined by the moment of the pushing. Right? Because that was the act. And since at the moment that Reuven pushed Shimon, the ladder was present, therefore this was not an act that could have caused bloodshed. Because again, the nice of the ladder was there. The ladder was there. Listen, obviously, again, we're talking about the fact that Reuven will not be technically liable. Obviously, Reuven's a bad guy. He's a bad guy, right? And things catch up with bad people. Rashi says over here, Rashi says, Kadam is so go, Kadam if you also shows that. But even if the Shaji Yachalavos, the Fatra Aditya, you should see the Lamasas, the Yuve, the drama Ba'almo. So it's especially since at the time that Reuven pushed Shimon, the ladder was there, even though Reuven himself then took the ladder out before Shimon hit the ground. Ultimately, again, Reuven is not going to be held. Incredible. So the Rava says, similar idea. Zara takes this Biago. Let's say Reuven shot an arrow at Shimon. Shimon had a shield. Shimon had a shield. Uba after not low, is someone that after they shot the arrow, someone came in from the shield. After the retard of an upload, or even if Reuven himself took the shield, Potter, Reuven's going to be Potter. Why? Because even the Shaki day makes such a Sigiki day. For Vaisal, there was others. Remember, everything is determined at the moment that Reuven shot the arrow. And at the moment that Reuven shot the arrow, what was the Messias? What was the Messias? Shimon cannot be hurt by the arrow. So therefore, this act of shooting the arrow was not an act which could cause bloodshed. Because it couldn't cause bloodshed, therefore, again, Reuven is not going to be fired. Even if, actually, again, let's say Reuven is lightning fast, he shoots the arrow, and someone else shoots the arrow, he grabs Shimon's shield. So that now the arrow kills Shimon, Reuven's going to be butter, because at the time that he killed Shimon, the arrow could not have killed Shimon. Incredible. Incredible. So the man says as follows. Another case. Good. Amrava. Zark is, let's say we're going to shot an arrow at Shimon. The salmon and the arrow. But it's okay, because Shimon had the remedy for an arrow. For an arrow. In other words, I guess the arrow was going to put a pierce. He had a bandage, he had an antiseptic, whatever he needed in order to bandage up the wound, and it would have been just fine. Okay? But after the arrow was shot, someone else came along and stole his medication. After the root of the Israel, or Reuven himself came and stole the medication. Potter, ultimately, Reuven is very Potter. Why? But even if the Shagabe, Yacham is Kapon Saba. Both say it's all the same thing. In order to be high for bloodshed, it has to be that at the time of the act, the death force was present. But if at the time of the act, the death force was not present. So again, the ladder was in the pit, right? The shield was in the hands of Shimon. Shimon had a remedy for an arrow piercing. Even though it was subsequently removed after he was thrown into the pit, or after he released the arrow, or after he went ahead and shot the arrow. And even if Reuven himself removed it, it's still going to be possible. Why? Because at the time of the act was not capable of causing the death of Shimon. Incredible. On about you, Rashi says, after someone of the shop. The truth is, even if, right, let's say Shimon didn't have the remedy in his hand, but the remedy was readily available in the marketplace. Right? So therefore, again, even in that kind of case, it's clear that Reuven's act was not one which could have caused bloodshed. He's done with someone another. What happens in Halakha myself at the time that Reuven shot the arrow, Shimon didn't have the medicinal remedy. Then after he shot the arrow, Shimon came upon the medicinal remedy. What's the Halakha? In that case, ultimately, again, Reuven is not going to be fired. So listen, interestingly enough, this is interesting because in this case over here, remember, at the time that Reuven shot the arrow, Shimon did not have the remedy. he didn't have the remedy. But since Halacha L'Maisa, he did get the remedy before Ruben was brought to the Torah. So therefore, Halacha L'Maisa, Ruben would not be fine. Otherwise, we have to stop over for today. There's much more. Again, just throwing out all of these cases right now. Tomorrow's daf will really consolidate this into a comprehensive framework. Incredible Gemara.
This is supposed to be a witch here. So there's a little space. I feel like the lights, day. So take a set of trials, so we get all days. I think that's concept. 2-inch bottle. June divorce also from Hammock. Those take off habits. I think so.
All right, Joe, say good morning, let us begin. You're making all of our sponsors for this morning sure to think. Howard Commentary sponsors for the month of Adar. I am Commentary sponsor, Dutchman Day, Dutchman Shrafa. We're getting to the Ocean Instructions this year. Wishing you Michael Talk 2. You're sure more than Commentary series and YouTube to our Bitcoin. Malcolm Church in the President's Economy, your connection to build by his family and wishing yours at Red as you shine the tools. Our Commentary sponsors for the month of Adar, Hadra, and Torah. Stephen Terry's in, and Robin Miller Terry's father, Dr. Harry Khan, and Steve Hirsch, and Yossi Pakoi, and the Steve of the Levine and Bernie family, and Mr. William Zeta Zeta Shmuel, Bernie Israel, Holy Rafa. Welcome, United Commonwealth. All of the songs are on the families and come all of those who are first time given co-calling songs and function, and homes. All of our hostages be shown and the color of our holy soldiers should be successful. We call back celebration. Those we let us begin about. We have a lot to do today. Some really incredible tomorrow ahead of us. Today's daf is Ayin Vav 76. 76. And we are picking up actually on Ayin Vav. We left off Ina, which is on actually on 76. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 lines down from the top. Last word on the line. So just remember again, we're introduced over here to the topic of strafa. Again, which types of relationships are punishable by strafa, and thereby you see as you become denominator, the types of infractions punishable by strafa, generally again are infractions which will immorality, which is become denominator everything we believe over here. So remember again, you're going to get to that Torah explicitly speaks about two relationships. A man marrying a white woman and her mother, or a woman and her daughter. So now we're building out the framework from this. The rest is as follows. Maki kavas rasula. Aki kavas rasula. So we should say that just as a man is prohibited to his son's wife, so he should be prohibited biblically to his wife's son's wife. So we must right now, the same way is prohibited to his daughter-in-law, his direct daughter-in-law through his son. He should be prohibited to his daughter-in-law through her son. To which we must say, I'm a girl, Ishes bin Chobi. I'm sorry, Ishes bin Chobi. So the Pasuk says, remember, it's prohibited to his daughter-in-law. Why? Because she is the wife of his son. You should Ishes bin Chobi. We have Chobi, you should Ishes bin Chobi. One is Chayiv ultimately again because a woman is the wife of his son, but not Chayiv because she is the wife of his wife's son. Which is interesting to see what we're doing over here. We're just trying to kind of figure out parallel relationships. So we know that a man is prohibited to his daughter-in-law. What's the definition of a daughter-in-law? His son's wife. So now you might say, okay, so why do we say the parallel relationship again? Your wife's son's wife should also be assured too. And what's that? However, all of these relationships are usher. They're usher. The shayla is, are they usher for Rabbanan or are they usher for Alaisa? So your daughter-in-law, your son's wife is obviously usher for Alaisa. So the shayla is your wife's son's daughter, sorry, your wife's son's wife. Also, as we know, this message is saying no, because the pasuk says, Rabbi says, Combiniamo prima abbiamo dominato occupazio, no, Ross, so long as it is, which it is, which goes back to yesterday's afternoon, again, the fundamental focus in general, how do you actually zero Shabbos? How do you actually zero Shabbos? When you say, don't you know, if you know, this means you're going to say, remember that the thing that the target of the zero Shabbos, I should say, the defining definition of the zero Shabbos comes from the source item, or no, don't you know, the Asura, who's ultimately the resulting quantity, really focuses on the destination of the zero Shabbos, the second half of the zero Shabbos, the inside, is the moment. So she was loving in reality, they were not going to know, they were not going to know about the Asura, but us. The English of it says, the truth is, you came to me there after this prohibition, ultimately of white sons, white. Whereas the right of it, don't you know, the one who says, ultimately, the other than the zero Shabbos, focus on the notion of a product that can be used to find characteristics and qualities. So he said this, Mahu Kalasasura, just as an answer, this is not a typical case, right? We live in Iraqo. Right? So remember again, Ruben's Kala, who says Kala, this Kala is the law. Right? So remember again, the son's wife. Mahu Kalasasura, just as Ruben. After Kalasasura, so which is so too, Racho's son's wife should also be prohibited to Ruben. But if that's the case, now the Skiba, now the Skiba, then you can say the same way that the relations with the brother, i.e. with his son's wife, that is punishable by Skiba. So some time that relations with his wife's son's wife, his brother, his wife, it should also be punishable by Skiba. So he says, okay, Shemanja Amar Skiba Kabula Israel, but the thing that says, Skiba is the most common that country. It's a problem. What's the problem? The first was line, I involve our 76 day. What's the problem? Now we're doing again, I listen for you don't yourself. So remember again, relationship is not the country by Skiba. Come by the Skiba is safer. So the problem is relationships don't run up. Right? Remember again, we're trying to create a certain symmetry. Very certain moral symmetry, but it's a symmetry nevertheless. Between relationships on this side versus her side. So we're trying to learn opposition to say that just like he can't have relations with his brother, i.e. his son's wife, so for him on his wife's side, he also said it to his wife's son's wife. The problem just is, not just is, you see, the symmetry doesn't line up. Why not? Take a look at mother, for example. If you have relations with his mother, it's Skiba. If you have relations with her mother, it's Srefa. It's Srefa, right? That's what the explicit statement of the semester is that you can't go ahead and now you have relations with a woman and your mother because of a Srefa. Since the symmetry doesn't line up. So my relation with Srefa, well, second one, like, well, Vita is Srefa, so kind of also is Skiba. Furthermore, again, this concept of relation is used, but here we have relations with Ruffles' brother, because that's Srefa. Again, that's an explicit concept of woman and her daughter. That's Srefa. And yet, again, Kalasa, who one of his wives, if you have relations with Ruffles' son's wife, i.e. girl of his wife, then that's Skiba. So again, just the punishments don't seem to line up. So which reminds me, it's a problem. You're absolutely looking at, which is the casual wife, the beat of the same of the Kalasa and Skiba. We already see that the punishments are asymmetrical. Why? Because if you're going to have relations with his brother, it's straight up. And yet, even if you're going to have relations with his brother-in-law, meaning his son's wife, ultimately that is Skiba. Ella Mahu Lokalakta Bo Baby Mola Kalasa, which just is that, at least from Will's perspective, what's symmetrical is the prohibition a generation above and a generation below. Right? So in other words, For example, his mother and his daughter from his son are symmetrical. They're both with straight up. So when you look around the ball, they know the color. So just like for Ruben himself, again, it was like given him some necessary that so much of what we're doing in these privileged relationships is creating continuity generations above and generations below. So when we look from Ruben's perspective, so again, when we look at the prohibition regarding his mother and his daughter, i.e. his son's wife, the punishments are the same. Aquí lo sacro, involve color. So again, even on her side, it should be the same thing. You should say there should be the same punishment if you have a relationship with Rocco's mother or Rocco's daughter to her son. And Gemara says, "Umuvandara Srifa Kamura," the high question of the Perikabul that says that Srifa's Postama ultimately again based on this question, we would not be able to conduct this entire thing. Okay. So the answer was that's the first side of this. The second side of this would not be honor. Sorry, you have to keep that as well. And according to the strong Romans construct, the long Romans construct was a sort of just the people are all over here. So remember, we're trying to figure out over here, which I'm not trying to make a suggestion. But just as we know, if you are alive operations with his daughter-in-law, in other words, the daughter defined by his son's wife, Imam wants to suggest that there should be a symmetrical prohibition to his wife's son's wife. His daughter to his wife. You might suggest that we're not saying that it is whichever way you get it, it's in the shop, it's not going to work. And this thing is not going to work. So, for example, right now, don't know what it is as well. So, not so then what if you do that, that can help by saying that literally, again, we find characteristics of the different that we're going to define by the whole destination of the theater show. So it's like this. Imagine how much us, just as we did, right? Even if one of our favorites, like Jazz with his son's wife. Happy Kalasasuya. So you just say the same thing. The same calculations with Rocco's son's wife. When we do that as well, so you have to look at and let them focus on the destination of that theater show. Possibly to the schema. So again, if you've been going to have relations with Rocco's son's wife, that was the schema. About Rocco's schema, or if you've been having relations with his co-worker, i.e. his son's wife, that's a slave off. So that actually could be fine. And the fact that money, because once again, money was in his side, it's unsymmetrical. Because remember, if you're in a relation with his mother, generation up, and a relation with his daughter-in-law, generation down, same punishment, slave off. Slave off. So put it in the that's really what cover, that's the common question. Now the restriction of the schema, right? So like so so with this mother of the schema, come out to she had the schema. We have a whole records mother of the schema. No, Mahu Kala Football, the Kalasa. Aki Kaplan fought the Kalasa. So saying the same that there's distinction, the prohibition for Ruben between his brother and his daughter-in-law. So from what I saw, there should be a distinction between his brother and his daughter-in-law. And the other man is Sirka Kapila. And then simply they said that Sirka also is what comes from Stiva. The Hakushia, it's not based on special connection because actually not halacha. Sirka was an interesting word, but not seem to be able to this idea of that. That's the thing if I wanted to say, but the same way that Ruben is the from his son, like his son's wife, is virtual by Sreka. So too, again, his daughter-in-law through his wife. I'm sorry, I'm saying this is Ruben's daughter-in-law, I.e. his son's wife. His son's wife is probably virtual by Sreka. So it should be a parallel prohibition that his daughter-in-law from his wife loves his son's wife. She also virtual by Sreka. So I'm not sure if both Abai and Rava agree that that is not halacha. Abai says it based on a custom. Rava says either way, Shava is not going to work. Shava doesn't pan out. Okay, so as I'm supposed to say, once again, because we were still awesome, so I said, I just need to be suggesting that he not be published in Sreka. Okay, so we might invite her. Because as I was thinking of assessment, I was in this. What happens if Ruben violates Rachel? he violates her. And then what happens? He violates her, and they have a daughter. So how do I know that halacha l'maisa, if woman has relations with that daughter, that's punishable by shleifa? That's called bidon and asaso. So a daughter, as a result of woman that he violated. Meaning, having a sex relationship like that is punishable by shleifa. Which the Gemara says, I'm not married, kava chomer. It's kava chomer. I love the kava chomer. Albas pizza, al pizza, meaning tzadis. If l'maisa, Ruben is held liable for relations with his granddaughter, that's equal labor. Allah has told the Talmud only one son, he is held accountable for relations with his daughter, even if that daughter ultimately again is the result of a violation of violating the mother. So the Gemara says, so if you don't cheat, I think that's like you can't prove what's your concept, that you can't prove alcoholics, through a, sorry, you can't create capital punishment through a capital punishment. Capital punishment has to be understood directly. So the Gemara says, no, giving us about it. No, it's not even capital punishment, it's not his. Torah holds a man accountable for relations with his brother. It's not by shleifa. It doesn't really make a difference how this woman is his daughter. Whether she's his daughter for his marriage or whether she's his daughter because he violated her mother. Either way, a daughter is a daughter is a daughter. And therefore there's going to be liability for relations. Incredible. Rabbi Rava says, I'm going to be stuck by a meeting. Asya, Ena, Ena, Asya, Sina, Zima. Okay, Rava, on the other hand, is the Lord of the Adam, the God was the Shabbat, Ena, Ena, Zima, Zima. Okay. Tani Abiyah, Abiyah, if you show the harm, you meet them in a session, puts your across the Roma, Ubas Ishkon. So let's listen to this. So the Lord says, because we do not live in a place, we don't have an explicit Russia. There's no explicit passage that says that if a man has relations with his daughter, who he fathered through violating her mother, that if he has relations with her, he is hired shleifa. Because there's no explicit passage that says that. Puts your across the Roma, the passage means to say, Ubas Ishkon. So the Gemara says, Kima, Bas Kol, Kibis Shleifa, very goal of the Shleifa. So this was basically because of what we were talking about. Bas Ishkon, so